Mr. Yu Il-shin, the famously unlucky web novel author, is having one of those days. Tomorrow is his submission deadline. Instead of a creative spark, he feels a kind of mental shutdown. Since he can't write a single decent sentence, his eyes drift to his phone as if it's the most important thing in the world. Of course, like any responsible adult dodging responsibility, he decides to reorganize the apps he never uses. While doing this productive task, he spots an unfamiliar app he definitely does not remember installing. He investigates and finds out it's a game called Godmaker. Inside the game, he sees ants, and the interface is robotic in both language and style. It's so robotic that he assumes the whole thing is pointless. But since he is already wasting time, he presses something anyway, just to make his procrastination official. That's when it happens. The moment he touches the screen, he is suddenly confronted by giant ant creatures. He starts fighting them with his fingers. His actual fingers suddenly have powers. His index finger crushes, his middle finger punishes, and his ring finger heals. Basically, he becomes a spellcasting maniac with hand gestures. It's not the heroic vibe he wanted, but it works. That's how Mr. Yu Il-shin, the man with a deadline looming over him, ends up taking an unplanned break. Meanwhile, his phone buzzes with messages from his clients, who call him every name imaginable for disappearing right before the deadline. Our hero, however, sees this chaos as a well-deserved break to save the world. In reality, he is not saving anything. He is just accidentally starting a new serialization inside a game full of monstrous ants. Alright, so let's officially dive into how Mr. Il-shin ended up wrapped up in this whole ant fiasco. So one day, out of literally nowhere, these weird gates pop up and monsters start pouring into the world. Naturally, humanity panics because who would not? But then just when things look like total chaos, the hunters show up. Those people somehow unlocked special powers and decided to make fighting monsters a full-time hobby. These hunters are not just running around with swords and flashy moves for fun. They have got this thing called God energy, and they can snag crazy powerful artifacts from the monsters they beat. And somehow, humanity starts seeing a glimmer of hope amidst the mess. Hunters come with ranks, from the legendary SS down to the bottom of the barrel G. And let's be honest, G-rank hunters are not exactly superheroes, but they are more like slightly motivated regular humans with a fancy title. Once the ranks are set after the testing, there is almost zero chance of moving up. Hunter recruitment posters are still everywhere, and a girl stands there staring at one of those like it personally mocked her entire existence. In her other hand is her re-evaluation form, still a B rank. Even after countless hours of painful training and near mental breakdowns, her rank refuses to budge. Of course she is annoyed. Who would not be? Then someone speaks behind her. Naturally, she assumes the universe has finally noticed her brilliance and sends a scout for her. But it does not. It's just my guy standing there awkward, flustered, and absolutely ruining her moment. She instantly slaps the suspicious guy label on him. As a lightning user with very little chill in these situations, sparks flicker in her palm without much effort. Our boy realizes he may have just walked into a hornet's nest, scrambles through his bag like he has lost his social skills in there, and then bolts to answer a call. She watches him go with narrowed eyes. By the way, this annoyed lightning girl is Curing Miri, rank B. Her name gets called next, so she heads into the exam room with a sliver of hope still clinging on. But after all that sweating and performance stress, her results are exactly the same, still B. She nearly melts into the floor from disappointment. Before she can mope too long, her phone blares an emergency alert. A gate has opened right in the city, and an A-class horned rhino monster is running wild. All nearby A-rank hunters are requested to hurry over because this thing is not exactly friendly. Meanwhile, the park is in absolute chaos. Screams everywhere, monster rampage, total disaster, 1010 not a tourist attraction. And of course our hero is right in the thick of it, trying to get a little girl Sungyeon to safety. The girl trips, and as he helps her up, the monstrous rhino charges straight at them. Miri arrives, launching her attack like a heroine. Too bad the monster barely reacts like she threw a flashlight at it. She tries again with everything she has got, a whole storm's worth of power, yet the beast still looks more annoyed than injured. Moments later it knocks her away. Gritting her teeth, she forces herself up, discovering in that very painful instant exactly how enormous the gap between B and A rank hunters is. Her eyes flick to my guy shielding Sungyeon, and fear instantly tightens in her chest. She shouts at them to run while she holds the monster off. She tries calling lightning again, but her energy is fading fast. Meanwhile, the rhino lowers its head like it's ready to send her on a one-way trip to the sky. She remembers her childhood crying, furious, swearing revenge on monsters while her mom warns her to not turn into a revenge machine. But there is no time for philosophy. She gathers whatever spark she has left, and suddenly a loud voice about using a crushing blow with an index finger rings through her mind. Power bursts through her like she accidentally plugged herself into a power plant. Lightning wraps her up in a raging storm and a massive bolt forms in her hand. She hurls it with everything she has. A blinding flash explodes through the park. When the light finally fades, the monster collapses completely defeated. Soon enough, guards are everywhere. Reporters swarm like bees, discovering free sugar, shouting about how Miri, the Hunter Empress, despite that stubborn B rank, just took down an A-class beast. Meanwhile, she is standing there still trying to figure out how she even pulled that off, as that mysterious surge of power definitely does not feel normal to her. Our boy walks up to thank her. She waves him off, relieved Sungyeon is okay. He thanks her again before walking away, and she casually waves back until her brain catches up that he knows her name. Her eyes widen as she recalls the voice that echoed in her mind during the fight. His voice, the exact same one. And just like that, she realizes he might not be the clueless, awkward stranger she assumes he is. Night rolls in, and our hero ends up standing on a bridge that's basically famous for suicidal vibes. Not because he is planning to jump. Life has already thrown enough disasters at him, but because he is trying to figure out how he and his nephew Sungyeon almost got themselves killed over the very phone he is clutching like it's a ticking bomb disguised as a smartphone. Now, in order to understand everything, let's move back to a few days ago. He is in a restaurant pretending to work. Pretending is the key word, as his brain has already clocked out and gone on an extended vacation, leaving him with nothing but the vague notion that he should look busy. So naturally, he surrenders to his phone like a responsible adult, avoiding actual responsibility. That's when he discovers a game he does not even remember downloading. The language in it looks like a robot has been chewing on letters and spitting them out, but boredom wins. He pokes the screen, he crushes an ant in the game, and in a fraction of a second, things go from normal to pure chaos as a gold coin shoots out of the phone, smacks him on the forehead, bounces off his laptop, and lands on the keyboard. The game then congratulates him for stepping closer to becoming an almighty evil god. My guy blinks at the coin, then at the phone, questioning whether he has lost his mind or if the universe has just decided to mess with him for fun. It turns out he has apparently awakened an ability, which makes his next stop obviously the ability test center. There, people make fun of his name, which literally translates to only God. Even he cringes, and he is used to life being mean. The woman at the desk eventually confirms he does have an ability. For a brief blissful moment, he fantasizes about quitting writing forever. Even an E rank would be enough to make him proudly vanish from deadlines. But of course, the universe has a sense of humor. His rank turns out to be G, and his dreams do not just collapse, but they evaporate in a puff of cosmic sarcasm. The woman hands him a form explaining that his skill lets him create materials, which means he is basically no different from everyone else. She politely asks if he wants to officially register, mentioning the fee. He declines immediately. A G rank can't even step into a dungeon, so paying for a license feels like signing up for a VIP comedy show. He trudges home, opens his laptop, and attempts to write. 5 long hours later, his document consists of a cycle of typing and deleting, as if his fingers have gone on strike. Finally, he gives up and switches on the TV. The news is full of hunters, Baek Yuhyun, Ses rank, shutting down disaster-level dungeons, followed by Sung Mina explaining the miraculous skincare cream she swears by before raids. Our hero turns it off before his brain stages a protest, lies down, and tries convincing himself that sleep might magically fix everything. Of course, the game notifications start ringing the moment he closes his eyes. In a mixture of irritation and curiosity, he finally opens the game. More ants appear, more coins fly out, and he ends up battling them like it is some personal vendetta. By dawn, he collects a mountain of coins purely out of stubbornness before falling asleep. When he wakes up in the morning, most coins have disappeared, leaving only ones with 100 engraved on them. The smaller ones only read 1, so he can sense something weird is definitely happening. Then the game congratulates him again. Apparently he has unlocked his hunter shop and offers 2 options. Our boy knows better than to trust curiosity, but curiosity is louder than common sense, so he clicks yes. Meanwhile, across the country, the big shots are gathered. Business leaders, political figures, the president, and the head of the Hunter Association. Why the sudden gathering? Someone has awakened the ability to open a hunter shop, a rare skill only a few creative-type hunters ever get. Now people can buy items and skills straight from the source. Everyone watches the door like it holds the meaning of life itself. Then Kang Woo, the S-rank hunter responsible for opening the shop, walks in with Song Mina, the S-rank psych sensory hunter. They are ready to brief everyone, while President Jong Hae-hwan quietly observes the buzzing room. Kang Woo opens the hunter shop, while everyone else watches him like he is about to perform some ancient ritual. A sudden gust of wind blows through the room. But that's all. President Hae-hwan looks around and points out that aside from all the noise, he sees a grand total of nothing. A guy politely explains that it's perfectly normal since only the person who activates the shop can see it, and Song Mina will fix that with psychomancy. Mina then clears her throat and activates her power. Now everyone can finally see the hunter shop, displaying high-class potions, a holy sword, and a bunch of items people usually assume are fake until proven otherwise. Every item has a price tag attached, and the shop even shows the hunter's gold balance. Poor Kang Woo has exactly 0, which is honestly iconic considering he is the star of the show. The crowd starts buzzing with excitement, starstruck over items they have only heard about in myths. But before they get too carried away, President Hae-hwan steps in again to remind them that the country's future depends on this shop. He insists that everyone keep this strictly secret, and even plans to assign a few S-class hunters to guard Kang Woo. Meanwhile, somewhere far from all this seriousness, our boy is dealing with his own version of the Hunter Shop chaos. The game asks him if he wants to spend 100 coins to open it, and he agrees right away. One of his precious 100 gold coins disappears instantly, and he starts wondering why these weird coins keep showing up in his life. Maybe it's because he is a creation-type hunter like Kang Wu. He knows the gap between them is basically heaven versus dirt floor, but a man can hope to earn a little cash. His problem? He has less than 400 coins, and all the items in the shop are written in some robotic language he can't understand. Even worse, every price is in the 100,000 range, while he barely scraped together 300 coins after an entire night of fighting ants like a man possessed. Then the shop screen starts sliding on its own, stopping at an item like it's tired of his decision-making skills, and has decided to take charge itself. His clumsy self somehow manages to buy it. The item is the Eye of the Blind God, with a price of solid 100 gold. The description claims it's an ability of some mysterious god, activated by wind, and even if the user sees the truth, they apparently won't. Before our boy can properly complain about buying divine nonsense, his eyesight suddenly goes into full malfunction mode. He panics instantly, throws his phone like it's cursed, and starts fumbling to call emergency services, which would be easier if he could actually see what he was dialing. Then his foot collides with something, and the pain hits so sharply he tears up on the spot, but right after that his vision pops back like nothing happened. He lets out a sigh and then picks up his phone again. Now he can magically understand the game's language. He immediately starts feeling like he is the chosen protagonist, the guy who suddenly unlocks hidden abilities after extreme suffering, which, knowing his luck, is probably a limited-time trial. Still, since he has heard of rare cases where hunter classes evolve, he lets himself enjoy one hopeful moment of delusion. He returns to the shop and looks for anything else within his humble budget. He finds Crushing Index Finger of the God, a growth-type ability with a name cool enough to boost his self-esteem. Since everything else costs the kind of money only millionaires or mythical beasts can afford, he buys it with another 100 gold. He tests it out, and what happens? His AC starts turning on and off like he is using divine Bluetooth. He then uses it on the TV, and the same thing happens. So he concludes very seriously that this godly authority is basically a supernatural remote control. He tests the ability on his laptop next, hoping it might magically help him write something for once. But obviously, fiction does not just appear on the screen by using some cheap skill. Right when he is mentally negotiating with the empty page, his phone rings. It's his manager, and the moment he picks up, the man practically explodes with excitement. Apparently, the random notes our boy wrote about his heroic ant extermination routine turned out surprisingly good. Even he is shocked. Those scattered thoughts impressed anyone, but the manager sounds convinced. Then the guy asks about the next chapter. He wants to know when it will be ready, as if my guy had a whole draft hidden somewhere. Our boy, who had prepared himself for a complaint, ends up asking for 2 days instead. The manager, still bursting with energy, agrees instantly, and even gives some cheerful encouragement before ending the call. Our hero never imagined his daily war with ants would turn into decent material, but since it somehow worked, he jumps right back into squashing them. Not because he has a personal grudge or anything. This is strictly professional, well, professionally desperate, but still, he keeps going until he gathers 100 gold coins, which immediately merge into one 100 gold coin. At least now he understands how the coins merge. Sadly, even that does not help much since the cheapest item in the entire hunter shop still costs 1,000. While scrolling through the store again, he spots something called the Protection of the Growth God. It belongs to a rookie god, sure, but even that sounds way better than having an ability that only works like a weird remote control backup. His heart actually picks up a little seeing it, and he decides he is saving every coin he can get his hands on. He goes back to hunting ants and suddenly one of them moves differently. This one dodges every single tap, and not only that, it's also red instead of black, which immediately makes him wonder if this is supposed to be some kind of boss monster. The idea only makes him more determined. He keeps tapping, but the ant just refuses to get hit. Eventually, he gets so annoyed he brings out the tapping rhythm he was once famous for in a game and still loses. So he switches to taking out his frustration on the regular ones instead, and keeps going until he collects a few more coins. His karma goes up as well, and now he just needs a little more to earn the title of the great evil god who seeks defeat and power. Once he gets that title, the rewards will be his. But my guy is barely awake at the moment. He finally lets the phone fall and collapses onto his pillow. As he drifts off, the unique ability from the blind god activates on its own. Suddenly, he finds himself in an empty cinema, sitting alone with popcorn and drinks. On the massive screen, the same red ant he struggled to defeat shows up, wandering around while thinking about the true power of the Black Tribe's god, who apparently tried to get rid of it by sacrificing his own followers. The ant keeps moving, ready to warn the rest of its kind. It drags itself into a cave that seems to be the main headquarters for its clan. It's coughing up blood but keeps moving forward because the announcements won't deliver themselves. Inside, the other red ants are casually enjoying their meal, in what looks like their version of a dining hall, completely unbothered. When the injured ant finally gets everyone to stop eating, it blurts out that it has found out where the missing captives from the Black Tribe went. Then it tells a passionate story about how they were crushed by the Black Tribe's god and how it barely escaped that nightmare. It warns them they should probably act before that god enters their cave. The room goes silent for a few seconds. Then everyone bursts into laughter as if it just performed stand-up comedy. They call it a coward, say it's exaggerating, and treat the idea of losing to some random deity as the best joke of the day. Just as the teasing reaches a peak, an older red ant enters. Instantly, the room falls silent, like everyone suddenly remembers their manners. The ants stand up, and even the injured one bows its head. The older red ant, unlike the others, does not dismiss the story. It even admits it sensed the same dark presence. Then it reminds everyone that this cave belongs to their mighty emperor, so they cannot let a small black tribe deity act like a big shot. Hearing that someone finally believes it, the injured ant becomes emotional, especially considering the tough day it's had. The older red ant places a hand over its injuries, and just like that, they disappear. Then it tells the injured ant to lead the way, claiming it will take care of this so-called demon god. Naturally, the other ants jump in to volunteer, lining up behind the older red ant like a tiny army ready to prove a point. Meanwhile, our hero wakes up soaked in sweat, still shaken by whatever that dream was. It felt so real that he wonders if he dreamt he was an ant, or if he is actually an ant dreaming. He is human. At this point, either idea seems equally possible. Before he can decide, his phone vibrates with a game notification. He opens it and sees the red ants on his screen, looking quite motivated. The game also states that nature dislikes evil, which surprises him, and even more ants suddenly appear. Then he spots the older red ant from his dream standing in the center of the screen. Before he can process it, a burst of light shoots out from the screen and hits him right on the forehead, leaving a clean little cut. He barely exhales before the older red ant charges at him again from inside the game, while the other ants cheer it on like it just performed some legendary move. They clearly think he is the evil god they have been training to fight. But then the older red ant panics and orders everyone to retreat because they are the ones getting roasted now. More light bursts out, frying the older red ant first and then the rest, one by one, as our hero furiously taps his screen, treating the phone like a punching bag. When everything finally stops, he looks down at his phone. The screen is shattered and dusty but still clinging to life with the same determination the injured ant had at the start. That's when he breaks down and cries. His room looks like someone shook a treasure chest over it and walked away as gold coins are scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, he is sitting there with blood slowly dripping down his face from the cut on his forehead, looking less like a hero and more like someone who lost a fight with his own phone. And speaking of the phone, despite the abuse, the poor thing still powers on long enough to inform him that he is now the official evil god. Honestly, the phone deserves therapy. Anyways, he has unlocked the prestigious title of Cruel Slaughter God, which he got because his karma hit 1,000. This boosts his battle luck, though at this point he would probably settle for regular human luck. As he is trying to absorb all this nonsense, he notices the coins merging again, glowing dramatically of course, and right in the middle sits a ring. Naturally, he picks it up, and for reasons known only to him, he sniffs it like he is a ring connoisseur. Somehow that alone makes him feel refreshed, like he is suddenly sitting in a calm forest instead of his chaotic disaster of a room. He tries wearing the ring, but it barely makes it past his pinky before something hits him. His body feels completely renewed. It's like someone pressed a reset button on his fatigue. He is still processing this miracle when his phone buzzes yet again. The blind god's special authority activates and the ring starts to analyze. It turns out to be the druid's ring, the same one the older red ant wore all its life. It holds the life energy of the forest and boosts elemental power. That's when our boy gets a genius idea. Can he analyze other things too? He gives it a shot. The blind god's authority activates again. He glances at his TV, and the next second he gets a detailed breakdown, including the fact that he has had it for a year and still owes 3 months of installment payments. Then he checks his laptop. Then his bed. The verdict on the bed? 10 years old and practically begging to be replaced. That one hurts on a personal level. Deciding he has learnt enough painful truths for one day, he stops before he accidentally analyzes something else and ruins his mood. But the ring, the analyzing skill, the sudden stamina boost, all of it gets in his head. Suddenly being labeled G-rank feels wrong, so he convinces himself there must have been a mistake and heads to the ability test center to retake the test. At the counter, the receptionist repeats very politely, very firmly, that mistakes in the first exam happen in less than 1% of cases. She asks again if he is sure. Our hero proudly declares yes. That confidence lasts maybe a few seconds, because she explains that the retest costs several million since the first one is the only free attempt. He nearly forgets how to breathe. She urges him to decide quickly because people are waiting. After a moment of soul-searching and wallet-searching, he realizes that even in the best-case scenario, he might get bumped to F rank at most, which is not worth several million, so he quietly gives up. He then walks away with full regret. The trip, the confidence, the delusion, all because he put on one shiny ring. He moves to the waiting area and slumps onto a sofa, Annoyed that he wasted time he could have used writing, he decides he must have gone temporarily insane. The place is crowded, so he tries to gather writing ideas to distract himself, but then the blind god's authority activates again, and suddenly it starts to analyze people around him. All kinds of personal information pop up, the sort of details people definitely do not want revealed in public. After learning way more about strangers' medical conditions than any human being should, he forces himself to stop unless he wants to look completely unhinged. That's when he notices Miri. Naturally, her profile opens too, and weirdly, while everyone else's last names show up, her full name appears clearly. What's even stranger is that the game mentions she is into thrilling stuff. So he walks up to her, fully aware he is about to embarrass himself, and after mentally buffering for a solid moment, he finally blurts out a question about whether things feel exciting to her. Yes, that's the word he chose. Naturally, Miri gives him an irritated stare, and tiny sparks start flickering in her hand like she is doing warm-up stretches for electrocuting him. He quickly tells her not to misunderstand, which is hilarious considering even he does not believe his own explanation, so expecting her to understand is pure optimism. Miri, meanwhile, is one breath away from turning him into grilled Ilshin in front of everyone, and honestly, the crowd would probably clap. But right before she unleashes her magic, his phone heroically decides to save his life by ringing. He practically dismantles his bag trying to find it, sees it's his sister, and runs away mid-conversation. Miri is left behind annoyed. Outside, my guy answers his sister. She immediately starts scolding him for always asking for pocket money. It's basically her love language at this point. Eventually he gives up, tells her to be on time, and hangs up. He feels relieved because obviously not getting disowned counts as a win. At the park, he finally meets his niece, Sungyun, who is so cute that he seriously questions how such an adorable kid came from someone as terrifying as his sister. She asks him to explain some messy history, and instantly his brain flashes back to the disaster with Miri, killing whatever good mood he had left. She keeps asking though, with her innocent, curious face, and he tries so hard not to pinch her cheeks, but of course he fails and pinches them anyway. She snaps her head away, offended, and reminds him she hates that. He apologizes immediately because once she gets upset, it takes ages to undo, and babysitting a sulking kid is basically a survival challenge. Using the eye of the blind god, he checks her profile and sees she wants chocolate ice cream, so he suggests getting some. She practically drools at the idea. They head to the shop, she orders a chocolate cone, and he pays with coins. The cashier, who was smiling at first, suddenly transforms into someone questioning all her life decisions. She starts preparing a cone so tiny it should be illegal. Our hero can practically feel her judging him for paying in coins, and honestly, she probably is. But then he remembers he has that remote-like ability, the crushing index finger of God. So he decides to stand up for consumer rights. He uses it on the ice cream machine, and the machine responds by pouring out a mountain of ice cream. After this drama, they get back at the park. Our boy asks Sungyun for a bite, but she pulls the cone away with the speed of someone guarding a national treasure. He lets her enjoy it and just tries to relax, until of course his phone vibrates again. The game declares that the power of the Cruel Slaughter title is activated, and his battle luck is increasing. A mysterious voice starts talking, and while he looks around trying to figure out if someone's pranking him, the game keeps repeating warnings. Then a horned rhino appears, ready to eat him and gain divinity. That was a few days ago. Miri ended up killing the rhino, thankfully. And now in the present, my guy is standing on a bridge, staring into the water like someone contemplating whether technology deserves rights. His game nickname is Nameless God, and he is pretty sure the rhino was targeting him specifically. After it died, the game updated him again. His Cruel Slaughter title ranked up, and he can now buy a lesser god's power in the god shop for free, as long as it belongs to an evil god. Naturally, he decides all of this is the phone's fault, because of course it is. He is seconds away from tossing it into the river when the game sends yet another update, this time about some Saintis god. Inside the game, the giant red ants wipe out the insect guards of the Black Tribe and march into their territory, as they are on an assassination mission of the tribe's Saintis. While all this chaos is happening, the game asks our boy if he plans to help the tiny creature screaming for his aid. He suddenly remembers how embarrassingly helpless he looked in front of the horned rhino earlier. Meanwhile, inside the game, one of the giant red ants starts mocking the Saintis, telling her to accept her fate as the Emperor's snack offering. But before it finishes its dramatic villain speech, something blasted into a crispy, overdone bug chip. My guy is the one doing the roasting this time. Apparently he has unlocked his inner exterminator. He notices these ants are much bigger than the usual black ants he used to step on, but that does not stop him from grilling them like he is hosting a barbecue for his enemies. Gold coins start pouring out, and the Saintess politely asks for his name. The moment he gives it, she immediately decides she is going to serve him, as though he is the destined hero of her long, tragic, ant-infested story. The game then rewards him by announcing he has earned the Good God title Benevolent Savior. Now our hero somehow holds both the Evil God and Good God titles, which shifts his alignment to neutral. Then he receives a gift of 100,000 gold coins for earning his first Good God title. He nearly melts on the spot when he realizes he now has around 108,000 coins. Money really does heal his soul. He immediately opens the hunter shop and goes straight for the protection of the growth god. The instant he buys it, a potion forms in his hand. The description claims it contains the body fluids of some truth seeker who shed them while climbing the divine ladder of enlightenment. Supposedly, mortals unlock their hidden potential by drinking it, and the game even suggests stocking up on it. Still, our boy sniffs it, confirms it smells normal, and then drinks it. Then he buys a couple more bottles and chugs those too. But nothing happens. Just as he starts wondering if he wasted a small fortune, he collapses dramatically. While he is unconscious, the game notifies him that his unique authority has been reinforced due to increased assimilation. Eventually, he wakes up in his bed with zero memory of how he managed to drag himself home. He checks his phone and instantly regrets it. The red ants are no longer safely contained inside the screen. They have upgraded and are crawling all over his room, his bed, his floor, basically treating his apartment like a 5-star battlefield. This is definitely not the kind of update he wanted from the game. He bolts toward the door, but it's locked. That gives the swarm enough time to rush him and start biting like they have been waiting for this moment. He glances at the window. He is on the 3rd floor, and logically jumping is a terrible idea. But logic has clearly packed its bags and left him, so he sprints toward it anyway. Unfortunately, the window is locked, and he crashes into it face first, collapsing onto the floor. The ants regroup, ready for a full attack. He grabs the nearest object, a random web novel, and throws it with unnaturally perfect aim, somehow killing the ant general. Their artillery unit then proudly fires arrows at him, which turn out to be tiny toothpick-like sticks. The ants cheer like they just launched a historic military strike, while my guy is there irritated because these pathetic sticks keep stabbing into him like annoying mosquito bites. Then he spots an insect repellent bottle on the floor. With every ounce of rage and exhaustion gathering inside him, he sprays it directly at the swarm, burning them like a man who has finally decided he is done being polite with insects. He is barely breathing, can't move properly, and the tiny flames licking the room are not exactly calming him down. Just when he starts wondering if this is how he dies, the game suddenly announces he has received a gift called Silently Creeping Nightmare from a high-ranking evil god. Of course, the game warns him that gifts from such beings may increase his evil tendencies, but he does not even blink and hits yes instantly. At the same time, Miri practices her lightning skills on a mountain near the city. Deep down, she is busy replaying the moment she got a massive boost in her power during the horned rhino fight. In her head, once she manages to grab that strength properly, revenge is basically waiting for her with open arms. She is all focused until she notices a building far inside the city, and inside that building our boy is coughing his lungs out in the middle of his burning apartment. The game helpfully announces that part of Silently Creeping Nightmare has mixed with his unique authority. My guy, however, is too busy choking to care. He curses the game for being useless at the exact moment he could have used even a tiny bit of assistance. He tries using the index finger skill, but of course it decides to stop working. So he just flops onto the floor, exhausted, wondering if this is really going to be his grand exit from life. Right then, the wall basically explodes. The Eye of the Blind God activates and starts scanning the figure. As Miri shows up, he still does not recognize her because his senses are desperately hanging on by a thread, but then he notices her profile mentioning she enjoys thrilling things. And that's when the last working brain cell clicks, as he only knows one person who treats danger like a hobby. A little later, our boy is lying in the hospital, accompanied by his sister and Sungyeon. Sungyeon looks suspicious, demanding a family-only code to prove he is real. Their code, surprisingly, is just calling our hero's sister fat. After he says it, Sungyeon immediately acknowledges him as her uncle. They share a sentimental moment, while his sister hears everything and prepares to smack them both. And she does not spare her daughter either. He tries reminding her that he is literally recovering, but she is too busy lecturing him as though punching is part of the treatment plan. While he is being scolded or fixed, according to her, Sungyeon notices someone at the door. She opens it expecting a person but finds a flower basket on the floor. She brings it in, shows it to my guy, and the card claims it's a recovery wish for him. He starts guessing who sent it, convinced it's probably his manager trying to be polite for once. Meanwhile, Miri is on another rooftop staring at the hospital. She remembers dragging him away from the flames, carrying him all the way there, and how her powers always seem to get a surprise upgrade whenever he is around. She has been quietly observing him, trying to figure out why he messes with her abilities like that. Then she suddenly realizes she is acting exactly like a stalker, so she decides to head home before her sister catches her. But as she turns to leave, she notices our boy doing something incredibly strange through the window. Meanwhile, inside the game, the other insects are desperately trying to stop their saintess from handing their tribe's treasure to our hero. But she has already decided. He saved them from the Imperial Army, and giving him their most precious item is the only way she feels they can repay even a tiny part of the guilt they carry for forgetting him for ages. Back in the hospital room, my guy is not acting suspicious at all. It's just he is irritated with this stupid game. To Miri, though, he looks like someone in urgent need of psychological evaluation. He is getting annoyed because the ants won't stop bothering him despite him literally being sick. Then he sees the Saintess and her people praying toward him, and the game asks if he wants their tribute. He gets excited instantly, because tributes are for important people, which now apparently includes him. He accepts it right away. A tiny thing pops out of the phone and rolls into his hand. It's a fruit from the world tree, one of the 7 fruits left behind by a certain someone. He sniffs it, finds nothing odd, reads that it boosts stamina, and eats it. Immediately something strange spreads through his body. His eyes start watering, his nose turns into a fountain, and the taste hits him like a personal attack. Salty, spicy, bitter, basically every horrible flavor, teaming up to ruin his day. But when he finally rips off his bandages, he just freezes. Every burn on his skin is gone, wiped out like they never happened. Miri watches him, absolutely speechless. It has not even been that long since he looked like a roasted potato, and suddenly, he is as good as new. Meanwhile, our hero is feeling strangely energized, like that awful fruit punched life back into him. Right then, the game informs him that he is now supposed to bless ants in exchange for whatever offerings their believers send. So he stands there, looking around like he is trying to figure out what these tiny cutie little insects would appreciate. Inside the game world, the ants are panicking. They already handed over their tribe's treasure, but their god, our boy, still has not responded. Just when they are convinced they have offended him, sparkly particles drift down from the sky. The second they touch them, their wounds vanish, and even broken limbs grow back. They all burst into tears, convinced they have just witnessed a divine wonder. The game then proudly informs my guy that he now has 101 believers, a total faith score of 11001, nearly 10,000 white god coins, and 1 faith equals 100 gold coins. And the divine blessing they are celebrating so dramatically. He literally sprinkled sugar, and the ants adored it. Honestly, he also thinks they are kind of adorable. After a while, he heads to the marketplace. One glance and he already knows this area screams trouble. He searches for a quiet place where someone like him can sell things without being robbed, scammed, or dragged into questionable drama. Eventually, he spots a modest shop and walks inside, all while completely unaware that someone has been shadowing him the whole time. A girl greets him from the counter with a bright smile. This place, apparently, is a trading house. He explains he wants to sell a few items. She assumes he is a hunter, but he quickly clarifies he is awakened but licenseless. She hands him a form and tells him to fill it out comfortably. He looks at the paper and almost groans. They are asking where the item came from, and obviously he can't write that he got it from beating up ants in a game. But he has to deal with it, as repairs at his house are not going to pay for themselves. While he is wrestling with the form, a group of big men walks in. They greet the girl Dahlia at the counter. Our hero glances at them, and the game politely informs him that despite their intimidating looks, their strength stat is embarrassing. He can't help thinking the game really has no filter. One of the men mentions he heard Dahia's store has not been doing well, and claims he brought something helpful and opens a briefcase. Our boy, meanwhile, is getting annoyed because this blind god's eye keeps auto-analyzing everything. He accidentally locks eyes with the men, instantly looks away, and continues scribbling through the form. The game, of course, keeps bombarding him with information he did not ask for. When he glances up again, Dahi is staring at a piece of armor they brought. She is excited, thinking it's valuable, but the eye of the blind god exposes the truth. It's old, poorly reinforced junk with a cheap illusion spell slapped on top for a few hours of shine. Dahi checks it carefully, completely unaware. Our hero already knows it's a scam. The guy demands 300 million in cash. Dahi hesitates but eventually agrees. The man smirks like he has already spent the money. That's when my guy steps in and exposes that the armor is fake and she should cancel the deal. Internally, he is terrified because he knows he just invited trouble. The men glare at him, one grabs his collar, and 2 others flash their skills as if that's supposed to intimidate him. The game suggests melting the armor with his crushing index finger ability, so he does it. The metal dissolves instantly. Upon seeing it, one of the men loses his temper and swings a punch. But before it reaches him, another guy suddenly bows and apologizes, like our boy is some untouchable figure. The 3 of them then leave in a hurry. After they are gone, Dahi thanks our hero sincerely and assumes he must be a hermit, one of those mysterious awakened people who avoid the hunter scene and live quietly. He just mutters under his breath because he has no idea how to explain the truth. She then remembers he came to sell something. He hands her the druid's ring he got from the game. After examining it, she reveals the energy inside is nearly gone and labels it a D-rank item. He recalls how even that fake armor had more power left in it. Then the game interrupts again, suggesting that the smartest move is to hand the ring over to someone nearby. Miri. The mysterious observer tailing my guy turns out to be none other than Miri. The moment she sees him stroll into the trading shop like he did not almost kiss death a few hours ago, she is baffled. Her first thought is that he must have chugged some high-grade potion. Then she remembers he is a G rank, and immediately feels silly because if he had access to high-grade anything, he definitely would not be living the life he is currently living. That leaves her with only one theory. Maybe he is secretly much stronger than he lets on. And if he is really able to identify her so easily and heal like it's nothing, then maybe he is someone who can help her break past her limits. When the men in the shop start leaving, Miri ducks behind a corner, realizing she looks exactly like what she is, a stalker. She is already imagining the lecture her sister would give her if she got caught. While she is spiraling, our hero suddenly interrupts her. A little while later, Miri finishes yet another ability test. This time, lightning bursts out like it's trying to make a point. 7,000 MP, confirming her official rise to A rank. Even she freezes, knowing full well the ring is behind this glow-up. A few hours before this dramatic moment, our boy had rushed toward her, shoved the ring into her hand, told her to take it, and then immediately sprinted away. Now President Haiwan applauds her new rank. Her sister Mina, however, looks unimpressed. To her, Miri is still just an A rank. Meanwhile, Yu Yun is happy for Miri and suggests teaming up for raids sometime. Mina cuts him off and warns Miri not to even dream about taking revenge on monsters, or she will personally shut those dreams down. Miri just apologizes internally, because she fully intends to ignore that order. Now that my guy helped her push past the wall she'd been stuck behind forever, that revenge she once thought impossible suddenly feels reachable. Meanwhile, our hero is dealing with his own personal brand of uninvited chaos at 3 a.m. He is trapped in a nightmare where an emperor of the insect kingdom orders the Red Ant General Kamakiri to lead an entire army and punish the god worshipped by the Black Tribe, the same god who wiped out Hibiscus and all his troops without breaking a sweat. Kamakiri accepts the order. Our boy snaps awake, heart pounding, trying to figure out whether he just dreamed that or accidentally tuned into an insect horror documentary. He is still in his burnt apartment with the giant hole in the wall, and somehow the place looks even more tragic at the moment. From experience, he already knows this dream is not just a dream. The last time he dreamt about ants, they nearly tore him apart for real. And now the nightmare is showing not dozens, not hundreds, but hundreds of thousands marching toward him. Just then his phone buzzes. The sender's name is Silently Creeping Nightmare. They ask if he wants power, which already sounds like a trap, but my guy for once tries to be rational and asks who they are. They want an offering of 100 humans, and preferably ones he is related to. He obviously explodes, curses them out, and gets ready to block the number. The sender panics instantly. Right at that moment, the Eye of the Blind God activates on its own, popping open a screen window in front of him. It shows Kamakiri planning to rip out our hero's eyes and cut off his head as a lovely little tribute for their emperor. The window disappears as quickly as it appeared, leaving him sitting there in pure dread. He remembers Kamakiri from his dream and checks the timer for the ant's arrival. 4 days left. Meanwhile, in the game world, the Saintess and her followers are practically vibrating with fear as they prepare for the Imperial army. Our boy figures that panicking won't solve anything, so maybe it's time he also prepares for not dying. After that, he drags himself to the bathroom to test the Eye of the Blind God on his own stats. The skill refuses at first, which irritates him far more than it should. When it finally does activate, all it does is insult him. He curses at the skill for having all the emotional support of a malfunctioning toaster. He returns to his room and after buying everything he needs from the hunter shop, he scrolls through the items and notices something called Gehenna's Firework. He buys it, checks it with the condemning middle finger skill, and discovers it's literally just a lighter someone slapped a dramatic name on. The description claims it's amazing when combined with the middle finger skill, but he knows he has been tricked. He starts to regret not throwing his phone off the bridge. At that exact moment, his phone decides to ruin his peace by buzzing with a message from his manager. Apparently, it's already been a whole week since he handed in the manuscript, and although the manager knows he had an accident, the company is not exactly in a patient mood. To make things even worse, he has already accepted advance payment, so my guy sends an apology. The manager replies that he is trusting him. Realizing he needs another dose of that growth potion he tried earlier, our hero decides one bottle won't even scratch the surface of his problems, so he decides to go for 20 this time. After forcing them down, his assimilation bumps up to 10%, and the title Benevolent Savior attaches itself to him, which is funny considering he currently looks nothing like anyone's savior. Morning eventually rolls around and he wakes up with empty potion bottles. He is drooling, barely conscious, but the manuscript is finally finished. Meanwhile, outside the building, Miri is making her way toward his place with a cake in hand. She pauses at the entrance, suddenly questioning every life decision that led her to showing up at a guy's apartment while holding dessert. She is worried he will think she is odd for knowing where he lives, and since she wants to ask him a favor too, she is trying very hard not to look like a stalker. After giving herself a quiet pep talk, she steps inside the building, climbs the stairs and reaches his apartment. Miri rings the bell, waits like a civilized human being, and is rewarded with absolute silence. So obviously she thinks he is not home. She tries the doorknob just to confirm and it's unlocked. She then steps inside and finds the apartment empty. Meanwhile, somewhere far more stressful, our boy's manager is having a breakdown. The deadline is long dead and buried, and my guy has not sent a single page. Just when the man is about to accept his tragic fate, our hero strolls in, drops a mountain of papers on the desk, and stands there like he expects applause. The manager practically tears up, admiring the sheer volume of work, and our boy flashes a proud smile. They even decide to go out and celebrate a meal like they just saved the company. Of course, this little fantasy collapses immediately, as none of that ever actually happened. In reality, my guy is in some shabby warehouse tied to a chair, sleeping like a baby who has no idea he has been kidnapped. His captors, a trio of the same geniuses from the trading shop, stare at him, trying to figure out why their hostage is having a full restaurant dream. He is mumbling orders like he is browsing a menu, which honestly unsettles them more than anything else. They back away, wondering if they accidentally kidnapped someone unstable. Our hero eventually wakes up, looks around, and realizes he has definitely been taken. In front of him, the three are gearing up to fight. One of them lights up his fire ability, amazed that our boy somehow slept through all this. At that exact moment, the eye of the blind god kicks in and exposes the awkward truth. Mr. Fire Guy is basically using glorified sparklers, and the other two are not any more impressive. My guy also notices they are the same scammers who messed with Dahi earlier. Once they see he recognizes them, they demand he pay for the chaos back at the shop. Our hero tells them he does not even have his phone at the moment. So Mr. Fake Muscle pulls out his phone, and of course that's the exact moment the game calculates the ant army's arrival. And the result? They are already there. Our boy starts yelling for them to free him and get rid of the phone. Naturally, they ignore him. A heartbeat later, a flood of red ants erupts out of the screen and swarms the guy holding it. He screams for help, but they eat him alive right there. Then the ants calmly line up like tiny soldiers waiting for their next assignment. The remaining two freak out, instantly assuming my guy is some kind of insect overlord. Our hero, however, can see the ants properly, while the others only see normal bugs. The fire user tries to roast them, and completely opposite to the game's live evaluation, his power turns out to be actually pretty high enough to make our boy sweat even while tied up. But before he can turn ants into grilled meat, he suddenly collapses. My guy and the last remaining kidnapper stare in disbelief, noticing the ants have assembled an entire catapult setup. The final guy makes a run for the exit, but the door refuses to open for him, which instantly reminds our hero of that time he could not leave his own apartment. Meanwhile, Kamakiri gives the signal, the catapult launches, and that guy is removed from the scene as well. Now our boy is left completely shaken. If even that fire ability could not wipe these ants out, he has no idea how he is supposed to stay alive. He starts cursing the game because once again, every terrible situation circles right back to it. Kamakiri then turns toward him, ready to finish the job and deliver him to the Emperor. Just when it looks like my guy is about to become ant history, the game announces that a tiny miracle has arrived. Lightning snaps through the air, and Miri makes her entrance. Miri starts blasting the ants, and Kamakiri immediately flips out. She is convinced our boy has committed the ultimate crime, daring to disrespect the Emperor's grand army. And what makes it worse? He did not even step up himself, instead he summoned his incredibly strong subordinate. In Kamakiri's imagination, that terrifying subordinate is Miri. In reality, Miri is just Miri, but sure, let her keep starring in his own dramatic episode. Kamakiri builds this entire theory in her head that my guy is basically the final boss of the universe, the kind who would overthrow the empire and stroll straight up the divine hierarchy. So deciding he is already a goner anyway, she boldly sets her goal to take Miri with her. Meanwhile, Miri is only now noticing that there are way too many bugs around, and our hero is just standing there in the background, unknowingly making the exact face of an evil god Kamakiri thinks he is, enjoying the show, which definitely does not help. The other ants start yelling at Kamakiri to get out of the way before Miri's attack hits her, but she ignores them and turns to the all-slashing heavenly blade instead. She basically begs him to lend her power. The sword, staying very true to his personality, demands sacrifices, so Kamakiri offers the heads of every imperial soldier under her command. Before the ants can stop her, something strikes. Suddenly, every single one of them drops dead. Miri and my guy watch an entire army collapse in seconds, leaving only Kamakiri standing there. Our hero is horrified, although not for the reason most people would be. He is shocked that Kamakiri is actually murdering her own troops. Then the Eye of the Blind God alerts him that Kamakiri has now set the heavenly blade on Miri. Kamakiri lunges at her, determined to avenge the supposed disgrace done to her emperor. Miri charges up her lightning again, but even she notices how ridiculously fast Kamakiri is. She sends a whole barrage of lightning her way, and Kamakiri slices through it easily. She jumps again with the blade pointed straight at Miri, and our boy can only yell at Kamakiri to stop. When the light and dust finally settle, he sees Miri on the ground. Kamakiri then turns to him, clearly ready for the next round. That's when he finally loses it. The game announces that my guy has glimpsed his mortal fate through the gift of the sleepy crawling nightmare. Apparently it's a nightmare that has not actually happened, but somehow will happen, and also might not happen. Basically, the game is speaking in riddles and acting like it's doing something profound. All our hero cares about is that this is now the third time Miri has almost died protecting him. Then the game drops the real question. He can rewrite mortal destiny using divine authority for the low price of 100,000 gold. He accepts instantly, and time rewinds. His fate rewires itself, and the moment resets right before Kamakiri lands the final blow. Miri is bracing for death, but the chains on our boy snap open, and he grabs her just in time. He looks completely different now, eyes glowing, anger radiating off him. He checks on Miri right as Kamakiri charges again, but he uses the condemning middle finger of God, releasing a massive blast that tears through the warehouse. Kamakiri disappears in the explosion, but even burning, she stays loyal to her emperor until his last moment. As the flames fade, a tiny blade falls to the floor. My guy picks it up and examines it, while Miri watches him, realizing again why she wants him as her master. But then he feels the heat and immediately starts acting scared, and Miri just stares at him. After everything that went down, my guy and Miri have finally made their way back to his apartment. Miri clutches a trowel, and before he can even open his mouth, she confidently tells him to step aside and leave the repairs to her. He tries to reason with her gently, firmly, politely, basically every approach he can think of, but she is already picking up cement bags with the kind of enthusiasm most people reserve for the gym. A few hours before this renovation crisis, our hero is simply trying to recall where he last saw that knife. Miri, however, takes that tiny detail and sprints straight into her own dramatic conclusions, convinced he must be some mysterious hermit-style expert hiding a legendary past. He notices that she is misunderstanding everything, so he tries to clear things up, but she suddenly drops to her knees. She then begs him to accept her as his disciple, and swears she will repay him, however she possibly can. He knows he should absolutely say no, but by the time they are back at his half-destroyed apartment, he just gives up on the chaos and sits down with his laptop. Miri, of course, parks herself right beside him. He turns to her and clarifies again that he never agreed to train her. He just wants to know how long she plans on occupying his apartment, like an enthusiastic houseguest. She beams and claims she will stay until he finally gives in and teaches her. He mentally dissolves into a puddle of frustration, trying to explain that he is just a completely normal guy, a literal G rank, basically the lowest rung on the ladder, but she insists the ring he gave her is what made her strong. He lies that he just found it on the road. She clearly understands what he is trying to say, but she still quietly and sincerely asks him to at least give her a shot at making up for her earlier mistakes. Back in the present, Miri finishes the apartment repairs like she is running some secret interior design business on the side. She has not only patched up the broken wall, but also installed a nice-looking wallpaper. Our boy stares at it, impressed, amazed, and maybe questioning his own life skills for a brief moment. But before he can admire the results for too long, he hears a loud rumble. For half a second, he wonders if a storm rolled in, until he realizes the storm is coming from Miri's stomach, which is currently making loud hunger noises. My guy, feeling mildly responsible for her near starvation after all that hard labor, suggests ordering food for her. She happily picks black bean noodles, but just then her phone rings with an emergency call, and she prepares to leave like a superhero who just can't catch a break. He stops her and buys a growth potion from the game. The potion pops right out of his phone and he gives it to her. Miri freezes because in her world only Kang Woo can pull off such an absurd move. Our hero, blissfully unaware of who Kang Woo is, simply urges her to drink it so she won't stay hungry. She takes it and then leaps right out the window. Our boy then goes out to get his own meal, finally hoping for a peaceful moment. At the restaurant, the TV is buzzing with news. A rift has opened in the capital, and an S-rank Drake is out. People around him are whispering, but he just wants to enjoy his food in peace. The broadcast continues, saying one hunter arrived early to hold off the creature and buy time for civilians to escape. And of course, because his life is not chaotic enough, that hunter turns out to be Miri. My guy immediately chokes on his food. The reporter explains that many are worried since one hunter is nowhere near enough against an S-rank monster, especially when backup from the association is still far away. The live footage shows a massive Drake tearing through the city while Miri works on evacuating civilians. Even she seems briefly surprised that the monster is S-rank. She hesitates for a moment, recalling Mina's warning not to act recklessly. The Drake lunges, and Miri barely dodges, forcing herself to remain calm. She unleashes a lightning strike straight into the creature, and the Drake collapses. The reporter immediately declares her victory. People start cheering, and Miri lets herself feel a bit proud. Except it turns out the monster was not dead. The Drake suddenly gets back up and attacks her. Miri gets injured and remembers her sister's warning, but then she spots the growth potion bottle our hero gave her. Meanwhile, as the Drake turns toward the reporter and the nearby crowd, Miri drinks the potion, and a bright golden light bursts around her, thunder mixing with shimmering gold. Miri fires off a full lightning storm at the Drake. And back in the restaurant, everyone glued to the TV practically forgets how to breathe as they watch her power unfold. The news then proudly announces that she has officially brought down an S-rank Drake. Our hero, staring at the screen, can only wonder how on earth this girl is the same person begging him, a man who can barely handle his own life, to be her teacher. The channel suddenly jumps to a live interview, where Miri, smiling, calls our boy on national television, and excitedly tells him she did it all while giving full credit to the growth potion he gave her earlier. A little later, my guy is back home, still trying to digest the fact that Miri, who somehow became a full-blown celebrity in under 24 hours, is now sitting on his couch eating black bean noodles like she is reviewing the place for a food vlog. She compliments the noodles and thanks him, all soft and polite. He gently suggests she head home, imagining that her family must be panicking, but she shares there is no one waiting for her. He just stares, unable to believe that there is a universe where parents would not worry about someone as pretty as her. Then she quietly explains that her parents died during the Hell Dragon incident. He remembers that nightmare of an event when the whole world had to combine forces just to stop that monster, and millions of lives were lost. He mentally smacks himself for accidentally dragging her into such painful memories, so he offers her another bowl of noodles. She accepts and keeps eating. Right then, the game announces that our hero has officially boosted Miri's trust and affection. It even adds that if she declares belief in the one and only God, the faith system will activate. He starts wondering if this whole thing is secretly a dating game, pretending to be something serious. But then his inner greed wakes up, reminding him of all those lovely gold coins he collected from the Saintess. Suddenly, faith activation sounds way more attractive, and honestly, with the ant army crashing into his life whenever they feel like it, collecting extra coins seems like the responsible thing to do. He asks Miri for a small favor and she agrees without even bothering to ask what the favor is. He starts telling her the weird line the game wants her to say, but halfway through he cringes so hard he starts apologizing. She still repeats it perfectly. The game then announces that faith is activated and that Miri is now officially registered as his follower from Earth. His follower count jumps to 1102. Our boy, however, is far too busy sulking about how he did not receive a single coin. He checks again and finds out he got a new ability called Skillshare, which lets him borrow abilities from his followers. The only available one for now is Miri's. He gives it a glance and moves on, still pouting about the missing coins, while she watches him quietly, confused by his strange behavior. Right then, a few insects show up and recognize my guy as the evil god of the Black Tribe. They are there because the Emperor sent them as envoys and has decided to grant our hero the divine throne because he wants to use him in the upcoming Great War. Meanwhile, my guy is still too busy arguing with himself about the scammy game system. But since he can now use Lightning Storm whenever he wants, he decides to let the game fool him one more time, mostly out of curiosity. He tries activating the Lightning Storm, and naturally, it goes out of control in the most predictable way possible. A massive blast explodes through the room, roasting the ant envoys instantly and sending chunks of his apartment wall flying. A neighbor from another building yells about the noise because it's the middle of the night. Miri, however, does not care at all. She is too amazed watching our hero casually produce electricity. Our boy, on the other hand, burst into tears while calculating the cost of repairing a half-demolished apartment. Meanwhile, back in the game world, the Emperor hears that my guy killed the envoys and immediately vents his rage on the grasshopper servant who delivered the message, especially since it was the servant's bright idea to send them in the first place. Before it can defend itself, arrows strike it down courtesy of the Emperor's loyal subordinate. Still fuming, the Emperor orders his army to bring him our hero's head. The next morning, Miri is out there running like she is trying to qualify for a national team without even using her ability. Our boy hands her another growth potion and tells her to take a break. He still can't believe how perfectly the potion works for her when it did not do a thing for him. But since he accepted her as his disciple, he decides to do something as well, because for now his most impressive contribution is handing her potions and pretending that counts as teaching. He instructs her to continue with squats, then wonders if using the Eye of the Blind God will help him figure out how she should train. He activates it while she is mid-squat and suddenly finds himself being pulled straight into her inner world. He ends up standing in front of this massive leopard-like beast chained up tightly. The game then kindly clarifies that this is actually Miri's true form, sealed away with SS rank chains for the past 10 years. That's when it finally hits our hero that she was not getting stronger out of nowhere. She was SS rank from the start, and that accidental moment where the seal was released for a while in front of the horned rhino was because of the crushing index finger of the god, as after all it works like a remote control. So naturally he decides to break those chains himself. As the sun sets later, Miri thanks him for the training, then shoots off at the speed of light. Our boy just stands there wondering what on earth she will become once the entire seal is gone, because her current form is already enough to make him rethink everything. He also realizes that earlier he only managed to break a single chain and starts wondering who sealed her in the first place, which was definitely not Miri, but he mentally files that mystery under problems for future him. Meanwhile, the people who witnessed her zooming off are frozen in complete shock, and somewhere among them stands a masked guy silently observing my guy. When our hero finally gets back home, reality punches him straight in the face. The apartment still looks like a natural disaster applied for residency, and he has no idea how he is going to afford fixing it. But before he can even begin spiraling, the game pings him with an annoying notification from a blocked number. Silently creeping Nightmare is apparently staring at him with pitiful eyes. He suddenly remembers blocking this guy for being too creepy, before he can finish regretting his life choices. All-slashing Heavenly Blade also pops up, glaring resentfully. Our boy recognizes it as the dramatic fruit knife-obsessed master from the warehouse. Naturally, the blade gets offended immediately and insists it's not a kitchen knife but a divine weapon capable of slicing gods like vegetables. My guy is not impressed. Then it dawns on him. Both of these guys are literally reading his thoughts. Perfect. Just what he needed. Supernatural stalkers with live access to his brain. They both start nagging instantly. Creeping Nightmare wants to be unblocked. The Heavenly Blade wants its divine sword back. Our hero snaps, remembering how that same sword almost got him killed. The blade, trying to salvage its reputation, suddenly offers to return the 2 million gold coins it received from the Imperial Army, which only makes our boy angrier because that means the sword was not just dramatic, it was also a thief. Creeping Nightmare jumps in laughing and casually offers my guy 10 million gold coins if he just hands the sword over to him. Now our hero nearly sees a bright future filled with shiny authority upgrades, a stash of potions for Miri, and maybe even repairs for his poor apartment. The Heavenly Blade panics and tries to one-up the offer, revealing a unique ability, Zenith of the Sword, apparently a cheat-level authority that would let our boy surpass swordmasters across worlds. Not wanting to be outdone, Creeping Nightmare offers his own unique authority, Night Blooming Rose, promising my guy he would not have to tire himself out or smell like someone who just lost a wrestling match with his own life. Our hero, now fully embracing his inner greed, asks if anyone wants to add more to the deal. Heavenly Blade breaks first, offering Zenith of the Sword, 2 million gold coins, and 3 Heavenly Treasury coupons. Creeping Nightmare hands over his authority too. Then he wonders what these shiny new abilities actually do. He tries Night Blooming Rose first, calls out the skill, and waits, but nothing happens. Not even a spark. Turns out it only works while the user is asleep. Our boy almost throws something across the room because obviously how exactly is he supposed to test something when he won't even be conscious? But then he blames himself for trusting a stalker. Next he tries Zenith of the Sword. Also seems useless at first, until it suddenly triggers. Something flips inside him, and he turns into a slashing maniac. He sprints down the street with a knife like he is starring in a chaotic cooking competition that nobody asked for. By nighttime, a nearby restaurant is wrapping up. The husband complains about needing to chop vegetables, and the wife just points at someone in the kitchen chopping at lightning speed like his salary depends on it. Of course, their unpaid new employee is my guy still trapped in sword frenzy mode. Eventually, he staggers back to his apartment, now genuinely traumatized by the sight of his own kitchen knife. He collapses onto his mattress, swearing to never activate that sword skill again. His back hurts because he has not exercised this much ever. Little does he know, the Emperor's army is silently waiting for him to fall asleep. They belong to the Blood Tribe, and their leader, the Killing Lord, is eager to take his life so she can climb the ladder among the Emperor's 10 swords. But right before they attack, Night Blooming Rose finally activates because our hero is fully unconscious. The gentle rose blooms into a massive, monstrous form. The Killing Lord instantly recognizes the blooming night rose because their entire bloodline probably still has collective PTSD from this plant. She once read about it in some ancient record of her kin, and she knows exactly what the creature is. The apostle of the silently creeping nightmare. The god universally voted the most horrifying existence, and this very rose once wiped out almost 90% of their kind, thousands of years ago. So unsurprisingly, she is not excited to see it blooming right in front of her. Still, she tells her army not to panic and charges forward like she is not fighting a botanical nightmare. The bees muster their courage and follow her lead. They aim for the body of the rose, carefully avoiding the stem. But the monstrous stem casually splits open, reveals a mouth and chomps down on the bees. The Killing Lord ignores her army's screams and pushes on. She already knows killing my guy is impossible. The man is practically protected by divine nonsense. So she changes her goal. Take down the apostle of the nightmare god with her. If she is going down, she is at least taking something terrifying with her. She launches an arrow straight at the stem. The stem eats that too. She gets furious at this point, but ends up dying in the end. Meanwhile, our hero is having the most peaceful sleep of his life, blissfully unaware that a plant on his chest is reenacting a horror movie. Morning finally arrives, and our boy wakes up feeling inexplicably bloated, like he had an all-you-can-eat buffet in his dreams. His phone is blowing up as the saintess and her believers beg him for salvation again. Naturally, he freaks out, wondering if they are sick or if they just did something incredibly idiotic, which is always a possibility. He uses the Eye of the Blind God and sees they are all poisoned by toxin from the killer beekin. He immediately assumes they went looking for honey and raided beehives. He opens his laptop to search what he is supposed to give dying ants, telling them not to drop dead yet. The game interrupts and informs him that due to his deep concern, the miracle menu has been activated. Apparently, miracles are part of the whole God-believer package, and depending on which miracle he uses, the believers will either adore him or be absolutely terrified. For the miracle of healing, he needs divine power and 100,000 God coins. My guy does not even hesitate, as he has plenty of coins, and at this point he is too tired to care if they drain him dry. The game absorbs the coins and announces it will use part of the fruit of the world tree he absorbed as material. Our hero is still panicking, but before he can do anything else, sleep crashes into him like a truck. When he is out cold, the game updates. The title Benevolent Savior rises from E to D rank. He shifts from evil to neutral, and a couple of good gods, especially the goddess of endless abundance, begin to notice him. Inside the game, the Saintess and her tribe begin coughing blood. The Saintess, barely holding herself together, starts praying desperately. Then suddenly, the sky brightens and a soft yellow rain pours down, washing away the toxins. The believers cheer instantly, shouting our boy's name as their savior. The Saintess then reminds everyone that my guy has saved them again, and that they should prove their faith properly this time. They immediately agree. Sometime later, our hero wakes up and groggily checks the time. His brain is still rebooting when he notices Miri sitting calmly in his apartment, like she owns the place. Since he did not show up at their usual training hour, she came to check on him. He apologizes. She then points at a strange statue sitting in the room and asks what it is. He stares at it like it materialized out of thin air because to him it practically did. He checks the game for answers and finds out it's a statue crafted by the Black Tribe out of gratitude, which is apparently code for pure obsessive fanaticism. The game even calls it ugly. Rude, though he has to admit it's not winning any beauty contests. He panics a little, partly because the statue is hideous and partly because the game just implied he looks like that. Miri, on the other hand, absolutely loves it because it looks exactly like him. She asks if she can take it, and he agrees with a blank smile, privately wondering if she needs her eyes checked. After she leaves, he tries to work on his script again, but naturally the game can't let him have peace. It interrupts to inform him that the Saintess and her tribe have sent him a sprout of the world tree, newly germinated thanks to his miracle. Unfortunately, the sprout is sickly and will die within a day. Our hero tries using the protection of the growth god, but nothing happens. He sighs, thinking about how the fruit of the world tree healed him instantly, and naturally a little greed starts creeping in. If he can grow the sprout properly, those fruits could literally make him rich. A very noble thought, obviously. He checks the hunter shop and finds the tears of the endlessly granting abundance. The only problem is that they can only be bought by someone of genuinely good nature acknowledged by the goddess. A quest will appear, and if he fails, the coins will vanish into the void forever. Cut to our boy outside on the street, picking up cigarette butts from the ground like this is his calling in life. He can't believe this is what he is doing to save a tree. After all that effort, his goodwill rises by exactly 1 point. He still needs a whole mountain of goodwill, and at this rate, he will be collecting trash forever. Then an old man appears, demanding to know why he is trespassing on his precious territory. The man looks homeless and oddly familiar. My guy knows homeless people guard their turf like dragons guard treasure, so he tries to avoid conflict by offering him some money. The man, Choi Gang-san, is immediately insulted, and that's when our hero remembers who he actually is. Not a homeless guy, but an S-rank hunter who used to work as a street cleaner. Still, Gang-san quietly pockets the money anyway, acting like he is doing our boy a favor. My guy checks his goodwill, hoping for something, but it has not budged. Then he realizes goodwill does not increase from handing out charity to a drunk man. Makes sense, unfortunately. Our hero then slips up and calls him Grandpa, which instantly makes Gang-san bristle, so he quickly switches to Big Brother and politely asks him to throw his wine bottle into the trash bag instead. Gang-san loves that, bursts into laughter, and pats our boy on the back so hard he nearly coughs out his soul. He asks about my guy's affiliation, and our hero manages to choke out that he is a freelancer. Right then, a low rumble echoes in the area, signaling that a monster has appeared. People instantly start panicking the moment the word monster drifts through the air. It's amazing because everyone suddenly discovers they have a very urgent reason to be at home, as if their sofas sent them personal invitations. Our boy also thinks going home is a brilliant plan, but before he can even shift his weight, Gang-san grabs him and insists they go together. Then, without waiting for his opinion, he starts dragging him off. My guy tries explaining that he is fine, totally fine, perfectly capable of going home without being hauled around like luggage. But Gang-san cuts him off and shoots into the sky with him. They go so high that our hero's body is still in Gang-san's arms, but his soul takes a little field trip somewhere far above. By the time they land again, he is fainted like a delicate flower that experienced too much sunlight. Gang-san lets him drop and looks shocked because he genuinely thought our boy was at least B rank. Clearly he gave my guy far too much credit. Then Gang-san notices the monster ahead. It's far weaker than he hoped for, but he decides it will do as a warm-up session. Unfortunately for the creature, it recognizes our hero as the evil god, and announces it wants to offer him as tribute to its master. It tells Gang-san to move aside, but Gang-san responds by punching it in the face. Meanwhile, the night-blooming rose senses bloodlust directed at its beloved owner, and activates again. Gang-san and the monster freeze like two people who just realized the cute pot plant on the table is actually a carnivorous horror from some other world. Somewhere in the middle of this chaos, my guy wakes up. For a moment he sees the Saintess, glowing dramatically like a divine hallucination, but then the vision fades and he finds himself back where he collapsed. He sees Gang-san lying on the ground, drenched in some mysterious foul-smelling liquid. He takes one sniff and wonders if Gang-san fell into a sewer on the way down. Honestly, nothing would surprise him at this point. Then the game congratulates him for contributing to world peace by defeating a servant of the almighty evil god, because apparently he is now a part-time savior on top of everything else. Not only that, but he somehow exceeded the quest requirements and obtained the divine item Tears of the Endlessly Granting Abundance. Thanks to this shiny reward, the world tree sprout will finally be healed. Our hero practically starts glowing from happiness. He can almost smell his future profits drifting in with the breeze. The game also applauds him for reviving the world tree and setting the stage for the Black Tribe's glorious comeback. Our boy would have gladly broken into a tiny victory dance if he was not distracted by the sight of Gangsan lying beside him, calling for his mother like a frightened child. The game then casually adds that since my guy is now the center of the tribe's worship, he will grow stronger as the tribe prospers. An ambulance finally arrives, whisking Gangsan away. Our hero assumes this means the day's absurd events are over, but of course not. When he thinks he can finally breathe, the game pops up again to inform him that the Black Tribe has created another statue of him as tribute. Meanwhile, President Haiwan receives updates that Gangsan handled the monster effortlessly, despite basically being in retirement mode. He is in the hospital but somehow has zero injuries, at least physically. The assistant then reports that Gangsan had a seizure when given flowers, which is not surprising considering the poor guy witnessed that monstrous nightmare rose erupt out of our hero and destroy reality for a moment. Naturally, Haiwan concludes this must be a flower allergy. He then moves on to business, asking about the Hunter Academy project. According to the assistant, everything is ready, and they plan to begin as soon as Gangsan recovers. Haiwan wants Gangsan to mentor Miri, and clearly believes these two will make an exceptional team. Our boy, on the other hand, returns to his apartment, only to be greeted by pure visual trauma. Not one but two naked statues of himself standing there like cursed interior decor. From his point of view, neither statue looks even remotely like him. Then he receives a message from the Saintess. The game explains that thanks to these statues, his rapport with the world of Entrania has increased to 10%. He cannot believe he has officially reached a point in life where he is basically texting with ants. The Saintess asks him to save their suffering tribe. He notices the ants bowing respectfully, except for one that's trembling so hard. The game explains that these ants are Black Tribe members who were attacked by demon beasts. Our hero immediately gets furious at the idea of anything hurting his loyal worshippers and demands that they guide him to the beasts so he can crush them personally. The Saintess and the others start praising him on the spot, practically singing hymns. He realizes he went a little too dramatic and tones himself back down before he starts sounding like an actual wrathful god. The ants begin guiding him through the forest, though with their size compared to his, it's taking forever. As they move far, he notices the Saintess trembling more than usual, and then he himself freezes when he finally sees the creatures ahead, enormous, revolting cockroaches. According to the game, these are demon beasts summoned by the cockroach beastmaster from the demon realm. They multiply every hour, and there is exactly 1 second left before they double again. The ants completely lose their collective sanity the moment they realize they are surrounded by cockroach beasts. Panic spreads through them. They squeak, tremble, and mentally prepare their wills because in their tiny dramatic minds, death is already tapping them on the shoulder. A couple of them even look ready to bolt for the horizon, but the Saintess tries to restore order, reminding them that their god, our boy, is right there with them, the mighty protector of their tribe. And then right on cue, my guy sprints away screaming like his soul has filed for emergency evacuation. The ants freeze. They stare after him. You can practically hear their little hearts cracking. From their point of view, their divine guardian has taken one good look at the enemy and decided to run away. And that's the moment their sanity officially leaves the chat. Meanwhile, far away in the Emperor's palace, an insect proudly vows to drag my guy's corpse back within a few days, as the summoned demon beasts are already moving to kill our hero. The Emperor reminds the insect that failure equals death. Just then, a grasshopper servant bursts in with emergency news. The Grand Magician Cockroach's summoned beasts have multiplied into hundreds of millions, but something strange has happened. Back in the forest, the strange mystery is hilariously simple: cockroach killer spray. Our hero had found some in his apartment because naturally he despises cockroaches on a deep spiritual level, and of course he sprinkled the stuff everywhere. Now every single cockroach beast lies dead. The ants have taken up the role of diligent funeral workers, tidying up the battlefield. Our boy then notices the Saintess standing miserably. She eventually breaks down completely, bawling her eyes out, regretting even a second of doubting his pure-hearted nature. She claims she no longer deserves to serve him, and melodramatically asks him to end her life. He awkwardly tries to calm her down, but before he can convince her he is not about to smite her, the game interrupts because he has fulfilled the requirements to generate a new unique authority, the Proliferating Thumb of God. It costs 100 coins, and the description honestly sounds like someone wrote it during a heroic daydream. Our hero decides to check it, but before he can, he gets a message from his manager asking to meet. A short while later, they are seated in a restaurant sharing drinks. Our boy notices the manager staring at him with the intensity of someone trying to X-ray scan his soul. Then the interrogation starts. Why is his writing progress so slow? And since the man is clearly drunk, the lecture quickly spirals into a ramble about trust, loyalty, and why he needs to listen more. My guy panics as the manager begins yelling loud enough for half the restaurant to tune in like it's free entertainment. The manager curses him out, ranting about how he causes him trouble at work and makes him walk on emotional eggshells. Our hero really hates being cursed at. And right on cue, the game pops up again and updates him that demon beasts are attacking the black tribe. The game politely asks if he wants to proliferate the tribe for defense. Our boy, who is mentally checked out at this point, just gives the game thumbs up to do whatever it wants. Seeing him playing games, the manager loses it completely and smacks a lettuce leaf onto his face. The two start bickering while the restaurant staff tries and fails to restore dignity to the situation. Inside the game world, the Saintess activates a ritual to destroy the demon beasts and sends blessings toward my guy. Meanwhile, half drunk, half conscious, and wholly exhausted, our hero is on his way home, while the game keeps flashing messages. It announces that the demon beast of disaster has been exterminated and rewards my guy with white god coins. It also adds that the god endlessly granting abundance now has a positive impression of him and is offering sponsorship. Since he has the benevolent savior C-rank privilege, he is allowed to choose any authority he wants, and the god will foot the bill. Naturally, he chooses the most expensive one available, the transcendent god's exclusive authority, the creation of heaven and earth, which has countless zeros, but the game informs him that his rank is way too low to use the real thing, so it adjusts it to a one-time use version, false creation of heaven and earth. Immediately the world begins to shift. Meanwhile, inside Mina's house, she finishes her bath and notices Miri staring out the window instead of sleeping. Miri is not alone, as Gangsan and several hunters outside are also gazing upward. Across the city, President Hai Hwan, Yohyun, and Kang Woo all raise their heads too, because the sun has appeared right next to the moon in the night sky. Elsewhere, in a much less peaceful setting, a naked man stands among several dead bodies. Only one terrified man remains alive, shaking hard. The naked man complains that Miri is interfering with the guildmaster's work and orders the trembling survivor to bring more sacrifices. Then he promises his god to fulfill his desire without fail, begging for salvation to descend upon this world. The moment that bizarre second moon pops into the sky, the entire solar system gets confused. A pair of exploration rockets try to communicate, and one reports that entering the second moon's orbit is impossible because the controls have decided to stop listening. Morning arrives inside the world, and the news channels look like they have been awake for 48 hours straight. Every anchor keeps repeating how a second moon appearing overnight is enough to give humanity a collective panic attack. Nobody knows what this thing is, just that it shines gold at night and turns green during the day. Experts warn that gates and dungeons might explode, and the Hunter Association declares they are teaming up with governments worldwide. Meanwhile, our boy is out training Miri, even though his head feels like someone is rehearsing a drum solo inside it. Miri proudly reports she has done her 500 laps. He tells her to switch to planks. She assumes he really thinks deeply. In reality, he just needs her to stay still for once so he can check her mental state again. She settles into position, and he uses the eye of the blind god to peek into her mind. Inside her mental world, he finds that leopard-like creature again, and shockingly, it looks almost cute compared to last time. Using the crushing index finger of God, he starts breaking the chains binding it. Some chains shatter, others stubbornly remain, but at least the creature stops trying to murder him. Instead, it starts licking him like a pet that suddenly remembered it has manners. With that progress out of the way, my guy returns to check Miri's improved powers. Right on cue, Miri fires a lightning strike, and it's way stronger than before. She compliments his training. The people nearby immediately panic, and he asks her to chill before someone mistakes her for a walking natural disaster. Miri thanks him politely and goes off to complete her final 200 laps, while she is busy sprinting like her life depends on it. Our hero checks his phone and finds a message from the Saintess. She is begging him to give her a proper name. He agrees she needs one, but naming things has never been his strongest skill. He briefly considers Bakesuni, then remembers his manager complaining his naming sense is basically a crime. So since she is an ant, he settles on Auntie. The Saintess is overjoyed, and naturally the rest of the ants suddenly want names too. He knows if he starts naming all of them he will be there until retirement, so he simply assigns them numbers, 1, 2, 3, and so on. After the training is over, he finally gets home and notices the apartment repairs are done. He is ready to melt into his bed when the game interrupts him with breaking news. The Saintess and her believers have evolved thanks to the name he gave them and their battle experience. They have become the Gayami race, and the game proudly declares they look cute. The interface suddenly upgrades into something much sleeker. The game explains that the Demon Beast Cockroach experience is being converted, giving our boy 2 full level ups. Only now does he accept that the entire game system actually runs on levels. His new level triggers civilization revival, and the forest inside the game rearranges itself again. The Saintess watches with sparkly eyes, fully convinced this is yet another grand miracle. The inner world becomes more structured than some real cities. Training grounds, walls, and neat layouts everywhere. The ants immediately break into worship mode. My guy is overwhelmed, mildly panicked but powerless to stop them. And yes, they keep getting cuter, which is really not helping. Then he checks the game functions, cultivation, construction, and one mysterious tab that feels like it's daring him to click it. When he does, the game reveals the Tower of Warriors. It's modeled after the place the Eternal Seeker trained, only allows insanely strong challengers, drinks blood and souls of the challengers, and has a survival rate so tiny you would need a microscope to see it. The ants stare at it and immediately freeze in terror. Our hero imagines them wandering in out of curiosity and panics for real. He removes the wall and blocks the entrance. Then he warns them very clearly not to even think about going inside. The ants instantly think he is even more divine. One Gayami warrior, however, takes the fear as inspiration. He decides he will become strong enough to protect his friends one day. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Archbishop is busy begging the Emperor for another chance, bragging about how he signed a contract with the Demon King. The Emperor is absolutely not impressed, and executes him on the spot. His loyal servants try to calm him down, but he calls them useless for failing to deal with a bunch of ants. Then the priestess, Arachne, one of his top 10 swords, arrives and instantly shifts the mood. She calmly reports her mission is complete, and assures the Emperor he is close to ascending from demigod to full god. She asks him to leave worldly issues to her and focus on preparing for his divine promotion. With full confidence, she declares that the Black Tribe ants and my guy will soon be annihilated. Arachne heads straight to Count of Arvampirism, Mosto, who is busy murdering someone. She asks him to make our hero pay for daring to defy the Empire, and hands him a cursed needle from the abominable Plaguebringer. Her grand plan is to have Mosto stab our boy with it, and honestly, since Mosto is pretty much a nobleman version of a blood-sucking mosquito, the assignment fits him a little too well. He agrees, though he brings up a request of his own. Meanwhile, my guy is at home, suffering on an entirely different battlefield. His keyboard, he is typing like a malfunctioning robot, because his manager warned him that if he does not hit his quota this week, his contract in serialization might be gone. So here he is, speed typing like his life depends on it, while his brain begs for sleep. His eyes burn, his body is giving up, but he is still whispering to himself that he just needs to finish this one script. His phone buzzes, dragging him out of his typing misery. He checks the game to see the ants peacefully sleeping like tiny hard-working babies. Then, out of nowhere, a giant rock nearby suddenly moves. Turns out it's the Gayami warrior, the same motivated guy who wanted to get stronger, now training with a boulder twice his size. Our boy is stunned, mostly because he is sure something about the guy feels different. He uses the Eye of the Blind God and learns the warrior's name, Iluo, a Gayami fighter determined to protect his people. My guy finds it amusing how the warrior class developed its own traits after evolving. Honestly, watching these little guys grow might be more fun than the actual game at this point. So he decides to help and gives Iluo a growth potion. Iluo nearly gets emotional, touched that someone like our hero actually acknowledges him. With that done, our boy puts the phone away and returns to his soul-draining typing session. Outside the window, Mosto is silently watching him. Earlier he had asked Arachne if he could taste my guy's blood out of curiosity. She allowed him to do whatever he wanted with our hero's blood and flesh, which, in hindsight, is definitely a mistake on her part. What she does not know is that Mosto plans to use our boy's blood to get stronger, overthrow the Emperor, and claim Arachne for himself. So he sneaks into the room and flies around my guy, who is too exhausted to notice anything. He is half asleep, still mumbling about deadlines, completely unaware that a vampire mosquito hybrid is circling him. Seeing the perfect moment, Mosto jabs the cursed needle straight into our hero's forehead and starts drinking his blood. Thrilled as power surges through him, our boy, still fighting sleep, suddenly feels a small sting and smacks his forehead on instinct. When he checks his hand, Mosto's crushed body is lying there with a smear of blood. He mutters about mosquitoes even though it's not even their season. But then things go downhill instantly. He shivers, sneezes, and coughs up thick phlegm. Honestly, a gross scene. When he goes to wash his face, he notices a strange mark on his forehead. The game informs him it's a mark from the abominable Plaguebringer, and that the Chill's curse has officially started. More curses stack up: cold, fever, muscle pain, anemia, basically a complete misery combo pack. He collapses and drags himself across the floor like a wounded snail. In desperation, he opens the hunter shop and sees a medicine made by Huata, the legendary doctor. He buys it, hoping for relief, but the game hands him a quest instead. He curses at it and decides to go to the hospital before he dies on his own floor. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that naked man from earlier, Johann, assigns a follower a mission, claiming it's God's will and the world needs purification. The man has the same cursed mark on his forehead as our hero and explosives strapped under his jacket. He accepts the task without hesitation. Our boy, on the other hand, reaches the hospital by taxi, barely staying upright because even his stomach has joined the curse party. His quest states he needs to save 100 people to survive, but he has only saved 10 so far. So he crawls across the hospital floor, cursing the game for putting him through all of this. Inside, the bomb guy is already there, threatening everyone while holding a nurse hostage. Miri warns him to let her go as she charges a lightning strike. My guy stands among the onlookers, horrified that his day somehow escalated from writing deadlines to literal terrorism. The bomber spots the mark on our hero's forehead and immediately assumes they are on the same mission. He calls him over, asking for assistance. Our boy nearly collapses, as the last thing he needed was being mistaken for a terrorist. Miri looks over and notices him too. She calls out to him for help. Our hero just freezes, scared, confused, stressed, and absolutely not prepared for any of this mess. The man keeps shoving our boy to join him, repeating this whole sacrifice together speech. Meanwhile, the nurse he is holding hostage is crying so hard she looks like she already regrets every single decision from choosing that job to waking up that morning. Miri finally loses patience. She announces loud and clear that my guy is her teacher, but the man refuses to accept it. Instead, he keeps pointing at the weird mark on our hero's forehead like it's some exclusive cult stamp, claiming it's their symbol. As if that was not enough, he starts ranting about evil energy leaking out of him. That's the moment Miri gets personally offended. Some random terrorist calling her teacher evil? Absolutely not. She prepares to fry him. Meanwhile, our boy is too busy clinging to life because the curses inside him are working overtime. He weakly begs Miri to help before he collapses, which honestly, he is about a few seconds away from doing. But Miri and the man keep arguing about his identity. The guy warns Miri not to try anything stupid. If she dares to attack him, he will set off the bomb and let everyone see the results. He still can't believe Miri is ruining his grand dramatic plan to sacrifice everything with my guy. At that exact moment, the blind god's eye activates on our hero, dragging him straight into the man's memories. There, he sees the guy Kim Tae-byum being hypnotized by Johan. Johan tells him to perform the sacrifice in the most fear-inducing way possible to welcome the god of destruction. Tae-byum nods instantly, like he was waiting his whole life for someone to give him this ridiculous task. Our boy realizes one thing: if Tae-byum presses that button, everyone there will become history. Tae-byum's thumb starts moving toward the detonator, and my guy knows the clock has hit 0. He uses the crushing index finger of the god to stop him, then glances at Miri so she can finish what he started. Tae-byum releases the nurse, and Miri strikes him with lightning. He drops immediately, and so does our hero. His body finally throws in the towel after everything he put it through. Miri rushes to him, calling his name repeatedly. Right then, the abominable Plaguebringer announces that our boy's time has come. The game notifies him that the necrosis curse has activated while Miri tries desperately to shake him awake. Meanwhile, over in the game world, Arachne's servant waits for her orders to poison my guy. But Arachne tells him not to bother. The plague god's curse definitely won't fail. According to her, the abominable Plaguebringer is basically the clingiest entity in existence. Once he picks a target, he holds on like a jealous ex. Our hero, however, wakes up somewhere unfamiliar. He remembers the strange voices and the curse triggering, but he has no clue how he ended up in this random place. Suddenly, someone starts yelling at him for daring to challenge them. He turns around and sees a giant monster-looking thing, which is apparently the abominable Plaguebringer, nearly jumping out of his skin. The Plaguebringer keeps ranting and ranting, and my guy can't help thinking that for something so terrifying, it really likes to talk a lot. Then the silently creeping nightmare arrives. Its presence alone is enough to terrify the Plaguebringer into silence. At the same time, the game informs our boy that he has saved more people than required for the quest. The owner of the medicinal book is extremely pleased, and the effects of the Huatas pills begin spreading through him. He wakes up groggy, genuinely convinced he must be dreaming. There is something stuffed in his mouth. Miri is hovering right beside him, and suddenly his strength starts returning. The game also adds that he received some extra divine energy as a bonus. Meanwhile, a whole crowd gathers in the hospital surrounding Miri for autographs. My guy just waves at her, promises he will call later, and sneaks out. Somewhere else, Johan watches everything unfold live. The guild leader insists the bomb was thoroughly checked, so Tae-byum must have messed something up himself. He vows not to fail again. Johan gives him 3 days to kill our hero and bring him over. When the guild leader asks why, Johan looks disappointed. Apparently, this level of confusion is exactly why their god is not fond of them. He explains our boy shines like a radiant sun while they are nothing but insects. He even mentions seeing the god's favor inside him. The guild leader may not know the details, but he is sure of one thing: Johan has officially lost it. Back home, my guy is fully healed and feeling normal again. Then the game notifies him of a message from Ilho. Ilo apologizes, but asks for more growth potion. Our hero sees him lying on the ground and immediately starts worrying. A bit earlier, Ilo is determined to clear every single trial inside the Tower of Warriors, mostly because he wants to protect his people. He enters the tower and arrives on the first floor, where the very first challenge is basically dodging flying boulders and reaching the second level alive. He steadies himself, feeling extra confident after reaching level 2, thanks to that growth potion our hero gave him. His role even upgraded to soldier, and honestly, the shiny armor alone could boost anyone's ego. But that confidence survives only a few seconds before a boulder smashes into him. He instantly bursts into tears and cries for our boy. My guy sees the memory, and suddenly he is feeling guilty about every tiny insect he has killed in the game. Apparently even ants might have felt the same horror Ilo is experiencing now. Then the game cheerfully informs him that Ilo has 10 seconds left before he dies, which throws our hero straight into panic mode. He tries using the protection of the growth god, but absolutely nothing happens. 8 seconds left. Each tick of the timer makes him more frantic until he finally remembers a reward he might have gotten from the owner of the medicinal book. He opens the hunter shop, spots the healing ring finger of the god, and does not hesitate to throw a full 100 gold coins at it. 3 seconds remain. He activates the item just in time and saves Ilo. After Ilo recovers, he immediately starts scolding him for ignoring every warning and entering the tower anyway. Ilo apologizes, explaining he only wanted to gain strength for his tribe. Our boy tells him to get out immediately, and Ilo agrees, except the gate refuses to open. After checking, my guy realizes it's a copy of the Eternal Truth Seeker's gate, and Ilo can't leave unless he reaches the 50th floor. Ilo starts crying again, staring at our hero because obviously he is the only person on the planet who could possibly save him from this disaster. Right on cue, our boy receives a message from the Eternal Truth Seeker. He can already sense they are gearing up to trick him again, but with all the chaos happening, he does not exactly have the luxury to argue. Besides, their persuasive tone hits him a little too effectively. Just then, someone starts pounding on his door like they are trying to break into a vault. My guy hands Iliho another growth potion and tells him to wait. He drinks a new potion himself, but he suspects it is basically protein powder disguised as something heroic. Honestly, the whole thing feels like a scam. He opens the door to find a man introducing himself as Kim Taemin, captain of the scouting squad from the Luminous Guild. Our hero immediately clarifies that he is not a hunter, but Taemin clearly has other plans and asks if they can talk. Meanwhile, inside the game, the Eternal Truth Seeker is delighted with Ilo's determination. Ilo gathers himself and charges at the trial again. He punches the boulder so hard it explodes into pieces, clearing the first floor and earning the blessing of the boulder. He moves to the second floor, the Trial of Wind, and clears that too. While all this unfolds on our boy's phone screen, he sits with Taemin for the conversation. Taemin casually offers him a salary in the hundreds of millions, then suggests they visit the guild headquarters to sign some paperwork. My guy sits silently, leaving Taemin puzzled. Inside his head, our hero is already living his dream life, writing manuscripts peacefully, enjoying premium meals with no evil manager hovering behind him, and spoiling Sungyeon with gifts like a rich uncle. He is practically vibrating from happiness. Taemin adds that rewards and monster materials will mostly go to him. This sends him even deeper into his fantasy world. He imagines his works becoming famous and himself marrying a beautiful woman. Taemin eventually snaps him back and he apologizes for drifting off. Just then, the Eye of the Blind God starts analyzing Taemin, casually dropping the fun little fact that he is connected to the god of destruction. It is then our hero realizes that the too good to be true salary was exactly the bait. Now he wants to raise his condemning middle finger of the god at Taemin and his guild. But Taemin's pressure is so overwhelming it feels like he is being personally held hostage by good manners. So our hero settles for the polite option and tells him he is busy. Of course, Taemin takes this the wrong way. He just sits there, confused, like our boy turned down the offer because he does not like money. Subai Guy clarifies that he has a deadline. Taemin gently reminds him that his writing income is basically pocket change compared to the guild salary. My guy insists he writes for reasons beyond just money. Taemin apologizes again, explaining the guild leader personally ordered him to bring him in. He asks for just a little more of his time. Our boy has no choice, so he agrees but asks for a bathroom break first. Taemin thinks for a moment, and then nods. Inside the bathroom, my guy remembers how the hospital terrorist also said he followed the god of destruction. Now he is stuck trying to decide whether he should call the police or the Hunter Association. Before he can pick, a thunderous crash shakes everything. Taemin punches the door and breaks it, apparently because he overheard our hero trying to make a call. And honestly, seeing him standing there with that expression is enough to scare every thought right out of our boy's head. My guy tries his absolute best to look calm while telling Taemin he just needs to make a quick call to his publisher. Unfortunately, his hands are shaking, his voice is wobbling, and he looks like a toddler trying to lie for the first time. Unsurprisingly, Taemin believes exactly none of it. Instead, he punches our hero and throws him out of the bathroom. Then he starts muttering to himself, annoyed that he even had to step in for something he clearly considers beneath his skill level. Before our boy can gather his soul back into his body, Taemin grabs him by the neck with the full intention of knocking him out. His grip tightens, sharp pain shoots through my guy. Taemin tells him to just sleep for a bit, as if he is offering a warm blanket instead of a concussion. Our hero's strength drains, and his vision blurs until the game flashes a notification right in his face, announcing a new quest to save the next believer. He forces his eyes open when he sees the believer is Miri, the very first person who ever trusted him on Earth. That alone is enough to yank him back to consciousness. Taemin notices he is still hanging on, and actually compliments him for lasting longer than most people would. Our boy knows he has to deal with Taemin before anything else, but he is also fully aware that their power difference is big enough to qualify as a separate problem category. If this keeps going, he is definitely the one getting flattened. He needs power fast. Then he hears someone calling out to him. It's Ilho, generously offering his muscles to him. The game instantly transfers Ilho's shared ability, Steel Body, to my guy. His clothes rip apart as his body starts transforming, and Tommen steps back, assuming our hero's talent is some kind of physical manifestation technique. It makes him feel that the guild leader would be thrilled to see someone like this. Meanwhile, our boy's situation takes a very dramatic turn. As his body bulks up, all of his clothes vanish, only his pants remain, shrinking down to the bare minimum required to preserve everyone's dignity. The game explains that Steel Body is basically Ilho's invincible bulk-up mode. Blessings of boulder, wind, steel, and fire all stacked together like the world's deadliest combo meal. Tommen removes his coat, admitting he was disappointed earlier because he thought he got the easy assignment. Now seeing our hero like this, he figures there is no reason to envy the guy assigned to take Miri, whether that person has already finished their mission or not. Tommen plans to finish his job quickly. He then gestures for our boy to come at him. My guy charges forward and throws a punch, but Tommen dodges without breaking a sweat. He keeps slipping past strike after strike, noting how our hero is attacking wildly with zero defense. Clearly he is strong but inexperienced. Feeling unimpressed, Tommen finally decides to go on the offensive, only for our boy to suddenly grab his face with both hands and crush it. Blood gushes from Tommen's nose, a couple of teeth fly somewhere into the void, and my guy smashes him face first into the ground. With Tommen finally down, our hero instantly tries calling Miri, but he gets no answer. He then starts cursing the game and demands it locate her. The system, acting like a shady GPS service, activates the Divine Believer Management System and shows her general location somewhere on Earth, which is basically useless. Then it proudly demands 1,000 coins for the actual spot. Our boy pays right away because at this point coins might as well be tissue paper to him. As soon as the map loads, he sees the sword demon standing right in front of Miri. The man whose entire personality revolves around sharp objects calmly tells her it won't hurt. Miri, unable to move and already injured, gets stabbed while her award for maintaining law and order drops to the ground, now decorated with fresh blood. The game announces that my guy is watching her tragic future. Not the present, but it's fixed unless he intervenes. He remembers the warehouse incident and realizes she is still alive at the moment. The game asks if he wants to change her fate, using his god authority, and he does not even blink before accepting. He recalls seeing the sword demon's obsession with blades on his profile, and conveniently, he owns a pretty impressive one himself. He takes out the all-heavenly blade and prepares to go, but of course the game suddenly demands 100,000 coins. Before he can even start complaining, his two titles, Benevolent Savior and God's Creation, activate and start teleporting him instantly like some VIP fast travel service. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Miri is hurt and confused. She asks the sword demon why he is trying to kill her when she has never even crossed paths with him. The sword demon tells her he is just following orders. Then he turns around because our hero appears out of nowhere. Sword demon is shocked that he used such perfect stealth that even he could not detect it, and suddenly becomes very curious about who he is. Miri, even in her condition, is stunned as our boy is standing there with a fruit knife ready to cut anything in the path. Ever since the sword demon decided the blade was his life's purpose, he has clawed his way upward by taking down one frighteningly skilled opponent after another. So when he spots my guy standing there, he calmly concludes that he must be Miri's partner. Sword Demon has always survived by picking apart the weaknesses of people far stronger than him, but staring at our hero, he can't pinpoint a single flaw. My guy's eyes are not even focusing properly, and he is swinging around a fruit knife like someone who got dragged out of the kitchen mid-chopping session. He is laughing and mumbling non-stop about cutting anything that exists within breathing distance. Naturally, the Sword Demon does not take him seriously, because again, fruit knife. So he draws his actual sword and charges, fully confident that even S-class hunters fold under his strikes. And if this strange man manages to dodge even once, Sword Demon is ready to applaud him on the spot. But his certainty evaporates immediately. His first swing lands and absolutely nothing happens. Our boy is still standing there, fruit knife in hand, mumbling about slicing things. Sword Demon cannot mentally process the idea that his sword was stopped by something people use to peel oranges. He forces himself to breathe, silently scolding himself for underestimating his opponent. So he pulls out some rock slash move and is sure it will settle things. My guy casually redirects it with the same fruit knife, and the attack blows up behind him like it's just background decoration. That's when Sword Demon finally admits this situation is not normal at all. He attacks from every angle he can think of, but our hero only cares about cutting whatever catches his eye, batting away Sword Demon's movements like someone waving off annoying bugs. At this point, Sword Demon feels his sanity slipping. He has never seen a man like this in his entire life. Then he convinces himself our boy must be Miri's teacher, some hidden hunter, probably government-issued, tucked away from public records. If he is an unknown, then everything will suddenly make sense. With absolutely nowhere left to turn, the Sword Demon finally reaches for the move he promised himself he would never use. It's because he knows it will drain his own life, but but if it ends the fight in one hit, that's a fair trade probably. He downs a potion and whatever sense he had left quietly leaves the room. His eyes go wild, the plague curse mark spreads across his cheek, and he braces himself like this is the moment everything turns around. He charges in, fully convinced this is the finishing blow. Our hero meanwhile reacts with all the urgency of someone swatting at a fly. He casually swings his fruit knife and blocks the attack like this is mildly inconvenient at best. The sword demon barely avoids the counter, slips behind him and lands a strike that feels perfect. In his head the fight is officially over, but then his sword decides it's done, and shatters completely. Dust fills the air, and when it clears he sees our boy still standing there laughing, muttering about cutting everything, and looking far too pleased with himself. Apparently he avoided the deadly blow by slightly twisting his neck. Things only spiral further from there. My guy moves his body in weird ways, swinging the fruit knife here and there. The sword demon tries to make sense of it, but there is nothing to compare it to. No known style, no explanation, just chaos with a blade, and then he dies. Except he does not. He is still alive, standing there completely unharmed without a scratch. With the power our boy was showing, he knows survival should not even be an option. He can't understand why he was spared, or how any of this makes sense anymore. Desperate, he asks who my guy really is. Our hero claims to be the sword god. The sword demon accepts this instantly. Honestly, at this point it would be strange not to. Only someone standing at the absolute peak of the sword's path could pull this off and look bored doing it. Right on time, the game announces that Ilho's steel body skill sharing period has ended, and our hero shrinks back into his usual weak-looking self. He turns toward the fruit knife, holding it like it personally betrayed him, and asks it to wake up already. The game explains that his cherished blade, Sword God, the weapon meant to cut through anything, has just consumed the sword demon's ghost path. Without hesitation, the sword demon drops to his knees. He bows deeply and declares our boy the honorable sword god. My guy freezes, clearly not prepared for this turn of events. The game, however, sounds delighted as it announces that Sword God is now able to evolve. The sword demon then begs for the chance to witness more of that swordsmanship and sincerely offers up his own life. He even promises to cut open his own stomach if our hero wants. Our boy can tell the man has completely lost his grip on reality. The game confirms it helpfully. The sword demon has become my guy's second believer, or more accurately, a full-blown zealot from Earth. Then a groan pulls our hero back to the present. Miri is still lying there injured. Before he can move, the sword demon rushes to her and gives her a high-grade potion, the best one he has, basically a bottled second chance at life. As the potion starts working, the system congratulates our boy for displaying overwhelming divine presence and unintentionally terrifying someone into absolute devotion. The sword demon apologizes for his earlier disrespect. The quest to save Miri completes, and her trust in my guy increases. Our hero feels exhausted. From minor pests to completely unhinged people from guilds he has never even heard of, this keeps happening far too often, and he still has no idea why everyone seems so eager to be involved with him. The sword demon reassures him that Mary will recover with rest. Our hero wonders whose fault it even was that she got hurt. The sword demon immediately panics and begs him to let him cut open his stomach as punishment. At this point, calling this devotion feels generous because it's closer to unchecked insanity. The sword demon promises he will do it as soon as he gets a sword. Our boy barely reacts, lost in thought. He assumes the sword demon was also hired by the Luminous Guild, and asks how strong he actually is. The sword demon claims that there are fewer than 10 people in the entire country he can't kill. My guy then casually asks him to wipe out the Luminous Guild. The sword demon clearly did not expect that. Still, our hero coldly reminds him that he promised to obey any of his commands. After a brief pause, the sword demon accepts. To him, he is just a hired killer, and his own life does not carry much weight. Meanwhile, our boy is already planning exactly how he will return the guild's kindness. The game notifies my guy that thanks to the complete and unwavering obedience of a superfan, specifically the sword demon, he has finally satisfied the conditions to unlock a newly acquired authority. The name alone sounds promising. Proliferating Thumb of the God, available for the very modest price of 100 coins. The game politely asks whether he would like to activate it. Our hero, naturally, misunderstands everything immediately. His mind jumps straight to duplicating money, gold bars, coins, maybe even enough to recover his future apartment repair funds. Without sparing a single thought for caution, he agrees. There is optimism, and then there is him. Night falls and he rushes back to his apartment like someone who has just uncovered a cheat code for financial freedom. Once inside, he tears the place apart in a frenzy, desperately searching for what he generously refers to as his emergency savings. After a long and increasingly humiliating hunt, he finds exactly 100 gold coins. He chooses to focus on the sufficient part and stays excited. He activates the authority. Nothing happens. The game calmly informs him that the skill does not work on objects. His dreams shatter on the spot. Of course it does not work on money. Why would it? He fumes, fully convinced that no skill in existence will ever allow him to live comfortably. At that exact moment, silently creeping nightmare sends him a message advising him to compose himself and uphold the dignity expected of a god. Almost immediately after, all slashing Heavenly Blade weighs in, suggesting that he simply eliminate all insolent trash instead. Our boy finally accepts that passively sitting around while things attack him is not a winning strategy. If the first move decides everything, then he should try striking first for a change. He asks the two of them how exactly he is supposed to become stronger without immediately dying, endlessly granting abundance, proposes accumulating good karma. Nightmare dismisses the idea instantly, pointing out that it would take far too long and that spreading chaos through slaughter would be much faster. Heavenly Blade enthusiastically agrees, and helpfully adds that committing carnage with a celestial sword is extremely efficient. My guy thinks it over for a brief moment, and comes to a bold conclusion. Why not both? When he opens the game again, it informs him that his actions will determine whether he becomes a benevolent god or an evil one. He starts by using the proliferating thumb of God on the ants. He taps the screen and increases their numbers to an absurd degree, planning to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numerical violence. The game confirms the result. 1 million Gayami troops created through his authority are now marching toward the Imperial Army and will arrive in 24 hours. He feels a rush of excitement at the thought of erasing enemy forces right up until he notices something strange. The Saintess is using the healing ring finger of the god on an injured child. He freezes. Apparently she can use his skills too. The child's wound heals, the Saintess praises our hero, and the rest of the tribe quickly join in, expressing their gratitude with unsettling enthusiasm. The game informs him that as believers increase, so does his good karma. But our boy grows uneasy. This is dangerously close to how superfans are born, and history suggests that never ends well. Still, he reasons that as long as the ants continue to exist, his good karma will keep stacking on its own, which is convenient if nothing else. Right on cue, his phone rings. It's his manager, and the conversation escalates into a full-blown shouting disaster almost immediately. The manuscript still has not been submitted. The president is apparently livid, and our boy's termination is no longer a distant possibility, but something actively warming up on the table. My guy calmly explains that he needed a short break for professional reasons, which somehow manages to make everything worse instead of better. The manager's voice practically blasts through the phone, threatening to permanently damage our hero's hearing, especially after realizing that serialization has not even begun yet. At that point, our hero has what can only be described as another inspired idea. He decides to use the proliferating thumb on himself. In his mind, this naturally translates to creating a second version of himself who can responsibly handle work in his place. He activates the skill, and another him appears, scheduled to exist for about 6,600 seconds. This one looks healthier, sharper, and noticeably less stupid, which feels a bit personal. Our boy just stares at him, stunned. It actually worked. Encouraged by this unexpected success, he immediately assigns the manuscript task to the new version. The clone responds by slapping him across the face. He informs him very clearly not to give orders, and then proceeds to beat him repeatedly until my guy's face barely qualifies as a face anymore. Once the beating ends, the clone feels oddly refreshed. He then notices the call is still active, and casually picks up the phone, curses the manager and hangs up. Then he activates the cruel slaughter skill on himself, smirks faintly, and enters the game battlefield. When the ants begin struggling, our boy's clone appears, and the system announces that cruel slaughter has risen to C rank. The Imperial Army immediately recognize him as the evil god whispered about everywhere. A bit later at the Imperial Palace, Arachne receives a report from a badly wounded bug soldier that has barely managed to escape the battlefield. Apparently, every troop sent against the Black Tribe has been completely annihilated. She struggles to believe that a single god could cause this level of destruction. The bug insists it was not merely an evil god, but it was the devil himself. Then it dies on the spot, leaving nothing behind to clarify further. Arachne grows visibly anxious and insists that the Emperor must be informed at once. Others remind her that he is currently in closed-door meditation. Unwilling to wait around, she orders the general and the 10 swords to be summoned immediately. Even after being warned that this could provoke surrounding nations, she declares eliminating the Black Tribe the highest priority, and demands our hero's head before the Emperor returns. Her servant overhears the entire exchange. He quietly apologizes to Arachne as he leaves, already planning to present our boy's head himself. Back in the apartment, my guy sits in silence, still trying to process how his other self beat him senseless without hesitation. He feels pathetic thinking if no one else is around to hit him, his clone might as well take responsibility. Then the game notifies him that endlessly granting abundance wants to know where his sexy other self is, and whether introductions can be arranged. Our hero ignores God's nonsense and checks his phone. He finds hundreds of missed calls and messages waiting for him. His manager is now demanding the return of the advance payment, neatly bundled with the contract termination. Caught between non-stop game alerts and real-world chaos piling up at record speed, he finally snaps. He opens his laptop in full panic mode the second his manager drops the cheerful news about the contract being cancelled and the down payment needing to be returned. At this point, panic is not even a feeling anymore, but it's more like a permanent setting. He starts typing like his survival depends on it. Naturally, this is when the game decides it's the perfect moment to announce a brand new quest. Something about saving the next believer, plus a bit of mining on the side. Because clearly his schedule has been looking too relaxed to the game. To make things worse, the believer turns out to be the sword demon. Our boy is instantly irritated. He is in the middle of trying to save his career, not adopt another overly enthusiastic superfan. He decides to ignore it, very deliberately, with conviction. Unfortunately, the game has never respected his personal boundaries and activates the sword demon's viewpoint anyway. He does not want to see it, but the scene forces itself onto the screen. The sword demon is chained inside an underground chamber, looking exactly as comfortable as someone awaiting execution should. A woman stands in front of him, speaking. She is known as Iron Beauty, blessed by the god of destruction, and her flames are very clearly not for dramatic flair. She asks him politely and even promises that if he answers honestly, she will make sure his death won't hurt. A chill runs through our hero as he wonders if the sword demon was captured after attacking the Luminous Guild. Then he notices another presence, a massive man called Ironhead, also blessed by the same god and built like someone whose personality revolves around violence. Before he can process this properly, the game helpfully uses his authority to dig straight into the sword demon's memories without asking. The sword demon's past unfolds. As a child, he was sold to a gang and raised as an assassin, trained to kill long before he understood what a normal life looked like. After awakening his martial talent, he carried out countless assassinations from the shadows. He knew Iron Beauty and Ironhead from the Luminous Guild, and rivalry came naturally. Normal logic never applied to him, as strength was the only thing he chased. Walking a path where sword and self blurred together, at the peak of his swordsmanship, he finally glimpsed the truth he had been searching for, thanks to our boy's strange behavior with that ridiculous fruit knife. Now chained and waiting, he quietly wonders if this is how it all ends. Iron Beauty asks why he attacked the Luminous Guild and who gave him orders. Ironhead, already bored, suggests killing him immediately. Iron Beauty reminds him that Johan promised a massive reward if the sword demon was captured alive for sacrifice. Ironhead coldly states that if she interferes, she will die alongside him. She backs down. The sword demon apologizes to my guy in his thoughts as Ironhead prepares to strike. At that exact moment, the game drags our hero to the sword demon's location. With no time to think, our boy uses Skillshare to borrow Iliho's muscles and yanks the sword demon away just before Ironhead can land the blow. Ironhead demands to know who he is. Our hero does not bother responding, but he immediately tries combining Miri's lightning with Iliho's steel body through skill sharing, completely convinced this one move will solve everything. He even feels a brief moment of pride for coming up with such a clever plan. The game promptly informs him that he cannot share skills with more than one believer, stronger than himself. The result is a brutal overload that crashes through his body. Ironhead, furious at what he assumes is mockery, strikes our hero, but pain explodes all over his body, and Ironhead suddenly starts screaming instead. It turns out my guy's borrowed steel body somehow endured the overload. Our hero is fully convinced he is about to die, only for Ironhead to collapse first. Iron Beauty rushes to him, while our boy experiences a wave of relief that at least one major problem has resolved itself. Iron Beauty turns her rage on him and unleashes her flames. He panics, certain this is where he turns into ash. Instead, the steel body withstands the fire. It's unbearably hot, sure, but it feels more like sitting in an aggressive sauna than being burnt alive, and disturbingly, he finds it kind of pleasant. As the dust settles, Iron Beauty checks to see if he is dead. He is still standing there, very much alive and looking far too satisfied. He silently thanks Eli for having such an absurdly durable body. Furious, Iron Beauty pours even more power into her flames, determined to incinerate him completely. He endures it again, and throws her aside. The shared steel body ends at the perfect moment. He knows that if it had disappeared even a second earlier, he would have been nothing but charcoal on the floor. The quest to save the sword demon completes, and his abilities bloom as the reward. His first thought is whether this means his writing skills improved. The answer is, predictably, no. Disappointment arrives right on time. Meanwhile, the sword demon somehow becomes even more devoted. Our boy shoots him a look that clearly tells him to stop staring like that. He then looks around confused about where he is, suddenly remembering that he still has a manuscript to finish. He tells the sword demon they need to leave. At that exact moment, Johan appears and greets my guy. The sword demon urgently warns him that Johan is the mastermind behind everything. Our hero checks Johan's profile and sees that he is responsible for sacrifices to the god of destruction. To him though, Johan is not some terrifying figure from a nightmare. He is just a pervert standing there completely naked. The moment Johan lays eyes on our hero, he starts crying. Our boy can only stand there and stare, because somehow this wildly naked pervert is now sobbing in front of him like a long-lost friend reunion gone wrong. Johan rambles non-stop about how overwhelmed he is, how his entire body is shaking because he is finally meeting another apostle like himself. He then steps forward and tries to hug our hero. That's when the sword demon steps in and blocks him, warning Johan not to come any closer. Johan does not even give him a proper reaction. He looks at the sword demon like an annoying insect that refuses to go away and casually smacks him aside. The impact is so effortless that it's hard to tell whether the sword demon is still alive afterward. My guy just stands there stunned. This is the same sword demon who once went toe-to-toe with Miri, and Johan just tossed him away like an inconvenience. Johan turns back to our hero and asks which god he serves. Our boy mutters something under his breath. Johan can't hear him. That's when my guy finally loses patience. He curses Johan out loud, activates skill sharing, borrows Miri's thunder attack, and punches Johan straight in the face with absolutely no restraint. At the same time, far inside the game world, one of Arachne's loyal servants makes his move. His plan is to wipe out the ants who follow our hero. Fewer believers mean weaker divine power, and he understands that math perfectly well. Back at the village, the Black Tribe ants are going about their routine, living peacefully and minding their own business, completely unaware of what's coming. Then they spot the servant in the sky as he activates a poisonous dance, spreading venom everywhere and killing the Black Tribe ants to weaken our boy. Back to the fight, my guy follows up his lightning punch by kicking Johan and throwing him aside. Johan slams into the ground hard. Our hero lives by a very basic rule. The one who lands the first hit usually wins. Unfortunately, Johan gets back up anyway. Our boy panics and hits him again with thunder, trying to finish it for good. Johan collapses once more and then calmly starts standing up again. Now my guy is genuinely confused. Miri's skill is not working, and the only explanation his mind can come up with is that Johan is not just a pervert, but he is an immortal one. Johan confirms it himself, explaining that no matter what skill he uses, he will simply regenerate. Our hero realizes the steel body skill has already ended, and he can't use Thunderbolt anymore. Even worse, it would not have mattered if he could. Fear slowly creeps in as he realizes he might actually die there for no meaningful reason at all. Johan, on the other hand, looks bored and tells him to hurry up and make things more entertaining. Our boy curses internally and desperately searches for another option. With no real alternatives left, he activates the proliferating thumb of the god and summons his clone. Johan finds this cool and comments on how impressive it is that he made a clone. The clone then looks at him. My guy immediately feels nervous, remembering how badly the other version beat him during their last encounter just for giving orders, so he wisely keeps his mouth shut. The clone quickly grasps how bad the situation is, and informs our hero that his ants are in danger. If all his followers die, his power disappears right along with them. While the two of them are talking, Johan grows furious at being ignored and attacks. The clone dodges, but the blow hits our boy instead, and sends him flying. At that moment, my guy realizes that strength does not mean much if he is just going to die anyway. Before he can spiral any further, the clone advises him to burn Johan to ashes, and then vanishes back into the phone. My guy is left there stunned. He does not even fully understand what burn to ashes is supposed to mean, or how the other version disappeared so casually. Johan prepares to attack again. Then our hero remembers he still has the condemning middle finger of the god. And just like that, his confidence comes rushing back. He raises his hand and confidently unleashes the middle finger on Johan. Naturally, he is expecting some epic display of roaring fire and maybe even a small tornado for dramatic effect. Instead, a tiny flame flickers to life on his fingertip. Johan stares at the tiny flame like he is personally offended. He starts preparing to attack, and our boy panics just a little, deciding to boost the flame with the proliferating thumb of the god, multiplying it and throwing it at Johan anyway. Johan, unimpressed as ever, waves it off and moves in to strike. My guy, on the other hand, is mentally drafting his own eulogy. He thinks about the time his own clone beat him senseless, like a training dummy, and now realizes he might die at the hands of a naked, emotionally unstable pervert. He even grumbles about the unfairness of it all, until he notices something very unexpected. Johan freezes. His body twists in apparent agony, and for the first time, he does not know what to do. Even immortals have bad days, apparently. The game finally pops up to provide some explanation. The more evil the target, the more the flames of Gehenna eat them alive. Our hero blinks. He had no idea he even had a skill like this and wondered why the game never bothered to explain anything until the very last possible second. Before he can file a formal complaint, Johan recovers enough to strike again. Meanwhile, back in the game world, Arachne's servant finishes spreading poison through the village. The ants are suffering badly. Then the clone appears. The servant recognizes him and prepares to fight, probably thinking this will be a real challenge. Instead, the clone punches him, and he is dead. Honestly, it's not really a battle. It's stepping on a bug with a little extra flair. The clone glances at the fallen ants and wonders if things might already be beyond saving. Back in reality, our boy is sprawled on the ground, his entire body screaming in protest. Every bone feels like it's crying in pain. The game helpfully warns him that his number of believers is about to drop sharply, and if too many die, his powers will weaken along with them. It then politely asks if he wants to use the healing ring finger of the god on his believers. At that moment, my guy has a sudden spark of inspiration. He thinks of using it on himself instead. He tries it, only for the game to demand 10 million coins. He almost screams in frustration because obviously, healing his followers is cheap, but taking care of his own body will cost extra. Left with no choice, he uses the skill on his believers instead. The ant survives, and in return he receives white god coins, and he is pleased with the refund. He then heals his body completely, leaving him feeling absurdly overconfident. Yuhan can't believe his eyes as our hero stands back up and immediately attacks again. Sharing Ilhu's steel body, he uses the condemning ring finger of the god on Yuhan, who manages to dodge. Yuhan finally admits that our boy is impressive. Until then, he thought he was just weak. He then brings up how he has already offered the powers of 999 people, and wants my guy to be the final sacrifice. Then the game announces that the god of destruction is descending. Our hero pieces it together. This is why Yuhan captured the sword demon in the first place, as bait to lure him in. Yuhan laughs, thanking our boy for being the final offering. The ceiling cracks open as a huge big-eyed thing begins to descend. My guy tries to use his crushing index finger of the god. The game promptly informs him that this skill does not work on the god of destruction. At that moment, Yuhan starts screaming in pain, accusing the god of destruction of betrayal and broken promises. And then finally he collapses. Thank goodness, our hero prepares himself for death, because naturally that seemed likely. Then a vision appears. Maybe a dream, maybe something more. A god once worshipped by all, powerful and kind, now reduced to the form of a fruit knife. The mountain-crushing giant, once called the all-slashing heavenly blade. But because of the betrayal of the dragon in the abyss, he lost his beloved priestess to betrayal, and then eventually lost his own life. A god who once stood for harmony is now reborn as vengeance himself. Our hero looks up and freezes when he notices the massive sword towering in front of him, just as the big-eyed monster lets out a deafening roar. Nearby, the sword demon is completely shaken. The thing in front of them is so terrifying that his instinct wants to protect our boy, but his body refuses to cooperate. My guy turns to him and tells him to snap out of it and watch carefully, like he is about to demonstrate a trick. This, he explains, is how he plans to deal with the god that the pervert Johan worships so passionately. The sword demon, despite being scared out of his mind and very aware of his own uselessness at the moment, can't help but think our hero looks ridiculously cool. Just then, Johan regains consciousness, only to realize he is trapped, tightly bound as he is caught in a few serpents' grip. Panic immediately takes over as he starts yelling that this was not what he asked for. He accuses the god of destruction of devouring someone as loyal as him, and begs desperately for mercy. My guy does not bother softening the blow and tells him straight that the being he serves is not a god at all, just a savage demon playing pretend. Then he turns to the god of destruction itself and curses him outright, adding that he really does not appreciate being stared at with that huge disgusting eye. The god reacts instantly, utterly enraged. Even so, our hero does not flinch, not even when Johan is brutally crushed right in front of them. His pleas cut short like they were never worth hearing. The sword demon watches all of this in shock, struggling to process how my guy can stand there so calmly, like this is nothing more than a bothersome inconvenience. Then our boy calls his sword. The sword demon practically lights up again despite the terror. Both Johan and the big-eyed god visibly freeze. The authority granted to my guy by the all-slashing heavenly blade allows him to draw out the weapon's true strength and fully merge himself with it. What he holds now is not just a bigger sword, but it's something absurdly larger, so far beyond normal proportions it almost stops making sense. With unwavering resolve, our hero swings the blade, calmly telling the god of destruction to get out of his world, as the attack comes crashing down. A bit later, in Wuhan City, District 12's abandoned downtown area is in absolute chaos. Soldiers swarm the ruins, shouting orders and combing through debris. Apparently, an SS-grade rift has appeared there, the kind that could doom an entire country if even one thing goes wrong. Hyo Kang-cheol, the director of the Hunter Association, is already on site and decides it's time to initiate some project immediately. A soldier reports that they have found a survivor. Kang-cheol goes to see for himself and finds Johan pale, aged, trembling, barely resembling a living person at all. Kang-cheol asks what happened, but Johan can't answer. Seeing his condition, Kang-cheol does not press further and orders the soldiers to rush him to the hospital. Earlier, our boy's strike finally lands. The god of destruction is shattered completely, blown apart without mercy or ceremony. Left with no other choice, Johan accepts the truth that my guy stands above gods themselves. Elsewhere, Mina stands surrounded by hunters who are practically lining up to polish her ego, showering her with praise for killing a dragon. Even Yu-hyun looks stunned, and that says a lot. Dragons are infamous for resisting psychic abilities, yet Mina tore through one with casual efficiency. Naturally, Mina could not care less about the applause. She waves them off, leaves the cleanup to them, and demands a teleportation stone so she can leave immediately. Yu-chan hesitates mostly because a single teleportation stone costs about as much as a small building, and asks where she is headed in such a hurry. Mina snaps at him for asking questions, and repeats her demand, louder this time. He hands it over anyway, still processing the fact that she just burnt an absurd amount of money like spare change. Mina tells him to mind his own business or go to hell, then disappears, thoroughly irritated. She had rushed over expecting a proper fight, something worthy of her time, and instead got stuck swatting what felt like an oversized lizard. Watching her leave, Yuyun can't help thinking that with that temper, she looks less like a heroic savior and more like a tyrant who skipped anger management. 2 days have passed by since then, and our hero is at home. Sungyeon carefully wraps bandages around him, trying not to hurt him any more than the game already has. The damage is the backlash from wielding that massive celestial sword. Stopping the god of destruction required him to push his body far past its expiration date, and now every movement comes with a detailed reminder of that mistake. Sungyeon glances toward the strange man sitting nearby and asks who he is. That man is the sword demon, who somehow manages to radiate an intense, unsettling presence while sitting perfectly still and saying absolutely nothing, which honestly makes it worse. Our boy asks if he is the one who fixed the broken bathroom door. Deep down, he already knows the answer. There is only one person around who would quietly repair household damage without seeking praise or acknowledgement. The sword demon admits it, explaining that he could not bear to see the home of the almighty god left in such a pitiful state. My guy sighs because this is not loyalty anymore. It's devotion bordering on obsession. He reminds the sword demon about the task he assigned earlier. The sword demon reports that there is no need for him to deal with the remnants of the Luminous Guild personally, as the Hunter Association's task force led by Mina has already taken over. According to him, the country's black market is practically collapsing as a result. Our hero recognizes Mina's name from television commercials. He briefly notes that Mina and Miri sound suspiciously similar, considers the possibility of them being sisters for half a second, then immediately rejects it. Their physiques alone make that impossible, and he decides very wisely not to think about it any further. Thinking about Miri, he decides to drop Sungyeon off at his sister's place first, then swing by the hospital to visit Miri. If his authority allows it, he plans to heal her. Right on cue, the game updates him. It tallies his divine achievements and informs him that he successfully prevented 1 out of 100 clones of the god of destruction from reaching Earth, increasing his karma. Our boy freezes to see 1 out of 100. That massive, nightmarish, one-eyed abomination was just a single clone. The realization settles in his stomach very badly. The game, utterly unconcerned with his mental well-being, congratulates him for completing a divine feat and declares him eligible for a promotion quest. The game, utterly unconcerned with his mental well-being, congratulates him for completing a divine feat and declares him eligible for a promotion quest. For a low-grade god promotion, he must either gain 1 billion intelligent believers or recruit 10 rank or higher intelligent beings as followers. The low-grade evil god promotion, meanwhile, requires him to kill 1 billion intelligent beings or eliminate 10 rank or higher targets and steal their power. He stares at the options for a long, silent moment, then he starts cursing under his breath, because somehow, against all odds, this game is never simple. He finds himself completely stuck, frozen in that special kind of indecision where both options look like a terrible life choice. To him, they are not really quests so much as carefully gift-wrapped suicide notes with divine signatures on them. What irritates him the most is that this should be the phase where he is getting stronger, leveling up and feeling hopeful, not being handed decisions that feel custom-made to ruin his future. After sulking for a while and mentally complaining to no one in particular, a dangerous idea slips into his mind. What if he just accepts both? The so-called good gods and evil gods circling him already seem incapable of being in the same room without metaphorically trying to stab each other. If they are too busy competing and tugging him in opposite directions, he decides to take advantage of the chaos. The thought excites him far more than it should. He starts laughing to himself, fully convinced he has just outsmarted several divine beings at once. Nearby, Sungyeon watches her uncle laugh alone like a villain mid-monologue and quietly wonders if this is the moment she should call someone. After dropping Sungyeon off at his sister's place, he heads to the hospital to check on Miri. Standing outside her room, he hears heavy breathing and knocks, half expecting bad news. She answers, and the moment he opens the door, he already thinks her voice sounds rough. What he actually finds is Miri exercising like she is preparing for a tournament, not recovering from serious injuries in a hospital. She spots him and rushes over immediately, smiling so brightly she might as well have been wagging an imaginary tail. He asks why she is pushing herself when she is supposed to be resting. Miri just shrugs because she got bored lying around doing nothing. She feels fine, and apparently she does not even have scars anymore. To prove it, she proudly starts showing him her body, which fortunately is at least only covered in bandages. Then she begins loosening them. He reacts instantly, snapping his head away. Before the situation can get any worse, Mina suddenly storms into the room and yells at Miri for acting like she has lost her mind. She slaps her without hesitation. My guy stands there completely bewildered, trying to figure out where this terrifying woman came from. The slap lands hard enough to not only leave a stamp on Miri's back, but also leave her trembling. Mina then scolds her for stripping bandages off in front of a man. Then Mina turns her glare on our hero, sharp enough that it feels like a physical attack, and demands to know who he is. Caught off guard, he asks who she is instead, which turns out to be the wrong answer. Mina grabs him and demands to know what kind of relationship he has with her younger sister that would make Miri act like that. That's when he realizes this woman is Miri's older sister. He does not know her name yet, but one thing is painfully clear: she is not normal. Mina threatens to kill him if he is messing around with her sister. Miri quickly jumps in, complaining that Mina is being rude to her teacher. Mina freezes. She stares at our hero in disbelief, unable to process that this messy, unemployed-looking man could possibly be a teacher. She removes her glasses and squints at him, clearly expecting a dignified academy instructor, not whatever this is. He tries to explain, but Mina grabs him again before he gets far. Behind her, Miri desperately begs him not to tell the truth. Cornered, he admits that he is a physical education teacher at the academy. Mina looks deeply unimpressed and asks for his rank, because frankly, nothing about him screams competent. Miri snaps back, saying Mina is being rude, and proudly declares that he is amazing. She insists that even if the world does not recognize it yet and he looks shabby, he is far stronger than Mina and deserves respect. Our boy, meanwhile, in the background is having an identity crisis. Mina removes her hat, and it finally clicks to him that she is Sang Mina, the famous celebrity hunter known for crushing enemies without effort. Mina notices that Miri has grown bolder since reaching A rank and no longer respects her elders. She uses her mind control skill on Miri and demands to know who is stronger between her and him. Miri can't resist. She apologizes. Mina orders her to kneel, and she does. My guy can't watch anymore and steps in, telling Mina she is going too far and might seriously hurt Miri. Mina screams at him to stay out of it since he is an outsider. The sheer volume nearly destroys his ears, and without thinking, he bluntly tells her she is really loud, completely unaware that he has just insulted a walking natural disaster. Mina tries using mind control on him next. Nothing happens. She freezes. Our hero, unaware of what she just attempted, calmly suggests that she and Miri talk things out properly. Miri stares at him in excitement, realizing he resisted Mina's ability. A moment later, he remembers. Oh right, she is a psychic-type hunter. Mina demands his rank again. Deep down, he knows he is G rank, and wonders why she would force him to say something so humiliating. Then Mina seems to realize something. She bows deeply and asks him to take care of Miri from then on. The sudden shift hits him like emotional whiplash. Mina then lectures Miri about skipping meals just because hospital food tastes bad, and orders her to eat the expensive porridge she brought. Miri thanks her obediently. Our hero finds it surprising, but it's clear that beneath the terrifying temper, Mina genuinely cares about Miri. Checking Mina's profile, he notices a curse linked to the abyss and the god of destruction. Despite everything, she is still Miri's sister, so he decides to warn her. Carefully, he asks if she is feeling any pain, maybe something like an abyss-related curse. Mina's expression turns ice cold. She demands to know how he knows that. He panics and claims he has a detection skill. He had not expected her mood to swing so violently. Mina denies being cursed and leaves shortly after. Our boy finally exhales. The pressure from an S-rank hunter is overwhelming. If it's this intense in a hospital room, he does not even want to imagine facing her in actual combat. And somehow, he is supposed to turn people like this into believers. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. Miri snaps him out of his thoughts. Deep down, he is not just worried about Earth's future, he is worried about his own survival. So he decides to stick to his original plan, and suggests they head to the rooftop for a bit. Miri happily agrees. Once there, our hero enters Miri's mental space and uses the crushing index finger of God to try breaking the chains binding the leopard. He tries again, and again. Nothing happens. He thought this would be easy now that he is stronger, but the chains don't even budge. Freeing the leopard would push Miri to Sank rank, yet they stubbornly remain intact. He downs growth potions, wondering what he is missing. He tells Miri to step back and carefully checks her profile, forcing himself to focus with every ounce of concentration he has. Miri gets flustered under his intense stare, but he is mentally squinting, like trying to see through a needle's eye from inside a locked room. Then he notices it and asks where her sister went, as he wants to have a very serious conversation with Miri's parents. Far away by the sea, Johan sits locked inside a prison cell. With no visitors, no entertainment, and a future that looks suspiciously like quietly rotting, his mind drifts back to the one voice he once trusted more than common sense itself. That voice had a lot to say. Notably, it told him not to despair. It promised that once they descended, the whole world would be saved. A divine promise timed just perfectly right when Johan had already given up on living. Back then, it felt miraculous. Now, it feels like a scam. He endured everything, clinging to that promise, and even felt honored. But it turns out he was mostly just useful. Sitting in a cell now, he finally realizes that what he worshipped was not a god at all. It was something far closer to a demon. He yells that this was not what he wanted. The walls, of course, remain unimpressed. Yet as bitter as he feels, one truth pierces through the gloom, that our boy is different. A real god. A god among gods. The world was saved because of him, not because some carefully packaged lies were whispered to desperate people. so Johan for once drops all pretense and begs for forgiveness. Then the game of course responds. A message appears confirming that faith in our hero has been formed. Johan starts crying and thanks our boy again and again, as if gratitude alone might undo what he did. And that's when the cell door opens. A masked woman steps inside. She definitely heard him whisper my guy's name. Johan asks who she is, though he already knows that no normal person strolls into a high-security prison cell like they are popping by for tea. Only someone S rank or above could move this casually. He assumes the Hunter Association sent her to kill him. Recalling his long list of crimes, he asks if this execution was decided by public opinion. He even tries to threaten to kill her, but she does not even flinch. Calmly, she concludes he is not a part of the abyss. Still, she makes one thing clear: she will never forgive him for trying to harm her younger sister, Miri. So this woman turns out to be Mina. She then drives her psychic power straight into Johan's heart. He screams, convulses violently, and eventually, even his voice gives up. And just like that, Johan dies, alone, in a prison cell. Meanwhile, our hero is back at his apartment, staring at the ceiling and wondering why he never managed to meet Mina. For a solid 2 seconds, he genuinely considers the question. Then he himself realizes that people sitting at the very top of the hunter chain don't exactly clear their schedules for casual meetups. He notices a letter lying around. It's from the sword demon, who has finally mercifully left his house. The letter is unnecessarily long and aggressively dramatic. It talks about unworthiness, unavoidable matters, and how the sword demon will be gone for a few days. Naturally, it also includes a heartfelt section about how his body might not last much longer, but how he will forever cherish the swordplay our boy showed him. He even promises to keep swinging his sword, even if his body eventually gives up whatever terrifying philosophical meaning that's supposed to carry. My guy rereads the letter once, just to make sure it's real. Then he sincerely prays that the sword demon never returns, folds the letter without ceremony, and throws it away without a single flicker of guilt. With that emotional burden handled, he checks the game, which informs him that a human from Earth's branch, Johan, has switched allegiance from the god of destruction to him, and is now classified as his superfan. Our hero pauses. He vaguely remembers Johan as a naked pervert, and struggles to understand how that guy managed a spiritual awakening. Curious despite himself, he digs a little deeper and checks his quest and notices something that makes him blink. Among the S-rank or higher intelligent believers, there is now an extra name, so he realizes Johan was S-class. He has absolutely no idea how that happened, but he decides not to question it too hard. The sword demon left without causing a disaster, and he somehow gained an S-class believer without lifting a finger. By all accounts, this was a good day. Still, he can't help but think about why it had to be Johan. Before he can spiral too deeply into that mystery, another notification pops up. His believer Johan has died. He panics instantly, already mourning the loss of his newly acquired S-rank believer, and assuming the count must have dropped back to 0. The game, completely unfazed by his distress, calmly explains that everything owned by a believer belongs to the god they serve and can be absorbed as offerings. Then the warnings start rolling in. It explains conveniently, after the fact, that absorbing an apostle's offerings may involve pain similar to being crushed and torn apart. Then, without waiting for consent, confirmation, or basic courtesy, the process begins. Our boy screams as agony rips through him, the pain shaking his entire apartment. When it finally ends, he is left gasping, unsure whether he actually absorbed anything useful or just suffered for the experience. He curses the game for its criminally poor explanations and wonders how Johan even managed to die so suddenly in the first place. Looking for answers, he checks the news. A report states that the man behind the black market, an awakener, was found dead in prison due to heart failure. No name is mentioned, but my guy does not need one. The dots connect themselves. He checks his quest again and notices that both the evil god curse and the good god curse have increased by 1. Somehow, against all logic, he managed to profit without doing anything at all. He still does not know why Johan became his believer or why he died so abruptly, but at least the quest remains intact. Then something else clicks. Johan was also an apostle of the god of destruction. His thoughts are a tangled mess, but he eventually reminds himself that Johan was a villain anyway, and forces himself to stop overthinking it. He decides to focus on what comes next. With his current powers, he could become a hunter and chase fame and money. The idea bores him almost immediately. Instead, he remembers that he is a writer, a third-rate writer with a broken contract. Sure, but still a writer. And when inspiration hits, you write. That's just how it works. So he does. A few hours later, he uploads 10 chapters at once and waits eagerly for the response. This time, he is confident. He wrote what he lived. Surely someone out there will resonate with it. He checks the comments, but it turns out to be a mistake. People curse him, call him stupid, and confidently claim they could write better using their feet. Others are inexplicably furious about him killing ants. One comment, posted by the all-slashing Heavenly Blade, demands that he return its sword instead of polluting the internet with garbage. My guy stares at the screen as his sense of self begins to quietly collapse. Before it completely falls apart, he decides to quit writing and look for another job. That's when there is a knock at his door. Already annoyed, he assumes the sword demon has somehow returned and mentally prepares himself to kill him. But when he opens the door, he finds Miri standing there instead, asking for a favor. Miri suddenly drops straight to her knees, her eyes sparkling like she is about to beg for world peace. A miracle, or possibly both at once. One look at that expression, and he already knows he has lost. There is absolutely no way a normal, functioning human being can say no to eyes like that and still consider themselves decent. So before his brain even gets a proper vote in the decision-making process, he agrees. Naturally, the game pops up to inform him that Miri's faith in him has increased. He quietly wonders what kind of favor requires this much emotional pressure just to get a yes, because this feels like the kind of thing that comes with long-term consequences. Meanwhile, Miri happily praises him like he is the best thing to ever happen to humanity. This only makes him even more uncomfortable. The next day, the two of them show up at the Hunter Academy because the so-called favor he agreed to was acting as Miri's guardian instead of her sister. In his head, this is obviously because the principal finally noticed Miri's legendary streak of unexcused absences and decided to call in adult supervision. What he cannot understand is why, out of all possible options, she picked him over her actual sister. Then it hits him, Mina and her murderous aura. That soul-crushing presence that drains all joy, hope, and possibly oxygen from any room she enters. Suddenly, the choice makes perfect, beautiful sense. Miri meanwhile compliments the suit he is wearing and suggests he should dress like this more often. He would love to agree, but this is literally the only suit he owns. Miri, unfazed, offers to buy him more because money is apparently just a concept she humors for fun. He shuts that down immediately, explaining that he has exactly 0 life events that require fancy suits. Undeterred, Miri pivots and suggests high-end tracksuits instead, because the world clearly needs to witness how cool he is. He responds with a deeply skeptical look, fully aware that cool has never in any universe been used to describe him. Watching her enthusiasm, he can't help but realize that when it comes to being a full-blown fanatic, Miri really is not that different from Auntie or the sword demon. Noticing they are about to be late, he quickly drags her inside before the conversation can spiral any further, or before she starts planning his wardrobe for the next decade. Once inside, this guy greets them and asks about their relationship. Miri, without missing a beat, proudly announces that he is her older cousin. Confidence level Olympic gold. The man squints at them for about 2 seconds before clearly thinking that cousins usually share at least one facial feature. Our hero immediately starts panicking on the inside. They rehearsed this lie, okay? But now he is fully convinced it died a tragic death the moment it was spoken aloud. Miri, however, doubles down, pouting and insisting they look exactly alike. The man offers absolutely 0 reaction, which is somehow worse than being called out. Our boy knows it's over. He then checks the man's profile. Name, Lee Gyeonwook. First impression, built like a walking gym membership. Second impression, solid evaluations. Translation, this guy is not normal. My guy also decides that Gyeonwook is a very appropriate name for someone like him. Gyeonwook apologizes for staring and explains he expected Mina instead. Then he asks if our hero is a hunter, adding that he must be talented. Our boy immediately waves that idea away. No, absolutely not. He is just an ordinary citizen. Miri, of course, reacts like she has been waiting her whole life for this moment, and insists he is amazing anyway. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Choi Gang-san is having a dramatic flashback montage. Years ago, a rift opened right above an elementary school. Out came a devil ogre powerful enough to casually end a country. Even hunters wanted nothing to do with it. But then Gang-san entered, who defeated it, and then foolishly thought he could go back to living quietly. Instead, he got dragged straight into fame, and earned the nickname Cleaner. Choi Gang-san. Now older, he is dedicating himself to raising talent at the academy. Except there is a problem. Her name is Miri. She is growing way too fast. Her real status is classified like a government secret, and she is getting spoiled. Gang-san has decided she needs discipline, and he is fully prepared to deliver it on the day. Back outside, my guy tells Gyeonwook he is a writer. Silence follows. Then Gyeonwook admits that reading is actually his hobby and asks what he writes. Our boy explains that he is working on a novel about raising ants through a mobile game. There is a saint-like ant. There is also a muscular ant, etc., etc. The moment muscles are mentioned, Gyeonwook lights up like he just found his soulmate. Our boy instantly understands this man does not joke about muscles. Eventually, they reach the principal's office. Gyeonwook knocks and announces that he has brought Miri and her guardian. Miri and my guy brace themselves, though he feels oddly nervous. He steps inside, introduces himself properly, and lifts his head. And as soon as he does, they both recognize each other immediately. Gang-san remembers him as that homeless man. He remembers Gang-san as the legendary cleaner. Gang-san's brain flashes back to that traumatic Rose-related nightmare, and he desperately convinces himself this cannot be the same person. There is simply no way someone like that would casually stroll into a school. Our hero then completely ruins this comforting denial by cheerfully claiming he remembers Gang-san very well and bringing up how they met before. In his mind, this is helpful. He even steps forward, maybe to shake hands, maybe to hug, no idea. Gang-san absolutely loses it and screams for him to stay back. Our boy is baffled. He is genuinely happy to see him. Jin-wook starts sweating bullets and thinks of stopping my guy, fully aware that if Gang-san attacks, an ordinary citizen would not survive a single hit. Gang-san stands ready, convinced a monster could appear at any second. Miri steps in, but Gang-san warns her not to move, muttering about monsters appearing out of nowhere, which, to be fair, is not wrong. He just does not know it, only happens when our hero sleeps. Our boy tries to calm him down, even reminding him about the money he gave him back then. This somehow makes everything worse. With no options left and panic maxed out, Gang-san suddenly sprints toward the window and launches himself straight through it like this is an action movie. As he escapes, my guy helpfully shouts that he does not even need the money back. Gang-san does not listen. He hits the ground and runs, fueled entirely by fear and trauma. Our hero stands there staring at the shattered window, genuinely wondering how a simple school meeting managed to turn into this. Gang-san, meanwhile, is outside putting on a full-blown dramatic performance, sprinting away like death is personally chasing him. Watching this spectacle, Jin-wook can only sigh the tired sigh of a man who has done this many times before, and politely apologizes on Gang-san's behalf. He explains, very carefully and very gently, that something went a little wrong in Gang-san's head back when he was saving people. My guy, however, clearly remembers that the first time he met Gang-san, the man looked perfectly sane, functional, even. Jin-wook reassures him that Gang-san will calm down soon and return like nothing happened. And shockingly, a little while later, Gang-san really does come back. Now all four of them are sitting together, quietly sipping tea like this is a normal social gathering and not the aftermath of a mental breakdown. The only sound in the room is Miri happily munching on cookies, completely immune to tension as a concept. She offers some to our hero. He refuses. She insists. Naturally, he caves and takes one. Internally, he is screaming because Gang-san has not stopped staring at him for even a second. Then the game pops up and cheerfully informs him that Miri has offered some precious snacks belonging to Gang-san to him. Our boy briefly wonders if that counts as some kind of divine offering, but honestly, that is not today's biggest problem. The way Gang-san is glaring at him feels less like gratitude and more like a signed death warrant. He is fairly certain the cookies are innocent in all of this. Summoning every ounce of courage he has, he asks Gang-san if there is something he wants to say, and suggests stepping outside for a private chat. Gang-san immediately panics, loudly insisting there is no need for that at all. They should all just stay here and talk together. My guy quietly concludes that Gang-san's condition is significantly worse than advertised, and briefly wonders if this consultation should be medically supervised. Sensing the room might implode, Jin-wook steps in to salvage the situation. He explains the actual reason for today's meeting. Miri has accumulated a concerning number of unexcused absences. However, since she is usually diligent, they simply want our hero to keep a closer eye on her so this does not become a recurring hobby. Our boy nods and promises to pay attention. Jin-wook thanks him for coming despite his busy schedule. Our hero shrugs like this is a perfectly normal way to spend a day. Jin-wook then glances at Gang-san and realizes continuing this meeting might be physically impossible. My guy and Miri prepare to leave, but Gang-san suddenly stops them. He announces that he can't just let him go like this. Our hero double-checks out loud whether Gang-san is in fact talking about him. Gang-san then declares that he has been searching for him ever since that day and calls it destiny. Our boy has absolutely no idea what he is talking about, which somehow feels like the theme of the day. Gang-san launches into an enthusiastic speech about the Academy's advanced facilities and suggests my guy take a test there. He gets increasingly excited to the point of practically begging, but our hero has exactly zero interest. Gang-san keeps pleading, promising to do anything within his power. Jin-wook tries to intervene, but the old man snaps at him and shuts him down instantly. Eventually, our boy strikes a deal. He promises to consider taking the test if Gang-san goes easy on Miri's absences and does not force him into unwanted training. Gang-san agrees instantly. No hesitation, no questions asked. Jin-wook looks like he wants to object, but Gang-san shuts him up again. Soon my guy finds himself inside the testing room. The doctor reminds Gang-san that using the evaluation device on an ordinary citizen is a massive abuse of authority. Gang-san begs her to let it slide just this once, insisting it's extremely important. The doctor is confused, pointing out that our hero's previous results clearly marked him as G rank. Gang-san, however, has decided reality is optional. The device in question is the sorting crystal, a magical artifact used to evaluate human abilities. Our boy remembers it as that absurdly expensive crystal ball that sells for billions. As he approaches, something feels off, though he can't explain why. He places his hand on it, light explodes out, and the test ends. The doctor looks impressed and tells him he is amazing. His hopes immediately skyrocket. He eagerly asks about his rank, already preparing himself emotionally for S-rank greatness. The doctor then crushes those dreams with surgical precision by calmly stating that he is a G rank across the board. Stamina, supernatural ability, everything. Absolute rock bottom. Gang-san refuses to believe it and accuses the device of being faulty, but the doctor reminds him that its error rate is basically non-existent. Meanwhile, Miri wonders about the relationship between Gang-san and the doctor. Turns out she is Choi Yoonbi, head of the Academy's medical team, and Gang-san's daughter, pretty sharp and brutally honest. Our hero quietly reflects on the irony. Even if he is a low-grade human, he is still a god. There is no way a simple machine could measure that properly. Deciding this entire ordeal is pointless, he prepares to leave. Gang-san, however, is still spiraling. He suddenly remembers our boy collapsing on that rooftop and has a horrifying realization that maybe his power only appears when he is unconscious. With that thought, he seriously considers knocking him out. My guy suggests to Miri that they go eat something and tries to leave, but Gang-san stops him again. Now genuinely irritated, our hero asks what it is this time. Gang-san insists the only true way to judge a hunter is through combat, and demands a fight immediately. Yoonvi is furious in the background. Our boy does not want to fight. There is nothing in it for him. Then it clicks. Both the Sword Demon and Johan became his superfans after being defeated. If he beats Gang-san, that's potentially another S-rank believer and progress on his promotion quest. Suddenly motivated, he calmly takes off his coat and agrees to fight. They step into the fighting chamber, and the very first thing our hero does is poke at the chains around the area. He figures they are meant to absorb supernatural energy, which makes sense because if powers were allowed to run wild, the Academy would have been reduced to a historical ruin. He is scheduled to fight Jin-wook, who very politely checks one last time if our boy is seriously planning to fight without protective gear. My guy can't help but notice that Jin-wook himself is not wearing any either. When Jin-wook explains that he is a bit different, our hero assures him it's fine and skips the gear too. Jin-wook warns him he might regret it. Gang-san adds his own warning, telling him not to lower his guard for even a second. According to him, Jin-wook is not just any fighter. He is the highest-ranked B-class, stacked with real combat experience, and capable of going toe-to-toe with some A-class hunters. That part our boy genuinely did not sign up to hear. Miri, meanwhile, is completely relaxed and cheers him on. A small crowd starts gathering. Once word spreads that Jin-wook is sparring with someone, most of them assume he is just testing a new instructor. My guy had not planned on performing, and Jin-wook suggests they finish quickly before this turns into a full-scale event with commentary. Our hero generously lets Jin-wook make the first move. Unfortunately, this generosity feels a lot like disrespect. His attitude makes it seem like class rankings are just cute little decorations, and that does not sit well with Jin-wook. From his perspective, this stops being a friendly spar. He has no idea what Gang-san saw in my guy, but he fully intends to give him a crash course in reality. So he charges in and throws a punch. Our boy narrowly dodges it. Jin-wook freezes. He had slowed down at the end, but still, that dodge should not have happened. He tells himself it was luck. Then he attacks again, faster and much more aggressively. The punch lands cleanly on my guy's face. The crowd cheers, already convinced it's over, until Jin-wook realizes the hit barely leaves a scratch on his cheek. Our hero just stands there, calm as ever, lifting his index finger like he is about to explain something very important. Then he uses the crushing index finger of God and flicks Jin-wook on the forehead. That's it, that's the fight. Jin-wook drops instantly, blood pouring from his nose. A B-class hunter is down. The G-class remains standing. Our boy quietly calculates that knocking out a B-class probably puts him somewhere around A-class territory. Miri cheers like this was always the expected outcome. Gang-san looks completely unsurprised, as if he saw this in a dream or something. Yoonbi, meanwhile, looks like every textbook she has ever read just personally betrayed her, since the data clearly labeled our hero as an ordinary civilian. As Jin-wook is taken to the hospital, my guy actually feels a little bad for him. That feeling lasts exactly until Gang-san steps into the cage and announces he will be fighting next. He removes his shirt and prepares himself. Our hero checks Gang-san's profile and sees he is a muscle type with the potential to transcend. Not exactly his favorite matchup. Still, the rewards are tempting. Turning Gang-san into a believer would be huge. That thought makes our boy start laughing uncomfortably. Gang-san immediately senses that something is wrong. Deep down, he can't deny what he just saw, but it still does not match the power my guy showed on that rooftop. In his eyes, the evaluation device must have been wrong. His plan is simple: knock our hero out and confirm things himself. Before they start, our boy suggests a bet with the winner getting a favor. Gang-san agrees, as long as it's nothing illegal because he is still a civil servant. My guy promises it's harmless. If he wins, Gang-san just has to say something. Gang-san finds his confidence suspicious. Inside our hero's head though, he is already planning to brute force the keyword he asked Miri to say in the past, if things don't go his way. Gang-san adds his own condition if he wins. Our boy agrees instantly, because losing is not really part of his worldview. Gang-san then releases his power, and my guy is briefly startled. In response, he activates skill sharing, and reinforces himself with Ilio's steel body. The atmosphere shifts, and everyone suddenly remembers they are watching something entertaining. Gang-san brings up a prophecy about an S-class clairvoyant hunter, someone both wicked and righteous. He wonders if our hero might be that person, as he was told to do whatever it takes to keep that person inside the academy. Our boy does not really understand the prophecy. He assumes it's about a good god and an evil god, which somehow circles right back to him. Still, he has a novel to write and a level up to worry about, so staying sounds like a massive inconvenience. Gangsan does not respond. He just charges forward to punch. My guy blocks the attack exactly as Gangsan expected, who plans to use the clash to finally confirm whether our hero truly is the miracle he has been searching for. They both then rush at each other at the same time. Their punches collide with a solid thud that makes it very clear neither of them plans on backing down anytime soon. Our hero follows up by slamming his foot into Gangsan's back, only for Gangsan to return the favor almost immediately. When our boy shivers from the impact, Gangsan actually compliments his skills. My guy can tell now that this is the power of the S-class. Still, from his point of view, it's worth dragging this out a little longer since he has not even started using everything he has got yet. Gangsan, meanwhile, is fully committed to his life mission, defeat our hero and forcibly recruit him into the academy. Our boy wants absolutely none of that and charges again, which is exactly when Gangsan decides it's time to stop playing nice. In the crowd, two people start whispering nervously about Gangsan being at full power. People begin to wonder if this has officially gone too far. My guy charges in anyway, aiming another punch. Miri watches in growing panic, thinking that our hero might not survive this and that someone should step in before he collapses. Just as both of them are about to smash their fists together, he does not care if an arm breaks. Both fists are seconds away from colliding when a bouquet of flowers suddenly appears in my guy's hands. He freezes for half a second, staring at it in disbelief, silently asking the universe if this is really happening. Gangsan stops mid-attack. Annoyed, deeply offended, and suffering from second-hand embarrassment, our hero immediately throws the bouquet away without thinking. The flowers fly straight into Gangsan's face. And that's when everything completely falls apart. Gangsan, who has developed this deep and extremely serious trauma involving roses thanks to our boy, lets out a scream that belongs in a horror movie. He spins around and bolts at full speed, crying, calling for his mother, and running like his death itself is chasing him. From Gangsan's perspective, my guy did not faint, which was his goal, but nothing matters more than running away from that nightmarish rose which can pop out from our hero anytime. Meanwhile, our boy just stands there, completely baffled, watching Gangsan disappear into the distance. He briefly wonders if the man is allergic to flowers or if this is some kind of deeply personal issue. Either way, he assumes this counts as a win. Feeling proud, he starts thinking Gangsan is about to become his believer. So he checks his phone, but there is no confirmation message from the game. That's when it hits him that he still needs to make Gangsan say the keyword. Before he can spiral too hard, another message pops up. Non-believers are requesting permission to enter the game city, asking if he will accept them and grant his grace. He immediately perks up seeing that his believers are increasing on their own, and the quest is progressing smoothly. For once, things are actually going right. He notices the crowd still buzzing, and Miri looking far too proud of him, so he decides it's best to leave before this turns into another incident. Later, once he is alone and changed, he starts developing the ants' village. He expands the city walls to twice their size, builds more houses, and gets another notification informing his believer count has increased again. He adjusts the territory according to the population and then promptly loses his mind, muttering curses while wondering how on earth he is supposed to reach 1 billion believers. Inside the game, the ants witness his irritated expression and constant swearing, and immediately interpret it as an exclusive divine greeting. Naturally, this becomes sacred scripture. The saintess messages him, and before he knows it, everyone is greeting him by enthusiastically cursing. He briefly thinks that no one ever said gods were not allowed to swear in front of children. His thoughts drift back to Gangsan, whose whereabouts are still unknown, while the background fills with ants happily yelling vulgar greetings at him. Before he can even process that chaos, another message arrives along with footage showing that the sword demon is on the verge of committing suicide. So deep inside a forest, our boy suddenly appears right in front of the sword demon. The sword demon sees him and immediately collapses emotionally, breaking down and begging my guy to save him. Our hero does not waste time listening to the crying monologue. He just grabs the dagger out of the sword demon's hands and throws it on the ground. Then he kicks it away too, clearly unloading all his irritation onto the dagger, which did absolutely nothing wrong. Only then does he turn back and ask why the sword demon was trying to end his own life. The sword demon panics and insists he was not doing that at all. Our boy reminds him that unfortunately he has eyes. That's when he notices they are not alone. There is someone else nearby, a masked figure. It is Mina, of course. She is confused because she definitely did not sense anyone approaching, and now our hero is just standing there like he teleported in for fun. The sword demon immediately goes into warning mode and tells my guy not to drop his guard. Thanks to the disguise and voice alteration, he assumes Mina is a man, and accuses her of deliberately changing her voice, calling her a pervert on top of it. Our hero clarifies that the masked person is neither a woman nor a pervert. He then asks Mina why she is there. Mina responds with complete silence. The sword demon starts wondering what she wants from him. Our boy checks her profile and immediately notices the curse, and then mentions that he has an appraisal skill. The sword demon is once again reminded that everyone my guy interacts with is deeply amazing in some way. Finally, Mina removes her mask and tosses it aside. The sword demon instinctively admits she is beautiful, then immediately reminds himself that beautiful people can, in fact, still be terrifying and dangerous. Mina knows that the mask was an A-class concealment artifact, and clearly does not believe our hero's appraisal skill can see through it. Her presence suddenly becomes heavy as she releases a dangerous aura strong enough that even the sword demon feels it pressing down on him. Our boy, however, looks far more interested in calmly asking her again what she is doing there, like she did not just flex her murder aura 2 seconds ago. That question finally sets Mina off. She snaps and announces that she came there to kill the sword demon. The sword demon reminds my guy that she is one of the 10 people he once said he could not kill. Our hero responds by casually telling him that he is honestly just too weak. The sword demon looks like he has been emotionally stabbed. Our boy then turns back to Mina and, despite clearly not understanding the full situation, asks her to forgive the sword demon. He accepts that yes, the man looks stupid and acts stupid, but if she actually got to know him, she will realize he is pitiful and weirdly kind. Even the sword demon looks shocked that he is being defended this casually and insulted at the same time. Mina responds by releasing even more power. She reminds my guy that the sword demon nearly killed Miri. He asks if killing him is really necessary, and even offers to take responsibility himself, promising to personally turn the sword demon in. Mina does not understand what kind of misunderstanding he is operating under, but from her perspective, everything is going perfectly. After killing the sword demon, she plans to deal with him next. Our hero is genuinely surprised by this, because apparently he thought he was just the mediator there. Mina wants him to stop pretending he does not know anything. Johan already mentioned his name, and she has figured out that he is the one pulling the strings behind everything. She accuses him of acting like Miri's savior while secretly scheming behind the scenes. The word scheming hits our boy like a personal attack, even though he is not entirely sure what he is being accused of anymore. He asks her why. If she cares so much about Miri, she stole her abilities. Mina freezes, shocked that he knows this too, and immediately blames his appraisal skill. That's enough confirmation for her that he is dangerous, and now killing him feels completely justified. He already knows that the seal on Miri is a bloodbead seal, created by Mina herself, who is cursed by the dragon of the abyss. Mina used her own life as the medium. No matter what he tried, he could not undo it, and now he knows why. Still, he can't understand why Mina would create a seal that puts her own life at risk. Jealousy? Fear? Competitive anxiety? Who knows? Mina is officially done listening. Her killing intent skyrockets as she shouts at him to stop talking about things he does not understand. She attacks him with a mental control ability. The sword demon immediately draws his blade and rushes forward to protect our hero, only for Mina to casually flick him away like an inconvenience, sending him flying. Our boy freezes as he witnesses her just send the sword demon flying without even trying. He checks on him and the sword demon warns him to be careful, as Mina is not just strong, she's above sus class. There are even rumors she is SS class. My guy, painfully aware that he is still officially rated G class, starts questioning every life choice he has ever made. Mina does not give him time to think. She focuses her mental power, locks onto his heart, and prepares to end things right there. My guy suddenly feels something weird around his heart. The sword demon, upon seeing it, goes into full meltdown mode. Meanwhile, Mina is standing off to the side, smirking as she is sure our hero is about to meet his end. Our boy, of course, is not in any danger at all. He wants the sword demon to chill, please, because whatever this twinge was, it was not pain, it was at most a minor existential reminder that Mina is scary. Mina, for her part, freezes like someone just hit the pause button on her brain. She is used to the world trembling at her feet, but this guy? He is weirdly unmoved. The sword demon finally exhales shakily, probably trying to pretend he did not just almost cry in front of a scary woman with god-tier power. My guy, naturally, is fine, heart still beating, muscles not even twitching. Mina, however, is completely losing it. She has gone full-on apocalyptic display mode, mind control probes, psychic attacks, and our boy, he just felt a tickle. She is staring at him like he is some alien life form that broke all her assumptions about reality. But after a second, she admits, through gritted teeth and a fair amount of disbelief, that he is better than she expected. Of course, she does not leave it at that. She leans back, floats into the air like some dramatic sorceress queen, and makes one thing very clear. Mind control is just the appetizer on her terrifying skill buffet. And by buffet, she clearly means an all-you-can-destroy type of meal, where our hero is the main course. The sword demon, still shaking, warns my guy again that she could be SS class. Our boy just nods, mentally making a note to check if the official rankings even allow that, because clearly Mina has invented her own tier system. Then she tosses a massive fire wave their way. Both men whine, heroically, as the fire brushes past them. Sword demon probably squealing internally, and my guy's hand gets singed in the process. Next, the ground beneath them crumbles, forming a crater. Our boy seriously considers that Mina not only can use mind control skills but also attack skills. Then comes ice. Our hero's ankles lock in place. Sword Demon is frozen solid, now a statue of despair. My guy has a brief existential crisis trying to compute. Psychic-type hunter, fire attacks, ice attacks, mind control, illusions. Is there a manual for this? Then, like a light bulb flicking on, he realizes it's all an illusion. He breaks free from the ice and tells Sword Demon not to freak out because none of it's real. Mina laughs that high-pitched, infuriatingly smug laugh, confirming that yes, it's an illusion, but she clarifies that a perfect illusion is no different from reality. So basically, everything that just traumatized them was perfectly valid in his brain. Not stopping there, Mina decides to spice things up. She shapes a giant rock golem out of nearby stones, standing imposingly in front of them. Even if it's fake, she knows the psychological terror is enough to make most humans consider calling it quits. Her condition for letting them live: they must tell her everything about themselves and their purpose. Our hero sighs. Of course she won't believe him, but he humors her anyway. He shares that he is a third-rate novelist worshipped by ants, and that he is also helping Miri become S-class. Then he politely asks her to remove the seal on Miri. Mini stares at him like he has lost his mind. She decides to respond in the only way that makes sense, violently. A massive boulder comes crashing down from above. Sword Demon panics, frozen in place. Mini is certain she has won. The universe's favorite girl with the power of chaos and theatrics. And yet, as the dust settles, our boy is still standing. Not a scratch, not even a hint of sweat. He is holding the enormous boulder in his bare hands. Borrowing Ilho's steel body through skill sharing, he has literally turned what was meant to be his death into a casual strength flex. He then throws a clean, no-frills punch. The very next second, the boulder explodes with chunks flying everywhere in a loud, chaotic mess. Mina just stands there frozen, staring at the aftermath while her brain desperately tries to catch up. Meanwhile, our boy gives a small, satisfied smile, as he is absolutely aware of how amazing that looked and is enjoying it. The Sword Demon finally breaks free from the ice, and he looks impressed, almost giddy even. My guy notices and shoots him an irritated look, clearly remembering how this guy did not believe him earlier when he said the freezing trick was not a big deal. The realization hits the Sword Demon hard. He drops to his knees and starts apologizing again, clearly committed to making this his new personality trait. Our hero just stares down at him, already exhausted, wondering how this exact situation keeps repeating itself. Mina, meanwhile, is stuck on one very specific problem. A low-ranked fighter just shattered her attack using nothing but brute force, and her mind outright refuses to accept that information. The Sword Demon, being completely unhelpful as usual, suggests cutting his own stomach open since that's apparently the only way that emotionless man ever expresses himself. My guy responds in the most reasonable way possible by punching him. He pins the Sword Demon down with his foot and tells him to stay quiet because there is something more important happening at the moment. Our hero then turns toward Mina. She flinches the moment she feels his attention shift to her. Calmly, almost politely, he suggests that maybe they should talk this out like normal people. Mina's response is to drop straight to the ground and immediately start activating her ability again. He tries to complain that he was literally in the middle of speaking, but she ignores him completely and drags him into her illusionary domain without a second thought. In an instant, he finds himself somewhere unfamiliar. The ground beneath his feet feels smooth but solid, and the air carries a gentle, calming scent that he does not remember asking for. His body relaxes before he can stop it. There is nothing around him except silence, broken only by distant insect chirping, like a quiet summer night that's trying a little too hard to be peaceful. For the first time in a long while, he feels calm. It feels like a place where anything could happen, like the peace he has been missing decided to show up at the worst possible time. Then the scene fades to darkness, revealing a night sky so beautiful it actually makes him pause. Unfortunately, the peace does not last. Mina suddenly appears, clearly furious, accusing him of pushing her patience past its limit. She launches another technique, and he finally realizes, oh right, they have been fighting this whole time. Next thing he knows, he is being dragged into an endless swamp. Mina looks down at him and calmly informs him that this is where it ends, and that he should surrender already. He panics and tries using the crushing index finger of the god, but nothing happens, not even a courtesy reaction. The swamp keeps pulling him down like it has a personal grudge. Mina helpfully explains that he won't die. It's much worse if he sinks completely, his body will stay alive, but his mind will never wake up again. Which understandably makes him start crying because that sounds exactly like death with extra steps. He forces himself to calm down, reminding himself that this has to be another illusion. Mina places her foot just above his face with a final boss energy and gives him one last chance. Desperate, he tries to talk her down, but she cuts him off and demands to know who he really is and what he wants. He gets flustered. Mina assumes he is about to confess something deep and important. Instead, he blurts out that he can see her white underwear. Mina jumps back like she has been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, in his head, he somehow decides this is her fault for stepping over him while wearing a skirt in the first place. Completely enraged now, somehow even more than before, Mina decides she has done playing. Water closes in from all sides, dragging him under. His body grows heavy, his thoughts slow. Sleep starts creeping in, uninvited but very persistent. He knows he should not give in. He still has questions, especially about the seal she placed on Miri. But exhaustion wins. He falls asleep, and the moment he does, something activates. Guess what? It's the night blooming rose. Mina notices movement in the water, and then from the depths, a massive monstrous rose erupts upward. The monstrous flower explodes out of the water, its thick stems whipping through the air as it lashes out at Mina with unsettling enthusiasm. She manages to dodge most of the attacks, though only just, and confusion quickly takes over. This is her illusionary space. Nothing is supposed to exist here, unless she allows it. That is the whole point. And yet here it is, very much existing, and very much trying to eat her. As she searches for an explanation, the obvious answer finally presents itself. Our hero. She scans the area and finds him sitting comfortably on the rose, completely unbothered, fast asleep. Not the polite kind of sleep either, but the deep, committed kind, like someone who has absolutely no intention of waking up anytime soon. If anything, he looks like he is trying to sink even further into it, leaving the chaos behind for someone else to deal with. Mina's frustration deepens. All she can do is evade the attacking roots, and even that earns her wounds. The situation feels uncomfortably familiar, and before she can stop herself, a memory surfaces. The same helpless terror she felt when facing the dragon of the abyss. Her movements falter, she stumbles, then collapses to the ground, though surrender never crosses her mind. Roots wrap around her and lift her into the air as the stems close in, clearly confident about how this will end. Even then she refuses to break, shouting her vow that she will not die until she has taken her revenge on the dragon of the abyss. Elsewhere, our boy wakes up in a place that immediately feels wrong. He remembers fighting Mina, but the pieces do not quite line up. Before he can dwell on it, the game provides an answer, informing him that through the eye of the blind god he is witnessing Mina's nightmare. With that, everything begins to make sense, including the seal Mina placed on Miri's powers. 15 years earlier, the Abyssal Dragon, the worst monster in recorded history, slaughtered millions, including Mina and Miri's parents, and left a lasting mark on the sisters. The dragon branded them, intending to use their overwhelming potential as offerings, and molded them into tools for its eventual return. Mina, carrying the brand, rose to S-class at the age of 14, which was impressive in every way except the one that mattered. From that moment on, her life narrowed to a single purpose: revenge. Even when rumors spread that the Abyssal Dragon had been slain, she refused to believe them, and continued preparing for the day it would return. That power, however, came at a cost. Mina's rapid growth shortened her lifespan, a cruel balance she was not alone in paying. Every attempt to remove the brand failed, leaving her with one remaining option. She chose to shorten her life even further to place a seal on Miri's powers. If she could not stop her sister from awakening, she could at least prevent her from becoming an S-class. Miri, unaware of what had been taken from her, celebrated the awakening of her abilities and looked toward revenge with bright, hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, Mina quietly placed chains on her sister's vision, determined to spare her from the same fate, even if it meant being misunderstood forever. My guy feels his chest tighten as he witnesses the truth behind those memories. The weight of Mina's choices presses down on him, and before he can stop it, tears surface. The game then informs him, with its usual lack of sensitivity, that Mina's mind has collapsed under the night-blooming rose. Her illusionary space shatters, and the world snaps back into place like nothing just emotionally devastated him. He finds himself back in reality, where the sword demon is in full panic, rambling about how our hero has not responded, and then, oddly enough, expressing relief that Mina has been defeated. He even begins wondering what they should do with her body. Our boy barely hears him. Mina lies unconscious on the ground in front of him. He rushes to her side, checking for injuries, and trying to wake her up. After a tense moment, a faint mumble escapes her lips. Relief washes over him when he realizes she is still alive. Her eyes slowly flutter open, searching instinctively for her mother, only to find my guy instead, looking confused and very much unprepared for that responsibility. Now deep in the forest, inside a quiet house, Mina sleeps peacefully. She is curled up like a child who has never heard the words trauma, gods, or sentient murder flowers. Our boy stands beside her, solemnly pressing the divine authority of his ring finger to heal Mina. What he gets instead is nothing. Naturally irritated, he does what any frustrated god does when his powers suddenly feel decorative. He complains directly to the other gods. The first to respond is the truth seeker of eternity. According to him, most problems could be solved by developing a strong physical body, preferably through intense muscle training. My guy immediately rejects this. He is not about to fix severe mental damage by turning Mina into a gym project. Next comes the all-slashing Heavenly Blade, who contributes exactly what everyone expects from him, a completely unhinged suggestion. In his eyes, since she is apparently going to die anyway, our hero should simply hand her over to him. Our boy responds with pure rage, telling him to disappear, and complaining that expecting intelligence from that one was his biggest mistake. Then the endlessly granting abundance pops in, helpfully explaining that once my guy becomes a high-ranked god, he should be able to heal her easily with authority alone. Our hero dismisses this as well. He is barely surviving as a low-rank god, and the idea of promotion right now is not even considerable. As the divine noise fades, he finally notices something important. His memories of the incident are oddly blurred. Still, one detail remains annoyingly consistent. Every time he loses consciousness after being struck, the night-blooming rose appears without fail, which means, obviously, the flower activated while he was unconscious and caused all of this. The realization hits him like divine lightning, and he immediately praises his own brilliance, laughing loudly as if he has just solved the fundamental mysteries of reality, instead of connecting two painfully obvious dots. With renewed confidence, he turns to the silent creeping nightmare and asks for an actual solution. The answer is brutally simple. Once someone has been swallowed that deeply, there is no easy way out. Our boy instantly spirals, already imagining Mina staying like this forever. Then the nightmare adds that there is, in fact, one way. That way just happens to involve our hero sleeping with her. My guy freezes, his brain shuts down, his face ignites, his soul attempts to exit his body. Later, after a night that our hero will never emotionally recover from, he gently pulls a blanket over Mina. She stirs and asks where he is going, and he answers he is going to make breakfast, and asks if she wants some too. As it turns out, the silent creeping nightmare was not being creepy earlier. There were no hidden meanings or awkward implications, just a solution that made sense in the most irritatingly simple way possible. Memories, apparently, flow back the same way water goes downhill. Since our boy had accidentally swallowed part of Mina's memories, staying close let them leak back to her through shared dreams. Just to make sure he is not hallucinating from sleep deprivation, he decides to test her. He asks her name, and she answers without hesitation. Good. He asks what she likes the most, and of course it's Miri. Predictable. Then he asks what she hates the most, and her body starts shaking as she quietly answers, flowers. At this point, her mental state has climbed back up to that of a small child. Thanks to that, he has to suffer from severe exhaustion, blurry vision, and the strong desire to collapse face first onto the floor. Mina soon starts nodding off again, leaving him alone with the crushing realization that he is now deeply, profoundly screwed. The Hunter Association has officially announced Mina's disappearance, and the entire Hunter world is collectively losing its mind. Letting her walk back out like this would basically be a public execution, so he decides to keep her hidden until her consciousness fully returns. Being deep in the mountains helps, as people generally don't go hiking into divine trouble zones by accident. Still, the first person he decides to contact is Miri. Outside, the sword demon is busy swinging his new sword. The thing is ridiculously heavy, but that does not stop him. My guy steps out, and the sword demon greets him properly, because loyalty apparently comes pre-installed in this guy. When our hero asks how training is going, the sword demon confidently declares that everything is perfect, and immediately launches into a dramatic explanation of how the sword manual our boy gave him is endlessly profound, world-shaking, and capable of redefining swordsmanship itself. My guy hears none of that. His mind is too busy replaying the exact moment he handed over a horrifying amount of gold for that endlessly profound book. He once thought promotion tasks for low-rank gods were outright impossible, which is precisely why he paid such an absurd price to speed things up. Just thinking about needing 1 billion followers or even 10 S-class ones makes his skull throb in protest. Right on cue, the game notifies him that the number of S-class or higher followers with the potential to transcend has increased by 2. One of them is Antier. Our hero has not checked the game in a while, but apparently both Anti and Ilio have now hit S-class. That means the sword demon might actually have a shot too. Since recruiting an existing S-class hunter is not so realistic, he decides it's far smarter to raise his own people instead. That's the real reason he dumped a mountain of gold into that B-rank sword manual. The sword demon is using came as a bonus, advertised as an ultimate weapon meant to surpass humans, seas, skies, and even gods. Our boy knows full well it's basically a scam. His fists are stronger anyway, and all slashing heavenly blades granted items cannot be refunded. He curses and aggressively lowers his expectations. Still, he is satisfied that the growth potion's effect is real. Seeing how much Iliho improved convinces him to repeat the strategy. He buys several growth potions and tells the sword demon to drink them before continuing training. The sword demon immediately drops to his knees and accepts them like sacred artifacts. My guy then heads off to make breakfast. The sword demon tries to stop him, but he orders him to focus on training instead, pointing out that being stronger would be infinitely more useful than standing around emotionally. The sword demon solemnly promises to live up to his expectations. As our hero walks away thinking about what to cook, he casually checks some breaking news. Apparently, Yohyun has announced that if the kidnapper of Mina touches even a single strand of her hair, he will twist their neck all the way around. Immediately after that, a massive explosion goes off behind him. Our boy and the sword demon turn around to see Yohyun standing there, demanding to know Mina's whereabouts. My guy quickly checks his profile and finds out that Yohyun is a fire rank user with the potential to transcend. Before he can react, the sword demon completely loses his temper, threatening Yo-Yuan for speaking so casually and loudly, proclaiming our hero as the sword god. Yo-Yuan, understandably, has no idea what that title even means. The sword demon looks genuinely disappointed, concluding that Yo-Yuan sees the world like a clueless puppy. Our boy finds the entire exchange unbearably embarrassing, and silently begs the sword demon to stop. Naturally, the sword demon does the exact opposite. He laughs and declares that Mina has already been defeated, and has become someone who can't live without my guy. Yo-Yuan hears this, misunderstands it in the worst way possible, assumes a romantic relationship, and immediately decides that both of them need to die. The sword demon somehow manages to keep talking, making the situation exponentially worse. Our hero panics internally, screaming at him to shut up strictly inside his own head. Out loud, he does absolutely nothing. The sword demon confidently tells our boy to rest and announces that he will handle Yo-Yuan himself. My guy cannot believe the level of confidence this man has while standing in front of an S-class hunter. The sword demon charges. Yo-Yuan draws his blade and incinerates him instantly. The sword demon collapses, reduced to a pile of charcoal and crushed pride. Our hero and Yo-Yuan exchange a brief look, then Yo-Yuan disappears. In the very next moment, he reappears directly in front of our boy at a speed my guy can't even register, grabs him by the neck and demands to know where Mina is and exactly what the sword demon meant by those words earlier. At this point, breakfast is not just delayed, it is cancelled indefinitely. Our hero can see it the moment he looks at Yo-Yuan's sword. The soul bound to it is a massive red dragon. Yo-Yuan, meanwhile, is getting angrier by the second, demanding explanations. The heat spikes, the air starts scorching, and our boy can actually feel his face beginning to roast. He lifts his hand and uses the crushing index finger of the god. To Yo-Yuan, it probably looks like my guy is just pointing dramatically for no reason. But in the next instant, Yo-Yuan's body refuses to move. Even the dragon starts shaking violently, like it suddenly realized it picked a fight with the wrong existence. Yo-Yuan explodes in fury, accusing our hero of using some strange, underhanded ability. Our boy, calm to the point of being irritating, simply orders the dragon to leave. He enforces the command with his authority, and to everyone's surprise, including probably the dragon's, the red dragon vanishes on the spot. Yo-Yuan is left staring in disbelief. Before he can even process what just happened, his dragon-slaying sword begins to crack. Naturally, he immediately blames my guy. Our hero does not bother denying it. He just tells Yo-Yuan to loosen his grip on his neck, because it's still unbearably hot, and he really hates dealing with heat. Yo-Yuan ignores that, continuing to demand answers. Our hero shrugs it off, saying he already explained everything, which is technically true, just not helpful. At that moment, the sword demon staggers back to his feet, looking strangely satisfied as he watches our boy casually handle an S-class hunter like an inconvenience. Yo-Yuan tries activating his skill again, refusing to back down, and my guy, getting annoyed, decides to borrow Elo's steel body too. Before things can get any worse, Mina steps outside and yells at both of them to shut up. She complains that she can't sleep because they are being too loud. Yo-Yuan freezes when he sees that Mina is alive and standing right there. But then Mina notices his hand gripping our hero's neck. She immediately points at him and calls him a bad guy, with the absolute certainty of an upset child passing moral judgment. Yo-Yuan looks like his soul is about to leave his body. Mina suddenly attacks him, unleashing her power with clear intent to kill. Yo-Yuan is slammed into the ground, coughing blood and shaking violently in pain. Even while getting crushed into the earth, he can't understand why she attacked him. Meanwhile, Mina runs straight to our boy and mistakes him for Miri. She grabs his face, checking him over to see if he is hurt, and assures him not to worry. Yo-Yuan watches in stunned disbelief as Mina hugs my guy tightly and promises to protect him from Yo-Yuan, who she has fully decided is the villain of this story. Our hero panics internally as she clings to him, repeatedly confusing him with Miri, and softly comforting him like he is the one who needs saving. Going with the flow, our boy plays along and calls her his sister. Then reality crashes down on him. He suddenly realizes how brutally cruel this scene must look from Yo-Yuan's perspective. If the rumors about Yo-Yuan and Mina being lovers are true, then watching her reduced to a child who does not even recognize him has to be devastating. Feeling a rare stab of pity, he decides to ease up on him. He activates his healing authority through his ring finger and restores Yo-Yuan's body. Strength flows back into him instantly. The game evaluates Yo-Yuan on the spot, announcing that although he is a rank 8 low-tier being, he possesses the potential to transcend. At the same time, 100 gold coins vanished from our boy's account. Seeing the cost, he realizes that healing in S-class is outrageously expensive. Still, his thoughts quickly shift. If things play out right, this could be a perfect opportunity to increase the number of S-class followers under him. He notices the look in Yo-Yuan's eyes, bright, shaken, and full of awe, like he would agree to anything if he asked nicely. Quietly, he starts calculating. Handle this properly, and Yo-Yuan might actually become his believer. Yo-Yuan, for his part, finally realizes that my guy just used a healing ability that completely defies common sense. Even other S-class healers had failed to treat him properly before. Our hero decides this is the ideal moment to build trust, and turns to Yo-Yuan, calmly stating that there has been a misunderstanding and that he will explain everything. Before he can finish, the sky fills with the unmistakable sound of approaching helicopters. Our boy looks up, immediately realizing Yoo-hyun did not come alone. Yoo-hyun quickly denies it, insisting he came by himself. My guy believes him, as there is no reason for him to lie now, which leaves only bad possibilities. A bounty? A hunter task force? Whatever it is, he already knows one thing for sure. This is about to turn into a massive soul-crushing headache. From the helicopters above, several guards start jumping out one after another like it's some kind of action movie audition. Our hero notices there are way too many of them. As he squints up at the chaos, he spots Gang-san peeking out from one of the helicopters, his expression unusually tense. That alone is enough to make our boy uneasy. For a brief moment he wonders if Gang-san has decided he looks like a prime suspect in Mina's kidnapping case. Then he sees that right next to Gang-san is Miri. Mina gets excited seeing Miri. My guy's brain, however, starts sprinting. He now has to explain everything. The gods, the memories, the flowers, the sleeping arrangements, all of it, preferably without sounding like the world's most suspicious man. A bit later, our hero has finally laid everything out. Every single event, step by step, including the part where Mina sealed Miri's powers. Hearing this, Miri finally understands why Mina made that choice and how she risked her own life to protect her. Tears well up in Miri's eyes. Mina is not doing much better. The two share a quiet, emotional moment while the guards standing nearby slowly get pulled into the mood and even start clapping like they are watching a heartfelt drama scene. Right on cue, Yulby steps in and cuts through the atmosphere before it turns into a full group cry. She hands our boy a license, officially recognizing him as a B rank awakened. He stares at it like it might be fake. Yoonbi explains that while his base stats are laughably low, Gang-san's backing and proof of that strange flower he summoned were enough to validate his abilities. The moment she mentions the flower, both Gang-san and Mina visibly stiffen. Yoonbi, clearly sensing incoming trauma, quickly avoids using the exact term. My guy immediately understands they are talking about the night-blooming rose. Gang-san then casually tosses out the idea of our hero working with him, mentioning that with a B-rank status, teaching at the academy would be easy. Our boy shuts that down instantly. He already has ants to raise, chapters to write as a proudly third-rate novelist, and the looming responsibility of nurturing future S-rank followers. His life is already a poorly managed to-do list. Adding teacher to it sounds like a personal attack. Then Gang-san offers double the usual starting pay. My guy's interest activates immediately. His soul leans forward and asks for exact numbers. Yoonbi calmly starts calculating, stacking Gang-san's special operation funds on top. The final number comes out absolutely ridiculous, drowning in zeros. Since money is essentially our hero's oxygen supply, he agrees on the spot. With a straight face and zero shame, he declares that becoming an academy teacher has always been his lifelong dream. The next morning, Miri waits in her classroom glowing like she knows a secret. Her closest friend notices and asks what's going on. Miri just smiles and reveals someone important is coming. Right on cue, the door opens and our boy walks in. He steps onto the platform and clears his throat, while whispers ripple through the room. One girl recognizes him instantly by the tracksuit. Realizing he is the man who took down Gwonwook in a single strike, curiosity then shifts to the intimidating figure standing beside him, the sword demon. My guy greets the class and announces that while Gwonwook is away recovering, he will be acting as their temporary homeroom teacher. The fact that he is wearing a tracksuit while saying this does not inspire confidence. Murmurs spread until the sword demon snaps at everyone to shut up and introduces himself as the teaching assistant. He looks less like faculty and more like the final boss of a dungeon that wandered into the wrong building. He warns the students sharply that receiving my guy's guidance is an honor and that they'd better behave accordingly. Class officially begins, and Miri informs our hero that the first period is physical training, normally taught by Gwonwook. Our hero immediately upgrades it to self-study. Confused looks spread across the room, except for Miri, who looks oddly satisfied. With the crisis resolved, he lies down on the podium and falls asleep without hesitation. Between recent disasters and his general lifestyle choices, sleep has clearly become a luxury. The sword demon stands guard, displaying his divine blade and warning the students not to make a sound. One girl silently mocks the sword's name, but the boy beside her shuts her up instantly after sensing the power coming from the sword demon. The next day changes nothing. Even with exams approaching, our boy declares self-study again. When it rains, self-study. When the sky clears, still self-study. After 4 straight days of this revolutionary teaching strategy, Miri's friend has had enough. She has noticed that whenever he is not asleep, he is busy playing some bizarre ant-related game. In her eyes, there is absolutely nothing about him that qualifies as a teacher. Even during lunch, he happily enjoys the free meals alongside the students. Miri's friend's name is Go Myongji, and she immediately classifies him as a shameless paycheck thief. Meanwhile, Miri watches him eat with open admiration, which only convinces Myongji that her friend has completely lost her grip on reality. On the way home, Youngji complains non-stop about our hero, who in her eyes is a sloppy man in a tracksuit who does nothing but assign self-study. Miri brushes it off, saying only she needs to understand his charm. Then she suddenly remembers that Mina and our boy are waiting and rushes off. Watching her leave, Myungji decides she has had enough and vows to snap Miri out of whatever strange spell she is under. The following day finally brings something new. My guy announces sparring practice and allows the students to choose their own partners. Myungji is thrilled, seeing this as her perfect opportunity. Our hero, already exhausted, hands all the supervision over to the sword demon and immediately starts searching for a quiet place to nap. To Myungji, this feels no different from self-study with extra steps. She stops him and points out that she does not have a partner. He then realizes there are 21 students. Annoyed but trapped, he listens as Myungji suggests he pair up with her. The sword demon bristles with anger at her boldness, but our boy quickly calms him down. Remembering Myungji's very clear warning about salary cuts and paying for his own meals if he slacks off, he reluctantly agrees. Even when he mutters under his breath, Myungji hears every word perfectly. Once inside the cage, she mutters under her breath that he is nothing but a lazy paycheck thief, and that she really wants to punch him. Naturally, my guy hears every single word, crystal clear. The sheer creativity of her insults is honestly impressive. Still, she is Miri's closest friend, so even while being called useless and accused of stealing a salary, he can't exactly fire back. Besides, she is not completely wrong. He has been asleep in class a lot. He just happens to have very good reasons for it. That morning, he woke up with his head pounding like someone rang a bell inside his skull. He gave up his bed to Mina and Miri because Mina needs proper care, which leaves him sleeping on the cold, unforgiving floor. As if that were not enough, Yuhyun and Gangsan are also crashing at his place. He has not slept properly even once. Empty wine bottles are scattered everywhere, and the two of them are sprawled across the floor. Watching them, he honestly wonders how these people are S-class hunters. The future of the nation suddenly feels dark. He nudges Yuxian with his foot and tells him to go home and sleep like a functional human being. Yuxian does not even twitch. These two have been camping at his place for an entire week, drinking every single day. The day before our boy officially started working, they dragged him out to drink as a celebration. That somehow turned into a permanent lifestyle. When it rained, they drank because it was atmospheric. When the weather was nice, they drank because it was a good day. He got worried it might interfere with Mina's recovery, but Mina actually prefers them drunk because they look stupid. While those two remain unconscious masterpieces, Mina wakes up in the middle of the night feeling hungry, which automatically promotes my guy to Midnight Chef. The heavenly blade moves slightly, and Mina immediately gets curious, so he tells her to ignore it since it's just a fruit knife. He then decides to make fried rice, and she demands a fried egg on the side. Now he is in the kitchen chopping ingredients, thinking about how he has been drinking non-stop, taking care of Mina, and sleeping less than a haunted bat. A phone suddenly starts ringing on the floor between Yuhyun and Gangsan. The sound wakes both of them instantly. The news reports that an S-class hunter named Sergei, who had gone missing, has been found dead in a hotel. The Hunter Association has not released an official statement yet, but panic is already spreading. Analysts are predicting the appearance of a high-level unknown monster, since the victim was S-class. Both Yohyun and Gangsan immediately sense trouble. Yohyun points out strange writing in blood on the wall shown in the photo. According to analysts, it's not Sergei's handwriting and appears to be in an unspecified African language, meaning a sacrifice to God. Gangsan stands up instantly, and Yohyun follows. The two teleport away without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, my guy finishes cooking, only to realize the freeloaders are gone. He tells Mina to finish her food and get ready for school. She smiles brightly because Yoonbi is her favorite person. He is not surprised. Every time they go out, Mina sticks to Choi Yoonbi like glue. He decides it's probably good for both Mina and his own sanity. Back in the present, our hero sighs. He promised himself he would work seriously from then on, but reality clearly did not get the memo. Using the Eye of God, he looks into Myungji and discovers she has necromancy abilities. She makes the first move, calling out to her summoned subordinate, Hades. He recognizes the name immediately. Myungji activates her summoning skill, and Hades appears. Our boy checks the summon status and sees that Hades is ranked 7th in the underworld. He was once a knight serving the mountain-crushing giant, but after falling long ago, he became a dried-up zombie. Our hero is stunned that Myungji can control something like this, and feels an odd thrill watching the match unfold. He borrows Iliho's steel body ability, getting ready, but just as Hades raises his fist, he freezes mid-motion. My guy and Myungji both stare in confusion. She urgently orders Hades to attack, but instead he drops to one knee in front of our hero. Myungji snaps, thinking her summon has malfunctioned. Hades, however, calmly pays his respects. Myungji completely loses it. A summoner's command should be absolute, yet her summon is bowing to someone else. The surrounding students can't believe what they are seeing. Our boy subduing a summoned being without even moving. The sword demon smirks, clearly enjoying the show. Miri looks delighted as well. Myungji meanwhile starts punching Hades and orders him to move. My guy finds her frustration oddly cute, like an angry squirrel throwing a tantrum. Deciding to play along, he asks Hades to at least pretend to fight. Hades refuses. Even now, he can sense the presence of his former master, the mountain-crushing giant, standing before him, faint but unmistakable. That name triggers something, and our hero places his hand on Hades' head, just like the giant once did. Memories flood in all at once. Hades was not always a monster. He had once been a proud knight who deeply admired the giant god. He failed to protect the priestess, lost his life, and wandered the underworld for 1,000 years as a zombie burdened by regret until Myongji summoned him. After seeing all those memories, our boy trembles and gets teary. The game informs him that he possesses the divine power of the mountain-crushing giant and meets the requirements for believer succession. He is given the option to claim the fallen knight. He agrees immediately. The game congratulates him on inheriting the giant's believer, officially registering Hades as the third believer of my guy from the Earth branch. The game then informs that it will take an enormous amount of divine power, but evolution is possible. Our hero does not know what Hades will become, but judging by everything so far, it does not feel like a bad idea. He accepts. Power surges out of him and flows straight into Hades, who absorbs it completely. Miri and the Sword Demon, loyal fans as always, call it a miracle, while everyone else stands frozen, watching what can only be described as an evolution happen right in front of them. Hades completes his transformation, rising as Knight Paladin Hades. Not surprisingly, both the Sword Demon and Miri are completely blown away, because of course my guy has to impress everyone around him. Just a casual day in the life of our hero. The game confirms that Hades now has the potential to surpass his limits. Hades bows with perfect poise, thanks our boy with all the gravitas of a sworn knight, and swears on his very soul that he will act as his shield from this moment forward. Meanwhile, the game quietly updates the low-grade god advancement task, noting that the number of S-rank or higher followers with transcendence potential has jumped to 4. Myongji, on the other hand, stands frozen to see Hades can now speak as well. Then my guy starts to sway as lightheadedness hits him like a brick. He is moments away from collapsing, but Hades catches him. The Sword Demon and Miri rush over, panic written all over their faces. The Sword Demon gets worried as he notices just how pale our boy has become. Hades calmly assures everyone that their beloved hero is merely asleep and otherwise unharmed. The Sword Demon's eyes well up as he realizes how much energy our boy must have burnt. Apparently, evolving a follower is not exactly a walk in the park as it needs divine power. And yet my guy does not even flinch. To him, this level of exhaustion is simply part of the job description. In his dream, he finds himself resting with his head gently cradled on the lap of the endlessly granting abundance. Finally, he is able to meet the gods in person, rather than staring at some glowing system screen. She speaks softly, telling him that he has consumed an enormous amount of divine power and needs proper rest to recover. He exhales fully for the first time in ages, basking in a warmth that feels almost unreal. Of course, a creeping sense of danger is approaching unnoticed, quietly promising that he won't get too comfortable. Over at the academy, Yanbi is with Mina, who is diligently licking a lollipop. Mina looks bored, clearly waiting for our hero and Miri to come and entertain her. Then she pulls something mysterious out of her bag and starts fidgeting with it, like a curious toddler. Yanbi lets out a quiet sigh, missing the old sharp-tongued Mina, who could solve a problem while delivering sarcastic commentary. Her thoughts drift to Sergei's death, and she remembers how Yuhyun and Gangsan had to leave in the aftermath. If Mina were in her right state of mind, she would have been absurdly helpful. Suddenly, the lollipop slips from Mina's hand and hits the ground with a pathetic little smack. She freezes, trembling. Yunbi, assuming it's the candy she is upset over, moves to comfort her, but Mina clings to Yunbi instead, whispering that something terrifying has arrived, something that wants to devour her. Outside the academy, a man in a tattered cloak mutters quietly to himself. He speaks of 2 hidden sacrifices inside, seeds nurtured by the dragon of the abyss, remarking with mild irritation that only one has matured so far. A security guard, blissfully unaware of how wrong this encounter is about to go, approaches and asks for identification. The man's response is both efficient and brutal. 1 slash, and the guard collapses. Panic spreads among the remaining guards, whose attacks turn out to be useless. The cloaked man cuts them down one by one, then slams his fist into the ground, shaking the academy. Alarms start to shout intruder alerts. The man mutters about offerings to God, dismissing everyone else as utterly worthless. More fighters rush in, probably hoping sheer numbers will save them. At that very moment, Miri arrives on the scene as well. The cloaked man instantly fixes his gaze on her as she is the sacrifice he has been searching for, that has not ripened yet. A massive explosion tears through the area as the hunters attack the intruder guy. When the smoke finally clears, the strange man is still standing there, cool as a cucumber. To emphasize his overwhelming strength, he casually grabs a nearby stone and crushes it into dust. Then he decides everyone present needs to die. Everyone except Miri, of course. With a single terrifying move, he wipes out the others like swatting away annoying flies. The sword demon steps up heroically, or as heroically as someone can when facing a walking natural disaster. He manages to block the next strike, but it's painfully obvious he is barely holding on. One more hit, and he is going to be more dust than demon. Meanwhile, the Academy's emergency announcements kick in. The system's automated voice drones on about evacuation protocols, bunker locations, and remain calm advice that nobody, not even the calmest person alive, could follow in a situation like this. Gangsan and the other S-rank hunters are supposedly 10 minutes away, which, in a crisis, might as well be 10 eternities. Miri turns to the sword demon and asks him to take our boy to the bunker. She plans to hold the enemy off for 10 minutes. The sword demon, however, puts his belief in Hades to handle everything properly. Then the intruder bursts into laughter. In the blink of an eye, his body twists and reshapes into a massive crocodile-like monster. As if that were not enough, he spreads a giant magical barrier over the entire academy, trapping everyone inside. He mocks them mercilessly, having cornered them completely, ensuring their so-called reinforcements won't be able to reach them. Miri immediately recognizes the barrier for what it is, a domain barrier, something only monarch-level monsters can manage. Think Dragon of the Abyss level, terrifying enough to make everyone reconsider life choices. The sword demon urges her to retreat to the bunker while he keeps the monster busy. Naturally, the reptilian villain has other plans. Blocking their path like it's doing them a personal favor, it attacks again. The sword demon swings his blade, but the creature casually flings him into a wall. Then, of course, it turns its attention to Miri. She fires lightning at it. Meanwhile, somewhere far less dramatic but still panicked, Mina is shaking like a leaf. She senses that Miri is in trouble and teleports without a second thought. Back outside, Miri continues blasting lightning, while the sword demon, barely holding on and coughing up blood like a vampire with a lung infection, warns her to stay alert. Suddenly, the monster grabs Miri in one massive hand. The sword demon, struggling to stand, whispers a quiet apology to our boy. The creature slams Miri into the ground, pinning her, and then, because of course it has to be gross, slowly extends its disgusting tongue toward her. Just when the situation can't possibly get worse, Mina appears, dramatically and inconveniently on cue, and immediately attempts mind control. The monster, clearly not anticipating her solo arrival, welcomes her. Her control fails, and in a perfect storm of bad timing, a noisy toy in her pocket starts chirping, annoying her to no end. She tosses it aside with a muttered curse and switches to her illusion-based powers. Before she can fully act, the monster wraps its tail around her, planning to use her as a sacrifice. Mina curses at him and warns him not to touch Miri. The monster ignores all etiquette and continues preparing the ritual anyway. Miri trembles in fear, calling out for help, while Mina joins in, screaming our boy's name like it's a chant at a concert for the universe's most powerful swordsman. And of course, right on cue, my guy wakes up. Our hero makes up his mind to leave the dream, despite endlessly granting abundance, doing everything short of physically chaining him in place. She is genuinely worried because he has not fully recovered his divine power yet, and marching back now is essentially volunteering to walk straight into the jaws of an apostle of the god of destruction. Our boy listens patiently, nods once or twice, and then ignores all of it. He insists he has to act. His people are in danger, and timing matters more than perfect preparation. With that brilliant logic firmly in place, he leaves the dream. Back at the academy, things have progressed exactly as badly as expected. The crocodile monster finally completes its ritual. Miri is bound at the center, pale and terrified, clearly meant to be the final offering to the god of destruction. The monster takes out his tongue to begin the sacrifice, but his tail is suddenly sliced clean off. The severed limb crashes into the ground, and the crocodile's scream echoes across the academy grounds. Right at that extremely convenient moment, our boy appears on the scene. The game wastes no time identifying the creature. Gustav, apostle of the god of destruction, a being responsible for harvesting and processing the god's handiwork. In other words, an executioner with divine backing and absolutely no redeeming qualities. Miri is safe in my guy's arms before she can even process what's happening. He sets her aside carefully, making sure she is out of immediate danger. Once again, the heavenly sword has possessed him. His current mental state can be summarized as cut everything. Then he lunges at Gustav without ceremony. Gustav, still furious about his missing tail, demands to know who this annoying little human thinks he is. Our hero does not answer. Words are overrated, especially when he is holding an insane divine blade that solves problems far more efficiently. He dodges Gustav's counterattack, leaps into the air and lands directly on the monster's face. From there, blows rain down on Gustav with surgical precision. Each strike is clean, deliberate, and merciless, accompanied by muttering that probably sounds like complete lunacy to anyone listening. From a distance, the sword demon watches intently. His eyes gleam with recognition, excitement, and no small amount of envy, as this is the swordplay he has been waiting to see. After a brief pause, our boy casually asks if that's all Gustav has to offer. Gustav snarls, admitting that my guy is strong but insisting he has not even begun to show his full power. This is meant to be a threat. My guy takes it as exciting news. More power means more cutting. More cutting means, well, more fun. At least from the sword's perspective, and right now that opinion matters most. Gustav, clearly offended by the lack of fear, declares that sacrificing someone like our hero will be a grand gesture to the god of destruction. He begins boasting, releasing the godly power coursing through him like he is performing on stage at some divine talent show. The air trembles as his aura expands. Our boy only grins. The more power Gustav shows, the more opportunities there are to slash through it. He actually encourages him to bring it on, which does wonders for Gustav's already fragile ego. At that moment, the truth seeker of eternity shakes his head in exaggerated disappointment. He is sulky, complaining that my guy left all the good muscles behind just to chase after some sword. Meanwhile, the silently creeping nightmare waves man-eating flowers in both hands and cheers like a deeply unsettling fan club. Our hero scoffs, labeling them useless stalkers. Gustav suddenly transforms, his body swelling as dragon essence surges through him, a gift directly bestowed by the god of destruction. Our boy mentally yawns. He leaps forward to strike again, and his blade bounces harmlessly off. He freezes for a fraction of a second, realizing Gustav's dragon essence is completely impervious. Frustration bubbles up, but he keeps slashing anyway, testing angles, force, and timing. Gustav laughs, clearly delighted by the shift in momentum. Then he grabs our boy's wrist mid-swing and punches him square in the stomach. The impact is brutal. My guy coughs up blood as he is hurled across the ground like a discarded weapon. Gustav follows, looming over him with murderous intent. He then grabs our boy by the face, lifting him effortlessly. Our hero's body locks up under the oppressive pressure. Gustav prepares to complete the sacrifice, offering our boy up to the god of destruction. Desperate, our boy reaches for his healing ring, Finger of God. The game responds that he has not sufficient divine power. My guy curses under his breath as warning after warning flashes across his vision. Blood trickles down from his head, and the world starts drifting away. Right on cue, Hades makes his grand entrance, charging at Gustav with all the heroic enthusiasm. He leaps, he swings, and he shouts a battle cry worthy of an anime protagonist, then promptly gets punched away. Meanwhile, my guy can't help but wonder if all that godhood has gone straight to his head. Maybe being divine made him arrogant. Maybe he has grown accustomed to looking the other way when trouble arises. Or maybe he had been running from suffering instead of staring it down like a man. Then voices start leaking through the fog. Someone is calling him. It's Ilho, practically shouting at him to hold on. If shouting were a superpower, Ilho would be S-class already. He sees the Saintess next, praying as if her life depends on it. Well, technically it does. And suddenly, he feels it all. The tears, the fear, the shaky hope of people who, against all rational judgment, decided that he was worth believing in. Mina is there too, flat out refusing to accept reality. Miri is crying without restraint, a human storm of snot and tears. And the sword demon? Oh, he keeps apologizing over and over, all of which crashes into my guy at once. Their prayers dig in, dragging him back from the edge, reminding him that he is their god. Even the game itself seems unsettled by the sheer magnitude of faith on display, and restores part of his divine power. Meanwhile, Gustav decides to wrap this up neatly by offering our hero to the god of destruction, like a nicely gift-wrapped disaster. The game unlocks new abilities through skill sharing, the sword demon's heavenly demon sword, and Hades' blessing of invulnerability. Our boy's eyes snap open, sharp and hungry. Borrowing the sword demon's technique, he swings once and cleanly severs Gustav's arm. Gustav screams. At the same time, outside the barrier, Yoyuin and Gangsan are trying their hardest, which in this scenario translates to accomplishing almost exactly nothing. Gangsan curses Gustav under his breath, realizing far too late that all the S and A-class hunters were deliberately lured away so this little apocalypse could proceed uninterrupted. Yoyuin prays for a miracle. Miraculously, cracks begin crawling across the barrier like fractures in glass. Inside, my guy starts moving in ways that are utterly incomprehensible to mortal eyes, flailing, twisting, striking in directions. Gustav stares, confusion written all over its face. Our hero has fully returned to his cutting-obsessed mindset. Even when his blade shatters, he doesn't flinch. Confusion is mounting on Gustav, while my boy doesn't speak a word. From his perspective, the cutting already happened, and explaining it would be redundant. Enraged, Gustav charges forward to punch him, but it freezes mid-motion as, using the remaining shards of the broken blade, my guy steps in close and slashes through Gustav's stomach, then follows through, tearing apart his arms like a master chef demonstrating proper carving technique. Gustav cannot process it. This insignificant mortal is actually doing this to it. The cracked barrier finally gives up and explodes. As Gustav's body starts to fade, understanding hits far too late. It finally grasps the magnitude of our hero's power, and immediately regrets not running the first time they met. The game announces that our boy has slain Gustav, an apostle of the god of destruction, and absorbs sacrifices equivalent to 5 S-class hunters. As the adrenaline settles, my guy collapses. The game updates again, noting that the lower-grade evil god promotion quest has progressed, with 6 S-class level believers now counted. Gangsan rushes over, with Yuhyun right behind him. When our hero's hand goes limp, both completely lose it. Hades intervenes, clarifying that he is not dead, just asleep, because apparently nearly dying and casually killing an apostle is physically exhausting, even for a god. Our boy opens his eyes and finds himself inside the domain of the silently creeping nightmare, which, unsurprisingly, has swallowed him whole, trapping him inside the mouth of a man eating flour. He pauses, trying to process the situation. The nightmare explains that only its saliva entered his body, granting immunity to poison and curses. My guy admits that sounds useful, then immediately wonders if it even matters at this point. The nightmare informs him that there is one last chance, a final opportunity to stabilize his existence, and promptly swallows him again. Our hero panics. This was absolutely not part of the briefing. Inside the stem, he desperately begs for help. He then jolts awake, gasping in a hospital bed. Mina is there, playing the part of a worried nurse, and explains he has been unconscious for a full week. He can't believe it. It feels like he has lived 3 separate lifetimes in that brief span. Mina asks if he had a nightmare. He reassures her and thanks her for worrying. The game congratulates him as Mina's wish has been fulfilled, and she is now his 4th strong believer, worth 2 S-class sacrifices in the lower grade Good God promotion quest. The promotion quest ticks forward again, and my boy feels an unsettlingly large amount of happiness, while Mina looks at him like she is debating whether he hit his head too hard somewhere along the line. Then he checks her profile. According to it, if he asked her for a kiss, she might actually agree. He immediately panics, finding it far scarier than Gustav ever was. Before he can process that, something massive crashes down the room. Mina grabs onto him the instant she sees the massive monster ahead. She is absolutely terrified, holding on as if letting go would immediately end her life. Turns out, though, the threat is not a monster at all. It's a sacrifice sent by Ilifro, a ridiculously oversized fish. Ilifro cheerfully tells my guy to enjoy his recovery meal, greeting him in his usual foul-mouthed, no-filter style. Our hero can only sigh, already exhausted, because of course Ilifro would do something like this. Right on cue, Gangsan opens the door and asks what's going on. Miri and the sword demon peek out from behind him, also checking whether our hero is still intact. Our boy, completely unfazed by the situation or the fish, casually suggests shark fin soup for lunch for all the students and staff. He then uses the crushing index finger of the god on the fish, shrinking it down to a more kitchen-friendly size. He confidently adds that it's fresh and that the shark is on him. A few days later, my guy returns to work at the Hunter Academy, because apparently saving the world does not come with paid leave. He stands outside the classroom door longer than necessary, feeling oddly nervous. When he finally opens the door and steps inside, the students immediately start whispering like they are exchanging top-secret intel. They have apparently decided he is the association's hidden trump card. Mina sticking close to him earlier pretty much confirmed that theory in their minds. They also know that while everyone else was hiding in the bunker, the SS-class monster got taken down by him. Gangsan tried to keep it quiet, but that effort did not last long. Our hero hears every word. The sword demon smirks, clearly pleased that the students are finally recognizing our boy's greatness. Myungji stands up and starts the formal greeting, revealing herself as the class president. My guy notices, and when the entire class greets him properly, he feels something unexpected emotion. It's the first time he's ever been greeted like this. After nearly dying to Gustav, being respectfully acknowledged by students feels oddly healing. He greets them back and suggests self-study since it's been a while. Upon hearing that, every student's face drops at the exact same time, like a synchronized tragedy. He had honestly hoped to let them study alone so he could catch up on his writing, but one look tells him he is seconds away from a classroom uprising. He quickly laughs it off and announces individual consultations instead. Peace is restored, barely. A bit later, the students line up outside the consultation room. One by one, our hero meets them. The first is a student named Hyo Jeo, a quiet female student. She looks perfectly fine, but her energy flow is an absolute disaster. He checks her profile and treats her with his healing spell, feeling strangely accomplished like he has become a real PE teacher. When he uses the healing ring finger of the god, Jo feels her sensitivity double as the blockage in her energy circulation clears, which is probably not something she expected to experience. He calls the next student and is immediately greeted by the sword demon and Miri, sitting quite cheerfully for counseling. He just stares at them, reminding them that they already trained together at home. The sword demon insists school counseling is different, and Miri agrees instantly. Our boy gives up and asks who wants to go first. Naturally, they start arguing, each insisting they should be first. Watching them, he can't deny they both radiate intense fanatic energy. He tries to calm them down, pointing out that he can check them both at the same time anyway. That's when my guy receives a desperate prayer from Auntie, begging him to save them because their strength is not enough. He freezes. The game immediately starts flashing warnings, and his vision shifts to Antria's situation. The Imperial Army is marching in to wipe out the ants. Among them are 3 apostles, one of the abyssal swamp that regenerates endlessly, one of greed and deception, and one of deep flame wielding horrifying fire. All of them were summoned by Arachne. According to the game, these apostles are on par with or even stronger than Gustav. The ants' survival odds are nearly 0. The main force of the Imperial Army, led by the priestess Arachne, will reach the kingdom of Gayami in 4 days. My guy sees the numbers endless, overwhelming. Even dumping truckloads of insecticide would not help. Doubt creeps in. He barely survived Gustav, and protecting Gayami from this feels wildly unreasonable. The sword demon notices him zoning out, and Miri does too. These apostles are already preparing to move, and they are coming for our hero as well. Fear starts creeping in, thoughts spiraling, until something clicks as he remembers the low-grade god promotion quest is still active. He then starts smiling. The sword demon and Miri stare at him, completely baffled. Their god was unconscious for a week, nearly died, and now looks excited, never a comforting sign. Our boy, however, has already decided what to do. If the world wants to throw monsters, armies, and apostles at him, then fine, he is going to increase his followers. There is a saying my guy lives by. When someone falls into deep water, they will grab onto absolutely anything to survive. Right now, that anything is Gangsan. Poor Gangsan, who is peacefully eating in the cafeteria, blissfully unaware that he has just been promoted to emergency divine flotation device. Our hero peeks at him from behind a wall, staring with the quiet desperation of a man who has already decided, yes, this one. This is my hope. Eventually, he walks over and checks Gangsan's profile, only to discover that Gangsan already has positive feelings toward him. Most of it comes from that tiny, insignificant detail where he saved his daughter Yunbi. Gangsan notices him lingering awkwardly and asks if something is wrong. Our boy admits he is there to ask for a favor, and asks him to say a very specific keyword. Gangsan immediately bursts out laughing, saying he trusts my guy but also feels like he is being dragged into something deeply suspicious again, which honestly is the correct instinct. My guy then checks the profile again, but nothing has changed there. He scratches his head, personally offended by how stubborn reality is being. Nearby, Mina and Miri are eating together. Mina keeps sneaking glances at him while Miri tells her to stop staring and eat her vegetables. Our hero checks his low-grade good god promotion quest, and there he sees 6 out of 10 S-class believers with transcendence potential. Not terrible, but also very much not enough. A large chunk of that progress comes from Mina, who is currently being fed by Miri, and accepting it like this is just her life now. He only needs 4 more believers. Just 4. Simple. Except Gangsan stubbornly refuses to convert, even after politely saying the keyword like he was asked. So our hero tries another approach, and asks if there is anything he can help Gangsan with to strengthen his belief. This is where things immediately go off the rails. Gangsan somehow translates this into romantic interest in his daughter. He stiffens up and warns our boy, very seriously, that no matter how much he likes him, Yunbi is completely off limits. Our poor guy just stares at him, stunned at how this conversation managed to reach that conclusion in record time. Unfortunately, Mina and Miri overhear everything and immediately start blushing, which pours gasoline directly onto the fire. Our hero panics and hurriedly clarifies that older women are not his type. This somehow makes everything worse. Mina looks offended, and Gangsan slams the table, now convinced our boy has just insulted Yunbi instead. At this point, my guy is not even shocked anymore. He is just tired, so very tired. He quietly decides that Gangsan might genuinely be a little strange, and that this could explain why belief conversion is failing so spectacularly. Still, he can't give up now. Gangsan abruptly changes the subject and brings up how he has heard that our hero has been treating students using some kind of healing system. Our boy practically lights up and decides to use this opportunity to the full extent. He explains that not only his students but even Mina have improved drastically thanks to his healing. She could not speak properly before and could not even recognize people. With what he hopes is a reassuring and not at all suspicious smile, he asks if there is anything he can do for Gangsan. Gangsan hesitates, then quietly asks if he can heal someone who does not have much time left. Right on cue, a new believer quest pops up. The quest states that my guy must heal Gangsan's close friend and prove the omniscience and omnipotence of a great god. Reward is Gangsan's faith. Our hero does not hesitate for even a second, as one more S-class believer is way too important to put off. Gangsan takes him to a hospital and leads him into a heavily guarded VIP room. Inside, a woman lies on a bed surrounded by flowers. She looks far too young to be Gangsan's friend, and our boy does not even bother hiding his confusion. Gungsan explains that she does not age and looks exactly the same as when they first met, except her hair was not white back then. According to him, she is not just a friend but a lifelong comrade who helped save the nation through her prophecies. My guy notices the flowers beneath her bed and learns that her life is almost over. She survives by drawing energy from plants, but it's barely enough to keep her going. Doctors and healing-type hunters have all failed. Gangsan asks if our hero can do anything. Our boy agrees to try. Her name is Lee Mirai, and her remaining life is frozen in place. He checks her profile and realizes he can't see her age at all. This has never happened before, and it unsettles him more than he wants to admit. Then a voice scolds him for obsessing over a woman's age. He realizes it's Mirai herself. Gangsan explains that she has pulled my guy into her illusionary space and then just leaves him there, like tossing someone into another dimension is standard procedure. Our hero finds himself standing in a beautiful forest where Mirai greets him. At first he thinks it's a dream but quickly realizes it's an illusion like Mina's, only clearer and uncomfortably real. Mirai knows who he is. In her prophetic dreams, he was once a terrifying embodiment of evil. Seeing him now, she feels relieved. He is kinder, messier, and far less intimidating than expected. He honestly can't tell if that's a compliment or a very polite roast. She admits that if he had truly been beyond redemption, she would have sacrificed her remaining life to stop him. Instead, she feels at peace. He is quietly glad he did not lose his temper earlier. Being labeled world-ending evil sounds exhausting. When he asks why she brought him here, she explains that her real body is barely holding on, and she wanted to meet him face to face before it was too late. He insists they should return immediately, so he can start healing her, because time is very clearly not on his side at the moment. She shares that ordinary healing won't work, and suggests using his authority instead. According to her, his power is far greater than he realizes. He tries activating the healing ring finger of the god. It fails. The game helpfully informs him that he does not have enough divine power yet. Panic sets in instantly as he worries if this fails. Gangsan's quest fails, and everything will spiral straight into disaster. Then Mireille suddenly collapses. He panics right up until she smiles and calmly places her trust in him. Mireille understands that he is still a young, half-baked god, not exactly a finished product, and yet somehow she decides to entrust both her life and the fate of the world to him. Right as she does this, the game helpfully notifies him that Mireille has officially become his 5th believer from Earth, bumping his total up to 8 in one clean jump. The change happens so fast that he just freezes, stunned before relief finally sinks in. 2 more. He only needs 2 more now. Mireille looks at him and tells him that just as he keeps protecting that small world, a day will come when he must protect this one as well. He does not need clarification. He knows she is talking about Entria. She then asks him that when that day comes, he should save her too, as she plans to wait for that moment without regret. As her figure slowly begins to fade, he reaches out to stop her, but she gently reminds him that she does not actually have the luxury of time. Before disappearing, she tells him not to worry too much, because the answer he has been searching for is closer than he thinks. Not long after, the game informs him that Mireille's ability has been added to our hero's shared skills. It's her prophetic dream ability, which sounds incredibly useful, except for the small issue that he can't use it yet due to a tragic lack of divine power. He returns to the hospital room drenched in sweat, looking like he ran a marathon instead of standing around existentially panicking. Gangsan notices and checks on him, but our boy's thoughts keep circling back to Mireille's words. The solution is nearby, she said. Which is great, except nearby could mean absolutely anything. Later at the academy gym, students are playing basketball while Hades casually joins in. My guy is busy on a phone call, placing orders and mentally replaying how Gangsan's quest technically failed. Still, he has already decided to collect believers another way. He has drained every resource he has: credit cards, loans, savings, the whole tragic package. At this point, all he can do is hope the universe feels generous. He looks up and sees the sword demon swinging his blade like a man possessed. The sword in question is the upgraded training version of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword, which my guy purchased at an offensively high price. Just thinking about the 20 million god coins he spent makes his chest tighten. Every coin went into pushing the sword demon closer to S rank. The martial arts book that came as a bonus was returned immediately, since its calm, balanced style clashed horribly with the sword demon's violence-first questions never approach. Our hero curses the all-slashing Heavenly Blade for scamming him yet again. When the sword demon finishes his practice, he notices Myungji staring at him with wide, starry eyes. He tells her to stop staring and come closer. She panics instantly, drops the basketball, and blurts out that she will go get water. The sword demon clarifies that he was talking to the one behind her, Hades. Hades does not appreciate the tone and asks if beating him again would knock some manners into him. The sword demon, riding high on confidence, replies that even if Hades is S rank, he thinks he can handle him now. Our boy watches in silence. Normally, an A rank challenging an S rank would be laughable, but with the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword in play, things might not be so simple. And if the sword demon loses in a real fight, that pressure might be exactly what he needs to break through. My guy smiles faintly as he looks forward to their fight. Hades moves first. The sword demon braces himself and declares that he is no longer the man he was the previous day. In the very next moment, Hades vanishes. A sharp blow lands from behind, and the sword demon drops. Hades compliments the attack but calmly states that it's still not enough. The sword demon mutters that he will catch up someday before losing consciousness. Hades lifts him and decides to carry him to the medical room, commenting that someone with a living body like his will grow quickly. Our hero agrees and lets them go, confident that the sword demon will reach S rank eventually. It's only a matter of time. He then downs another growth potion. The assimilation rate increases by exactly 1%. It's his 2000th bottle, and the timing could not be worse if he tried. Still, his authority strengthens slightly, so he counts it as a win. He then notices Mina concentrating intensely on Miri, carefully working to undo her seal. Apparently she has refused to let Miri become some helpless sacrifice of the god of destruction, and insists that she should be able to protect herself. Miri suddenly winces in pain and Mina stops immediately, looking completely exhausted. He remembers Miri's words about something being close and briefly wonders if she meant Miri and the sword demon, but there is nothing he can do to rush this process. He cheers them on and wants them to take it slow, even if everything else is screaming for speed. Out of nowhere, Mina starts sulking after remembering his comment about older women not being his type. She insists that Miri call her just Mina. He is utterly confused but offers her a piece of candy anyway. Her mood flips instantly, and she accepts it without hesitation. He calms her down, fully aware that the seal still needs to be undone. He then runs the numbers again in his head. If Miri and the sword demon both reach S rank, that would make exactly 10 believers. Perfect. Unfortunately, expecting that to happen in such a short time feels wildly optimistic. Then the game updates him with the countdown. Only 2 days remain before the Imperial Army reaches the kingdom of Gayami. He exhales slowly. If it does not work, then it does not. Overthinking won't save anyone. He decides to start his own training immediately. Just as he turns to leave, he remembers something and informs Miri that he will be gone for a bit, and he wants her to tell the sword demon to keep watch while he is away. Apparently, he is going to sleep. He prepares everything in the simplest, no-nonsense way possible. He is doing this for one very specific reason. Miri said the answer was nearby, and the only place left to check is the absolutely merciless training that happens inside his dreams. Time moves differently there, with 3 full months of suffering inside that place passing as barely 2 days in the real world. To him, that sounds like a reasonable trade, even though he has no clear idea how much stronger he will come out on the other side, or how much sanity he might lose along the way. Still, he decides it's worth it. With that comforting thought, he closes his eyes and falls asleep. When he opens them again, he is standing inside the sword god's temple. The first thing that greets him is the all-slashing heavenly blade, looming like it always does. My guy remembers how the first time he encountered him, sheer fear nearly knocked him unconscious. Right now, though, he is not here for nostalgia. He gets straight to the point and asks whether the kitchen knife he handed over after it shattered during the fight with Gustav is finally fixed. The answer is a flat, emotionless no. The blade was completely destroyed, and repairs will take more time. Naturally, he asks for something else to use in the meantime. The heavenly blade informs him that this will cost 1 million coins. Our hero nearly explodes when he realizes the price has doubled. The heavenly blade mocks him, saying that arguing is pointless if he can't afford it. Our boy mentally labels him a greedy scammer, but with no real alternative gives in anyway. As he hands over the coins, a deeply suspicious thought creeps in that maybe the repairs are being delayed on purpose just to drain his wallet a little more. A flash of light follows, and a sword appears. Our boy's patience finally snaps when he sees it's made of wood. He shouts that he is already enduring more than enough, and refuses to be treated like an idiot. The heavenly blade calmly insists that it is not an ordinary weapon, and tells him to trust it. The sword turns out to be an old wooden blade carved from a plum tree, once used by the founder of the Manhwa sect. After reading the description, my guy admits it does not sound completely useless. Since the situation is urgent, and the money is already gone, he decides to use it. The heavenly blade explains that once our hero reaches 50% assimilation, a small but remarkable event will occur. That alone is enough to catch our boy's attention. The heavenly blade further adds that the harder my guy trains there, the faster the assimilation rate will increase. Our hero remembers how quickly it rose the last time he trained in this place. He also senses a strange response from the sword itself, as if the lingering spirit of its original owner is quietly guiding his movements. Curious about this promised miracle, he tightens his grip. That's when the heavenly blade smiles darkly and announces the start of hell-level training. An attack comes instantly. Our boy blocks it and freezes. The wooden sword actually stopped the heavenly blade's strike. The heavenly blade then challenges him to try attacking even once, sounding far too confident about the outcome. Time drags on painfully. With about 31 hours left before the Imperial Army arrives, my guy's assimilation rate is still stuck at 46%. He is exhausted, irritated, and has not landed a single successful hit. The heavenly blade compliments him on blocking 10,000 attacks and decides to start another 10,000. Our hero keeps going, downing growth potions non-stop like they are water. As the remaining time drops below a day, the rate crawls up to 46.5%. After enduring countless exchanges, he finally notices a weakness. For the first time, his blade lands properly, and he is able to strike the heavenly blade. The rate jumps to 47%. He pushes forward, aiming for 50. The heavenly blade praises him and then casually asks for a growth potion. Our boy snaps back, telling him to buy his own. Before the situation can escalate further, someone suddenly grabs my guy by the hand. It's the Truth Seeker of Eternity, who drags him straight into the muscle temple without asking. The Truth Seeker explains that preparing for war requires brutal physical conditioning. He starts whipping our hero and it becomes clear very quickly that this is not a metaphor. Afterward, the Truth Seeker gives him a thumbs up, clearly satisfied with the muscle growth. As a warm-up, he brings out a 2-ton dumbbell. Our boy briefly wonders why he is enduring all of this just to protect some ants, but quitting is not an option anymore. He braces himself and tries lifting the weight, even using his lightning abilities to help. It barely moves. Slowly and painfully, he manages to raise it, blood streaming from his nose and veins bulging across his face. The Truth Seeker applauds and asks him to drink a growth potion to prevent muscle loss. 10 hours remain. The assimilation rate reaches 48%. Then the silently creeping nightmare appears. Visibly excited, announcing that it's time for its turn. My guy curses it immediately, knowing that if he falls asleep inside it, he will be kicked back to reality. He slices through its core and escapes. Instead of getting angry, the nightmare blushes and makes strange noises, asking for even more violent attacks next time. At that moment, our hero fully realizes that none of these beings are normal. With only 1 minute left, the rate reaches 49%. Our boy completely loses it. He is 1% short. Raising it further would require thousands of potions, and there is no time left. Then he notices how eagerly the nightmare reacts to brutality. With no other option, he starts hacking through its vines without restraint. The nightmare trembles with excitement as the violence escalates. My guy demands it stop enjoying this and just give him the assimilation he needs. Now only a second remains. The moment the number crawls up to 49.9%, our hero completely loses it. Whatever patience he had left quietly packs its bags and leaves. His temper snaps, frustration boils over, and he is very clearly 1 more second away from doing something irrational. While he is standing there seething, the silently creeping nightmare of all things calmly praises him. According to him, the final strike with the heavenly demon sword was flawless, and he loved every second of it. That final nudge is enough. The assimilation rate finally tips over and lands at 50%. From that moment on, our boy gains the ability to directly interfere with Antria itself. Naturally, he was expecting something dramatic, maybe a reality-shaking announcement. Instead, the system delivers a very calm update. After a divine recalibration, the mental and physical strength of his A-rank believers increases. That includes Miri and the Sword Demon. He processes this and decides that if those two manage to break into S-rank territory, then all the suffering, madness, and emotional damage he just went through will have been worth it. He barely has time to think about it before alarms start blaring. The Imperial Army has officially launched its probing assault, and the holy war tied to the fate of the only god has begun. With that settled, he heads straight for Antria. Still, before leaving, he decides to make a quick detour to the Academy rooftop. His delivery should be waiting there, and he is not about to forget it. Meanwhile, in Antria, the Imperial forces arrive outside the kingdom of Gayami. 3 apostles stand among them, led by Arachne. She studies the fortress my guy built, seeing it for the first time, and recalls the rumors about how absurdly solid and impossible to breach it is. Without wasting time, she orders Beelzebub's filthy swarm to attack. Beelzebub accepts the command with confidence and promises there will be no failure. The flies laugh mockingly at the ants below, clearly enjoying themselves. Inside the fortress, the Saintess takes one look at the overwhelming number of enemies, and understands the situation immediately. Her divine power is not nearly enough to stop this. Still, our hero told them to stay inside no matter what. With no other option, she prays desperately for him to arrive soon. Some of the ants whisper nervously among themselves, recalling stories that Beelzebub's cursed filth can melt stone, and that an aerial assault would wipe them out completely. Right on cue, Beelzebub turns to the abominable plague-bringer god, and requests him to release his curse. A strange gas begins to spread as the army prepares to rain filth down on the fortress. Before the attack can even start, the sky suddenly tears open. A massive foot descends from above. Arachne panics as it slams into the battlefield, crushing countless Imperial soldiers in a single instant. Blood spreads everywhere. Our boy has arrived in Antria, and he is carrying an absurd number of insecticide bottles. He grins, proudly showing off what he considers his personal army. In his own head, he looks incredibly cool, and honestly, no one is brave enough to argue. The swarm stare at the bottles, completely unable to understand what they are. My guy locks eyes with Beelzebub, and fear immediately floods his face. The Plague-bringer's instincts scream that this fight cannot be won. Beelzebub makes the sensible decision and chooses survival, turning to flee. Our hero, meanwhile, is thoroughly disgusted by the sheer number of flies. Using the crushing index finger of the god along with the psychokinetic powers he gained earlier, he forces the bottles to start spraying. Beelzebub begins coughing, shouting that it's lethal poison, and orders an immediate retreat. Unfortunately for him, it's already too late. He gets caught in the spray, and is blown away along with the swarm. The sight throws the rest of the army into chaos, and soldiers begin running in every direction. Arachne shouts after them, warning that desertion means certain death, and reminding them that our boy is still alone. Our hero, for his part, does not care. He just complains out loud about how many bugs there are. Staring at the slaughtered troops, Arachne clenches her teeth in fury. She turns to the Apostle of Greed and Deception, and demands his power according to their contract. The beast agrees. As the Apostle approaches, powerful winds begin to form. Our boy scowls as the gusts push the toxic mist back toward him. If this keeps up, his ants will be in real danger. He reacts instantly, using his divine finger and psychokinesis once more. This time, the insecticide bottles are caught in the force as well. sent flying into the sky and vanishing along with the considerable amount of money he spent on them. Arachne curses loudly, and for the first time, my guy truly understands just how dangerous the apostles are, and how close his ants came to being wiped out completely. The apostle of greed and deception finishes gathering the offerings. My guy can barely wrap his head around it. Really, he thinks, someone actually plans to grow stronger by eating ants. That's just charming. The thought alone makes him curse the creature without holding back. Arachne, on the other hand, is mercilessly practical. She knows this path demands an absurd number of lives. Hundreds of thousands, maybe even tens of millions. But as long as the god's strength keeps flowing through them, slowing down is not an option. Momentum is sacred, apparently. With that decision firmly in place, she orders the dragonfly to send in the blind unit. Meanwhile, our hero bestows a new mental nickname on the greed and deception apostle, Fanged Cat. It feels just right. He also remembers those expensive insecticide canisters he bought, now wasted, blown away by that ridiculous creature. The irritation settles into something slightly more satisfying, a promise. Yes, he will kill it. He readies the god's crushing index finger of the god, only to notice something strange above. The sky is full of dragonflies, hundreds of thousands of them. He has no idea what they are supposed to do, but Arachne looks completely at ease. She trusts the blind unit. Their jaws can shatter rock. Even if they fail to kill our boy outright, she expects them to at least leave him with fatal injuries, letting the apostles mop up the rest. My guy activates skill sharing, borrowing Ilho's steel-like body. The insects slam into him full force, but he counters with lightning, wiping them out. The truth seeker of eternity watches with a satisfied expression. When our hero taps into his reserves, his body turns to iron just as expected. Then the dragonflies swarm him. They pile onto him until he is buried, and even then he raises his middle finger. Using the condemning middle finger of the god, he incinerates the swarm. Not done. He follows up with the proliferating thumb of the god, pushing his power further and reducing the remaining dragonflies to nothing. Some of the flames head straight for the Imperial army. The insects panic as hellfire approaches, then stop dead in their tracks, and death spreads through the ranks. My guy's breathing is heavy. His divine energy is almost gone. He had hoped to obliterate 1 billion with one strike for a promotion, but reality is stingy. Even hitting a 50% assimilation rate feels lucky. Dizziness hits as the last of his power fades, and then he notices another presence. High above, the shining apostle shines brightly, staring him down. It is furious at our hero for daring to use the same fire as its master. Our boy mutters a curse, another rare monster of course. Arachne calls out, ordering the apostles to finish him. The shining apostle answers, but with a price. 100 million offerings, and of course Arachne agrees immediately. The ant pleads for mercy, but she shuts it down. The shining apostle burns the ants alive, absorbing their lives as offerings. Its size grows, and my guy senses danger immediately. The blazing figure dives towards him. He tries to use the crushing index finger of the god again, but fails as not enough divine power is left. The apostle strikes. Blood spills from our hero's mouth as he is thrown aside, barely moving. Arachne smiles, recalling her loyal servant Nava to witness our boy's miserable end. The revenge tour is complete, apparently. Meanwhile, inside our hero, doubt creeps in as reflects on his condition. He wonders if he has truly lost. Despite being called a god, this outcome seems inevitable. He realizes it might have been arrogance for someone weak and dull to think he could protect the Gayami kingdom. Then he hears the saintess. She has left the fortress, ignoring his orders, and now she is trying to heal him. The flame apostle blocks it completely, twice without showing even a hint of mercy there. The shining apostle notices our boy's survival and moves to end him, offering him to its master. At that moment, Elo prays, begging for permission to descend. My guy remembers him, and allows it. Elio arrives, granted 1 hour, reassuring, competent, battle-hardened, apparently having slain countless apostles before. But then the apostle of greed and deception swallows Elio whole. Our hero watches, powerless, and right then the all-slashing heavenly blade speaks up. Apparently the kitchen knife he sent for repairs is finally done. Free delivery too, because a few extra parts were stripped along the way. The knife our hero once handed to the all-slashing heavenly blade was nothing impressive back then, just a plain fruit knife, the kind you'd expect to see next to an apple, not in a legend. Now as it finally returns to him, it's unrecognizable, reshaped into a proper sword. The moment he grips the hilt, power rushes through his body, fast and heavy. The flame apostle feels immediately that something is very wrong. Our boy forces himself upright, links himself with the sword demon's skill, and suddenly the mood shifts. Panic creeps across the faces of all 3 apostles. The mocking stops. They understand, all at once, that this situation has gone from amusing to fatal in record time. My guy activates the sword demon's reign of the heavenly demon skill, and the apostles instinctively retreat. Seeing actual fear on their faces, he can't help but grin. He goes for the flame apostle and cuts it down first. The creature does not even get a moment to process what happened. The body its master personally crafted and gifted to it gives up in an instant. Next he turns to the apostle of the abyssal swamp and kills it just as cleanly. That leaves only one. the apostle of greed and deception. Rage surges as he remembers Yahello being devoured, but doubt quickly follows. His divine energy feels unstable, and he is not sure he can unleash another reign of the heavenly demon attack. His head spins, the familiar warning signs creeping back in. The deception apostle senses the weakness and moves in, clearly pleased with itself. Halfway through the attack, it freezes. A massive surge of power erupts from our hero's body. It's because the seal on Miri has finally broken. She has awakened the ability to rise beyond her limits. He feels it instantly and realizes a small, almost unbelievable miracle has just occurred. The promotion quest updates. Low grade, good God, with the number of S-class believers capable of transcending rising to 9. Thanks to Miri, our boy's divine reserves refill completely. Encouraged, he even urges the sword demon to add his bead to the mix. With his power restored, he prepares to use the reign of the heavenly demon on the greed and deception apostle. Wisely, the creature decides this is not a fight it wants head-on. Then a sound cuts through the tension. My guy turns and sees the abyssal swamp apostle standing again, very much alive. Apparently its body bears a blessing of immortality. Ordinary blades, even swords, don't cut it. Fear grips our hero, and his body starts trembling despite everything. The abyssal swamp sneers, mocking him, claiming such a weak sword aura could never kill it. And then the heavenly sword speaks. It is furious at being called weak. Our boy literally stiffens and finds the sword unsettling. That's really the only word for it. The abyssal swamp laughs, mocking the sword for talking, and declares it will take it as a trophy. The greed and deception apostle snaps at it, urging it to repeat what it said about the sword aura being pathetic, as it does not quite like it. The abyssal swamp confidently proclaims that swords mean nothing against endless regeneration. It even invites the deception apostle to confirm it, boasting that it will hang the sword at the entrance of its cave like a decoration. That's when our boy realizes the sword is possessed by something entirely different. For a brief moment he wonders if it could be the founder of Manhwa, but no, this presence feels completely off. Suddenly, the voice erupts into wild, uncontrollable laughter. My guy struggles just to endure it. This is not normal madness, it's something deeply unhinged. Between fits of laughter, the voice declares that it can laugh so freely because the abyssal swamp is already dead. The abyssal swamp senses a curse spreading through its body but remains calm, trusting its regeneration. Then its body begins to fade, piece by piece, as if reality itself is erasing it. The voice mocks it, explaining that surviving the reign of the heavenly demon was never possible. The moment the blade touched it, death was already sealed. Its regeneration stops completely, and the abyssal swamp vanishes. The greed and deception apostle laughs at the abyssal swamp's end. As it dies, the sacrifices are absorbed. The system congratulates our hero. The abyssal swamp counts as 2 S-class sacrifices. His quest updates again. Low-grade evil god promotion, with the number of S-class believers now at 8. Our boy feels his strength rise and wonders what it will feel like when the count finally reaches 10. Then a sharp wave of bloodlust crashes over him. The apostle of greed and deception laughs confidently, convinced that my guy will soon be shredded by the wings of the wind. My guy barely manages to stop the deception apostle's strike in time. The sword immediately praises him for reacting properly, instead of throwing himself into danger like an idiot. Our hero tells the sword to shut up. He then turns back to the deception apostle, already annoyed that it even tried to attack him, like that was ever going to end well. Then the apostle suddenly clutches at itself, as if its insides have decided to start a riot. Our boy just watches, completely lost. The thing collapses, screaming, thrashing around, until very dramatically its stomach explodes outward, and out comes Yahello. My guy's face lights up instantly. Yahello steps out like this perfectly, and claims that any massive monster relying only on size can always be beaten from the inside. Our hero gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up. The sword bursts into laughter and comments that Yahello seems like the kind of servant who would be far more troublesome than our boy could ever hope to manage, which somehow feels both insulting and accurate. My guy then turns toward the sword and demands to know who or what it actually is. The sword clearly hates that he does not recognize it, and immediately calls him an idiot. It tells him to listen carefully. Our hero leans in, bracing himself for some ancient legendary name, but right at the peak moment the sword goes completely silent. Our boy just stares at it. Of all the times to stop talking, this is the one it chooses. And then comes the explanation, which somehow makes everything worse. The sword does not actually know who it is either. Given how unhinged the voice sounds, he briefly wonders if this might actually be the sword god's kitchen knife. The energy certainly matches. Still, something feels off. He calls out all-slashing heavenly blade, clearly expecting answers, or at least a manual. The heavenly blade ignores him. Now genuinely irritated, my guy even considers asking for a refund. Before he can spiral too far into that thought, flames suddenly start pouring out of the flame apostle's body. Apparently it's not dead yet, and has decided to make that everyone's problem. Our hero does not take it seriously at all. At this point, the apostle looks less like a terrifying divine being, and more like it should be lying very still and rethinking its life choices. The flame apostle turns to Arachne and demands sacrifices. She offers 1 billion soldiers. Reasonable apparently, but not enough. The apostle demands all 100 billion instead. Arachne is visibly stunned, which does not happen often, but the apostle insists this is necessary for their god. Flames spread toward the army. The ants and other insects scream, beg, and panic. Arachne confronts the flame apostle, arguing that this violates their agreement and warning that the emperor will not forgive such betrayal. The apostle finds her annoying and ignores her completely, focusing entirely on devouring the sacrifices instead. Our boy watches as the apostle grows larger and larger, flames roaring and ego fully intact. Ego steps forward and lifts a massive boulder. He plans to face the flame apostle head-on, fully aware that its size is its only real advantage. He hurls the rock into the sky. It melts instantly the moment it touches the flames. The flame apostle laughs proudly, boasting about the overwhelming power of its master. Yahello turns to my guy and asks what they should do next. The heavenly sword laughs again, like the answer should be painfully obvious, and everyone else is just slow. And then our hero realizes that the sword has an idea. The sword explains that they should simply cut it. Against something relying on such weak flames, cutting it down will be more than enough. Our boy stares at it. The sword just called those flames weak. He still has absolutely no idea what this sword really is, but one thing is now beyond question: it's completely abnormal. The sword wants my guy to trust it, confidently claiming there is nothing in this world it cannot slice through. It sounds insane, completely unhinged. Unfortunately, it's also the best plan available. So our hero borrows the Reign of the Heavenly Demon skill from the sword demon, raises the blade, and swings. The shining apostle laughs, mocking him, asking if that's really all he has got. Our boy curses under his breath. He assumes this must be the sword's limit, and instantly regrets not asking more questions when the all-slashing heavenly blade mentioned free delivery. For a brief moment he honestly wonders if Antria is about to be erased from existence. There is no way a monster like this should fall so easily. Then it happens. The apostle's body splits cleanly in two. The heavenly sword erupts into triumphant, completely unrestrained laughter, bragging shamelessly about its power. My guy knows he is the one wielding it, but this time he did not collapse like he did after fighting Gustav. That alone tells him just how much stronger he has become. Endlessly granting abundance suddenly messages him, staring up at the burning sky with worried eyes. At the same time, the silently creeping nightmare reminds our hero that it is still far too early to relax. Our hero lifts his head and looks up at the sky, mostly because that's where all the problems keep coming from. Right on cue, the system decides this is the perfect moment to explain the background of the Apostle of the Flame shining high in the sky. As it turns out, Antria once had two sun gods. Brothers, of course. They fought each other for a solid 1,000 years, and in the end, the loser was sealed inside a burning chariot. Now our boy is furious. He barely survived cutting that thing apart, only to discover he did not destroy it at all. No, he did something much better. He broke the seal. Even worse, the so-called fire wagon was not just an apostle, it was an actual sun god, just casually sealed away and now very awake. All-smashing Heavenly Blade finds this hilarious. He bursts into laughter and even comments that if my guy decided to give up and die at this moment, that would be completely understandable. After all, even weakened, that thing used to be a greater god. Our hero is beyond irritated, especially when he remembers how many coins he has poured into buying upgrades and nonsense from that very blade. Jokes aside, the situation is objectively terrible. His divine energy is completely drained after using the Reign of the Heavenly Demon skill. Still, he clings to an old saying: no matter how badly the sky collapses, there is always some kind of crack one can squeeze through. He is stubborn enough to believe that crack still exists, even now. Meanwhile, the Flame Apostle is absolutely livid. Our boy dared to destroy the chariot its master bestowed, so it decides the only reasonable response is to burn the entire world along with him. My guy notices Yahello standing on top of the Flame Apostle, and immediately marks him as a potential escape route. Yahello unfortunately can barely move. The pressure pouring off the Flame Apostle is so overwhelming that he is convinced everything is about to turn into ash. Our hero snaps at him for freezing up, tells him to stop acting terrified, and orders him to hurry up and offer a sacrifice. Yahello quickly presents the Apostle of Greed and Deception as an offering. The Flame Apostle could not care less and dismisses it as meaningless. Our boy absorbs it anyway. The game confirms it counts as two S-class sacrifices. Exactly as expected by my guy. That finishes the requirement. The quest updates: low-grade evil god promotion achieved, 10 out of 10 S-class sacrifices complete. Our hero is officially promoted. Divine power floods his body, the kind fitting for a low-grade evil god. Yahello cheers at the top of his lungs, and the Saintess begins praying for our boy to survive the battle. My guy can feel it clearly now. They truly regard him as their god, no questions asked. The Flame Apostle scoffs. Convinced our hero still intends to resist, it declares it will burn the world along with him anyway. Our boy tells it to shut up and activates the condemning middle finger of the god. It's already unbearably hot, and he is completely done entertaining threats. The attack lands, but my guy immediately feels the strain. He can't maintain this for long. The Flame Apostle is simply too strong, and the longer the clash drags on, the more obvious it becomes. He wonders if this power comes from the 100 billion sacrifices or from the fact that it was once a greater god. Even after his promotion, the gap is painfully clear. Down below, the ants notice the fortress starting to melt and rush to evacuate everyone. My guy realizes the reign of the heavenly demon attack won't work again. With no other options left, he tries to draw power from the heavenly sword's treasury. The sword stops him cold. There is nothing inside it that can cut flames. Now our hero feels pure frustration and helpless anger piling up, and then everything freezes. Both he and the sword are locked in place as something shifts. Back on Earth, the sword demon is training without rest. At last, he grasps the true depth of the second form of the heavenly demon, Divine Sword. As he points his blade and releases that power, the same force erupts through our boy's heavenly sword in Antria. Upon seeing it, my guy knows immediately that the sword demon has succeeded. Even the sword itself is stunned. It can't believe the second form has truly been achieved, and with that surge of power, the sword finally remembers who it is. An old man steps out from the blade and calmly reveals his identity. He is the heavenly demon. At that moment, the unique authority of the Eye of the Blind God activates, and our hero is about to witness a glimpse of the heavenly demon's past. He drifts through the heavenly demon's memories and sees a life that did not just break a man but flat out demolished him. The heavenly demon killed his own daughter after she decided to become an apostle of the god of destruction and then slaughtered every single one of her million followers. And when all that was done, he ended his own life too. Watching this, my guy finally gets it. After going through something like that, there is no way the heavenly demon could have stayed sane. Now the heavenly demon cries for his daughter, and of course the system pops up to fill in the juicy backstory. For thousands of years, the heavenly demon had been hunting for someone who could avenge the god of destruction on his behalf. But his memories had been stolen through deception. Thankfully, the sword demon swoops in like a plot device superhero and restores them. Enlightenment, the ultimate memory retrieval service. The moment our hero hears the word deceived, a very familiar villain pops into his head. He asks for details immediately, because obviously he is a curiosity machine when it comes to divine scandals. The game confirms it. All-slashing heavenly blade, the big greedy trickster had tried to tempt the heavenly demon with revenge, hoping to turn him into an apostle. The heavenly demon denied him because he hates that scamming bastard. Naturally, the blade did not take rejection well, so what did it do? Erased his memories, sealed him inside his own sword, and left him to rot for thousands of years with absolutely nothing. Our boy now has yet another reason to curse that greedy merchant. Honestly, he is running out of fingers and toes to count them all. The heavenly demon, clearly impressed by the sword demon's enlightenment, remarks that my guy has raised a fine disciple. Then he asks whether he can really avenge the god of destruction. Our hero promises to cut him down in a single strike. Hearing that, the heavenly demon actually laughs. First laugh in millennia, probably. And he decides to lend his power to our boy. He judges him worthy of his strength and worthy of standing as the heavenly demon's master. Power transfers. The system announces that the heavenly demon has become my guy's believer, and somewhere in the heavens a bunch of gods probably choke on their tea. Our hero immediately launches another attack at the Flame Apostle. At the same time, the low-grade Good God quest completes. 10 out of 10 believers capable of transcending. He is promoted to low-grade Good God. He then realizes this small but incredible miracle is directly tied to the sword demon's enlightenment. The Flame Apostle keeps rambling nonsense, as is its style, but he ignores it. The heavenly demon explains that to extinguish fire, he needs an even greater blaze. Our boy already gets it and swings the sword, and the heavenly demon decides to show his version of the Great Burning Hell, one of the most terrifying among the 8 great hells. My guy unleashes the second form of the heavenly demon Divine Sword. The blade slices through the Flame Apostle's fire like it's butter. Our hero looks thoroughly irritated because heat has never been his favorite accessory. The Flame Apostle, being a tad overconfident, scoffs, thinking its wounds will heal instantly via its master's power. But the flames our boy summoned don't just linger, they burn the Flame Apostle itself. Soon after, the sky clears. Antria's finally safe. My guy has saved the world. Cheers erupt everywhere. Even Illo joins in, yelling as if he personally choreographed the whole thing. Our hero then decides he has done enough. He leaves the cleanup to the Saintess and Ilho and finally lets himself rest. The game announces he has emerged victorious from the Holy War. His name spreads across the continents, and a new challenge unlocks the Intermediate God promotion quest for both Good God and Evil God paths. Some time passes by since then, and my guy returns to his apartment, trying valiantly to hold in the sheer unholy joy bubbling inside him. He tries. Really, he does. But then an unmistakably evil laugh bursts forth, echoing through the room. The all-slashing heavenly blade glares at him and screams that our hero is a thief. A thief, apparently, for doing nothing more scandalous than surviving wars, raising disciples, and defeating apocalypse-level apostles. Our boy accuses the heavenly blade of being the real trickster, dangling revenge, stealing memories, and trying to scam him out of coins. The blade yells in shock, practically sputtering. It never imagined the sword demon brat would awaken the heavenly demon's memories. Our boy then demands the sword be repaired. The all-slashing heavenly blade snaps that the damage is severe, and demands hundreds of thousands of coins. My guy, having reached the peak of divine indignation, explodes. He counters with 10 million coins and calls out to the other gods to back him up. At that very moment, the silently creeping nightmare claims to know a trusting blacksmith. Our hero grins because he knows the gods who stalk him, and whisper ominous threats would also moonlight as bargain consultants. Not to be outdone, the truth seeker of eternity offers 5 million coins. Our boy laughs outright. Capitalism, divine rivalry, or just absurdity. Whatever it is, this customer base is top-tier entertainment. He even brags about it to the all-slashing heavenly blade. To rub it in a little, the blade scoffs, trying to act superior, claiming that if the truth seeker handles the repair, it will take an entire year. Eventually, it reluctantly agrees to a 10 million coin deal. My guy counters, ever the master negotiator, with 3 million. The blade calls it insane, but our hero of course teases it shamelessly, threatening to hand the job over to the truth seeker instead. The blade trembles, literally shaking in celestial fear, and agrees to the 3 million, and their deal is sealed. Just when he thinks the chaos might finally pause, our boy receives a call from Gangsan. The old man demands him to come to the Hunter Association, as they have discovered about 100 SS-class crocodile eggs of Gustav. Our boy heads straight to the Hunter Association, with the sword demon casually tagging along beside him. My guy's eyes land on a massive advertisement featuring Mina. Naturally, the sword demon pauses mid-walk, openly admiring it like he is at an art gallery instead of a professional building. Right on cue, Mina appears in front of them, accompanied by Miri and Gangsan, as if summoned by the power of coincidence. Our hero greets them, though his expression makes it painfully clear he is not exactly having the best day of his life. Gangsan skips the small talk entirely, and urges everyone to hurry inside. Apparently the crocodile eggs are not going to inspect themselves. Before entering the meeting room, our boy stops and commands the sword demon to wait outside. Since he is not affiliated with the Hunter Association, going in would be frowned upon. The sword demon agrees without complaint. Then my guy Mina, Miri and Gangsan enter the room together. Inside, our hero immediately notices that several top-tier S-class hunters are already gathered, all here for the same reason, the crocodile eggs. Yu Yun is among them. He spots our boy right away, waves enthusiastically, and gestures for him to sit across from him, while he has reserved a seat for Mina next to him. That plan falls apart instantly. Before my guy can even take a step, Mina suddenly grabs his hand and makes it very clear she wants to sit beside him instead. Yo Hyun's expression darkens in real time, and our hero suddenly wishes seating arrangements came with hazard pay. The chairman Lee Jitae claps his hands and calls for everyone to take their seats, announcing that Gustav's egg will be brought in shortly. Mina looks genuinely excited, already imagining how delicious it might be, which is concerning. Our boy, on the other hand, looks slightly flustered as everyone settles in, ending up seated across from Yu Yuen with Mina firmly beside him. His attention drifts when he notices a woman wearing a penguin mask. For a brief moment, he wonders if that's just her personal aesthetic. He tries to check her profile but fails, which somehow only makes him more curious. Mina's excitement spikes when the doors finally open. A massive egg, wrapped in heavy chains and embedded with gemstones, is carried into the room like it's royalty. Jitae explains that it belongs to Gustav, the SS-class monster that attacked the academy. Out of the 100 eggs discovered in Africa, this is the only one that has not hatched yet. The rest are still loose, somewhere in the world. My guy remembers fighting Gustav and nearly destroying his own body in the process. Now he is being told that 99 of its offspring are currently roaming free, presumably causing problems for everyone else. Then the egg starts shaking. Our hero stiffens the moment he sees it move. Cracks spread across the surface, slowly at first, then faster, until a small crocodile finally crawls out. Some of them immediately comment on how surprisingly cute it is. A few even start talking about raising it. The baby crocodile tries to say something, making small noises that no one seems to understand. No one, except obviously our boy. He realizes with absolute dread that he can clearly understand what the crocodile is saying. It announces quite confidently that it has found the one who killed its mother. My guy immediately hates everything about this. The baby crocodile jumps onto the table and lunges straight at him, clearly locked onto its target. It tries to attack, but to our hero, everything looks painfully slow. It takes him a second to realize the truth. It is not slow. He has just gotten stronger. Now a low-grade god, he calmly raises his hand and prepares to use the crushing index finger of the god. The baby crocodile senses the danger instantly and becomes terrified, fully convinced it is about to meet a very short and tragic end. Before our boy can even activate the skill, a fist slams into the baby crocodile and sends it flying straight into the wall. The attacker is Kang Junhyuk, an S-class hunter. The crocodile crashes hard, cries out in pain, and tries desperately to crawl away. Almost immediately, another strike lands. This time it's Shinhyu, also an S-class hunter, and the same person who was nearly fooled by the crocodile's cuteness just moments ago. The baby crocodile breaks down completely, crying in terror. Shine Cookins to quickly checks the room, making sure everyone else is unharmed. My guy, meanwhile, is absolutely not okay. He feels painfully embarrassed. He had been sitting there with his finger raised, fully prepared to act like a god, only for everything to end before he could do anything at all. The gap between him and the S-class hunters feels painfully, humiliatingly clear. Nearby, Mina clings tightly to Miri, shaken by the sudden violence. Gangsan and Johan glare at the crocodile with open hostility. The poor baby crocodile, battered and terrified, silently prays to any god willing to listen. Junhyuk notices that it's still alive and walks over, clearly intending to finish the job. He raises his foot. Just before he stomps down, a man steps forward and stops him. It's Go Seidok, another S-class hunter, captain of the Fire Temple Guild, and famously known as the one-man army corps. Junhyuk clearly does not appreciate Sadtwijk sticking his nose where it does not belong. Sadtwijk, however, looks completely unfazed. He does not want to allow Junhyuk to damage the baby crocodile any further, not because he is particularly sentimental, of course, but because he has plans for it, like killing it properly in its current state, and taking the remains back to his guild for a neat little dissection session. Junhyuk is not convinced for even a fraction of a second. He outright rejects the idea, insisting that the creature should be crushed right here, right now, with no delays, no scientific curiosity, and definitely no sharing. Sadtwijk responds with a soft laugh, the kind adults use when they have decided the younger generation has absolutely no manners, and possibly no future. Then he rips open a massive portal right in the middle of the meeting room. The walls crack instantly. Sadek mutters something about how maybe Junhyuk will regain some common sense after getting beaten properly. Gangsan, meanwhile, tries very hard to process whether Sadek is seriously about to summon a spirit soldier inside an association building. In the background, Mina clings to Miri like she is holding on for dear life. Gangsan attempts to stop Sadyuk, but it's painfully obvious that this is more obligation than confidence. Sadyuk is not the type to back down just because someone asked nicely. Junhyuk, predictably, wastes no time. His spirit armor manifests around him almost instantly. He prepares for battle. Gangsan moves quickly between them, arms out, reminding them that hunters are not supposed to fight each other. Meanwhile, my guy remains seated. He watches the entire situation unfold like he is enjoying a slow-burn drama series. Calm, relaxed, almost serene. If he had tea, he would probably sip it. To him, this is simply the quiet moment before chaos explodes in every direction. The only thing dampening his excitement is the lack of popcorn. Then, cutting through the tension, comes a desperate little squeak. The baby crocodile is praying. Our hero feels it before he sees it. A silent, panicked plea directed at a god. Its profile window pops up in his vision, revealing a creature terrified beyond reason, barely clinging to existence. And right there is the promise of a small miracle, if our boy intervenes. That single word immediately captures his full attention. He decides he will save it, obviously, but then he hesitates. Two S-class hunters are seconds away from turning the room into a battlefield over this tiny creature. How exactly is he supposed to intervene without drawing attention, blame, or several new enemies? As if sensing his hesitation, the game again pops up. It politely asks if he wants to intervene while everyone else is busy shouting at each other. It even reassures him that showing mercy to an insignificant monster can be done without anyone noticing. My guy does not overthink it. He presses yes, and just like that, the baby crocodile disappears. No one notices because apparently two grown S-class hunters arguing loudly is far more important than a living creature vanishing from existence. Even our hero is mildly surprised, and for a brief moment he wonders if he has been scammed again. Then his phone vibrates. He checks it and sees the baby crocodile safely transferred into the game world. For reasons he can't fully explain, he finds it kind of adorable, not that anyone asked. Unfortunately, someone notices him acting strange. The woman wearing the penguin mask suddenly appears behind him like a perfectly timed jump scare. He panics instantly, hides his phone, and hopes desperately that she did not see anything. She looks toward the empty space where the crocodile was moments ago, and unsurprisingly, notices that it's gone. Our hero opens his mouth to explain. She raises a hand, stopping him. He awkwardly calls her Miss Penguin, because apparently that's the best his brain can do under pressure. She responds in full-on penguin language, and then turns around and leaves. He stands there staring after her, questioning several life choices. He reassures himself that S-class hunters are, without exception, unhinged. Then, right on cue, a loud explosion shakes the room. The sword demon bursts in, dramatic as ever. Our boy feels a wave of relief, and immediately formulates a plan. If chaos is inevitable, he might as well use it as cover. Shine Yu recognizes the sword demon instantly, and calls him Kangjiom. The sword demon denies knowing him. Shine Yu insists. The sword demon denies it again. My guy unsurprisingly does not care. He has more urgent concerns, like leaving before someone notices the missing crocodile. So he does the only logical thing. He grabs the sword demon by the hair, loudly scolding him for causing chaos in the association building. He drags him outside under the excuse that they need to talk privately. Junhyuk, Sadok and Gangsan freeze mid-argument, staring at him completely speechless. Outside, the sword demon seriously considers ending his life for failing to follow orders properly. Our hero tells him to stay quiet and internally is deeply grateful to the sword demon for earlier help. Inside the room, Sadok finally notices the baby crocodile is missing. Chaos erupts instantly. Accusations fly between him and Junhyuk. The penguin-masked woman attempts to explain in her own language, but no one understands her. Later, our boy lies comfortably on a bed in the Hunter Academy's skill infirmary. Alone, quiet, peaceful. He checks the game and sees that Auntie has taken responsibility for raising the baby crocodile. She has even named it Crocodor. He places a magical seal around its neck. It looks suspiciously like a dog collar, but it's the bare minimum of responsibility. After all, Auntie promised she would raise it properly. Still, he wonders what kind of miracle this decision will lead to. He hopes it's not one inside the game. Then Shiny walks in, notices him playing a game, and casually asks if it's fun. Our hero sits up as Shiny immediately starts showing off his abilities instead of just asking his question. Our boy can't help but think that normal conversation is clearly not a thing when Surpassed class hunters are involved. Our boy can't help but think that normal conversation is clearly not a thing when Surpassed class hunters are involved. Shiny finally gets tired of dancing around the subject and tells our hero to stop dodging the question. Our boy, on the other hand, suggests, very reasonably, that Shiny should simply ask whatever he wants first. He even goes so far as to describe himself as open-minded, peace-loving, and generally against unnecessary trouble, which is technically true, if one ignores the trail of destruction that tends to follow him like a very loyal pet. Shiny cuts to the chase and asks about his connection with the sword demon. Now my guy knows exactly what that connection is. It's less colleagues and more divine existence accidentally adopting an overly enthusiastic sword-wielding maniac. Naturally, saying any of that out loud would be a terrible idea, so he does what any sensible person would do in this situation. He makes up that they are just colleagues. Nothing special. He is technically the teacher, and the sword demon is his assistant, which inconveniently for everyone involved, is not a lie. What he does not quite understand is why Shinyu thinks threatening him with a suffocating, menacing aura is an appropriate follow-up to such a mundane explanation. Shinyu's face stiffens, the polite mask cracking just enough to show irritation underneath. He asks if our boy belongs to the Triad factions. This question completely derails our hero's train of thought. He has absolutely no idea what that means. In his head, he immediately imagines some off-brand version of the Chinese Triads. Apparently realizing that civil conversation is not getting him anywhere, Shinyu decides to escalate like a man who believes violence is a valid communication tool. He swings his hand toward my guy as if to strike. The motion is painfully slow, and our hero notes that the attack could actually hurt him in his current body, which is mildly inconvenient, so he decides to borrow Icho's steel body. But before he can complete that, the window explodes inward. The sword demon crashes in, takes one look at Shinyu, attempting to attack our boy, and immediately goes on the offensive, sword already swinging with murderous enthusiasm. Shinyu barely dodges and jumps back. Instead of being intimidated or even mildly concerned, he looks almost pleased. He interprets the sword demon's sudden assault as a friendly visit. This interpretation naturally only makes the sword demon angrier. He snaps at Shinyu mid-swing, telling him to stop his nonsense. Meanwhile, Shinyu starts asking how the sword demon has been, why he has not returned his calls, and whether he's been busy lately. It's less interrogation and more awkward small talk, like they ran into each other at a grocery store instead of a battlefield. The sword demon's patience finally snaps. He wants Shinyu to shut up. Shinyu blocks the sword effortlessly and somehow keeps asking questions like he is attending a casual tea party rather than a violent confrontation. Eventually, the two stop acting like overgrown wild animals and actually attempt something resembling conversation. The sword demon explains very bluntly that he blocked Shinyu's number because Shinyu was calling non-stop like an obsessive stalker with far too much free time. Watching the sword demon's sheer fury, my guy grows curious about the dynamic between these two. It's painfully obvious that the sword demon is not just angry for his own sake. Shiny dared to bother our hero, and that apparently is completely unforgivable. Then the sword demon dramatically declares our boy his master, the great sword god who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He demands that Shiny kneel and worship him. Shiny clenches his fist. In his head, he is thinking that even if this really is some kind of cult, the sword demon has definitely lost his mind this time, and he blames it all on our boy. Our hero, meanwhile, is still stuck on the Triad faction thing. He mentally compares the word triad to layered meat, and decides it's not worth pursuing. Shinyu decides that he must be the one responsible for creating this sword demon disaster, and vows to expose him. He claims that if our boy truly unleashed the sword god, then he should be able to handle an attack at this level. Without further delay, Shino strikes, unleashing his snake-type sword technique, Fang. The sword demon urges my guy to show his strength, confidently stating that Shino only listens once he has been properly beaten. Our hero stands up, realizing that this situation actually works out perfectly. He has been curious about how strong he has become lately, and testing himself in the real world sounds far more interesting than another internal monologue. After his exploits in the Gyami Kingdom, his confidence is bordering on smug. Shino notices immediately, recognizing that Shino is an S-class hunter, and therefore not someone who will break easily. Our boy decides he is the perfect test subject. He borrows Iliho's steel body. Shinyu assumes this transformation is some triad faction skill, and wonders if my guy used something similar to kill Gustav. In his eyes, it's just another crude trick pulled by a shady cult member. He charges forward, confident that his speed will overwhelm someone as bulky as our hero. Our boy laughs quietly to himself. To him, Shinyu's movements are laughably slow. He knows this battle will end the moment he lands a hit. He prepares his punch, barely suppressing a smirk. Just before impact, Mina appears. She looks half asleep, deeply irritated, and completely uninterested in whatever dramatic showdown is happening. She complains about the noise, groaning that they need to shut up already. Our boy completely forgot she was even there. Shinyu notices her, and that's when things take a very different turn. She points at him, declares him a bad person, and promptly starts using her powers on him. Our hero tries to stop her, but she is not having it. Her life philosophy is simple. Anyone who bothers our boy deserves death. Mina suddenly tightens her grip around Shinyu's heart. His body reacts immediately, and he starts coughing up blood and barely manages to turn to the sword demon before collapsing unconscious. The sword demon, of course, does not panic. He swoops in and checks Shinyu and assesses that his condition is severe. My guy nearly loses his mind. He is convinced Shinyu is dead, but the sword demon points out that Shinyu is still alive. He comments that Shinyu has always been stubborn, the kind of person who refuses to let go of something once it's clamped onto. Our hero lets out a shaky breath, thrilled that no one has actually died. The sword demon hoists Shinyu over his shoulder, muttering about dumping him somewhere appropriate for all the chaos he has caused. Our boy immediately blurts out that he wants to use the healing ring finger of the god to heal Shinyu. Naturally, before he can demonstrate any heroism, the sword demon vaults out the window, vanishing. My guy is left standing, flailing in panic, wondering if the sword demon's idea of appropriate includes permanently removing Shinyu from existence. After a few moments of internal screaming, he remembers that the sword demon knows Shinyu and even claimed he wants to change for the better, so he convinces himself that the situation is under control. At that exact moment, Mina grabs our boy's face and inspects him closely. He blushes violently, stammers that he is fine, and practically melts into the floor. Mina declares with the utmost seriousness that she will protect him. No sooner has that intense eye contact moment passed than Miri rushes in, apparently drawn by a sudden surge of power. She freezes mid-step when she sees my guy and Mina in close proximity and demands an explanation. Our hero starts talking, but Miri's eyes quickly shift to the pool of blood sprawling across the floor. Mina immediately drags Miri closer, whining about her fear and insisting she wants to go home. Once the duo departs, my guy sighs deeply and begins cleaning the blood off the floor. Even a god is not immune to chores, apparently. The endlessly granting abundance sends him a sign of approval, recognizing his action as a genuine good deed. Our hero, observing this, feels an unusual twinge of emotion. Then Myongji arrives, promptly noticing the blood herself. Our boy, thinking fast, fabricates a story about slipping and falling, a classic, universally believable excuse. He asks why she came, and she goes silent, clearly conflicted. He can tell she is nervous and reassures her that she can speak freely. Suddenly, she tells him to run away. He frowns, confused. He had thought running was generally reserved for bad guys. Myongji explains that her grandfather saw the evolved Hades and is now determined to meet our hero, along with her older sister. Then, hearing the ominous roar of a car outside, Myongji panics further. She encourages him quickly, apologizes profusely, and bolts off, leaving him utterly bewildered and questioning. Peering out the window, our hero sees an elderly man stepping out of a car. He recognizes him immediately. It's Sedyuk, leader of the Fire Temple Guild and someone whose presence screams trouble is imminent. Beside him stands a pale, ghost-like woman, whose very existence could make horror movie extras feel insecure. Gangsan storms out, clearly livid, and the two begin exchanging sharp words like an old married couple on steroids. Gangsan warns Sedyuk that if he experiments on students again, consequences will be severe, possibly fatal. Sadok assures him he is just visiting his granddaughter's school and wants to meet someone. That catches Gangsan's full attention. Naturally, Sudoka then mentions hearing about our boy, claiming he urgently needs to speak with him. My guy's stomach drops, and his brain starts panicking, as he realizes that Sudoka has discovered the missing baby crocodile. Soon all four are seated inside Gangsan's office. Our hero ransacks his brain, trying to concoct an excuse that won't sound cheap. Sadok casually asks his age, and our boy, desperately trying to appear casual, responds, 23. Sadok nods approvingly, remarking that a 3-year difference is not bad at all. The woman beside him flushes with embarrassment. Our hero has no clue why age gaps are suddenly a major topic of conversation, as if everyone's life revolves around compatibility charts. He is absolutely clueless. Then Sadok cheerfully calls him his future grandson-in-law, and beams about finally meeting him. Our boy naturally chokes on his tea, spraying it slightly across the table. For a brief terrifying moment, our boy seriously entertains the idea that Sadok might be asking him to marry that woman. He immediately slaps that thought down and claims that he has spent years perfecting the art of enjoying complete freedom, savoring his solitude. But deep down, whatever he just spouted about being single is just some lies he just made up there. Sadok, of course, already knows exactly what my guy is capable of. Apparently turning a summoned soldier who barely mattered into a fully fledged S-class existence was just impressive for Sadok. Our hero finally understands Myungji's odd, borderline dramatic behavior earlier. According to Sadok, he has never seen power quite like this before, and now that he knows our boy has it, well, let's just say Sadok has no intention of letting him waltz away. He casually states he is not asking for anything extravagant. All he wants is for our boy to marry his granddaughter and have 3 children. In short, he wants his bloodline. My guy blinks. Patience begins leaking out of him in all directions as he realizes this man is trying to use him. Then, as if things could not get any more ridiculous, Sadok tosses another little tidbit into the mix. If our hero agrees to this magical matrimonial arrangement, he will throw 1 trillion at him. That's a trillion with a capital T and a side of disbelief. Our boy's brain immediately begins running all the calculations like a personal finance disaster waiting to happen. Bills? Gone. Deadlines? Erased. Life? Essentially purchased, minus a few minor details like dignity and choice. Even Gangsan freezes, mid-breath upon hearing the sheer number of zeros. He whispers that my guy should at least consider it, even if it feels like daylight robbery. But every time our hero's eyes drift towards Sadok's granddaughter, a mild existential panic kicks in. Agreeing to this would basically be the same as digging his own grave. So naturally he apologizes and tells Sadok plainly that he is not someone who can be bought. Gangsan's jaw hangs open in shock, trying to reconcile this with reality. Our hero continues, making it crystal clear that a marriage like this is not happening under any circumstances. He pivots, preparing to walk out, leaving a stunned, speechless room behind him. But of course, it's never that simple. The woman steps forward. Her name is Go Myung-hee. She is born from both human and nightmare blood, has the potential to transcend the limits of reality itself, and possesses the ability to charm any man who dares meet her gaze. Gangsan immediately loses his composure, shouting for our boy to avoid eye contact. But Myung-hee activates her power anyway and starts pulling him in, urging marriage. Gangsan yells again, insisting that love does not work that way. Sadok interrupts and warns to kill Gangsan if he threatens his granddaughter again. Gangsan clenches his teeth because at this point, insane feels like the polite word. He knows all too well how many men have been ruined by her ability. Our boy, meanwhile, remains completely unimpressed. He rejects her outright. Myung-hee, who probably has not experienced outright rejection in centuries, is flabbergasted. He declares that he has no interest in marrying her. She is not his type, and treating people like possessions, he finds it absolutely disgusting. Then without further theatrics, he opens the door, walks out and slams it behind him. Inside, both Gangsan and Sadok stand in stunned silence. Myung-hee, meanwhile, is utterly baffled. Her charm failed, and she is genuinely curious about who our hero really is. Outside, my guy is practically gnawing on his own fist in silent regret. That trillion still stings. A lot. But even so, he knows the alternative. Stepping into a forced future, 3 kids later, is far worse than a minor financial headache. Just then, a portal opens behind him. Someone grabs him and drags him inside, leaving behind nothing but a single slipper. Later, Sadok and Myung-hee return to their car. She begins calmly doing her skincare. Sadok casually asks her what she thinks of our hero. She admits she likes him. Then he questions her choice of terrifying makeup earlier, implying that her own face might have made him reconsider. She counters, saying a man who judges solely on appearances is not worth her time. Sadok is surprised, as he had not expected her power to fail, but irony has a twisted sense of humor. That failure is precisely why she wants our boy. Among hundreds, only the elite can resist her gaze, and apparently he qualifies. Sadok reassures her with unnerving calm that she need not worry, as my guy is already within reach. Meanwhile, our hero finds himself trapped inside Sadok's subspace. He has never considered that Sadok might actually go this far. All around him are grotesque beings stationed like overzealous security guards. They are spirit soldiers bound to Sadok through years of twisted meditation, trained to be obedient and apparently very judgmental. Initially, they were ordered to capture him, but now they are eyeing him like he is a particularly annoying snack. Our boy does not like that. Not one bit. One of them lunges from behind, probably assuming he will flinch or hesitate. But my guy borrows Ilol's steel body. The weapon shatters spectacularly on impact. My guy throws a punch, and the spirit soldier goes flying. It's at that moment he notices that these massive soldiers, despite their intimidating appearance, feel strangely soft. He orders them to charge at him all at once, and in no time at all he is juggling punches, kicks, and elbow smashes against all of them simultaneously. Compared to the endless swarm of corpse ants he had dealt with before, these guys feel like slightly annoying minnows. Then with a casual flick of the condemning middle finger of the god, he vaporizes the spirit soldiers. The remaining soldiers stand frozen, confusion painted across their faces. Apparently being beaten by a single person, even a low-grade god, is not part of their career plan. One of them even notices that our hero is looking suspiciously like a certain deity. As our boy surveys across, he spots something even more interesting: a woman. One of the soldiers turns out to be Sadhuik's top spirit commander, a former apostle of greed and deception. The woman at his side is the vice commander, previously serving the god of seductive and lustful night. He finally realizes why Sadhuik has such an unbeatable reputation. His generals are basically walking backstories with combat bonuses. And then there is her gaze. 5 colors swirl within her eyes, shimmering and shifting in impossible patterns. They remind him uncomfortably of Mangha's eyes. The general charges and my guy casually uses the crushing index finger of God. The soldier collapses immediately. The vice commander watches, trying to gauge if he is truly mortal or some sort of divine anomaly. Our hero does not even blink at her spiritual gaze. That alone confirms the rumors. He is indeed the young god whispered about these days. She walks forward, and for a brief, absurd moment, he wonders if she is volunteering for a beating. Instead, she kneels gracefully, activating her psychic ability, and starts pleading for mercy. The eye of the blind god activates, and our boy peers into her past. Her name is Lilith. Before becoming a spirit, she was the daughter and apostle of a god of seductive and lustful night. That goddess had been beautiful, powerful, and terrifying until the god of destruction defeated her, forcing her to flee. Her world collapsed in dramatic fashion, leaving her in desperate need of a special potion to survive. Lilith was sent to Earth with her bewitching eyes and met Sadok. But her powers did not work on him. Instead, she fell hopelessly in love. They married, had a child, and lived. But then comes the twist. Her identity was discovered by the god of destruction. She died. Sadok, not willing to part ways, made a contract and offered his soul, turning Lilith into a spirit, probably because he could not cope with separation. Finally, it all clicks in our boy's mind. Lilith is Myunghee's grandmother. He knows making wishes in exchange for one's soul has always been an old, ancient rule. Sadok must have wished to save her, but she refused. After her death, he turned her into a spirit, probably so he could stick around forever. The endlessly granting abundance begins crying and begging my guy to spare her. Our hero hesitates. After all, Lilith did want to eat him earlier, but mercy now seems less catastrophic than complete annihilation. Abundance panics even more, but he decides that showing restraint might be a noble idea. According to her profile, Lilith is married, capable of transcendence, and could even become his believer. A potential S-class believer. That's like finding a rare Pokemon in the wild. On top of that, he could potentially manipulate Sadok and Myunghee to later become his believers. 3 wins in 1. Efficiency. Thy name is Yu Ilshin. The all-slashing heavenly blade praises him for forward-thinking strategy, endlessly granting abundance. Grateful for his mercy, expresses thanks in her usual melodramatic style. Our hero shrugs internally. Priority number 1. Grow stronger before the god of destruction decides to make a surprise visit. That enemy is someone he despises. He requests the system to equip his good god title. A faint circle materializes above his head, and a feeling of lightness washes over him. It's the kind of sensation that whispers that things will somehow work out. Then he uses the healing ring finger of the god on Lilith. The power spreads to the other spirit soldiers, and for a moment everything seems fine. Then their bodies begin to dissolve. My guy obviously freezes and panics. This was supposed to be healing, not spontaneous magical deconstruction. The game explains that the soldiers were purified by his authority. When good and evil merge, pain is unavoidable. Lo and behold, the spirits are reborn as angel soldiers. The newly formed angels apologize to him for their previous misunderstanding. Cute, if slightly ironic. He stares at them, noticing how much smaller and less imposing they are now. Meanwhile, far away, somewhere beyond his reach, a mysterious presence opens its eyes, aware that Lilith has returned. He then decides it's finally time to go and meet Sadok properly, preferably before the old man manages to get himself killed. Over at the Immortal Guild's headquarters, Sadok is still very much in a foul mood. My guy had committed the ultimate offense, rejecting the generous, completely reasonable offer of becoming his grandson-in-law. Apparently this was not something Sadok had mentally prepared for. Still, Sadok is confident. After all, our hero is trapped in his subspace, a place politely referred to as a pocket version of hell. Less polite people call it a nightmare blender. Anyone who enters it eventually breaks. Even top-ranked hunters usually crawl out shaking, bleeding, and permanently traumatized. So Seta calmly orders his spirit forces to release our boy, already imagining the satisfying sight of a humbled young god. What steps out absolutely ruins that fantasy. My guy walks out completely fine, not limping, not bleeding, not even mildly inconvenienced. Behind him follow spirit beings that look nothing like the soldiers Sadok remembers. For a solid few seconds, Sadok just stares. To make matters worse, our hero casually compliments his office. That's when Sadok finally snaps. He demands to know what happened to his spirit army. Our boy waves it off with a vague long story, which is never reassuring, and instead decides to examine Sadok's chest. That single claim hits harder than any insult. Sadok freezes. He does not understand how my guy even knows about that injury. He tries to sense his soldiers but feels nothing. Then he realizes something worse. Lilith's presence is completely gone too. That's when Sadok truly loses control. He grabs our hero by the neck, demanding answers. Our boy, meanwhile, notices a dangerous spirit hovering above Sadok, and immediately understands that time is not a luxury he currently possesses. He calmly tells Sadok to relax and let him fix things first. This suggestion, shockingly, does not help. Instead, it pushes Sadok further into rage. He decides, very decisively, that my guy will not be speaking ever again. Seeing no better option, our hero sighs internally and decides to knock him out briefly. He activates the crushing index finger of the god on Sadok. Pain explodes through Sadok's chest, and our boy pauses for half a second, wondering if the effect has actually started yet. He checks Sadok's profile. That's when everything clicks. Sadok is bound to the law tied to cause and effect, as well as the god of desire and lustful night. Sadok begins sweating heavily, clutching his chest as if his own body is finally staging a rebellion. Then Lilith appears. She tells Sadok it's truly her, reborn through my guy's power. For the first time she can see him outside the subspace, though she still relies on psychic abilities to do so. Sadok coughs up blood, eyes trembling. Lilith turns toward our hero, eyes shining with tears, begging him to help, and then the remaining memories surface. Our boy witnesses the god of desire declaring that the day Lilith is reborn will also be the day Sadok's wish is fulfilled by having his soul torn apart and devoured, drowning him in endless suffering. That was meant to be her ascension, her philosophy as a future evil god. My guy has absolutely no intention of letting that happen. His S-class believers matter to him. They are not disposable sacrifices in someone else's twisted divine drama. He uses the crushing index finger of the god onto the mark carved into Sadok's chest. This ability has an on and off function for specific targets. In simple terms, our hero flips the switch. The mark turns off. A furious roar tears through reality as a rift cracks open. Our boy immediately understands that the god of desire has finally descended. Once a god, now a fading existence clinging to former glory, she erupts with rage at my guy for daring to interfere with her sacrifices. Our hero recognizes her instantly. She reminds him of the blazing sun god he dealt with before. Same arrogance, same fury, same refusal to accept that their era is over. He greets her without ceremony. This time, he does not even need the heavenly demon's sword or borrowed skills. Fighting a weakened imitation simply does not require that level of effort. Mid-confrontation, he launches himself out of the building, mocking her insignificance as he does. He strikes her hard before landing outside. Panic spreads as civilians notice the rift tearing open in the sky. People scream. Some run. Some freeze. My guy calmly tells everyone to step back, assuring them that he will handle it. The god shrieks in fury, demanding to know how a low-grade god dares attack someone who once stood far above him. She promises to show her true form, her real power, her divine majesty. Our hero agrees to see it, and that's when the endlessly granting abundance suddenly speaks to him. The tension on our boy's face sharpens instantly. The seductive god changes her form, and the sight alone is enough to make the entire atmosphere feel deeply, aggressively wrong. Even endlessly granting abundance sounds noticeably uneasy. It issues a rare serious warning, reminding our hero that this entity once stood on the same tier as the dreaded god of destruction. Our boy does not bother questioning it. The figure standing before him looks dreadfully powerful. Silently creeping nightmare casually suggests handling her himself. All he asks in return is a payment of roughly 10 million human lives. My guy shuts him down immediately, telling him to stop talking nonsense and disappear before he somehow makes the situation worse. Then all-slashing Heavenly Blade joins the discussion, cutting straight to the point with all the emotional warmth of sharpened steel. He suggests simply killing Sadok already. That's when my guy finally notices Sadok standing by the window, quietly observing everything unfold. Apparently Sadok is the anchor, the reason the seductive god can maintain her presence in this world at all. Without him she would be forcibly expelled. The Blade's proposed solution is exactly what our hero expects. Cold, logical, and completely unconcerned with emotional consequences. A perfect answer, really. Just not one our boy is willing to accept. He knows the maths checks out. Remove Sadok and the problem solves itself. Still, he refuses. He does not want to write stories like that and dislikes tragic conclusions. Turning back to the seductive god, he addresses her directly. He accepts she once rivaled the god of destruction, but that was a long time ago. Now she is nowhere near that level anymore. She laughs, clearly amused by his audacity. She claims she has erased countless worlds, reduced civilizations to nothing, and that even in her weakened state she is more than enough to crush a newly awakened god like him. Our hero does not debate her resume or ask for proof. Instead, he borrows abilities from Ilho and Mina. Sadok finally breaks his silence, urging him to stop and wait until C-class hunters arrive. Our boy ignores him completely. He combines the steel body enhancement with psychokinesis, and launches himself forward without hesitation. Her attack comes fast, sharp, and powerful, but my guy's strike tears through it regardless, crashing into her form with enough force. Sadyuk watches in stunned silence, awe written plainly across his face. Our hero notices this only because Sadyuk keeps calling him his future grandson-in-law. He feels irritation bubbling up, not from the battle, but from the title. For one fleeting second, he wonders if killing the old man would technically count as a tragic ending. He then turns back and realizes the seductive god is still standing. Without wasting time, he activates the crushing index finger of the god and presses it against the rift in space. He tells her to stop forcing things and return to where she belongs. The opening begins to shrink, resisting her presence, but she refuses to cooperate. With a snarl, she grabs the edges of the rift and forces it back open, striking him once more with raw, unrestrained power. The blow lands solidly. When the dust settles, my guy is on the ground. He exhales slowly and admits that she is far stronger than the fire god he faced before. That much is undeniable. But then again, he is not the same person he was back then either. He equips the title of an evil god. Lightning erupts around him, violent and unforgiving. The seductive god watches closely, her expression shifting as she realizes what he is doing. He merges both benevolent and malevolent titles, weaving them together seamlessly before launching himself forward again. This time, his voice carries authority as he demands she stop struggling and leave. She resists, of course, but it's no longer enough. He drives her backward through the rift, forcing her retreat until she disappears entirely. With one final motion, he seals the rift shut using the crushing index finger, leaving nothing behind but silence. The game immediately notifies him that the seductive god of night is equivalent to 6 S-class beings. He expected this much. His advancement quest updates the number of S-class believers to 20 out of 100. He briefly considers that if things continue at this pace, he might reach godhood through the evil path first. Then he notices angel soldiers escorting Sadak to him. Even with the seductive god gone, Sadak is still clearly in pain. Lilith begs our hero for help. The mark may be gone, but the curse remains, and Sadak is dying. Our boy swears under his breath. He cannot afford to lose one of his precious S-class followers. He activates the healing ring finger of the god. Light washes over Sadyuk, restoring him almost instantly. Sadyuk stares at his hands in disbelief. Lilith throws her arms around him, thanking my guy repeatedly, her relief genuine and overwhelming. Watching them, our hero feels satisfied. This is the kind of ending he wants, with no unnecessary deaths and no lingering regret. Even if his own story ends someday, he wants to keep writing happy conclusions for others. The game congratulates him as both Lilith and Sadyuk become his followers. His good god quest updates to 12 believers out of 100. He also notes that Lilith has naturally risen to the rank of archangel, likely due to her rebirth from a high-ranking spirit. He quietly agrees that she has earned it. A few days later, near a low-rank dungeon deep in Brazil, Arachne encounters a massive lizard. She appears to be offering her assistance, proposing a plan to help the creature take revenge for Gustav, the one it calls its mother. Arachne remembers that an army so massive it could have filled an entire continent plus 3 apostles was wiped out by our boy. So obviously going back empty-handed is not exactly an option to her. If she returns like this, the Emperor won't politely ask her what happened, but he will make sure she does not survive long enough to even explain herself. So naturally she decides to use the lizard in front of her. If things go right, she plans to take my guy's head back with her and fix everything in one brilliant, perfectly efficient move. The Lizard Lord Alpha asks if Arachne truly intends to help it get revenge for Gustav. Arachne confidently claims she has both the abilities and a strategy. Together, she claims, they can eliminate our hero. Alpha then agrees to hear her out. Meanwhile, our boy wakes up somewhere unfamiliar. A huge man stands in front of him. He can't help but wonder how many battles, years of training, or sheer stubbornness it would take to build a body like that. It turns out this man is the Eternal Seeker of Truth. The Eternal Seeker does not waste time on small talk. He explains that he did not drag our boy there casually, but he adjusted cause and effect itself, as apparently something urgent is about to happen. He then delivers the news. An apostle, a clone connected to the god of destruction, has awakened. If my guy wants to survive what's coming and avoid a catastrophic, highly unpleasant end, the Eternal Seeker insists he will need to get moving. For that, he must acquire the divine status of an intermediate god, and only then will he be qualified to take part in the gathering of gods. Our hero wakes up and finds himself back in his room at the academy. For a short, hopeful second, he thinks maybe all of it was just a weird, over-the-top dream his brain made up. He finds it annoying just thinking about the Eternal Seeker of Truth. The problem is that God gives off the exact same uncomfortable vibes as the Truth Seeker of Eternity. And honestly, dealing with one cosmic creep was already pushing it. Now his mental list of divine beings who won't leave him alone is getting so long that he is seriously considering charging rent. He does not actually mind becoming an intermediate god. That part is fine. What he does mind is the massive pile of nonsense that came packaged with it. The thing that bothers him is the apostle, who is also some kind of copy tied to the god of destruction, along with a so-called festival of gods that sounds less like a celebration and more like a disaster with decorations. Those thoughts cling to his brain like an annoying prophecy. Before he can spiral any deeper into that mental headache, Lilith shows up. She notices he is awake, and immediately decides to go call Sediyuk, who is apparently in the middle of a discussion with Gangsan and has been waiting to talk to him. My guy reacts instantly, as he remembers very clearly that the old man is still pushing the whole grandson-in-law agenda like it's a holy mission. Thankfully, before Lilith can argue or before Sediyuk can magically appear out of thin air, the game system interrupts with a report, and for once it's actually good news. According to it, the angel soldiers sent out earlier have been performing miracles all over Antria. As a result, our hero's follower count is exploding at a rate that feels slightly illegal. Thanks to Lilith, he has unlocked a new automatic ability, and the angels alone have added almost 30 million believers. He has absolutely no idea what they are doing out there, and honestly, he does not care. Results are results. Not long ago, he was stressing over how to even reach 10 million followers. Now the numbers are shooting up by themselves. As it turns out, doing nothing while other people handle everything is an extremely effective life strategy. He assures Lilith he is fine, and suggests she stay at Sashijuk's place, mostly because he knows Sashijuk would never let her leave anyway. Lilith refuses immediately. In her eyes, since she was reborn as an archangel because of him, it's her responsibility to stay close and help him whenever he needs it. Before they can say anything else, loud shouting breaks out outside. Apparently an S-rank hunter is fighting an A-rank hunter. Our boy looks out the window and spots Shinyu confronting the sword demon. Shinyu is furious, rightfully so, about being abandoned on a deserted island and left to struggle, suffer, and barely escape with his life. The sword demon, meanwhile, looks mildly irritated and openly regrets not killing him properly back then. He even starts blaming careless traders for not cleaning things up. Shinyu has clearly reached the stage where talking is pointless. Even though the sword demon was once his friend, he does not hesitate at all, and rushes in, clearly ready to finish everything right then and there. The sword demon answers by getting ready to use the power of the heavenly demon divine sword. As expected, students start gathering around like it's a live performance, with some of them might as well have popcorn. After all, a free S-rank fight is not something one just walks away from. Our hero watches with mild interest, and he can tell Shinyu is genuinely skilled. Even against someone like the sword demon trained with a weapon that ridiculous, he is holding his ground. The air gets thicker, and power builds up. But then the lunch bell rings and our boy immediately stops caring. Whatever interest he had in the fight evaporates as his brain switches to more important matters like food. Specifically, that day's menu is the expensive honey-style ginseng chicken soup. With his priorities properly aligned, he leaves the window and heads straight to the cafeteria. Once seated inside the cafeteria, he can't help but laugh at the situation. Through a series of questionable choices and bad luck, he somehow agreed to become a teacher, and now he is eating high-end food for free. He lifts his spoon, ready to enjoy his meal, when suddenly the sword demon crashes through the window and lands straight on the table. The bowl goes flying, launching soup, herbs, and the deeply unfortunate chicken into the air, like a tragic offering to the gods. My guy freezes. Seconds later, Shinyu storms in, demanding the sword demon surrender, clearly convinced the fight is already over. While Shinyu is busy making dramatic declarations, our hero is silently grieving the brutal, senseless murder of his lunch. Then Shinyu notices him. To him, our boy is just a self-proclaimed sword god, tied to some shady tri-factions. He starts ranting about unpaid debts, accuses him of manipulating the sword demon, and claims he is running some twisted organization. Our hero could not take it any further, and snaps. From his POV, Shinyu is the idiot who destroyed a perfectly good bowl of ginseng chicken soup while yelling about factions he does not even understand. Shinyu, in his own world, declares he will force a confession out of our boy, even if violence is necessary. My guy could not care less about factions, secrets, or conspiracies. None of that matters, only the soup mattered. Completely done, he decides there is no forgiveness for someone who ruins a meal that expensive. He activates the extreme form of the all-slashing heavenly blade using the spoon in his hand, a technique that turns anything he is holding into a cutting weapon. The sword demon watches confidently, fully convinced our hero is about to beat Shinyu into the ground, and he looks like he is enjoying it. Shinyu stares in disbelief as our boy grips the spoon like it's a legendary weapon, moving in strange, almost ridiculous ways that leave obvious openings. He can't understand how the sword demon could have changed so much because of someone like this. Meanwhile, my guy is perfectly calm. In his eyes, a spoon is more than enough to deal with someone who committed the unforgivable crime of destroying ginseng chicken soup. His plan is to beat Shinyu until he can barely stand, then see if the kitchen has any leftovers. Shinyu still can't figure out how an idiot like our hero influenced the sword demon. But ridiculous or not, he has no intention of backing down. Taking a sharp breath, Shinyu launches his attack at our boy. He comes charging towards our hero as if he has already been preparing his victory speech. Unfortunately for him, our boy's response is akin to one who has been disturbed by a nuisance buzzing around him. Without backing away a single step, without raising his guard, or showing a sign of worry, he takes the spoon he is holding and conks Shinyu on the forehead. Doing so causes Shinyu's nose to suddenly bleed. He stands frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend how a spoon just struck his pride. Meanwhile, my guy looks rather irritated and intends to make Shinyu suffer at least as much as the wasted ginseng chicken soup. Shinyu is still there with a bleeding nose and a clouded mind. He can't understand why our hero keeps going on so passionately about the soup as if it's a priceless gem, but our boy recognizes Shinyu's confusion as a call to punish him further. Shinyu, on the other hand, tells himself that this is just a slip-up. He tightens his grip on his swords and stands up straight, putting a confident look on his face. My guy approaches and wants Shinyu to look at his own strength. Shinyu is able to recognize just how fast our hero was but still thinks that he is foolish for entering his range. Feeling optimistic, Shinyu throws a punch. Of course it misses. Our boy waves it off and punches Shinyu in the head with his spoon again. He nonchalantly declares that it was the revenge for the chicken wings. Shinyu grits his teeth. A combination of the punch and the dawning understanding that he is being beaten in a duel by a guy who is tallying up his meal complaints. Now he is angry, mad at my guy, mad at himself, and especially mad at that accursed chicken soup. He has heard his fill of talk about food. It's a duel, not culinary school, but he is being pummeled as if he were some unpaid helper in a kitchen. Impatience takes hold of what little caution he has left, and Shinyu charges again. My guy does not bother to pause. The spoon delivers hit after hit, each one precise, calculated, and mortifying. There is a hit for the breast, a hit for the porridge, and a hit for the legs. Now this is no longer a fight, but the start of an aggressive cook-off. Poor Shinyu can't even count how many times he was beaten. The only thing his body registers is pain, not to mention his wounded pride. Eventually his legs give out, and my guy walks over and looks down at him, assessing the situation with obvious disappointment. Apparently Shinyu is about to pass out, and all that punishment only covered one serving. He mutters that this is disappointing because 2 bowls were ruined. Barely aware, Shinyu finally accepts in his mind that he underestimated our hero. He did not plan on doing what he is going to do next. He is aware it is dangerous and flashy, and is going to bring about complete chaos for everyone in the area. Yet he also realizes that there is no other choice at this point. The final twin blade attack is unleashed by him, and violent gusts erupt, ripping through the surroundings, blinding everyone instantly. The sword demon goes into a panic right away. He looks aghast at Shinyu, who has chosen to release this level of power in this setting, evidently caring more about the destruction than the embarrassment he could suffer. But Shinyu is trying to convince himself that this is for the sword demon's benefit. In the midst of the raging wind, he begins his attack, but suddenly his attack is engulfed in a wind of flower petals that float gently in the air. Behind the screen of petals and wind, Shinyu charges ahead, but our boy raises his spoon, and with one effortless motion, he tosses Shinyu across the room. Shinyu's eyes go wide in shock as he realizes that his whole strategy has been erased, utterly nullified by a sealed space in which skills just stop. He knows this move, and to be clear, he is not the only one. At his level, everyone knows this move and its ability to take down high-level hunters immediately. Still, this was used like my guy was shaking flies off his shoulder. It was at this moment that the truth came crashing down on Shinyu, in a way that any spoonful of gospel could never. He understands our hero is not only powerful, he is on an entirely different tier altogether, in the league of the sword god himself or perhaps even above. But then regret pours into Shinyu's chest, regret over charging in with so much confidence, and regret over ever contemplating this plan. His fingers relax, and he loses his grip on his sword. His body fails completely, and he collapses to the ground in utter defeat. The sword demon rushes towards our boy with a look of utter panic on his face, and throws himself down on the ground and starts pleading, not to kill Shinyu. Despite his fading consciousness, Shinyu observes that he is still considered a friend by the sword demon. My guy lets out another sigh and assures the sword demon not to worry, that he can handle it. However, in keeping with his melodramatic personality, the sword demon blows the situation out of all proportion. He begs to be allowed to die along with Shinyu, and even takes hold of Shinyu's sword in an attempt to stab himself. With a simple use of telekinesis, our hero pulls the sword away and tells him to calm down. He explains slowly that he plans to heal Shinyu, not turn this into a tragic opera. He then uses his healing authority through the ring finger of the god. Moments later, Shinyu wakes up, only to realize that all his injuries are gone. It feels as if the brutal beating never happened, except for the lingering shame. The sword demon immediately proclaims that this is clearly the power of the true sword god, standing right before him. Shinyu can only nod weakly in agreement. Any remaining resistance fades away as he finally sees our boy as the real deal, and begs for forgiveness with genuine sincerity. My guy feels a headache coming on. The situation has gone beyond reasonable, and he is exhausted. Around them the students cheer loudly, celebrating his victory as if they have just witnessed a legendary performance rather than a man settling a deeply personal grudge over soup. Among the crowd, however, a figure watches quietly. Their sharp eyes are on our guy. Having finally found who they were looking for, they decide to report everything to the Tree factions. Shine Hugh suddenly sinks to his knees right there in front of everyone and begs my guy to take him on as a disciple. Just then the game system pops up and informs our boy that Shine Hugh has officially become his fanatic believer, and the intermediate good god promotion quest now shows 13 out of 100. Upon seeing it, our hero realizes that Shine Hugh is also an S rank. He does not particularly mind having powerful believers, but powerful people always come with powerful headaches. When he looks down at Shine Hugh again, he calmly points out that there is in fact still unfinished business between them. He reminds him of a simple universal rule: never mess with someone while they are eating. So he demands a proper apology from Shine Hugh, not just to him but to the ginseng chicken soup that never got the chance to fulfill its destiny of being eaten peacefully. Shine Hugh expresses heartfelt regret for ruining my guy's meal, then immediately pulls out his phone and calls his manager to ask how much money he can access immediately. The moment the word money enters the conversation, our hero's mood improves visibly. Not long after, Shine Hugh returns with 2 full briefcases packed to the brim with actual physical money. Our boy is momentarily taken aback when he finds out that Shine Hugh is the youngest son of a huge conglomerate family. Shine Hugh's manager Quan introduces himself politely as a representative of the song group and respectfully asks my guy to look after Shine Hugh in the future. Shine Hugh explains that the money is compensation for the ruined soup and, just to be thorough, offers anything else our hero might want if he agrees to become his master. Before our boy can respond, the sword demon decides this is the perfect moment to open his mouth. He loudly declares that it's ridiculous to think paper money could earn discipleship under someone like my guy. Unfortunately for him, our hero does not appreciate this sudden injection of moral philosophy. He orders the sword demon to run 100 laps as special training. The sword demon disappears instantly, clearly aware that arguing would only increase the lap count. With that nuisance removed, our boy focuses on the briefcases in peace. Deep down, Shine Hugh understands that someone who once pointed a blade at my guy probably does not deserve to kneel down and ask for discipleship, so he accepts the situation quietly, without arguing and without excuses. Our hero, meanwhile, notices the look on Shine Hugh's face. Now that the money has entered the chat, he considers it for a moment, and arrives at a very profound conclusion. Everyone spills ginseng chicken soup at least once in their life. Some people learn a valuable lesson from it. Others get hit repeatedly with a spoon, until the lesson becomes impossible to forget. Shiny trembles, visibly shaken, and asks if our boy will accept him after all. From Shiny Tremble's perspective, this feels like mercy. From my guy's perspective, it feels like a headache forming behind his temples. He finds the idea bothersome. Raising someone who is already S rank sounds exhausting, expensive, and suspiciously unprofitable. The effort to reward ratio alone is enough to make him think twice. And right on cue, as if summoned by the sheer power of bad timing, the all-slashing heavenly blade starts applauding our hero for his sharp business instincts. Our boy does not appreciate this. He brushes it off immediately, telling the blade that he does not need praise from gods, weapons, or anything else that floats, glows, or thinks it knows better. He has more important things to think about, like money. He pauses and seriously evaluates his options. He wants the money. That part is non-negotiable. The disciple, however, is still very much up for debate. And then, like a perfectly timed solution dropping from the heavens, ironically without divine interference, an idea strikes him. He asks Shiny Hugh if he wants to be his disciple. Shiny Hugh, who absolutely did not see this coming and had no emotional preparation whatsoever, agrees instantly. Before anyone can interrupt or reconsider, our hero hands over a sword manual he once bought after getting thoroughly scammed by the heavenly blade. He explains that it's supposedly the ultimate sword technique left behind by a legendary master, and tells Shiny Hugh to master it completely first. Only then will he accept him. Shiny Hugh goes silent. The silence stretches just long enough for our boy to assume the task is impossible. But then Shiny Hugh panics. He immediately agrees to master it no matter what. My guy adds one final condition. Shiny Hugh is not allowed to come back until he succeeds. Shiny Hugh agrees instantly and leaves at once. Now our hero feels satisfied. Everything has gone perfectly. The disciple issue is resolved, and the money remains his. Now he can finally focus on the most important question: what to do with all this cash. Behind the academy, a hidden spy from the Tri-Factions quietly submits a report. He confirms that our boy is the one who took the Manhwa sect's treasure sword. He suggests that an assassination may be necessary to retrieve it. Far away in another country, a girl finishes off a massive turtle and looks completely unimpressed. The creature crumples in defeat, and she does not even bother to glance at it again. It was not strong enough, did not put up a fight, and did not make her blade feel alive. She wants a real challenge. She is Zhao Ming, the top-ranked hunter in the country, and her biggest enemy is boredom. When a man shows up with an order from the Tri-Factions to take out our guy, an academy instructor rumored to be SS rank, and get back the stolen sword, her expression finally changes. Ming smiles, genuinely excited, as finally her blade might meet something worth cutting. Back at the academy cafeteria, our hero holds the 2 bags of cash tightly, grinning like a man who has achieved spiritual enlightenment through financial stability. No matter how divine he becomes, money still feels good. That said, the mention of the Trifactions leaves a sour aftertaste. Something about them feels wrong, suspicious, and possibly tied to the prophecy, and he does not enjoy not knowing things. The sword demon eventually returns, barely standing after finishing his laps. His soul has clearly left his body several times along the way. Our boy thinks he deserves a reward and decides to buy chicken and beer. Later at home, the sword demon is barely conscious, slumped over like some fallen hero in the least glamorous epilogue ever. Meanwhile, my guy notices that his appetite has gone completely off the charts. He eats enough for 10 people, and somehow does not feel even a little full. He assumes this is part of recovering his divine strength. Thanks to Shine Yu's money, he can now order freely without guilt. He has even bought the entire apartment building, and officially become a landlord. After finishing the feast, he stares at the pile of chicken bones, and wishes they would throw themselves away. He even considers hiring help or using telekinesis. Before he decides, the bones begin to move on their own, all while releasing dark, unsettling energy. He panics slightly as he has not activated any skill yet. The system informs him that Sadiok's spirit-related technique that creates spirits fueled by resentment has been added to his shared abilities. Our hero does not fully understand it. Naturally, he decides to test it anyway. Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, the chickens my guy had eaten suddenly reappear. They appear distorted, dark, and terrifying. These are not some normal everyday chickens. These are chickens who have unresolved emotional issues and a mean streak against mankind. He obviously screams. This is not a dignified scream, of course, but a full panic scream. With a shaking and vibrating body, he tries to calm himself down, and of course them too. He tries to explain very carefully that he understands their pain, their sufferings, and their feelings, but revenge is a complicated subject, and he suggests they could all just take a breath. However, the chickens are not having this at all. They demand vengeance with absolute enthusiasm and immediately escalate the situation by attempting to summon some kind of death god. They even start asking for permission to offer sacrifices, which is obviously not a good sign. Deep down, our poor hero gets a very strong, very clear feeling that if this ritual succeeds, he will be the first item on the offering list. His brain starts working overtime, frantically searching for any solution that does not involve becoming poultry food. That's when the system politely pops up and asks for his approval to dispatch the newly formed evil god spirit chicken unit to the hive area of the Imperial Army. He instantly loves the idea, though he pauses for a second, confused about what the hives refer to. He also can't help but suspect that the Imperial Army is plotting something again, because they always are. The system clarifies that the hive is a facility that mass-produces red insect soldiers, who are the backbone of the Imperial Army, and a major source of the Emperor's power. Our boy grins as he realizes they have mistaken his long silence for mercy, just because he has not gotten around to dealing with them. Deciding it's time for a proper lesson, he gives his approval without a shred of guilt. Over at the hive, thunder roars as a massive chicken spirit shows up. The red ant soldiers panic instantly, screaming and scattering in every direction. My guy watches the chaos unfold with deep, personal satisfaction. Without lifting a single finger, his evil god sacrifice count keeps rising. He absolutely loves this kind of progress, the kind that works while he just stands there looking cool. Just then, the system informs him that auto-hunting and auto-believer growth activate an advanced function called expansion support and race evolution, which continues even when he is offline. The cost is 20 million coins. Our hero does not even blink before pressing yes. To him, it feels like passive income, no different from owning property and letting rent roll in while the world burns elsewhere. As night deepens, the chickens continue their enthusiastic rampage inside Antria, while our boy notices that the sword demon has already left, just as instructed. There are still many things he wanted to ask him, especially about the Trifactions. From what the sword demon explained earlier, the Trifactions consist of unorthodox sects that walk a darker path. Publicly, they pose as a hunter guild. Privately, they run a massive intelligence network and assassinate hunters they consider threats. The sword demon himself was once part of them, which immediately makes my guy suspect that there might still be another spy hiding inside the academy. Their spies operate under a strict one-to-one contact rule, making them painfully difficult to expose. Our boy finds the entire organization disgusting. The sword demon admits he does not know everything, but drops one particularly unpleasant truth. The Manhwa sword technique my guy used originally came from the Trifactions, and now that they have seen it, he believes they definitely won't stay quiet. Our hero freezes upon realizing he unknowingly used stolen goods. He immediately curses the all-slashing heavenly blade for selling him something this dangerous. Naturally, the blade finds the situation thrilling and calls it part of life, while our boy continues cursing him for personally ruining his day. Now he makes a firm decision to not let the Trifactions lay a single finger on his students. Right on cue, Hyo Jeo appears. Earlier, inside Jeo's room, A masked man had handed her a teleportation talisman and ordered her to bring our hero to a specific location, where the Tri-Faction's master plans to take care of the rest. Jo agreed, though her heart was in pieces. She could not disobey orders, but she genuinely believed our boy is a good person. Back in the present, my guy reflects on how shocked he was when he discovered Jo's role, but also relieved thanks to the blind god's authority. Jo had been forced into this to support her sick single mother, so he reassures her that the sword demon has already relocated her mother somewhere safe. Jo thanks him. Our hero despises how the Tri-Factions use family as leverage. Jekyll bows again, showing gratitude for covering her mother's hospital expenses. He waves it off, telling her it's nothing. Then, with unsettling calm, he suggests going directly to where the Tri-Factions are waiting. Jekyll activates the talisman, trusting our boy completely. After all, he has already dealt with SS rank threats before. What's a little assassination squad? They arrive on a mountain behind the academy, and two men appear. A man is Degak, with Shaolin roots, notorious for eliminating so many S-rank hunters that one could probably pack them into half a truck and still have room for snacks. The other man is Peng Morin, descended from legendary heroes, with a kill record so long it could fill an entire truck. To our boy, they look like they just stumbled out of the pages of a martial arts comic. Degak does not waste time with pleasantries. He immediately accuses my guy of stealing the Manhwa sword treasure and impersonating the Tri-Factions. Then he vows to silence him forever and charges in with a punch. Jo recognizes the technique instantly, a secret Shaolin art so powerful it could level buildings and crush dreams. In her eyes, starting with this move is a bit dramatic, even by martial arts standards. Our hero, of course, is as calm as a cucumber. He borrows Ilaho's steel body like it's just another accessory, and Digak's arm shatters on impact. He collapses, screaming in a mix of pain and disbelief, finally realizing that our boy's body might actually be the legendary diamond physique everyone whispers about in odd tones. My guy casually tells him to stop crying because honestly Digak started it, and whining won't make it better. Before Digak can even consider a second attempt, Murin attacks from behind. Jo recognizes the move immediately, and knows it's deadly, which is convenient considering it's meant to be. Murin swings his sword with all the flair of a hero, but the sword breaks apart the instant it touches our hero's body. Murin freezes with disbelief plastered across his face. Our boy feels a faint sting, barely a tickle, and then borrows Miri's lightning ability. A bolt crashes down from the sky, striking Murin directly. After dealing with both of them thoroughly, our boy ties Murin and Digak to a nearby tree. He pulls the ropes tight, not just secure tight but existentially discouraging tight. Both men are a mess, beaten and bruised. Off to the side, Jo watches in silence. These two are not even officially registered as hunters, but they possess strength that comfortably laughs at the idea of SS rank, and yet here they are, tied to a tree like badly behaved decorations, handled with such alarming ease that it's honestly a little offensive. The real surprise is not that they lost, it's that my guy beat them so easily. Our hero just lets out a tired sigh. It bothers him that he almost killed both of them without meaning to, all because his power still operates without his control. He asks both guys where the Tri-Faction's base is. Degak, to his credit or perhaps his lack of survival instincts, grits his teeth and warns our boy not to grow careless just because he defeated the two of them. His confidence roots from the thought that the Tri-Faction's strongest hunters will arrive soon, and when they do, my guy's life will end. That warning barely gets a chance to settle before Ming appears. Degak's face lights up instantly upon seeing her, with relief pouring in like divine salvation. He eagerly points at our hero and accuses him of being the man who took the Manhwa sect's sword technique, clearly believing this information will earn him protection, gratitude, or at the very least survival. Ming, however, does not even let him finish. She cuts him off with effortless cruelty and dismisses him as worthless. Digak does not get time to process the betrayal, much less react. She moves, and her attacks land faster than thought. Neither Digak nor Murin can respond. Within moments, both of them are finished and discarded, like tools that have outlived their usefulness. Our hero freezes, genuinely shaken, because for the first time, he has completely failed to follow someone's movement. Every S-rank hunter he encountered before felt slow by comparison. Ming, however, exists in a category entirely her own. She then turns her attention towards Jo to strike her next. Our boy immediately reacts on pure instinct, yanking her out of Ming's path and ordering her to run immediately. Ming can't help but find it a little funny to see him standing there relying on nothing but his bare body. The laugh does not last long though. It quickly turns into real interest, like she has spotted a new toy rather than a serious opponent. My guy attacks first, since waiting is not an option, but the strike misses so badly it might as well have hit nothing at all. Before he can adjust his stance or even feel annoyed about it, Ming vanishes from sight. He scans the area, senses stretched thin, searching desperately for her presence, and then he notices blood. For one brief second he assumes it is his own, but then he realizes the blood belongs to Jo. He rushes to her side to check for any sign of life, clinging to habit and denial, only to confirm that there is none. Panic floods in fast as he activates the god's healing authority through the ring finger, gripping that last familiar certainty with both hands. Ming watches quietly from a distance, curiosity flickering across her face, as she knows exactly how this scene ends. The system confirms it moments later with brutal efficiency, informing our hero that absolute healing fails since reviving the dead requires authority reserved for a greater god, and he is nowhere near that title. Minging brags about how Jayo died the instant she was struck. Our boy refuses to accept that though, and instead sends Jayo to Lilith, making a promise that he will bring her back one day. Ming, visibly unimpressed by this display of hope, suggests he abandon the body and focus on fighting her instead. That suggestion snaps whatever restraint he had left. His rage surfaces fully, raw and unfiltered, and Ming clearly enjoys the transformation, finding his anger far more entertaining than his earlier composure. When my guy examines her profile, he discovers she is protected by the King of Hell and possesses a personality so twisted that reasoning feels like an optional feature no one bothered to install. Accepting that words are now completely useless, he borrows Ilho's ultra-steel body and charges forward, intent on discovering exactly how much damage Ming can actually endure before that confidence finally cracks. Ming barely suppresses her excitement as his attack comes crashing toward her. She stops his punch with her sword just in time, knowing that missing it would have killed her. There is no fear in her eyes, only pure excitement, clear and bright. She laughs out loud, treating the fight like a fun game instead of a dangerous battle where one slip could mean death. That laughter is the final insult. Furious at her reaction and fed up with her laughing after what she did to his student, our hero attacks again, putting even more power into his punch. His fist hits the ground, smashing it and leaving a huge crater, but Ming easily dodges it, which annoys him. She accepts that even though he is stronger than she expected, it's still not enough to impress her. That confidence wavers slightly when she notices blood dripping from her nose, realizing she is struck after all. Instead of anger or caution, her excitement only intensifies, delighted that he is the first person capable of injuring her. Our boy warns her to stop wasting time, and demands the location of the Trifaction's base, clearly done playing along. Mingguo lounges atop a tree, relaxed and infuriatingly casual, and asks whether he will let her go if she tells him. He agrees immediately, because at this point honesty feels pointless anyway. She bursts into laughter, mocking him for believing her and admitting she only plays along because he is entertaining. But now she grows bored. With that, she vanishes once more. He looks around to find her, and she reappears above him without warning, attacking as a powerful barrier snaps into place. He immediately feels the crushing pressure of the 8 diagrams formation, as Ming proudly explains it is strong enough to trap even an SS rank hunter. Completely certain she has already won, she demands the Manhwa sex sword technique. Instead, my guy calmly combines his good and evil god authorities, an action Ming fails to comprehend until it is far too late. Activating the condemning authority through the middle finger of the god, he unleashes a devastating surge that shatters the formation entirely. Ming barely escapes, staring in disbelief at the ruined trap as he coldly reminds her that she is not the only one hiding her true strength, and that this encounter is absolutely not ending with her walking away. He yells at Ming to stop around as he is confident she has zero chance of winning in any case. This is of course where any competent opponent would pause, and perhaps decide to slink away quietly. Ming of course does not have this instinct. Instead, she brightens up as if she has just received an invite to her most beloved hobby. To her, this man before her marks a first in which he has treated her with intimidation and a great deal of irritation, and this looks adequate enough in making her decide to carry on fighting anyway. With a grin, she charges ahead once more. My guy responds by firing electricity, making sure not to accidentally remodel the academy into rubble. Even so, the impact is so massive that shockwaves ripple outward and slam into the academy building anyway. Somewhere inside, a poor student walking through the hallway to quench his thirst freezes, staring around in confusion and briefly wondering if the sun has decided to rise early. When the dust finally settles and the surroundings calm down, Ming is there kneeling in front of our hero, with the fight ending in a way that leaves absolutely no room for debate. Our boy wastes no time and demands that she take him straight to the leaders of the Trifactions. Ming, instead of showing fear, anger, or even embarrassment, looks up at him with sparkling eyes and confidently announces that she has fallen in love with him. He obviously gets deeply uncomfortable, profoundly irritated, and honestly impressed in the worst possible way by how someone can go from chaotic violence to polite affection in seconds. Right on cue, the system announces that he has successfully turned Ming into a fanatic believer. He can only sigh, realizing that against all logic and reason, he has somehow collected yet another devoted lunatic. While Ming remains lost in admiration, mentally replaying how terrifyingly strong my guy is even without a weapon, the system helpfully informs him that she is equivalent to 5 S-rank believers and is deeply infatuated with him. He makes the decision to ignore that last part entirely, but learning that her value matches Gustav's does not make him proud, it makes him uneasy. Still, he decides there is no time to dwell on it, and orders her to take him to her superiors, preferably without any more surprises. Ming is more than happy to comply, but she brings up how her body is in terrible condition after the fight. So our hero activates his healing authority through the ring finger of the god, and restores her injuries, which only convinces Ming further that he is absolutely unquestionably master material. Once she can move again, he orders her to lead the way. Over inside the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Du Haijiob informs the others that Ming has betrayed them and joined forces with our boy, who is now actively hunting for their location. Jeom Haijiob has already heard rumors about my guy possessing divine power. Lon Haijiob, however, dismisses the concern outright, as he is confident that a mere lower-grade god can be easily handled using Ming alone. After all, these three have ruled the Tri-Factions for 5 centuries as the Pure Ones, and they very much believe that title comes with an expiration-proof warranty. That confidence is immediately tested when Ming walks into the hall like she owns the place, all while casually announcing that she has brought someone who is looking for them. Our hero follows right behind her. He notices that all three are blocking his appraisal technique, but it does not concern him. His plan remains refreshingly simple: beat them until they stop moving. As he prepares himself, Ming stands nearby, watching him with openly adoring eyes. Jeom Hyob admits that our boy is strong, unlike anything he has seen in hundreds of years. His blood boils with excitement as he talks about stealing my guy's power for himself, even suggesting eating his heart. Du Hyob allows it, though he wants to claim our hero's head as his prize. Guan Hyob, meanwhile, decides it's best to test our boy first, because confidence without action would be boring. They then get straight into action. Moving at lightning speed, Guan Hyob rushes forward and lands a divine punch that sends our boy flying straight out of the hall. Ming watches him crash away before turning to the other men of the Tri-Factions. She senses unfinished business with them and licks her blade with visible anticipation, clearly looking forward to the chaos about to begin. Outside, our boy lies on the ground while Guan Hyob assumes he overestimated him and prepares to enjoy finishing the job. My guy, meanwhile, tries to understand how someone who was so far away managed to hit him without him noticing at all. The realization hits him hard that these opponents are on an entirely different level, and this is no longer a casual encounter. A bright light suddenly appears before him, and a voice echoes, explaining that the attack he just took is called the 100 Steps Divine Fist. As the light fades, a cleaver emerges, revealing the heavenly demon sealed within it. Apparently, the all-slashing heavenly blade has finally completed the heavenly demon's restoration, and proudly advertises it as coming with free after-sales service. Our hero looks at the cleaver and feels distinctly unimpressed, but the heavenly blade insists that appearances are deceiving. With no time to argue about aesthetics, our boy decides to focus on surviving. The heavenly demon immediately recognizes the three pure ones as gods, which catches my guy off guard. Guan Hyob senses the heavenly demon's presence as well. The heavenly demon angrily calls Guan Hyob a coward, reminding him how he was among the first to flee when the god of destruction appeared. Guan Hyob laughs it off, claiming it was nothing more than careful preparation for long-term survival. According to the heavenly demon, the three pure ones fled to this world to escape destruction, so in his eyes they are the lowest scum of their world, and traitors who slaughtered their own followers. Guan Hyob mocks him in return, ridiculing the fact that the heavenly demon survived by possessing what is essentially a glorified kitchen knife. The heavenly demon, however, warns him that the god of destruction will soon descend upon this world as well, and asks if they plan to run away again. Guan Hyob proudly brags about how that is exactly why they spent 500 years passing their techniques to humans, harvesting divine power, and collecting tens of millions of sacrifices. He speaks of it like it's a work of art rather than a nightmare. That's the final straw as our boy's fury erupts. To him, they are nothing but cowards and walking disasters. He has not forgotten how Jo died because of them, and he has no intention of forgiving them. Guan Hyob scoffs at his anger, mocking him as a low-grade god who has barely learnt how to stand on his own. My guy ignores the insult and tries to borrow the sword demon's heavenly demon divine sword form. The heavenly demon stops him immediately, warning that the heavenly demon divine sword can't compete with the 100 Steps divine fist, and that a single mistake will cost him everything. Instead, he wants our hero to follow the path of the fist recorded in his book. Our boy remembers the line claiming that the fist surpasses the sword, something he once dismissed as complete nonsense. Now, standing on the edge of disaster, he decides to test it and see what a fist stronger than a blade actually means. With that resolve, he borrows Illaho's ultra-steel body and braces himself. Encounter Guan Hyob activates his Vajra-like body and fully commits to the shiny, rock-solid aesthetic, clearly hoping my guy takes a good long look and learns what real toughness is supposed to look like. He then charges straight in and unleashes the 100 Steps divine fist again. Our hero reacts with the calm of someone ordering tea. He uses the heavenly demon divine sword and releases its third form, which politely manifests as a devastating fist strike. The crash sends Guan Hyob flying, and the mask on his face does not survive the experience. Du Hyob and Guillaume Hyob watch the whole thing unfold. Du Hyob, in particular, looks absolutely delighted. Guillaume Hyob, meanwhile, just stands there, staring in disbelief, clearly trying to understand how Guan Hyob just got launched by a single hit. Do Hyob, on the other hand, is openly laughing, having the time of his life and already daydreaming about his Dragon Slayer spear, finally getting some action after sitting around being uselessly bored for ages. Guillaume Hyob also takes out his Divine Justice Celestial Sword, something he very much had not planned on using there. My guy notices that, annoyingly enough, both enemies are still breathing. Still, the fight is going so well that winning actually seems possible. That is, until he realizes there is no confirmation window pop-up, even though Guan Hyob should absolutely be dead by then. The mystery clears itself up when Guillaume Hyob casually asks Guan Hyob how long he plans to keep pretending. Right on schedule, Guan Hyob bursts out laughing and gets back on his feet, admitting that getting sent flying by a young god in one hit is deeply embarrassing. Still, credit where it's due, he admits our boy inherited the heavenly demon's martial skills perfectly. Du Hyob then suggests, very helpfully, that all three of them attack together, while personally volunteering to aim for our hero's head. Guillaume Hyob loves the idea, as he feels excited to feast on divine energy again after what feels like a lifetime. Guan Hyob just wants to get this over with already. When all three move at once, our boy finally feels a flicker of nerves, but his confidence does not collapse. With the heavenly demon backing him, he figures he can somehow survive this disaster. Ironically, the very heavenly demon he is counting on urgently tells him to run. According to him, fighting all three at once, especially when they are powered up by countless sacrifices, is basically suicide. Our boy refuses without hesitation, as running away like the trio did back in the past is not an option for him. Certain he still has a few tricks up his sleeve, he assures the heavenly demon to calm down and watch. The three pure ones attack together. Du Hikeb leads with his Dragon Slayer weapon, striking straight at our boy. My guy braces himself and swings his cleaver, cleanly slicing the dragon-shaped thing in half. For exactly one satisfying moment, it works. Then Guan Hikeb appears at his side, helpfully pointing out that his flank is completely exposed before slamming him with the devil-defeating palm of Buddha. Blood spills from our hero's mouth as he gets launched into the air. Before he can recover, Guillaume Hyob rushes in with his sword, clearly aiming to finish things. Du Hyob shouts a reminder that the head is his, and the two close in together, still arguing about ownership mid-battle. Instead of panicking, our boy grins and activates the condemning authority through the middle finger of the god. Neither Du Hyob nor Guillaume Hyob understands what just happened, until a massive explosion erupts. My guy gracefully lands on the ground, thinking that he really believed he was getting strong lately, but it turns out that belief was a bit optimistic. Du Hyob finally understands how Guan Hyob was defeated earlier, realizing this is the first time since their previous world that someone has shattered all three of their masks. Our hero has no idea what they are talking about, but the system is more than happy to explain. Apparently this godly trio includes the Fallen Fist God, Fallen Sword God, and Fallen Spear God, the very former greater gods from a world called Nirvana that was destroyed by the god of destruction. They have since clawed their way back as lower-grade gods. Our boy briefly wonders if the Eye of the Blind God finally worked just because their masks are gone. The heavenly demon, however, reminds him that this revelation is exactly why running was such a fantastic idea earlier. The trio attacks again, rushing toward my guy with unmistakable killing intent. Du Hyob descends from above, aiming straight for his head as all three strikes converge at once. A violent blast tears through the area. When the dust settles, our hero lies motionless on the ground, and the three assume the job is finally done. What they don't realize is that our boy's unconscious state fulfills the exact conditions needed to activate the authority granted to him by the silently creeping nightmare. And at that very moment, the night-blooming rose makes its entrance. The moment the monstrous rose reveals itself, Guan Hyob freezes in place. Guillaume Hyob immediately senses the danger and urges him to move, but timing has never been more unforgiving. The flower strikes without hesitation, its thorn-lined tongue snapping forward in a savage lash that Guan Hyob never saw coming. Guillaume Hyob watches the scene unfold in disbelief. He had always assumed my guy favored close-range combat, never once suspecting that the power backing him also came with the option to summon something this aggressively dangerous. Now all three of them stand facing the towering stems spreading outward like a living fortress. Even without attacking, the pressure alone tells Guillaume Hyob that this thing operates at the level of a godly summon. Still, he convinces himself that as long as they reach out to our hero's body, the summon should disappear on its own. Behind those twisting stems, our boy lies unconscious, completely still, enjoying a nap under the protection of this botanical nightmare of a rose. Guillaume Hyob turns to the others and lays out a plan. He decides to deal with my guy directly, while he wants Guillaume Hyob and Do Hyob to keep the flower busy and preferably distracted. With that decided, the three move at once, each committing to their role with determination. At the same time, our hero wakes up somewhere that is very clearly not the battlefield. The first thing his eyes land on is Ilho, standing right in front of him and looking like he has personally wrestled death and barely convinced it to walk away. The system immediately fills in the missing context. Apparently, Ilho has offered up a novice god as a sacrifice to my guy, one who ruled over the leftover scraps of another ruined world, and that particular offering is apparently worth 11 S-class believers. Thanks to that, our boy's promotion quest as an intermediate evil god inches forward again, pushing his believer count to 34 out of the required 100. My guy acknowledges the effort, fully aware that Ilho has once again survived something that really should have ended him, and somehow even returned with a sacrifice to show for it. He decides to heal him right away, because leaving him like this feels irresponsible. Unfortunately, before he can act, a tiny fairy suddenly rushes forward and throws herself at Ilho. She clings to him tightly, crying loudly in a childish tone while speaking words our hero can't understand. Whatever comfort she intends to give comes out more like an over-enthusiastic grappling attempt, and poor Ilho visibly struggles to breathe under the affection. As usual, the system butts in to explain what's really going on. Turns out this is not some random fairy floating around. She is the Fairy Queen, the big deal sky-watching, world-protecting kind, with actual responsibility. Not only that, she carries the potential to transcend her current state, and if it were not for Ilho who she ran into inside the tower, she would have been dead. The system then casually suggests that our boy try giving her a name, hinting that doing so might trigger something extraordinary. My guy does not fully understand what's going on, but priorities are priorities, and Ilho looks like he might collapse if someone sneezes near him. So he decides to heal Ilho first. He activates the healing authority through the ring finger of the god and restores Ilho's injuries. Once that's taken care of, he asks the Fairy Queen to keep watching over Ilho from then on. Only then does the system's earlier advice finally pop back into his head, and he freezes, realizing he almost walked right past what was basically a walking miracle. He takes her permission first, and then without stressing over it or using more than 2 brain cells, he blurts out the name Anna. This very name is stolen straight from a story he once wrote and never in a million years thought he would reuse in real life. The fairy lights up instantly, and thanks him with overwhelming excitement. The system then congratulates him, as naming her is worth 10 S-class believers. Suddenly a surge of power rushes through my guy, making it obvious that this was in fact not a bad choice. But then he remembers what he nearly forgot: the ongoing battle outside. The 3 gods, the ones who devoured countless sacrifices and were responsible for Jeo's death, are still very much alive, and very much hostile. With that reminder, he wastes no time preparing to return. When our hero opens his eyes, reality slams back into place without warning or mercy. Hyob is already charging at him, clearly eager to end things before our hero gets any more ideas. Before the attack can connect, the monstrous stem intervenes, blocking the strike and shielding our boy completely. Hyob is forced to retreat, frustration clearly evident from his face. As my guy regains full awareness, the rose begins to fade away. The silently creeping nightmare, though, is quite displeased that he woke up sooner than expected, and blames the timing for being wrong. Our hero reassures him that he actually got stronger while unconscious and thanks him for the protection. The nightmare, apparently unaccustomed to gratitude, responds with embarrassment. Our boy then turns his attention back to the 3 gods. Hyob and Hyob still look convinced this fight is winnable, while Hyob tries a sneak attack from behind, aiming straight for my guy's head. This time, our hero blocks the spear effortlessly with his blade. Hyob freezes, stunned by how easily his attack was stopped. Our hero feels the difference as well. What once took effort now feels almost casual. As Dohai pulls back, Hyob notices too that our boy's presence feels heavier, sharper, like something that suddenly deserves attention. Hyob assumes he must have consumed a sacrifice while hiding, but Hyob remains confident that he still has not reached the rank of an intermediate god. In his mind, that just means they need to finish this quickly and split the rewards afterward. The heavenly demon hurries my guy to retreat, because no matter how much stronger he has gotten, the old man is sure taking on all 3 at once is still a spectacularly bad idea. Our hero refuses without even pretending to think it over. A confident grin spreads across his face as he decides that if his own strength is not enough, borrowing someone else's power should fix the problem just fine. Hyob scoffs at the display of confidence, clearly unimpressed, but our boy already knows exactly who can handle one of them. He activates the proliferating authority of the god using his thumb. Moments later, a familiar presence appears beside him, and guess who? It's none other than his clone, arriving right on cue. My guy greets him and is immediately met with an insult, as the clone is sure that our hero must have summoned him again because he can't handle the situation alone. Our boy swallows his irritation, fully aware that it is not the time to start a personal feud with himself, and forces a business smile as he asks the clone to take care of one of the gods. The clone makes it painfully obvious that taking orders is not really his thing, so my guy quickly backpedals, trying to play it cool by insisting he is just asking and not commanding, and even reminds the clone that technically he is still the original. Brilliant move, except it does not calm things down at all. Instead, the clone decides this is the perfect time to unleash a masterclass in insults, criticizing not just our hero's lack of strength, but apparently his entire sense of style and overall face. Our boy finally snaps and fires back. The clone pauses and surprisingly, he suddenly compliments my guy. Not enough to be impressive, of course, just enough to be worth acknowledging. Our hero feels oddly flustered, stuck in that awkward zone between thinking this might be real praise and realizing it's probably just a slightly fancier insult. Then the clone extends his hand. For a split second, our boy dares to hope this is a rare, heartwarming moment of reconciliation, and responds instantly, only to realize the clone just wants the cleaver. With a resigned sigh, he hands it over. The clone takes the blade and agrees to take responsibility for one of the gods, and the fight resumes exactly where it left off. My guy borrows Ilho's steel-like body to power himself up, while his clone activates the cruel slaughter title. Guan Hiob watches this and can feel his frustration boiling over. First a summoned creature shows up, and now a clone. Things are getting way messier than he expected. Hiob, either overly optimistic or just plain stubborn, stays calm. In his mind, having 3 against 2 is still a solid advantage, enough to take down our hero and his clone without breaking a sweat. Hiob, on the other hand, can't help but laugh. It's been ages since he's felt this kind of excitement, and it reminds him of the old fights he had with the Great Sage. From the clone's point of view, the 3 are like tiny, clueless insects, buzzing around without understanding what's happening. Our hero does not miss the chance to mock them by calling them cowards who ran away from their own world. That one comment is enough to make Guan Hiob turn red and Hiob clench his teeth in anger. Hiob gets tired of watching the show and decides it is time to personally claim our boy's head. He charges forward with murder practically dripping off him. My guy does not even flinch. He leaves Hiob entirely to his clone. Confident in his own strength, Hiob assumes the clone will be a minor obstacle. The clone, however, leaps gracefully into the air, offering a polite reminder to our hero that he is not his subordinate before striking Hiob with deadly precision. The blow lands cleanly, slicing Hiob apart, but of course Hiob only grins as flames start erupting around him. He fancies himself as the embodiment of raging fire, convinced that a mere blade can't possibly harm him. He decides to deal with the clone first, blissfully unaware that this exact scenario has already been anticipated. My guy watches with a subtle nod, clearly impressed by his clone's performance. The clone moves again, delivering another precise strike. This time, Hiob's regeneration fails, and panic replaces his cocky grin. The clone makes it perfectly clear that the cleaver he is holding is not just any ordinary blade, but it has been forged from a fire far hotter than anything Hiob has ever commanded. Despite his impending doom, Hiob laughs bitterly, a dark humor in the fact that his demise comes at the hands of the heavenly demon's blade. Moments later, the system announces Hiob's death counts as 20 S-class believers, pushing our hero's evil god promotion quest progress to 58 out of 100. Goen Hiob and Guillaume Hiob scream in disbelief, but no one has time to cater to their feelings. Before anyone even has time to catch their breath, Ming crashes onto the scene like a one-woman tornado, sending the tri-faction guys flying like they are nothing. Her eyes immediately lock onto our boy and his clone, and she looks like she has just spotted the coolest toys. She starts to cook a grand plan to win my guy's attention and approval by diving headfirst into the fight, as she is determined to wipe out every single one of them in sight. Meanwhile, Guan Hiob prepares to charge at our hero, only to be stopped by Guillaume Hiob, who finally admits that they have severely underestimated our boy. So he proposes a desperate plan, one that he is aware will leave them seriously injured if it fails, and Guan Hiob agrees immediately. Together they prepare a deadly formation, pooling their energy to tear my guy apart, and hopefully offer a tribute to settle Hiob's lingering wrath. Ming senses the overwhelming power and feels that even our hero might struggle to endure this one, but our boy responds with the effortless calm of someone who clearly does not care about conventional danger. With a mere flick of his finger, he reverses the attack, turning the violent surge into winds. Both Guan Hiob and Guillaume Hiob instantly recognize the technique, as it resembles the sword methods of Manhwa, techniques they assume our boy has stolen. As they scramble to defend themselves, my guy and his clone charge forward. Our hero targets Guillaume Hiob first, striking with a punch empowered by borrowed lightning from Miri, while the clone follows up with a devastating heavenly demon divine technique. Guan Hiob cries out in despair as Guillaume Hiob falls, leaving our hero to focus entirely on him next. Desperate, Guan Hiob begs for mercy. Our boy offers none, and politely apologizes, only to clarify that the heavenly demon has zero interest in forgiveness. He unleashes a crushing strike straight into Guan Hiob's core, the resulting blast tearing through the surroundings as the system announces another victory. Both Guan Hiob and Guillaume Hiob are worth 21 S-class sacrifices each, pushing my guy's believers total to a perfect 100, and completing his evil god's quest requirements. Our hero allows himself a grin, as he believes if the system insists on labeling him an evil god, there is nothing wrong with enjoying a little growth. Meanwhile, the endlessly granting abundance fidgets uneasily, sensing our boy's ever-growing affinity for darkness, while the all-slashing heavenly blade cheers him on. Our boy notices Ming kneeling before his clone, completely captivated after watching the clone obliterate the Tri-Faction's leaders with a single swing. The clone gives her orders, tasking her with handling the remaining forces and converting all remaining S-class hunters into my guy's believers, granting her the authority to eliminate anyone who resists. Ming accepts without hesitation. Once all instructions are given, the clone wraps up his business with one final directive. Our hero gets curious and asks what has been discussed. only to be dismissed by the clone, who reminds him that his own existence depends on our boy's survival, so he expects him to keep getting stronger. My guy retrieves the sword from the clone as he has always intended to do that anyway. Soon after, the clone's time runs out, and his presence begins to fade. Our hero turns to Ming once more and orders her to leave with him. Sometime later, our boy drops by the hospital to visit Jayo's mother. She is stunned that her daughter's homeroom teacher bothered to show up in person, as if teachers normally teleport only as far as the staff room. The shock quickly turns into heartfelt gratitude, especially after she learns that he has already taken care of every single medical expense. My guy just shrugs it off. Internally, he is mildly surprised by how effortlessly Chinese flows out of him now. After a brief moment of reflection, he decides this is probably standard intermediate evil god behavior, and moves on. Then Jayo's mother notices Ming kneeling silently beside him, which is exactly as unsettling as it sounds. Normal people tend to get nervous when someone is kneeling for no clear reason, but our hero reassures her that everything is fine, and Ming simply feels more comfortable this way. Ming eagerly agrees, smiling like this is her favorite activity. In reality, it is extremely uncomfortable. This posture exists for one reason only. Our boy ordered it. From his point of view, someone like Ming, who feels absolutely no guilt, should at least experience prolonged physical inconvenience in front of the mother of the girl she killed. Jay's mother then brings up her daughter, as she is curious how Jay is doing at school. Apparently Jay has stopped calling every day, which she assumes must simply be because she is busy studying like a good student should be. My guy's fist tightens as he realizes he has exactly one option there, and it is agreeing. At the same time, he is painfully aware that an apology is owed, even if it is one that will never leave his mouth and will never reach its intended listener. Inside his head, a full-blown courtroom session begins. Voices pour in from every direction, lining up to explain how he failed. They point out that he was too weak, remind him that he is no savior, and suggest that any god who cannot protect even one person might want to reconsider advertising himself as good. He does not argue nor defend himself. He simply accepts every charge and admits quietly that the role of a righteous god never really fit him anyway. Right on cue, the endlessly granting abundance barges into this internal breakdown with a resurrection elixir quest, gently requesting that he not give up on goodness altogether just yet. While she is aware that helping him will cost her greatly, she is willing to do it anyway. A new quest pops up immediately, about the universe, which will become beautiful once our hero gathers 10 million units of good karma. Waiting patiently at the end is a resurrection elixir capable of reviving the dead. The requirement is charmingly simple. Save lives. His thoughts jump straight to Jayo. Then the number actually registers, and he briefly wonders if the universe is mocking him. 10 million is not a target, it is a personal dare issued by existence itself. Then he finally looks around and realizes he is at a hospital, and if there is any place that looks like it was custom built to grind karma, this is it. Without hesitation, he activates the healing authority through the ring finger of the god. The effect spreads quietly through the building. Patients who could not move felt strength return to their limbs. Pain disappears. Headaches fade and unconscious patients wake up, likely confused but significantly healthier. Meanwhile, in another city, several A-class monsters appear and immediately start attacking civilians, turning the place into chaos. Our boy arrives shortly after and erases them one by one with ease. Speculation about his identity starts instantly among the crowd. His karma count climbs to around 2,500. Ming then informs him that she plans to leave to deal with the remaining tri-faction forces, following instructions given earlier by his clone. My guy was unaware of this, but it sounds reasonable, so he approves it without much thought. She leaves with a confident grin and reminds him to take care of himself. Several days pass and our hero is at his apartment. For the first time in a while, he actually feels relaxed, despite the fact that his idea of rest lately has been sprinting between hospitals like it's a full-time hobby. Miri and Mina are there as well. Miri proudly congratulates him on officially becoming the landlord, and just like that, his mood shoots up. Turns out owning property is incredibly satisfying, even when he is technically speaking an evil god. Then he notices Miri holding a tracksuit. According to her, she and Mina bought it as a gift while shopping because they thought it would suit him. Mina, beaming with far too much enthusiasm, brings up how they bought 10 sets and insists he try one on immediately. He agrees, internally reminding himself that real men absolutely wear pink, and anyone who disagrees lacks confidence. Before he can even change, Miri gets an emergency call from the association and rushes out, casually dumping Mina into his care. Once they are alone, our boy puts on the tracksuit. Mina takes one look at him and declares it adorable, insisting he should wear it more often, which is not feedback he was emotionally prepared for. Completely out of nowhere, he then casually asks why she is still pretending that her memories have not returned. The question lands like a direct hit. Mina freezes. She absolutely did not expect him to know. Unfortunately for her, he knows everything. Her profile openly spells it out that her memories are restored, and she is pretending otherwise to preserve her relationship with Miri. Upon finding out he already knows, Mina immediately drops the act and admits it. She warns him not to tell Miri, threatening him that if he does, she will kill him, With that secret safely detonated, she smoothly pivots to business. Apparently, creation hunters around the world have been disappearing under mysterious circumstances. Because of this, creation hunter Kang Woo has officially requested my guy as his bodyguard through the Hunter Association. Our hero understands the concern instantly. Creation hunters specialize in making things, not surviving fights. Kang Woo's ability lets him run a hunter shop stocked with rare and powerful gear, but physically he is not as durable. Mina explains that bodyguards assigned to other creation hunters have already been killed, and the hunters themselves vanished shortly afterward, which really sells the urgency. At this point, the association is desperate enough to start shopping for S-class or higher escorts. Several top hunters, including Sadok, Gangsan, and Shinyu, have recommended our boy, including Miri and Mina themselves. He agrees immediately, all while pretending that he cares. If a nationally managed creation hunter disappears, the fallout would be catastrophic. Deep down, he sees this as another opportunity to gather karma, and suspects it may be tied to that ominous warning he once received from the Truth Seeker of Eternity. Encouraged yet again by endlessly granting abundance to keep doing good deeds like a responsible god, he decides to meet Kang Woo right away. Mina takes him to Kang Woo's penthouse. After checking his profile, our hero discovers that Kang Woo is protected by the Guardian of Fire and Blacksmithing, though a portion of the information is suspiciously hidden, which is not comforting. He is also surprised by how old Kang Woo actually is. Since our boy cannot guard him around the clock, he has brought the Sword Demon along. Kang Woo accepts the arrangement without complaint and entrusts his safety to my guy. Our hero promises to do everything he can. He also finds Kang Woo oddly relaxed, drinking casually in the middle of the day despite knowing that creation hunters are being hunted worldwide. This suggests either supreme confidence or an impressive commitment to denial. Kang Woo then excuses himself to use the bathroom, planning to continue the conversation afterward. The Sword Demon takes this interruption personally and grows offended on our boy's behalf, but my guy shuts him down immediately before unnecessary drama can bloom. Inside the bathroom, Kang Woo studies his reflection, quietly wondering whether the variable has finally appeared. He has no memory of our hero from the past, which only deepens the unease. Then a deep, ominous presence begins seeping out, and Kang Woo sees a monstrous figure slowly beginning to emerge. Kang Woo barely holds himself together as he pulls out a shield. The crocodile monster pushes forward, showing no signs of hesitation. At that moment, my guy strolls into the bathroom. Instead of reacting like a normal person who just encountered a massive crocodile monster in a space meant for brushing teeth, he simply stares, not out of fear or shock, but more like someone confused about why a wild animal is where a shower curtain should be. Naturally, the crocodile monster takes his nonchalant comment as a personal insult and goes into a rage. Our hero does not care. He simply punches the monster. After that, he turns to check on Kang Woo. Kang Woo assures him he is fine, but the confusion on his face is clear. What troubles him is the equipment the monster carries. Those items should be in a hunter's shop, not hanging off a crocodile. The crocodile roars again, declaring that our boy is the enemy of its mother. That's when my guy finally puts the pieces together. He remembers the baby crocodile from before, and realizes this giant lizard is the sibling of the baby that hatched earlier. The monster proudly announces that it will kill my guy and devour him, until nothing is left. Our boy's response is nothing. He just stands there calm and untroubled. As the monster prepares to attack, the Sword Demon makes a perfectly timed entrance and lands the first blow. Grinning as if he has been waiting his whole life for this moment, he tells my guy to step back and watch a master in action. He is eager to show off how much stronger he has become. Slightly curious, our hero steps aside and lets him take charge. The crocodile immediately redirects all of its anger toward the Sword Demon, fully intending to kill him too. The Sword Demon leaps into the air and keeps moving non-stop. He darts around so quickly that the monster can't land a single hit. Our boy and Kang Woo stay behind the shield, watching the fight unfold like fans with front row seats. Kang Woo is obviously terrified, while my guy calmly reassures him that even though the Sword Demon is not at his best yet, this level of enemy won't be a problem. Honestly, he can see clearly that the Sword Demon has gotten much better. The crocodile monster starts to panic when it realizes that despite all the roaring and dramatic effort, it can't hit anything. A moment later, the Sword Demon drops down onto the monster and delivers a heavy strike, convinced that the blow would have split the monster's face in two, if not for the protective gear getting in the way and doing its job. My guy's reaction to this near finish is a bored yawn, followed by a lazy suggestion to speed things up. Kang Woo stares at him, clearly bewildered, trying to understand how someone can yawn during a fight with an SS-class monster and still expect the battle to end soon. Taking our hero's comment more seriously than the monster ever did, the Sword Demon gets ready to finish the fight for good. That's when the crocodile, finally realizing it's outmatched, opens its mouth wide. Kang Woo has no idea what it's doing and briefly hopes it's not about to pull something even worse. Our boy, still functioning on a completely different level, casually wonders if something is stuck in the monster's throat. That thought dies quickly when the monster pulls something out from inside its mouth. Kang Woo recognizes it immediately, a magical explosive. Panic hits him as he shouts for my guy and the sword demon to run, fully aware that the entire hotel could disappear if that device goes off. The monster, clearly thinking it has turned the tables and already won, starts to activate the device, but it never gets the chance to finish. In one quick, effortless moment, its head and the arm holding the explosive are severed. The monster collapses lifeless to the floor, while our hero stands there calmly, now holding the explosive himself. Kang Woo is left completely stunned to see an SS-class monster wiped out in a single strike. The sword demon, who has long accepted that our boy operates by his own rules, reacts with excitement rather than shock and immediately praises him. My guy brushes it off, treating the whole event as just dealing with an oversized crocodile. His thoughts drift back to the meeting where they revealed Gustav's egg, along with the unsettling news that there are hundreds more like it out there. Still shaken, Kang Woo finally demands to know who our hero really is. Our boy turns to face him, and for the first time the hidden part of Kang Woo's profile becomes visible. Unsure if this change is due to the monster's death or something else, he turns the question back on him and asks about his true identity. Kang Woo does not understand what he means. My guy, however, already has his answer. Kang Woo is a regressor from the future, and through the eye of the blind world, he can clearly see the path Kang Woo has walked and the history he carries with him. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Arachne finds the whole situation strangely comfortable. She takes it that maybe it's because the creatures around her are Gustav's offspring. As the moment she casually drops the word revenge, they come rushing over without delay and follow-up questions. She proceeds to use them like lifeless marionettes and orders them to open the hunter shop. With the shop open, Arachne begins browsing as calmly as someone picking up groceries. Among her purchases is a spear tied to an ancient Celtic legend. She brings it up with Alpha. Alpha, however, is sad because its sibling is already dead. It is furious at our boy for killing its mother first, and now its brother too, and it makes a clear vow to kill him no matter the cost. Turning back to Arachne, Alpha insists that they will need far more weapons if they want even a slim chance of success. Arachne reassures it and promises weapons in whatever quantity is needed. Then, with visible confidence, she claims to know our hero's one true weakness, and she sounds very pleased about it. Elsewhere, our boy and Kang Woo are dealing with problems that don't involve shopping lists or weapons racks. Through the eye of the blind god, my guy witnesses Kang Woo's memories unfold. In his very first life, Kang Woo was visited by the guardian god of fire and blacksmithing, who appeared one day and calmly informed him that the world was doomed to be destroyed by the god of destruction. As if that was not enough, the god then decided Kang Woo should be the one to stop it, despite him being far from confident in Kang Woo. Along with that responsibility, Kang Woo was given access to the hunter shop and the ability to change fate through regression. Armed with those powers, Kang Woo joined forces with S-class hunters and fought to protect Earth, starting with enemies like Johan and Gustav. For a while, things actually worked. The world stayed intact, hope existed, and victory seemed possible. Naturally, that did not last. The Tri-factions eventually wiped them out, ending things brutally. In the second and third regressions, Kang Woo overcame every obstacle placed before him, only to fail again when the Abyssal Dragon appeared and destroyed the world anyway. By the time he woke up for the fourth cycle, his fate had already shifted, but the ability to change it was gone. With no options left, Kang Woo chose to accept the world's destruction. After watching everything unfold, our hero realizes that Kang Woo has lived through these disasters, over and over, long before he ever opened his eyes. Naturally, Kang Woo is completely baffled that our boy knows any of this. He is still trying to process it when, conveniently, my guy informs him of his ability to analyze others. That's when it hits Kang Woo that the one person who never appeared in any of his regressions is standing right in front of him, and suddenly, it all clicks. Kang Woo realizes that this is not just some random adventurer. This is the same being who stopped Johan's evil god from descending, crushed Gustav without breaking a sweat, and reduced the Tri-factions to rubble. To top it all off, or make things terrifyingly awesome, the divine aura surrounding him feels exactly like what Kang Woo sensed from the guardian god of fire and blacksmithing. Emotionally overwhelmed, hovering somewhere between awe and full-on worship, Kang Woo reaches the only logical conclusion: this guy is a god. Meanwhile, our hero is a bit stunned, and denying it now would be awkward, so he opts for silent patience. As if on cue, the system pops up with a quest, telling him to grant Kang Woo's wish and flex his godly authority. The reward will be Kang Woo's faith, and because we are talking about an S-class creation hunter, our hero does not even hesitate, so he accepts instantly. He asks Kang Woo what he truly wants. Kang Woo wants the world to survive, preferably without blowing up this time. Our boy agrees, seeing it as a convenient two-birds-one-stone situation, though he is smart enough to admit he has no clue how well it will work. The system informs him that Kang Woo is now a temporary believer, valued as 10 S-class believers but temporary, so naturally the value is halved. Progress toward the intermediate good quest ticks up, 43 out of 100 S-class believers. Not perfect, but faith can't be forced, and my guy knows better than to try. Turning back to the real problem, he explains that with Johann, Gustav, and the tri-factions already taken care of, the next targets are Gustav's children, Alpha, and whatever ragtag army it's managed to scrape together. But then suddenly, the system immediately starts spamming warnings. A powerful evil god is stirring, revenge-minded, and ignoring it will destroy the world. Our boy immediately recognizes that this is way beyond crocodile spawn level. Based on everything he has seen from Kang Wu's past lives, the Emperor is suddenly looking a lot less innocent. So he splits the responsibilities with Kang Wu, who gets the crocodile spawns, and our hero decides to focus on the far bigger, far scarier threat. Kang Wu accepts without hesitation. My guy requests Kang Wu, who is technically much older than him, that he does not need to be treated like a shrine. Unsurprisingly, that goes nowhere. Kang Wu refuses flat out, convinced our hero is his last hope, and apparently the concept of casual conversation has been cancelled indefinitely. Our boy sighs but takes comfort in that, at least Kang Wu has not gone full sword demon obsessive. That level of fanaticism is still emotionally hazardous to witness. For now the focus shifts to something a little less world-threatening, increasing the number of S-class believers. He compliments the sword demon on his improvement, which of course immediately prompts the sword demon to credit our hero for everything. Then comes the fun part, handing over the cleaver tied to the heavenly demon. The sword demon naturally wastes no time discarding his old weapon like garbage, reverently accepting the new cleaver, and dramatically dropping to his knees like he is witnessing the universe itself unfold. My guy, deeply uncomfortable and probably underpaid for this level of devotion, quietly leaves him to the heavenly demon to take care of. As he scans ahead, our hero senses someone's arrival is long overdue. The sword demon, as usual, has no idea what he is talking about. The guest turns out to be none other than Shinyu, who arrives all while practically glowing with excitement, clearly convinced that it's the best day of his life. Our boy then casually drops the bomb that from then on, Shinyu and the sword demon are officially responsible for guarding Kang Wu. Cue Shinyu's pure, unfiltered joy. He immediately tries to buddy up to the sword demon, probably imagining a cute little team-up montage. But unsurprisingly, it does not go as planned. The sword demon, living up to his name in the most literal sense, swats Shinyu's hand away like an annoying fly and declares in no uncertain terms that he alone is more than enough for the job. In his eyes, Shinyu is not helpful. He is just a nuisance. And then, just for good measure, he turns to my guy and suggests that someone as immature as Shinyu would only slow him down. That little jab hits Shinyu like a red flag in front of a bull, especially since this is coming from the same guy who once abandoned him. Naturally, chaos ensues. What follows is an argument so childish it could have been written in crayon. Petty insults, challenges about who is stronger, and a vague implication that they might have to fight again just to prove the point. Our hero's patience snaps. He clenches a fist and suggests that if they are that desperate to fight, they might as well face him together right then and there. And wow, that worked wonders. Both Shinyu and the sword demon drop to their knees, heads smacking the floor in unison as they beg for forgiveness. Our boy makes it clear that there is to be no more fighting among allies in his presence. Cross him again, and he threatens to snatch back everything he has given them. Both groveling combatants accept without a single complaint. Meanwhile, somewhere less dramatic but still problematic, Ilho is on the 41st floor of the Tower of Warriors, taking out monsters like he is cleaning his room. Once the monster hits the ground, Ilho decides to dedicate his victory to our boy. The system congratulates him and rewards him with a heavy sword shaped like a dumbbell, once owned by the eternal seeker of truth. No time to marvel though. The 42nd floor trial begins immediately, whisking Ilho off to the trial of time and space. The challenge is to save the goddess of water, weakened under a sun that's apparently been cranked up to unbearable. Back in the comfort of his apartment, my guy plans to sleep while continuing his training with the stalking gods. He barely lies down when his phone starts buzzing like it's possessed. Ignoring it is not an option as his destiny has poor boundaries. Irritated, he finally answers, only to find Ilo in full panic mode. Next to him is a child identified as a water dancer, apostle of the fallen goddess of water. Confused, our hero asks what on earth is happening. Ilo admits that he has no clue how to handle a sun dominating the sky, as none of his attacks work. The water dancer also sobs and begs our boy to save their world, which has apparently turned into a desert. My guy blinks because obviously when there is some peace they expect him to deal with a sun. The system then explains that this is not just any sun, but it's Antria's sun that's been hanging around for billions of years. Our hero tries to examine it using the eye of the blind god, but it fails spectacularly, so he realizes this entity is stronger than him, probably at the level of an intermediate god. As his brain tries to cope with the absurdity, the sun decides to get dramatic. Out of nowhere, countless S-ranked phoenixes blaze across the sky, and then it hits him that the flame apostle he once killed had a brother. Spoiler, Ilho is about to meet the sibling. The system, as usual in a very unhelpful tone, urgently warns my guy that the phoenixes are planning to sacrifice Ilho. Our boy knows that Ilho does not stand a chance, and normally, messing with the tower's trials is a big no-no, but watching him die is not happening on his watch. Ignoring repeated system warnings about causality and potential apocalyptic consequences, he unleashes the condemning authority through the middle finger of the god. The phoenixes advancing toward Ilho get instantly obliterated, like fireworks on New Year's, only deadlier. The system announces that my guy has made contact with the flame shining in the highest sky, now bound through causality. Perfect timing, because the confrontation is happening way earlier than expected, and there is no turning back. The next thing he knows, he is forcibly transported to a blazing temple, landing before a throne with a figure sitting silently looking like a bird head. It turns out this is indeed the flame shining in the highest sky, and naturally this bird-headed thing starts accusing our hero of killing its brothers, apostles, and even its divine beasts. It claims that it finally has a chance at revenge. Our boy, noting that none of this was in Kang Woo's memories, realizes things have gone hilariously off script, but retreat is not an option for him. The sun god declares that my guy must face it without fear. Our hero barely processes this when the birdhead demands Ililo as a sacrifice, and half of our boy's divine power. In exchange, he promises to spare Illo and elevate my guy under his protection as he ascends into a greater god. Our boy can't quite figure out what the sun god is really after, and that alone is already irritating. Before he can brood on it too long, the all-slashing heavenly blade helpfully explains that once a being reaches the level of a greater god, raw power no longer comes from devouring others, but at that point, it's all about collecting followers like shiny trophies. That little explanation makes everything click for my guy, and suddenly those earlier words make uncomfortable sense. Still, understanding something does not mean accepting it. To him, submission is not even remotely on the table, and he would rather get erased from existence than kneel, especially after hearing what this oversized bird-headed sun lamp has the audacity to suggest. So he fires back and threatens to roast this son of the bird alive on the spot. Apparently, divine beings born from the sun are very sensitive about being threatened with fire, because the sun god completely loses its mind. Its voice booms so loudly the ground starts shaking. Enraged, he declares to erase our hero for daring to disrespect a being born of the sun, and annoyingly enough, our boy can feel the difference in power as well. Then the sun god attacks. My guy barely manages to borrow Ilikio's steel body before the blow crashes into him. Even with that defense, the hit still tears through him, leaving very real damage behind. Worse, the sun god notices our hero's potential and decides that instead of killing him outright, it might be more fun to own him, so he offers one last deal: surrender, hand over Ilho, and serve beneath him. Our boy, however, rejects him immediately, as he has no intention of betraying his believers, and honestly the non-stop divine lecturing is getting unbearable for him. Naturally, the sun god takes his refusal in the worst way possible, and decides to kill all of my guy's followers instead. At first, our hero does not fully process that threat. Then the system screams an emergency warning, and suddenly the words hit like a punch to the chest, as he realizes his believers are in danger. Meanwhile, over in the 42nd floor of the Tower of Warriors, Elo and the Water Dancer are still doing their very serious search for the weakened goddess of water. When the sand starts shifting, Elo pulls the Water Dancer behind him as something huge tears its way out of the ground. And there comes a towering female monster. She introduces herself as the first apostle of the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp. According to her, she is an older sister who recently lost her younger sibling to Ilaho and our boy. Family Grief Abyss Edition. Ilaho recognizes her immediately as the sister of that serpent-like apostle they dealt with earlier. So yes, this is personal, and no, it's not going to be civil. She then explains that by direct command of her master, the flame shining in the highest sky, she is bound by a blood oath to kill Ilho. Ilho can notice the intent is to kill the believer and weaken my guy. He, however, does not waste time debating the ethics of it, and charges forward immediately, fully determined not to let creatures like this stroll around deciding who deserves to live. Meanwhile, things are unraveling in the Gami kingdom too. Crocodori is enjoying a moment of peace. It is eating, relaxed, and feeling safe around Auntie. Nothing is exploding. No one is screaming. Clearly the universe finds this suspicious. Out of nowhere, a violent sandstorm slams into the area, shredding the calm in seconds. Crocodori starts shaking uncontrollably, and even Auntie can't figure out what's going on. Still, Crocodori manages to urge everyone to run. That's when Arachne shows up, casually lounging behind Alpha's ear. Alpha comes running towards them along with its followers. While our hero is busy wrestling the sun god, they have decided this is the perfect time to wipe out his believers. Auntie freezes at the sight of the incoming monsters, and Crocodori practically begs everyone to escape. Unfortunately, Alpha reaches them before anyone can act and makes its intentions crystal clear to kill Crocodori along with others. Back to the throne room, our boy gets slammed with system warnings like they are arriving in bulk. Over 23,000 believers in the Gami kingdom are already dead. Several angel soldiers are gone. Multiple spirit chickens have been wiped out. Eliho's life is in immediate danger, and to make everything worse, his own divine power is draining fast. The sun god, on the other hand, is having a great time. He laughs openly, clearly entertained by the chaos he has orchestrated. He mocks my guy, calling this only the beginning, and once again offers to stop everything instantly if he agrees to submit. This suggestion does absolutely nothing to calm our hero. If anything, it flips a switch. The knowledge that his followers are being slaughtered awakens something cold and ruthless inside him, and he finally decides he is done holding back. Using the proliferating authority through the thumb of God, he summons his clone. He then starts explaining the plan about how he will stay there and handle things, but the clone cuts him off mid-sentence. He already understands everything, so he orders our boy to take his main body and go protect the Gyami kingdom, declaring that he will deal with the sun god instead. My guy is briefly thrown off, flustered by the clone openly acknowledging him as the true body. He honestly did not expect that level of clarity from a version of himself he had always assumed was mostly temperamental instinct. But there is no time to argue with yourself. He leaves immediately, trusting the sun god to his clone. The clone turns to face the god, and without wasting a second, insults him outright on his birdhead appearance. Predictably, the sun god loses his composure and decides to incinerate the clone on the spot, and sends flames forward in overwhelming waves. Drawing on the first stance of Shinyu's Taiji sword method, the clone forms a defensive barrier to block the inferno. The heat presses down relentlessly, and he knows he can't hold out for long. All he decides to do is endure and silently hope that our hero comes back in time. Over at the Gyami kingdom, the aftermath is ugly. The ground is littered with injured bodies and far too many lifeless ones from the Gyami tribes, mixed in with fallen angel soldiers. Anti rushes straight to Crocodori and finds it badly hurt, barely holding itself together. Even then, its first instinct is not self-preservation, but it tells her to run immediately. Nearby, Lilith, a handful of angel soldiers, surviving Gyami warriors, and even the spirit chicken somehow pull themselves together and launch a desperate attack on Alpha. It's heroic, it's heartfelt, it's also completely ineffective. Alpha responds by casually blasting all of them away in one clean display of power, sending them flying. Anti watches in disbelief. Seeing even Lilith get tossed aside that easily is when the situation officially crosses into badly dangerous. Arachne, completely unfazed, points out to Alpha that Anti happens to be one of the sources of our boy's strength. Naturally, this makes Anti suddenly very interesting, and Alpha decides that if she matters that much, then she deserves to die personally. It starts moving toward her. Crocodori, despite being barely able to stand, drags itself forward and blocks Alpha's path. Injured or not, it refuses to move. It warns Alpha that if it lays a hand on Anti, it will no longer care if it is a brother or not. Alpha does not hesitate for even a second. One clean swing, and Crocodori loses a leg. Alpha sneers and mocks it for failing to avenge their parents, and for surviving under humans like a discarded stray. It openly rejects Crocodori as a sibling, then wonders how delicious the fragile beings my guy cares about might be. Realizing there is absolutely no way to stop this with brute force, Anti closes her eyes and prays for our hero to save them. At the same time, our boy teleports back to his apartment after leaving the throne room, ready to act, only to realize something is very wrong. He tries to descend to Antria, and the system politely informs him that his divine power has been heavily drained thanks to summoning his clone. At this point, entering Antria like this is impossible, and recalling the clone is also not an option since it's currently busy not dying to the sun god. He knows if he hesitates any longer, all his believers in Antria are finished. Then he hears Crocodori's voice, weak but desperate, begging him to save Antri. Almost immediately, the system announces that the small miracle within Crocodori has been activated, and it now has the chance to evolve. The system asks if our hero wants to evolve the transient divine beast Crocodori into a true divine dragon. My guy does not even blink and accepts instantly. At this point, Crocodori is his only move left, and he places all of Antria in its hands. Back in the Gyami kingdom, Alpha has already grabbed Antria and lifts her up, preparing to swallow her whole. Arachne watches with satisfaction, convinced that this is the end for our boy, and that she can finally face the Emperor without fear. Then, out of nowhere, Alpha's arm is severed mid-motion. Anti drops free and is caught safely. Standing there is Crocodori, except it's not really Crocodori anymore. Anti stares for a solid moment because whatever is standing in front of her now is very clearly not the Crocodori she knows. The once small, constantly snacking creature has upgraded itself into a full-fledged divine dragon, casually radiating power on the level of 20 S-class entities put together. Back to the throne room, the sun god is completely convinced he is destined to stand at the top of existence. In his mind, even those terrifying beings like the silently creeping nightmare and all-slashing heavenly blade will eventually be shaking just from looking at him. Sure, he remembers that my guy earlier rejected him, but he believes it was largely because of his own clumsy, overconfident approach. So he brushes that off as a minor misunderstanding and decides to extend another generous offer, fully expecting that this time our hero will finally see reason and hand over his power like a good obedient subordinate. Our boy's clone, however, is not buying any of it. He spots the real intention instantly and understands that this so-called son of fire is not interested in partnership, friendship, or anything remotely noble, but he just wants my guy's strength. Instead of answering outright, he calmly sets a condition, making it clear that loyalty would only even be discussed if the birdhead will deal with the god of destruction first. The sun god waves this off as nonsense, treating it like an unrealistic joke. After all, that ancient god has existed since the beginning of everything, and sits far beyond the reach of even the strongest gods. Hearing this, our hero can't help himself. He laughs and openly mocks the sun god, pointing out that this sounds an awful lot like fear pretending to be logic. Predictably, that little jab hits its mark and only stokes the god's anger. Rather than continuing the back and forth, the birdhead shifts tactics and calmly points out something he claims has been overlooked. With a flick of his power, he reveals Iliho's condition, broken, helpless, and teetering right on the edge of death, completely unable to resist what's coming. He then gives our boy's clone a choice to submit to him, and Iliho will survive. Meanwhile, over on the 42nd floor of the Tower of Warriors, things are going exactly as badly as expected. The Serpent Woman is gearing up to end it all. Iliho, meanwhile, is in rough shape and very much aware that this might be the end. He quietly accepts it, sends a wordless apology our boy's way, and prepares himself. And then right on cue, a familiar voice tells him to open his mouth. Iliho does not hesitate. He knows that voice belongs to my guy, and if he tells him to do something, he has every intention to obey. Then suddenly a small vial pops into existence out of nowhere and dumps its contents straight down his throat. The Serpent Woman just freezes, completely unable to figure out where something like that could possibly come from at a moment like this. Of course, none of this is accidental. Our hero planned it this way on purpose. He knew that stepping in personally would only pour gasoline on an already volatile situation with the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp, so he went with the subtle approach. He has sent Ilako the highest grade growth elixir he owns. Moments later, the system helpfully announces that Ilako has escaped death, risen again, climbed higher, and awakened a new ability centered on overwhelming size. Following that, Ilako's body starts expanding rapidly, growing so large that the previously smug Serpent Woman now looks almost laughably small. Holding the tiny empty bottle between his fingers, Ilako can't help but think about how our boy always seems to appear when everything is falling apart, and how that kind of concern is hard to measure, let alone repay. Anger quickly takes over as Ilako turns toward the Serpent Woman who had the nerve to harm my guy. She, though, still believes she has a chance and lunges again. But Ilo responds by simply bringing his foot down, crushing her instantly, and punishing her for her reckless confidence. Water explodes upward from the sand beneath the impact, bursting into the air in a violent surge. Far away, the sun god and our hero's clone watch all of this unfold through blazing visions. Strengthened by what he sees, the clone openly mocks the idea of serving under this son of the bird, and even casually suggests that maybe the bird head should be the one kneeling. The sun god, however, remains absolutely convinced of his own superiority. Having been refused for the last time, he decides that restraint is officially off the table. Not long after, in Antria Earth and across the same floor of the tower, an enormous blazing sun appears in the sky, its presence compressing space and scorching divine laws themselves. The sun god fully intends to erase the three realms that empower our boy, and waits eagerly to see what he will do about it. The water dancer watches in horror as the burning sun keeps growing, while Ilo struggles to wrap his head around what he is seeing. Before panic can spread any further, the goddess of water appears and explains that the sun god has completely lost control. Overwhelmed, the water dancer rushes forward and clings to her, with her tears spilling freely. The goddess introduces herself as the ruler of this world, and thanks Elah for defeating the one who had been suppressing her domain. When Elah asks how anyone is supposed to stop something that massive, she admits that a direct fight is impossible, though resisting it is not. With that, she shapes a bow from flowing water and hands it to him, instructing him to aim it at the sun god. Elah hesitates, understandably concerned about the lack of arrows, but she calmly reassures him that a single arrow forged from her power is more than enough to wound even a being like that. Over at Kangwoo's penthouse, both the sword demon and Shinyu notice the unnatural sun hanging in the sky and struggle to process what they are seeing. Kangwoo immediately recognizes it as a top-tier dungeon gate, which leads him to one obvious conclusion: my guy is involved. As if summoned by the thought alone, our hero arrives on the rooftop through teleportation, prompting both of his devoted believers, the very sword demon and Shinyu, to rush toward him in awe. He stops them with a simple gesture, signaling that much bigger problems are already in motion. The system then delivers its updates, announcing that the sword demon has reached S rank, and that Ouyang Feng, along with what remains of the Tri-Factions, has become a believer thanks to Ming's efforts. Our boy takes it all in stride, and asks to borrow the sword demon's cleaver, as he plans to carve straight through the raging flames above. Even when the heavenly demon warns that this incarnation of the sun god far surpasses the previous one, my guy does not flinch. Stronger than before, he decides it's time to cut down the sun once again. Back to the throne room, where the bird-headed sun tyrant is still enthusiastically throwing attack after attack at our hero's clone, clearly committed to the idea that if it just keeps swinging long enough, something will work. The clone, for his part, is doing his best to dodge, fully aware that this little game of delay has run its course. He realizes that waiting around for our boy to show up is not going to cut it anymore. This was a trump card he had planned to save for the god of destruction, but circumstances have a way of ruining careful plans. With a quiet sigh of acceptance, he calls forth the Heavenly Blade's treasury. A warning pops up immediately, helpfully informing him that one of his remaining uses has just been used. As a bonus, he is told that while he is inside, only a single minute will pass outside. He remembers the heavenly demon mentioning this place back during their earlier clash with the Flame Apostle. Apparently this treasury houses rare blades gathered from across existence itself, and somewhere in this absurd collection, there has to be a sword capable of cutting through flames. The only problem is that there are far too many weapons to politely inspect one at a time, so instead of wasting precious seconds, he switches tactics. Turning toward the all-slashing heavenly blade, he casually mentions how the sun god had arrogantly claimed it would trample over him while ascending to the peak of divinity. That single comment does the trick. The heavenly blade immediately takes offense, dismissing the claim as utter nonsense, and deciding on the spot to personally choose a weapon for him, free of charge no less, purely to ensure that arrogant bird-headed god gets knocked down a few pegs. The clone can't help but grin, knowing he has successfully poked the heavenly blade's pride. He waits patiently as he weighs his options. Soon enough, a sword appears before him, the Moonlight Blade, said to sever evil itself and once wielded by the knight of the goddess of justice. The moment he wraps his fingers around the hilt, a chilling presence spreads from the blade. The heavenly blade assures our boy's clone that this sword can cut through any flame in existence. Trusting that confidence, the clone returns straight to the throne room. He raises the sword toward the sun god, which recognizes it instantly. Without ceremony, the clone swings. Then he swings again, and again, but nothing happens. Not a single mark appears. The clone lets out a tired sigh as he regrets putting his faith in a scammer like the heavenly blade. Far away in the city, things are going about as smoothly as one would expect when a miniature sun decides to hover overhead. People are running in every direction, screaming as they stare up at the massive burning sphere in the sky. Even my guy has to pause and question reality for a second. He did not expect that a divine blade backed by the heavenly demon is not leaving so much as a scratch on this stubborn sun. He has cut through flames more times than he can count, but this one feels different. Then just when the situation could not get any more absurd, a cold sensation stirs from the cleaver in his hands. Our hero frowns confused as if his weapon has suddenly decided to start a conversation. He senses a voice reaching out and briefly wonders if this is somehow coming through his clone. The endless granting abundance then explains to him that the sun god can be defeated if he accepts the call. Both our boy and his clone freeze on the spot. Right on cue, the Eye of the Blind God activates, yanking my guy and his clone into a brief but heavy vision of the Moonlight Blade's past. He finds himself watching the goddess of justice standing quietly by a window while her knight kneels. The knight asks if she truly plans to confront the god of destruction, and she responds that backing down out of fear has nothing to do with justice. The knight may be human, but she sees him as someone who has reached the realm of a sword god. If she falls, she wants him to carry on her will. He agrees, tears slipping down his face, even as he stubbornly tries to keep his composure intact. She steps closer, acknowledges his tears with gentleness, and tells him she truly believes that one day he could even strike down the god of destruction, becoming the master of countless blades. Naturally, things did not end happily. The goddess of justice got defeated, leaving her sword behind. Her knight broke down in grief, yet still swore to fulfill her final wish. The vision fades, leaving our hero blinking back tears of his own, while even his clone feels the emotional weight of what they just witnessed. Once more, the goddess of justice asks him whether he considers himself just. He can't honestly claim to be some flawless embodiment of justice, but if justice means protecting what he refuses to lose, no matter the cost, then he wants to walk that path, even if it means standing against the god of destruction himself. Seeing the same resolve she once saw in her knight, she grants him permission to wield her power and erase the corrupted sun. Our boy grips the cleaver, accompanied by the presence of the heavenly demon, while his clone readies the moonlight blade designed to sever evil itself. The sun god senses the sudden shift in their aura, and for the first time feels something dangerously close to unease. My guy knows now, with absolute certainty, that this birdhead cannot win, because at this moment they are standing firmly on the side of what they believe is right. Both strike together, and panic flashes through the sun god as he realizes his strength is slipping away. But the show is not over yet. There is still one more participant who has not made his move. Ilho draws back the bow given to him by the goddess of water. Earlier she had admitted that she was already defeated by the sun god, and would soon fade away. That's why she entrusted Ilho with the arrow said to cleanse all creation, hoping to protect her world one final time. She had asked him for help, and now Ilho carries the weight of defending both his home and our hero's realm on his shoulders. He exhales, steadies his aim, and releases the arrow. 3 attacks collide at once, slamming into the sun god and leaving him gravely wounded. And yet even then this son of the bird refuses to fall, clinging stubbornly to his belief that he is still destined to rise above every other god. So the sun god finally decides he is done pretending to be reasonable and goes straight for the nuclear option. He plans to dump every last drop of his remaining divine power to burn the entire world to ash. Our boy realizes this bird-headed maniac is not just throwing a tantrum, it's gearing up to self-destruct and take literally everyone along with it. The heavenly demon does not bother softening the blow, and points out that even in his weakened state, a former superior god exploding in a fit of pride could still roast the planet without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, back at the sun god's temple, my guy's clone is experiencing what can only be described as a total system shutdown. After that last strike, he has completely emptied the tank. With nothing left to give, he silently apologizes to our hero, admits he has done everything he can, and more or less tosses the remaining problem back to him. Meanwhile, the sword demon is still stuck trying to understand how the sun god survived our boy's attack. Kang Wu, on the other hand, has already skipped several steps and gone straight to preparing for the apocalypse. He even wonders if this life is going to end before the abyssal dragon shows up, which feels unfair in its own way. From his point of view, giving up seems like the most efficient option, and he openly suggests my guy do exactly that, since fate appears extremely committed to destruction regardless of anyone's efforts. Our hero, unsurprisingly, has no interest in surrendering. Quitting without trying has never been his thing, and besides, it's not like he is out of options yet. He knows that standing around hesitating won't help anyone. So, borrowing a page straight from the sun god's playbook, he decides that if the enemy is going all in, then he might as well do the same. He decides to pour every last shred of his divine power into one decisive strike aimed directly at the birdhead, all while clinging to hope that he has already been weakened with his earlier attack, and there is still a real chance this could work. The heavenly demon warns him again, but he already understands the worst-case scenario is his death. Still, if sacrificing himself means protecting his people, then he is willing to do it even if it means dying over and over again. The heavenly demon can sense just how different our boy is from himself, someone who once failed to protect anyone. Instead of stopping him, he cheers my guy on, fully prepared to lend his power until the final flame burns out. Even the goddess of justice lends her support. Though she fell after losing to the god of destruction, she still places her faith in our hero. Just then the system announces that the moonlight blade that severs evil has become our boy's temporary believer. His intermediate good god quest requirement instantly hits 110, and just like that, he gets promoted to an intermediate god. His body starts to erupt in a blinding surge of light, and the Eye of the Blind God skill evolves to a rank. Time freezes for a minute as he continues witnessing the sword's memories. Within those visions, he sees a human, the very knight who fell in love with a goddess, a mere mortal who somehow transcended far beyond the limits of ordinary gods. To fulfill his promise to the goddess of justice, he chose extinction over compromise, and used the heavenly sword to wipe out all humanity. That same human-turned-god later sacrificed the blade and managed to split the god of destruction into 100 fragments. Still, because that being was born alongside creation itself, even that was not enough to truly kill it. In the end, the white-clad knight fell, while the scattered fragments of the god of destruction were flung across the universe. The knight waited, believing that one day, someone would inherit his sword and finish what he could not. Now back to the present. The heavenly demon explains that if our hero can use the sword technique of the white-clad knight, then cutting down the sun god should be possible. What he can't figure out is how our boy is supposed to learn a technique of that level, just by watching memories. My guy, however, is sure he can. This shocks the heavenly demon, who is not entirely sure whether this confidence comes from him being an intermediate god or something else entirely. Apparently, the moment our hero witnessed the sword's history, the technique embedded itself into his mind as if it had always belonged there. He assures the fallen knight that his will won't be wasted. A dangerous sword aura erupts from him, sharp enough that even the sun god feels it and grows uneasy. Our boy notes that the sun god has decent instincts and casually informs him that his eternal sleep is about to begin. He then steadies himself and strikes, following the exact path the white-clad knight once walked. The sun god recognizes the power of the heavenly sword and curses him just before everything collapses. The burning sun shatters, the sky clears, and the system announces that my guy has saved 3 worlds. He then officially reaches the intermediate level as both a good and evil god, and gets eligible to participate in the Festival of Gods. Our hero vaguely remembers the Truth Seeker of Eternity, mentioning that festival before, and based on the name alone it already sounds like something he is going to hate. Back inside the throne room, his clone finally hits the end of his summon timer and begins to fade away, all while complimenting our boy that he has grown far stronger than expected. My guy smiles and reminds him that he did say he should trust him. The clone, however, advises him to not get arrogant because if our hero dies, he disappears too. Our boy obviously snaps at him for always choosing the bad words. The clone then admits that he looked kind of cool, and my guy can't help but find the whole exchange painfully tsundere, and can't stop himself from grinning. That grin, however, does not last long. A deeply unsettling sensation crawls up his spine, and when he turns around he finds the cause immediately. His overly devoted followers, the Sword Demon and Shinyu, staring at him with sparkling eyes and singing his praises like completely unhinged worshippers. Kang Wu stands nearby, looking like his worldview just shattered. He had been absolutely certain that giving up was the logical choice, yet our hero never even considered it and somehow saved the world anyway. Watching this unfold, Kang-woo comes to a life-altering conclusion that our boy might actually be the one capable of stopping the destruction of the world, and since my guy was willing to sacrifice everything, Kang-woo decides it's only fair to offer everything in return. And just like that, Kang-woo joins the other two, fully embracing the role of an unrestrained fanatic. The three of them rush toward our hero with alarming enthusiasm, clearly forgetting all concepts of personal space. Our boy responds by doing the only reasonable thing: he runs. Just before they can catch him, a system notification pops up, forcing him to stop mid-escape. The trio freeze instantly when they notice the look on his face. The system announces that my guy has reached a major milestone toward making the universe more beautiful by accumulating 10 million good karma. As a reward, the endless granting abundance grants him a resurrection elixir. A small vial appears in his hand, and he finally relaxes. After everything that just happened, gods exploding, worlds nearly ending, and fanatics chasing him, he is relieved that he can finally bring Jo back. Over at Jo's house, a group of angel soldiers carefully carry her body inside while she watches everything unfold. The instant her mother recognizes her, the rest of the world might as well stop existing. The soldiers gently set Jo down, and her mother rushes forward and clutches her. It's been far too many years since she last held her daughter like this, and she clearly has no intention of wasting a single second. Slowly, Jo opens her eyes, realizes she is being hugged, and just like that, years of separation quietly come to an end. Our boy watches the entire scene through his phone with teary eyes. The moment feels heavy and warm all at once, and he silently hopes that this second chance at life finally gives Jo the happiness she deserves. That's when the all-slashing Heavenly Blade decides he has had enough of emotions for the day. Clearly offended by my guy openly crying, the Heavenly Blade reacts as if he is witnessing something deeply inappropriate. Our hero, who is already emotional, gets irritated immediately, but still asks if this blade is actually the white-clad knight. The Heavenly Blade, staying perfectly on brand, demands 100 million coins before he will answer anything. Our boy does not even bother hiding his annoyance and accuses him of trying to scam him again. He then decides this conversation is absolutely not worth the headache, and drops the question entirely, fully convinced that a shameless extortionist like him could never be the white-clad knight anyway. The goddess of justice looks like she has plenty to say, but instead she simply asks my guy not to dig into her personal history, which of course only leaves him more confused about whatever complicated past those two clearly share. Before he can spiral too deeply into that mystery, his attention shifts to something more practical. He notices that the number 2 in the Gayami kingdom is preparing to challenge the Tower of Warriors. He feels a genuine sense of satisfaction watching someone follow the same path Elio once walked. The timing works out nicely too, since that makes at least one more S-rank believer on his side. For a brief moment he wonders when the quest to advance into a greater god will finally appear, considering a few days have already passed since his promotion. In the end, he decides not to overthink it and chooses to rest. When he falls asleep, he finds himself lying on the lap of the endlessly granting abundance, who gently urges him to rest properly so his divine power can recover. He thanks her, and for once allows himself to truly relax. Meanwhile, on the 42nd floor of the Tower of Warriors, the water dancer looks around in relief as greenery spreads across what was once barren land. Ilho feels the same satisfaction and appreciates the restored forest. She sincerely thanks him, but Ilho redirects the credit to our hero and the goddess of justice, making it clear he does not see himself as the sole reason for any of this. With that said, he prepares to leave. The water dancer suggests he stay a little longer, but Ilho has sensed that his younger brother has already entered the tower, and as the older brother he feels an obligation to grow stronger. Before he goes, the water dancer offers him a gift, the essence of the goddess of water, believing it will aid him on his journey. Ilho accepts, and the essence begins merging into his body. A notification immediately follows, announcing that he has cleared the 42nd floor and received the blessing of water, ensuring he will never feel thirsty again. Ilho is genuinely pleased, as this is the kind of reward that's actually useful for him during the journey ahead. He thanks the water dancer, who offers her prayers for his future, and then Ilho disappears from there, leaving her quietly hoping that his wishes come true. Back at our boy's apartment, he jolts awake to a crash of thunder loud enough to make anyone wide awake. As his eyes slowly adjust, he becomes painfully aware of a figure sitting in front, staring straight at him. Naturally, his brain jumps to the most reasonable conclusion possible: ghost. He lets out a very sharp scream before realizing it's just Ming. Ming, being exactly the sort of person she is, finds his near heart attack strangely endearing. With perfect calm, she explains that she has returned after completing the mission she was given. My guy, who is still recovering his soul, does not remember giving her any mission at all. After a moment, it clicks that this must be another masterpiece left behind by his clone. Ming reports that she successfully recruited the remaining members of the Tri-factions as believers, and quietly dealt with those who resisted. He then realizes this is why he managed to become an intermediate. Good God. So he thanks her sincerely, fully aware that he could not have pulled this off without her. Ming looks genuinely moved, relieved that her efforts were not wasted on someone who would not notice. Then, completely out of nowhere, she claims that all she ever wanted was to see him one last time, and now that her wish has been fulfilled, she has no regrets. She calmly wishes him a long and healthy life, as if wrapping up a polite conversation, and removes the hairpin from her hair. He tries to process why this suddenly feels like a farewell scene. When she lifts the hairpin toward her neck, that's when his brain finally catches up to reality. He moves instantly, grabs her hand mid-motion, with anger flashing across his face as he demands to know what she thinks she is doing. Ming looks at him with genuine confusion, like he is the one being unreasonable. After the battle with the Tri-factions ended, it was his own clone who told her that once everything is settled, she is supposed to take her own life. He grabs her hand firmly and tells her to forget that ridiculous command entirely. After all, he is not particularly interested in watching his believers die in front of him. Ming gets the memo instantly. He then suggests she head back, and lectures her that barging into someone else's apartment unannounced is a little rude. Ming, of course, immediately sulks. She starts to leave, radiating enough suicidal energy. Naturally, he stops her, because letting her do something stupid is not on his to-do list for the day. The moment she turns back, she is all smiles and sunshine again, standing there like a perfectly trained employee waiting for orders. Unfortunately for her, he has zero grand plans, no heroic speeches, and no go-save-the-world missions. The only thing he offers very seriously is black bean noodles. Apparently, after all that dramatic buildup, feeding her is his idea of heroism. At least, he reasons, she has traveled all this way. She deserves a decent meal before he lets her wander off. Ming naturally interprets this with maximum melodrama. In her mind, this is now the classic romantic drama scenario. The male lead invites the female lead in for noodles, which obviously signals something much deeper. Her imagination, as usual, is entirely unchecked. She starts removing clothes mid-thought. Our boy panics immediately, practically shouting that she put everything back on before she ruins the last ounce of sanity he has left. Meanwhile, somewhere far from this domestic apocalypse, at the Hunter Association president's office, things are serious. President Jitai knows that only 2 months remain until the Hunter War, and insists that their country needs solid results. He requests the list of candidates eligible for promotion to S-Class so they can participate. The secretary hands over the list containing selected A-Class hunters and hermits. As Jitai scans it, one name stands out. Obviously my guy. Somehow, by some miracle, he has still registered as B-Class. Rather than questioning it, Jitai smiles. He is fairly certain our hero has long outgrown B-Class and figures this is the perfect chance to see what the enigma that is he can actually do. Back at our boy's apartment, he and Ming both enjoy the noodles. She notices the taste is a little different from home but admits they are still good. She then starts airing her discomfort and irritation, not loudly because subtlety is apparently her thing, but there is an uninvited guest making that subtlety complicated. Mina, clinging to our hero like a very possessive cat. Mina is clearly displeased with Ming's presence, considering her previous assassination attempt on our boy. It's a curious dynamic given that Mina herself once tried the same thing. Mina freezes when he casually brings that up. He then calmly explains that Mina has changed just like Mina did, and in an attempt to lighten the mood, offers Mina a bite of food. She obliges without hesitation. Mina, on the other hand, struggles to maintain composure. Her poor chopstick does not survive the effort and snaps under the pressure of her grip. Still smiling, albeit very fake, she asks if the two of them are dating. Because naturally, late-night noodles and personal feeding automatically signal romance in her head. Mina immediately flares up, red-faced and indignant. Our boy, unimpressed, chalks it up to past childlike habits when Mina turns into one and firmly denies any romantic involvement. Other than that, he describes their relationship as more like a father and daughter, expecting her to nod along. She does not. Instead, she snaps, slamming a stack of documents into his face and calling him an idiot. He does not understand the insult at first, and then realizes afterward that these documents are his dungeon clearance schedule. He points out very reasonably that dungeon clearing is technically for A-Class hunters and above. Mina shuts him down immediately, demanding he show up at the listed location early the next morning, and tosses in a threat to kill him if he is late. She then turns to Ming and promises to kill her next time she appears in front of her. With that, she storms out, slamming the door. He yells after her about the cost of door repairs, because priorities clearly matter. Ming, unflappable as ever, sweetly suggests she could just become his concubine. He yells back at her nonsense, and tells her to leave once she is done eating. Turning his attention back to the documents, he groans internally at the dungeon nonsense, already dreading the next day and mentally noting that he will have to clarify a few things with Mina later. Right then, the endlessly granting abundance warns him of a bad premonition for the next day and advises him to prepare properly. The next morning at the dungeon entrance, police officers cordon off civilians, warning them that an A-Class dungeon is about to open. Security is tight, tensions are high. My guy stands among the spectators, fully aware that he is supposed to be inside anyway. Mina spots him, explodes over his lateness, and he apologizes, explaining he was caught in traffic 5 minutes late. Cue the dramatic overreaction from a massive bulky man standing nearby, who bluntly informs him that in critical situations, 5 minutes can cost thousands of lives, labeling him an idiot for not grasping the basics of being a hunter. Our hero immediately recognizes him, A-class hunter Kang Jung-yeok, whom he saw during the crocodile hatching incident. Mina introduces him as his evaluator for the day. She then notices Sung-yeok asleep on his back. Naturally, this causes another explosion of outrage, because bringing a child to work is apparently the height of irresponsibility. Our boy sighs, asking her to calm down, as getting Sung-yeok to sleep was already an achievement. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, someone or something is not amused. A monstrous entity fumes silently at my guy's calm demeanor after he killed 2 of her apostles. She is more than ready for the Festival of Gods to begin, and she is particularly eager to see him take center stage in all of it. Mina finally spells it out for him that this dungeon operation is not just another day at work, but it's actually his qualification test for promotion to S-class. Our boy's reaction is immediate and very telling: shock, confusion, and a faint hint of panic. Mina does not even need confirmation. One look at his face tells her he did not read a single word of the documents she gave him. So resigning herself to reality, she explains it again in plain terms about how an A-rank dungeon is about to appear, and if he clears it successfully, he will be promoted to S-class. Simple, clean, and in her professional opinion, absurdly easy for someone like him. My guy knows exactly what comes with an S-class. Fame, money, attention, and more work than any sane person should deal with. Normally that would sound amazing. Unfortunately, now that he is an intermediate god, it feels less like a reward and more like an inconvenience. Still, dangerous dungeons are not something one can politely ignore, so he decides to deal with it quickly and move on. He casually asks her if he can just go in alone and blow everything up. Mina shuts that idea down instantly and informs him an S-class hunter will accompany him, just in case things go sideways, which, given our hero's track record, is almost guaranteed. Our boy asks if that means she is joining him. Mina points toward Jung-yeok instead, who is standing nearby and loudly complaining about how irresponsible people have become these days. My guy takes one look at him and concludes that since it's only an A-rank dungeon, this should be easy enough. That confidence lasts until he notices something strange. The air feels off, and it smells wrong. He pauses and asks Mina if she senses it too. She does not. Before he can dwell on it, system warnings start pouring in and inform him that a greater god, the ruler of the abyssal swamp in this case, has requested a festival of gods with him. He collects the dots as he recalls. Abyssal swamp is the god those snake-headed followers served. Suddenly the fishy feeling makes perfect sense. The system helpfully explains the rules. If he challenges a god stronger than himself, they can't refuse. If a stronger god challenges him, he is allowed to decline. He notes that this is surprisingly considerate. As far as divine systems go, then another presence makes itself known. A god overseeing the festival of gods itself, bearing the delightful name War of Carnage and Madness. This god grants our boy a blessing tied to carnage. My guy can't help thinking the name is refreshingly honest. He has never met this god, but it sounds like someone who solves all problems with violence and enthusiasm. The system then asks whether he will accept the request. A crushing pressure settles over him, urging him to accept and throw himself into a glorious, chaotic battle. For a brief moment he actually considers it. Then common sense returns, and he refuses immediately and tells the ruler of the abyssal swamp to go find someone else to bother. She clearly was not expecting that response, but my guy is not suicidal. He barely survived his fight with the sun god, and has no interest in challenging someone even stronger. He makes it very clear he wants nothing to do with her at the moment. The abyssal swamp does not appreciate being ignored. The ground begins to shake violently, sending everyone into panic mode, including Mina and Jung-yeok. At the same time, our hero's Eye of the Blind God activates on its own, analyzing the abyssal swamp ruler despite her being on another planet entirely. Furious, she commands her beloved followers to rise from the depths. Monstrous creatures begin emerging as she announces that our boy dared to reject her request and insult her authority. Naturally, her solution is to order them to destroy his world. My guy immediately understands that she has linked her invasion directly to the A-rank dungeon. The system updates him again that the A-rank dungeon becomes S-rank, then SS rank, then SS rank in rapid succession. Jung-yeok stares in disbelief. According to everything he knows, the dungeon should not even be active yet, and it's very clearly far beyond S rank now. Monsters start flooding out. Jung-yeok equips his spirit armor and prepares for battle. Our hero watches the armor lock into place and has to admit that it looks impressive. A quick analysis reveals it's S-rank equipment made of advanced metal and machinery. The system even suggests stealing it. He obviously rejects that idea instantly and concludes that the system and possibly even the Eye of the Blind God might be slightly unhinged. He then notices Sung-yeon sleeping peacefully still in the middle of the chaos, as expected of his niece. He then hands her to Mina and asks her to watch over her. Mina demands to know what he is planning. The answer is obvious: this mess is technically his fault, so he plans to fix it. Junghyuk warns him not to advance, insisting these monsters are not his opponents. But my guy ignores him and walks straight toward the creatures who eagerly rush forward, convinced they are about to get an easy meal. The ruler of the abyssal swamp watches confidently, certain our hero is about to die. Instead, our boy uses the crushing authority through the index finger of the god, and instantly kills one monster. The system informs him that he has earned 20 million coins. The remaining monsters freeze. My guy, meanwhile, focuses on the important part. If one of them is worth that much, then the rest are basically walking treasure. The monsters notice the unsettling, greedy look in his eyes, and immediately try to flee. But he does not allow it. One by one, he wipes them out effortlessly. The ruler of the abyssal swamp is left stunned. She could not process how he has just erased her children, who are meant to destroy entire planets with a single finger. After killing every one of them, our hero considers it a complete jackpot, even if he has not calculated the total yet. Then he remembers a saying about greed leading straight to hell. Taking that advice surprisingly seriously, he turns to the furious swamp ruler and suggests they should probably stop for the day. He then strolls up to the dungeon entrance and uses the authority tied to the middle finger of the god to seal the gate shut. The ruler of the abyssal swamp is left completely dumbfounded. From her perspective, it makes absolutely no sense that someone with our boy's level of power would not jump at the chance for a grand godly showdown. My guy, meanwhile, couldn't be less interested. To him, the entire situation is an inconvenience that's gone on longer than necessary, and he would really appreciate it if she would just take the hint, pack her swamp, and disappear already. A moment later, the dungeon vanishes entirely, like it was never there to begin with. Our hero calmly checks how many coins he earned, while Junghyuk stands frozen nearby, visibly trembling as his brain struggles to process what he just witnessed. Mina is not doing much better. Watching someone casually seal a dungeon like that has completely shattered her understanding of what's supposed to be possible. Just then, Sungyeon wakes up and asks for food. She realizes she is in Mina's arms, and promptly decides Mina looks like a doll that absolutely must be tested for softness. Before anyone can stop her, she starts pinching Mina's cheeks like they are stress balls. Our boy scolds her, and reminds her very patiently that other people's faces are not public property. He then takes Sungyeon back, apologizes to Mina, and listens as Sungyeon stubbornly declares that she wants a hamburger. Seeing absolutely no flaw in that logic, he decides this is now the most important mission of the day. Mina stops him before he can stroll off like they did not just survive something insane, and warns him that leaving so casually could complicate his promotion. He just shrugs it off without a second thought, as becoming S-class does not really excite him. If anything, it sounds like a shortcut to more work, more responsibility, and more people telling him what to do, which does not spark joy for him. But before he can escape, a shadow blocks his path. Junghyuk stands there, clearly having misunderstood my guy's words in the most problematic way possible. He is convinced our hero is looking down on S-class hunters. While he openly admits our boy is strong, he has no intention of letting that perceived insult slide. My guy immediately tries to explain that he did not mean it that way at all, but he was just venting about how exhausting everything feels from his point of view. Unfortunately, Junghyuk is no longer listening. He takes it as his responsibility as a senior, and announces that our hero needs proper training. He orders him to report to the Hunter Association's training room early the next morning, and declares that he will personally show our boy what it truly means to be S-class. With that, he turns and leaves. My guy watches him go and, surprisingly, thinks Junghyuk is pretty cool. He even starts eyeing Junghyuk's armor, finally understanding why the blind god casually suggested stealing it earlier. Mina, meanwhile, can't believe our hero somehow managed to make the situation worse for him. She warns him that when Yuhun acted the same way toward Junghyuk, he ended up getting beaten badly. To make things even better, without Junghyuk's approval, his promotion is almost guaranteed to turn into a headache. Still, our boy does not care much about ranks. He explains that the real reason he came was to apologize to Mina for what happened the day before. Hearing that instantly lifts her mood. He then offers her to join them for hamburgers. Halfway through the thought, he remembers she is a celebrity, and realizes it would probably cause chaos, so he suggests going alone with Sungyeon instead. Mina refuses outright. She gets on her way to go grab a mask and sunglasses and come along anyway. Far away, deep within a forest in Antria, a badly injured monster lies on the ground, cursing Crocodori for slaughtering its kin. As the last survivor, it burns with hatred not just toward Crocodori, but toward my guy as well. Soon, another presence appears, asking about Arachne after sensing her energy vanishing nearby. The monster shares that Arachne is already dead and bitterly blames her for the humiliation it now suffers. The being reacts with disappointment, realizing Arachne rushed ahead and died without waiting. The monster demands to be sent back to its world, threatening violence if refused. That turns out to be an impressively bad decision. The being calmly reveals his true power, identifying himself as the Emperor of Antria. The monster warns him not to interfere, but the Emperor kills it. Back on Earth, our hero Mina and Sungyeon sit at a cafe eating hamburgers like this is a perfectly normal follow-up to everything that just happened. People at nearby tables start whispering, wondering if Mina really is the celebrity they think she is. Our boy notices and quietly thinks there is no point in disguising if she is going to be recognized anyway. Mina catches him staring, and he simply shrugs. Suddenly thunder roars through the area, announcing Miri's dramatic arrival. Apparently she tracked my guy by his scent. He immediately wonders if he smells strange, even though he baths every day and is fairly confident about it. At the same time, Mina tries to quietly slip away. He spots her instantly, and Mina switches to full childish mode in front of Miri, insisting she and Miri eat hamburgers together. Miri hesitates, pointing out how many people are watching, but our hero helpfully reminds her that most of them are there because of her. Before long, the crowd grows, phones come out, and people start asking for autographs after recognizing both Mina and Miri. Watching the chaos spiral out of control, our boy decides he has had more than enough excitement for one day and decides to leave. He heads back home with Mina and Miri, expecting at the very least a quiet entrance. Naturally, that does not happen. Instead, they find Mina already inside, calmly waiting as if she pays rent. She is even dressed in a maid outfit. According to her, since she has not received her next assignment yet, she figured she might as well help out by looking after the house. Mina immediately reminds her quite clearly that she said she would kill her if she ever showed up again. Mingying only smiles, remarks that jealousy is an unattractive trait, and then refers to Minnie as a dear aunt who is playing house with my guy in a wholesome father and daughter arrangement. That comment is exactly what pushes Mina past her remaining limits. She is ready to throw hands, but our hero barely manages to step in and stop her before his newly refurbished apartment becomes a war zone. Unfortunately, things somehow get worse. Miri's eyes fill with tears as lightning begins crackling around her, and she accuses him of keeping someone like Ming in his home. He tries to explain, but Miri is not interested in explanations. She storms out in a flash of lightning, clearly hurt and disappointed. He can't even chase after her, as he is still busy holding Minga back. Right in the middle of this chaos, Sungyeon innocently asks which one of them is his girlfriend. Our poor boy immediately shouts that it's nothing like that, while quietly wondering when exactly his life became this complicated. Much later, he finally finds himself alone, sitting on the sofa in blessed silence. Earlier, Ming and Mina fought so badly that he had no choice but to knock both of them out and drop them off at a clinic. He worries for a brief moment about what might happen when they wake up, then decides that future problems are frankly future problems. Stretching out on the sofa, he enjoys the rare quiet. It's been a long time since he has been able to rest properly, so he lets himself fall asleep without overthinking it. Early the next morning, a loud ringing drags him out of bed. The doorbell keeps going, relentless and aggressive, like whoever's outside has personal beef with the door. Groaning, he drags himself to the door and checks the camera, only to see Jung-Hyuk standing there, looking far too cheerful for this ungodly hour. My guy sighs, already exhausted just from imagining the conversation. He debates ignoring the whole thing, but of course that option evaporates instantly when Jung-Hyuk casually barges inside, breaking the door in the process. Once inside, he reminds our hero about his order to report to the Hunter Association's training facility. Our boy does not respond. Instead, he stares at the broken door and cries about repair costs. Jung-Hyuk gets furious at him for ignoring a senior like him, so he decides my guy needs to be beaten into understanding. Citing precedent with Yoo-hyun, he then charges at our hero to throw a punch, but our boy blocks it with a single finger. Yoo-hyun freezes in shock. My guy then decides that no amount of seniority excuses breaking someone's door. Naturally, that only fuels Yoo-hyun takes anger. He charges again, but our hero casually flings him away like an inconvenient fly, adding that he should tally the damages, leave and consider this his last warning. Yoo-hyun interprets that as mockery, of course. He declares that he no longer sees my guy as a junior, and summons his spirit armor and launches skyward, shattering the roof in the process. Mid-flight, he admits that our hero is stronger than expected. Apparently, he did not think he would need his armor here. Still, he warns our boy that things will never be the same, and that he would better prepare for a fair fight. My guy grits his teeth. He had just renovated this place to celebrate becoming the building's new owner, imagining a peaceful home for once, which has turned into a total mess thanks to this annoying man. That's enough to make him decide Jung-Hyuk is officially no longer someone to be treated with respect. Summoning his cleaver, he takes off using mid-air steps. Jung-Hyuk recognizes the technique immediately, and realizes our hero might actually come from a proper martial arts background. Our boy strikes. Jung-Hyuk blocks, but the impact still vibrates through his body. My guy moves again, attacking from above, then follows up with a punch that sends Jung-Hyuk crashing into the ground, leaving a crater large enough to cause a minor geological incident. Our hero then warns that if this keeps up, Jung-Hyuk could actually die, and suggests a simple solution, to apologize and end it there. Jung-Hyuk, however, refuses. He rises, summoning a technique meant to obliterate even S-class monsters, the Dragon Fist, through his spirit armor. That's when our boy finally decides enough is enough. With the crushing authority tied to the index finger of the god, he sends Jung-Hyuk flying. Jung-Hyuk crashes into the ground. Finally, he gives up and promises to pay for every last bit of the destruction he caused and begs our hero to just stop. Our boy couldn't help but notice that he had been angrier than he realized earlier, angry enough that his power had slipped out for a hot second, but at least he had managed to keep most of it in check. Still, he can't deny that Jungkook's armor is not just some flashy accessory, it's ridiculously capable. And then the spirit armor detaches itself from Jungkook and addresses my guy as its new master. Our hero freezes, blinking like he is seeing a talking toaster. The armor does not just speak, it requests a transfer of loyalty, explaining it's tired of serving someone as disappointing as Jungkook. Jungkook naturally looks like the universe just personally insulted him. The armor is not done. It lectures Jungkook on his underwhelming growth, pointing out that hundreds of days in Earth's dungeons increased his strength by a measly 2%, barely a snack compared to the 6% it was supposed to be. In contrast, it can feel our boy's raw talent and overwhelming potential. My guy, not going to lie, feels a little proud. The armor even goes so far as to compare Jungkook to a speck of dust in the universe, declaring our hero far superior, all while casually mentioning that it's a successor of the almighty AI, built to evolve into something transcendent. Basically, it's a big deal, and it wants our hero as its owner. Our boy, in his usual calm and sarcastic style, politely declines. He explains it's not that he is unworthy, but it's just that someone else is better suited. He shows the armor to Ilho through his phone, giving a little presentation about how tirelessly Ilho trains every day. The armor scans Ilho and immediately senses the same kind of strength it felt from my guy, plus a deep connection between the two. Deep down, our hero knows that skills are meant to be shared, and it just feels right to let the armor serve Ilho. The armor, accepting the decision like a surprisingly polite AI, formally bids farewell to Jungkook and transfers itself through the phone to Ilho. Ilho thanks our boy with genuine sincerity and promises to work harder than ever. Meanwhile, Jungkook lies on the ground, utterly frozen, staring blankly as he processes the betrayal. Word about the fight spreads fast. President Jute hears the story, and even he can't help doing a double take at the damage enough to make a mountain look like Swiss cheese. He had not expected my guy to defeat Jungkook and his spirit armor so decisively. His secretary reports that the armor has now aligned itself with our hero and that his defeat of an SS-class monster alone was not a fluke. Jute notes the cost of the destruction is over 100 billion, but hears with relief that there were no casualties. Finally, he asks about our boy's whereabouts. My guy is at the hospital, of course. Mina, all while trying to contain her disbelief, asks just how badly he beat an S-class hunter like Jungkook, as even 3 weeks later he is still bandaged and out of commission. Our hero admits he lost his temper when Jungkook ruined his home, but he believes that once Jungkook fully recovers, the massive damage costs he caused will be forgiven. Mina confirms it. President Jatai promised that if Jungkook heals completely, our boy will receive his S-class license with immunity privileges. My guy sighs, thinking about how absurd it is that S-class hunters can wreck property with near impunity and how close he had been to bankruptcy. He decides to play nice anyway, and chooses to heal Jungkook. Inside the hospital room, Jungkook is a disaster, wrapped head to toe in bandages, crying over the armor's betrayal and begging it to come back. He could not comprehend why his armor left him for someone like our hero, who only knows how to wear tracksuits. Mina feels bad upon seeing his condition, and our boy shares her feelings. He then decides it's better not to show himself given Jungkook's pitiful condition, and quietly heals him from outside the room, using the healing authority through the ring finger of the god. Once done, he starts to leave, but Mina stops him, claiming she wants to go to a department store with him. A few days later, the Hunter Association throws a party to award S-class hunters. My guy shows up in a suit, and Mina can't resist complimenting him on how good he looks. Apparently she dragged him to the department store just for this. Miri praises his look and compliments Mina, all while admitting she was also planning to buy something for him too. Our hero notices Mina suddenly acting childlike around Miri, and smirks to himself as he feels her acting skills have officially leveled up enough to pass as a real actress. As he scans the room, he notices a man staring at him. Miri immediately identifies him as Stephen Choi, the guy responsible for her S-class evaluation. She explains, with visible annoyance, that Stephen has rejected offers from major overseas guilds just to come there, and basically, he thinks the world revolves around him. Miri grows irritated, having already rejected him multiple times. Mina fumes upon hearing that, and our boy labels Stephen as trash. Moments later, Stephen's profile pops up before him, catching his attention. Meanwhile, Stephen had been counting down to this event like it was the Super Bowl, mostly because Miri was going to be there. The fact that he could not even snag a seat near her immediately put him in full grumpy mode. Just when his mood is reaching peak irritation, our hero strolls in calm, unbothered, casually breathing the same air as a man who clearly does not care about social cues. Stephen, clearly allergic to friendly vibes, immediately demands to know whether they know each other. Our boy only smiles, ridiculously relaxed, giving off the impression that he finds Stephen's hostility amusing. He then claims to know exactly who Stephen is. That informal attitude alone manages to make Stephen grind his teeth. Apparently, he has already studied Stephen's profile and found out that Stephen does not like being called by his real dreaded name, Bongshik. The moment it leaves my guy's lips, Steven gets flustered and explodes into a flurry of shouts, completely losing his composure at the public use of his hated name. Before things could escalate into a full-blown screaming match, President Jataya announces that the S-Class Hunter Award ceremony is about to begin and instructs everyone to take their seats. He then calls both our hero and Steven to the stage. Steven shows our boy a punch and wants him to wait until the ceremony is over, while my guy continues to smile, unaffected by Steven's obvious frustration. On stage, President Jatai straps S-Class licenses onto them. These devices are not just fancy jewelry, but they measure a hunter's mana capacity and officially confirm whether they have earned the prestigious S-Class title. Steven, brimming with confidence, goes first, and his mana reading surpasses 10,000 points. The crowd gasps, many assuming he must have turned down attracting foreign offers out of loyalty. He wears a smug grin, convinced that our boy can never surpass him. Then it is my guy's turn. His initial reading comes out absurdly low at 5 points, causing murmurs to ripple through the audience. Some even question whether his S-Class license is legitimate. Steven feels confident, certain that our hero is no better than an F-Class hunter. But our boy, recalling a similar humiliation from the academy, calmly decides to approach the situation differently. By borrowing Ilio's steel body, his mana skyrockets from 5 to 5,000, then to 17,000, 26,000, and finally 35,000. The entire hall falls into disbelief as the number is announced. 35,000 is the highest mana reading in the country, far surpassing even Junghyok's 31,000 with spirit armor. Jade visibly breathes a sigh of relief and confirms that the device functions properly, and officially recognizes my guy as an S-Class hunter. Our hero grins and reminds Steven of the earlier warning he gave earlier. After the chaos finally simmers down, our boy is back to his apartment and collapses onto the sofa like a man who has single-handedly carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, because honestly, he pretty much has. Earlier, Steven bowed and apologized to him. Now my guy has decided that any further attempts by Steven to bother Miri will be met with zero tolerance. He then glances around and notices that the Sword Demon and Ming have somehow managed to repair the ceiling that Junghyok so creatively demolished. Apparently the two have bonded over the construction work, which makes him smirk. He has already assigned them as Kang Woo's bodyguards, since they have been getting along together quite well. It does not take long for a new message to pop up from Kang Woo, who informs him about an S-grade dungeon which is about to open in 3 days, hiding an SS-class item known as the God of Harmony scale. Our hero does not have the slightest clue what the item actually does, but since Kang Woo has recommended it, he figures it is probably worth getting. He then decides to check in on his believers. Woo has already reached the 44th floor of the Tower of Warriors, apparently on a mission to save something called the Great Cosmic Alliance, which sounds pretty serious but also completely incomprehensible for our boy. Still, he has zero doubts that Ilho can handle it now that he has the spirit armor in his possession. Next, he turns his attention to Crocodori, only to discover that it has an ultimate dragon awakening skill, one capable of giving even the gods a serious headache. The system suggests sharing the skill, and my guy, who is not exactly shy about testing out exciting new powers, decides the mountain behind him is the perfect safe testing ground. Without hesitation, he heads off to borrow Crocodori's dragon awakening ability. Meanwhile, back at his place, Steven is still simmering in rage, replaying the crushing humiliation of having had to apologize to our hero. Naturally, the universe decides to toss him a perfect opportunity in the form of a high-risk S-class or maybe higher monster alert. Steven, who believes that he is the only teleportation expert in the country, immediately sprints toward the location, all while grinning that he is about to finally show the world who is boss. What he is not prepared for, of course, is a massive dragon. Our boy in full dragon glory waiting for him at the site. To make matters even more mortifying, my guy addresses him by his real name, Bongshik. Steven's brain literally short-circuits to see a dragon know his real name. Individual and flustered beyond reason, he unleashes a flurry of explosive attacks, but the explosions barely leave a scratch. Steven's confidence crumbles as he realizes that he is utterly outclassed. Desperate, he pours every last ounce of energy into one final attack. Our hero, mildly annoyed by the interruption, and still getting a handle on controlling his new dragon form, slams the ground with a shockwave. When the dust settles, Steven lies unconscious, thoroughly humiliated. Our boy, for his part, admits internally that he may have gone a little overboard for a first attempt, but controlling a brand new dragon body is not exactly beginner-friendly. Just as he starts to enjoy the brief moment of peace, Mina, Miri, and Yuyun arrive on the scene simultaneously, practically oozing chaos. My guy can't help but groan inwardly as he realizes he is screwed. He completely panics the second he realizes there is no clue, no button, no manual, nothing at all to cancel the dragon transformation. Faced with zero options, he does what any rational or mildly panicked person would do. He spreads his wings and decides to make an exit. After all, with his current scaly, terrifying appearance, there is no way anyone would believe a single word he says even if he tried to explain that he is actually a human. As he lumbers through the sky awkwardly, Fear starts mingling with a hint of excitement. For a brief fleeting second, he actually feels a thrill at the sheer novelty of flying. Then reality smacks him in the head when a sharp splitting pressure builds inside his skull. The system pops up and warns him that he does not have nearly enough divine energy to maintain this glorified lizard body. Mid-air, the transformation collapses, and he plummets toward the ground, landing roughly in his human form while clutching a few dragon scales. When he opens his eyes, the first sound he hears is someone calling him darling. Naturally, this puts him instantly on edge. He looks around to see he is surrounded by the sinister stems of the night-blooming rose, with a woman standing calmly among them. He demands to know who she is, only to be met with genuine disappointment for not recognizing her. Eventually, she introduces herself as the goddess of nightmares, silently creeping nightmare, a god who makes a living off consuming all forms of evil. Now fully aware that he is trapped in a dream, our boy can see that the terrifying title is only half the problem. The personality behind it is even worse. She inspects his face and finds him even better looking in person. The way she keeps calling him darling does not help either, and he finds it creepier than any nightmare he has ever had. She then instructs him to pay attention, warning that time is limited because she does not have the patience to drag this out. My guy, predictably misunderstanding everything, assumes she is about to confess her feelings and blurts out that he is not emotionally prepared for that. Naturally, she does not even flinch. Instead, she opens her eyes, and suddenly a vision appears, showing him fighting a dark presence while desperately trying to keep his planet safe. The presence turns out to be the god of destruction himself. Our hero, understandably confused, asks what on earth he just witnessed. She explains that it's a possible future she glimpsed by consuming her causal energy, which is a power reserved only for those beyond the level of a greater god. He points out that he has not even received a quest to become a greater god yet, so she explains that the fastest way to climb the divine ladder is by consuming other gods. During the Festival of Gods, the victor can literally devour the loser, skyrocketing in rank. According to her, this path would allow him to surpass even a greater god and become a great evil god, which she insists is far more efficient than all the slow good god nonsense. Then she warns him that another god will soon challenge him for the next festival. This god has borrowed the power of the beast of greed and deception and rules over the abyssal swamp. By the time the invitation arrives, he won't even need to accept it, since his rank will already dwarf the challengers. He asks who it is, and she reveals that it's the Emperor of Antria. And because apparently that was not enough, she leans in, plants a firm kiss on him, and commands him not to die. His body locks up, and he knows one thing for sure: escaping this dream is now his top priority. He then jolts awake in a hospital bed, blurting out that he almost got himself killed. Mina, sitting nearby, tilts her head and asks what he means. My guy gets flustered and tries to invent some excuse, but Miri cuts him off mid-story, breaking down over how worried she has been. Mina then scolds him for rushing in alone against what they all assumed was an SS-class monster, lamenting that he should have waited for backup and openly admitting she feared for his life. He just stares, utterly baffled, because none of this makes any sense to him. Another man in the room brings up how impressive it is that our hero performed so well right after attaining S-class rank. He shows him the dragon scales, pointing out that when they found him the dragon had vanished, leaving only the scales clutched in his hand. Our boy freezes to realize that everyone thinks he personally defeated a dragon. Miri's eyes sparkle with excitement as she asks how he managed to take down a creature that massive all on his own. According to her, the media and association are already making a huge deal of it, calling him the savior of the world. My guy awkwardly coughs, painfully aware that the praise is wildly undeserved. The man continues, elevating him from a national hero to a global one, and hints at a reward once the investigation wraps up. Our hero thanks him, and once the crowd disperses, he finally allows himself a moment of peace. He feels a fleeting sense of satisfaction at the thought of a promised reward, but his mind quickly shifts back to the god of destruction. He knows that reaching the level of a greater god is now non-negotiable. Good or evil no longer matters, as he just needs that rank. Almost instantly, quests for both good and evil greater god promotions appear, and when he checks the requirements, his face twists into a grimace that could sour milk. Far away in the Antria Empire, the Emperor broods over the sacrifices he made to attain his power, simmering with resentment at how effortlessly our boy has gained strength. Furious, he vows to devour my guy and turn him into fuel for his own ambitions. Meanwhile, the requirements for the Greater Good God quest hit our hero like a delayed punch to the face. He expected something difficult, sure, but this is on a completely different level. To advance, he needs either 1 trillion ordinary believers, which already sounds impossible, or 10,000 S-class believers with the potential to transcend. And just to be fair, the requirements for becoming a greater evil god are exactly the same. His mind drifts back to what the silently creeping nightmare mentioned earlier, the Festival of Gods. That route can fast-track him into becoming a greater evil god, and honestly, compared to collecting believers like loose change, that almost sounds reasonable. The real problem is the greater good god path. He never imagined that being good would require gathering followers on such an absurd scale. Still, he knows there is no backing out now. If stopping the god of destruction means climbing this ridiculous ladder, then complaining will not magically make it shorter. so he decides to just deal with it. With that settled, he decides his next step should be capturing the Emperor of Antria, the same one the nightmare warned him about. That emperor used to rank below him, but after borrowing power from other beings, he has apparently gained enough confidence to act boldly. If his enemy is leveling up, then our boy figures he might as well keep pace. First on the agenda is securing the God of Harmony scale that Kangwoo mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, divine ambitions are no match for basic human needs, and his stomach chooses that exact moment to growl. Accepting that strategizing while hungry is pointless, he decides to eat first, especially since he has heard the food there is surprisingly decent. While walking down the hallway minding his own business, he spots something unpleasantly familiar. There is Steven, standing way too close to a young girl, blocking her path and pestering her. The girl clearly has no idea who he is, but she looks irritated, explains that she has someone important to visit, and politely but firmly asks him to move aside. Earlier, my guy had been mildly concerned that Steven might still be seriously injured, but that concern now disappears, as anyone who has enough energy to harass strangers in a hospital hallway is clearly doing just fine. Steven pushes even further and asks for her contact information. That's the moment our hero decides he has seen enough and steps in, casually calling Steven by his real name, Bongshik. Steven flinches hard, then immediately explodes, shouting about who dared to say that name. He spins around ready to throw a tantrum, and finds our boy standing there with an annoyed grin and a fist clenched just enough to communicate very clearly that this conversation can turn physical at any second. Steven has already heard the rumors about my guy defeating a dragon single-handedly, a feat Steven can't even imagine attempting in his wildest dreams, but he definitely did not expect to see him admitted to the same hospital. Our hero calls him out for bothering women in a hospital. Steven tries to make an excuse, but the girl immediately destroys that excuse by grabbing our boy's arm and accusing Steven of flirting with her non-stop. Upon hearing her call him teacher, my guy realizes that she is a Hunter's Academy student. His expression darkens instantly, especially when it dawns on him that Steven has crossed yet another line with one of his students. Steven hurriedly insists it's all a misunderstanding, but our boy is already done listening. He starts walking toward him with very clear intent. Steven panics and bolts down the hallway without even looking back. My guy then turns back to the girl and asks how she even knows him, since she is not in the class he teaches. She looks genuinely shocked that he does not recognize her, and reminds him that she is Jolo, the same Jolo he once saved. He freezes on the spot. It's because, obviously, the girl standing in front of him looks nothing like the Jo he remembers. To confirm it, he activates the Eye of the Blind God and checks her profile. The system confirms that she truly is Jo, completely transformed after receiving the blessing of the endlessly granting abundance. She explains that she heard he was hospitalized and came to visit. Meanwhile, Steven is back to his room, with humiliation bubbling inside him and then boiling over into pure unfiltered rage. Being embarrassed by our hero again, finally pushes him past the fragile boundary known as common sense. He glares out the window and unfortunately spots our boy walking alongside Jo. Whatever restraint he had left snaps on the spot. In his eyes, my guy is now stealing the exact kind of girl he almost had, which naturally leads him to the only logical conclusion available to him: murder. Back outside, completely unaware that someone has just added homicide to their to-do list, Jo shares with our hero how she wants to become a farmer after graduating. Apparently she has started enjoying farming ever since she was brought back to life. Our boy can't help wondering if this sudden career pivot has something to do with the blessing of abundance, especially considering it came straight from the goddess of harvest herself. Jo then bows deeply, thanks him for saving her mother, and declares that she wants to spend her entire life repaying that debt. Just then, the system announces that Jo has officially become one of my guy's believers. As a bonus, her skill, Blessing of Abundance, is now shareable with a chance of transcendence, generously sponsored by the endlessly granting abundance. Jo then excuses herself, as she needs to deal with paperwork to rejoin the academy. As she leaves, Steven lurks nearby like a poorly hidden horror movie extra, fully convinced that even if our hero is stronger, there is no way he will react in time with his guard down. Our boy, blissfully unaware of the incoming stupidity, is lost in thought, realizing that thanks to Jo, his number of S-class believers has increased by 1. It's progress, even though painfully slow. He can't help wishing that S-class believers would just start falling from the sky. He barely finishes that thought when he senses murderous intent behind him. Steven attacks from the rear, screaming that my guy has ruined his love life one too many times. A massive explosion follows, and Steven is absolutely convinced that this time for sure he has finally proven his superiority over our hero. But as the smoke clears, our boy stands there calmly, having borrowed Elio's steel body. As he looks at Steven, it suddenly hits him that the S-class believer he wished for is standing right in front of him. Steven stares in disbelief as the same crushing fear he felt in front of the dragon earlier comes rushing back, freezing his body in place. My guy slowly walks toward him, and Steven discovers that his legs have collectively decided to resign. When our hero places a hand on his shoulder, Steven is certain this is the end. Instead, our boy explains that there is exactly one way for him to survive, sincerely believing in him. Only then will he even consider forgiving everything Steven has done so far. Steven has absolutely no idea what that means, but when my guy raises his fist as a very clear visual aid, Steven completely breaks. Crying, shaking, and abandoning all dignity, he shouts that he believes in our hero with all his heart. The system immediately confirms Steven as a believer, helpfully noting that his skill, Master of Time and Space, can now be shared. At the same time, the requirement for the Good God promotion updates boosted the count of S-Class believers, with Transcendence potential to around 800. Our boy then warns Steven never to act against him again. Steven agrees instantly. My guy raises his fist once more at his informal talk. Poor Steven panics, cries again, and immediately corrects himself with flawless respect. The next day, our hero appears alone at Mount Jiri, reflecting on how absurdly convenient teleportation really is, considering he crossed an enormous distance in the blink of an eye. He stands quietly before the dungeon entrance that holds the God of Harmony's scale, mentally preparing to head inside. Naturally, this is the exact moment the system decides to be dramatic, and flashes a warning, informing him that the wedding ceremony of Yahello and someone carrying the blood of the God of Destruction has officially begun. Inside the Great Cosmic Alliance's spaceship, Yahello is standing right in the middle of a wedding ceremony. The woman in front of him waits calmly, and everything looks painfully official. My guy, meanwhile, is watching all of this unfold through his phone, and his head starts spinning almost immediately. From his angle, it looks like Yahello has completely fallen under her spell, blissfully unaware that the blood of the God of Destruction is casually flowing through her veins. Naturally, he does what any reasonable god would do in this situation. He panics, calls Yahello, and orders him to snap out of it before the vows turn into an apocalypse. Unfortunately for him, Yahello is not the only one who hears his voice. The woman beside him hears it too and introduces herself. She is Esmeralda, the Empress of the Great Cosmic Alliance, and apparently the curse of the God of Destruction exists in her blood. But thanks to Yahello's stubborn refusal to give up and his absurd physical strength, she has managed to remain human. Just then, the Eye of the Blind God activates, and her past unfolds in front of our hero. From the moment she was born, Esmeralda was chosen as a vessel for the God of Destruction, and forced to inherit his blood. She resisted constantly, fought against it with everything she had, and failed every single time. Just when she was about to give up entirely, Yahello appeared. He swore to protect her, fought like a madman, and eventually destroyed a clone of the God of Destruction. That victory finally allowed Esmeralda to sever the blood connection, tying her to that god, something she had believed was impossible. With the full story laid bare, our boy relaxes a little. Esmeralda explains that Yahello has already told her about the god he serves, and how he must become a source of strength for that god. She admits she is nowhere near as powerful as Yahello, but if my guy permits it, she wants to place her faith in him as well. The system announces that the lower-ranked god Esmeralda has become our hero's believer, carrying the value of 10 S-Class believers. As a bonus, his influence spreads rapidly throughout the Great Cosmic Alliance. Watching the numbers jump so high almost feels unreal, and our boy can't help feeling genuinely thrilled. He thanks Yahello, congratulates him on the marriage, and promises to contact him again soon. Yahello and Esmeralda return the greeting, and with that, my guy finally feels like his promotion quest might actually be survivable. He turns his attention back to the dungeon, and the scale he came for in the first place. About 30 minutes after entering the dungeon, he reaches a massive chamber. At its center stands an enormous statue holding a single scale. He pauses, wondering if this really is the God of Harmony scale, and whether he can just take it and leave without drama. Naturally, the dungeon has other plans. A loud sound echoes through the chamber, and a massive monster emerges. Our hero expected resistance, so he stays calm and tries using the crushing authority of the god through his index finger. Nothing happens. He switches divine abilities. Still nothing. He tries borrowing power from others. Again, nothing. At this point, the silence is getting personal. A warning appears from the system, informing him that his causal energy has been disrupted, and that 95% of his power has been sealed by an overwhelming force. Our boy grits his teeth, as he already knows that only gods with terrifying strength could pull off something like this. The all-slashing heavenly blade confirms it belongs to the God of Destruction. Doing so while snacking like this is just another boring day. The endlessly granting abundance cries out helplessly, as she admits they can't interfere against something this powerful. Realizing he has walked straight into a trap, my guy mutters a curse under his breath. Still, he forces himself to stay calm. He assures himself that even with only 5% of his strength left, survival is not optional. As the monster charges, he places his trust in Yahello and borrows his ultra-steel body. He then reinforces a single arm because that's all he can afford at the moment, and throws a punch. It lands. He barely has time to process that before another monster appears. He knows that if only things were fair, this would be easy, but they are very clearly not fair. Suddenly, the system announces that the Truth Seeker of Eternity has burnt through his own causal energy to interfere. The 45th floor of the Tower of Warriors, formerly known as the Trial of Time and Space, gets forcibly altered into the ruins of the God of Harmony. The new condition is refreshingly direct, according to which Ilho must assist our hero, who has fallen into the God of Destruction's trap, and obtain the scale together. Esmeralda senses the danger as well. Remembering Ilho's words about always prioritizing our boy, she knows he will go no matter what. She promises to wait for him and asks him to return on the day he reaches the top of the tower. Ilho does not give a neat promise, but he tells her firmly that he will come back. Then he teleports away, and arrives beside my guy. Our hero can't help but notice that Ilho now stands at the same height as him. Ilho assumes this change is due to our hero's divine power, but the system explains that the truth seeker of eternity and scattered divine fragments spent their energy to summon him, adjusting both the tower floor and Ilho's body in the process. Our boy understands most of it, though the mention of divine fragments still leaves him slightly confused. Ilho decides to handle the monsters, while my guy asks him to temporarily borrow the spirit armor, since his own power is sealed. Ilho hands it over without hesitation, as he remembers that it was originally his gift anyway. The monsters attack, and together our hero crushes one while Ilho slices through the other, and both monsters collapse. Ilho and our boy then approach the towering statue, and this time my guy feels that this is the final enemy. He tells it to stop hiding and face him. Slowly the statue's eyes open, and it begins to speak about light and darkness, life and death, creation and destruction, and how they all must exist in balance. According to it, creation has vanished, leaving only destruction behind, twisting harmony into something that devours everything. Ilho clutches his head and cries out as the voice pierces him. The statue turns its gaze toward my guy, sensing the inherited blood and protection he carries. It declares that once our hero faces the enemy beyond the scale, there will be no escape for him either. Then, in the next moment, a blinding light floods the ruins. Our hero suddenly finds himself standing in the middle of an enormous forest. Before he even gets the chance to ask where the exit is, two absolutely massive figures come into view. He does not even need the eye of the blind god to confirm it, as his instincts are already screaming. The divine pressure rolling off these two is overwhelming, and he realizes these are not just random gods. They are infamous evil deities, the beast of greed and deception, and the ruler of the abyssal swamp. As he watches them from a distance, a very unhelpful thought pops into his head about whether these two are destined to be the ones who eventually end him. The situation somehow gets worse when he realizes they are not alone. The ruler of the abyssal swamp speaks to another presence about how they only want one thing, the god who dared to kill their apostles and stole their powers right in front of them. The beast of greed and deception adds that anything less than consuming every last piece of our boy flesh, blood, and presumably leftovers would be unacceptable. The one standing before them turns out to be the iron-blooded emperor of Antria. The guy radiates pure, undiluted hatred for my guy. He responds with immediate fury and makes it very clear that he did not join this alliance just to be ordered around. As far as he is concerned, this partnership exists purely out of mutual convenience. Watching this, our hero can't help wondering what kind of long-term disaster the Emperor is planning by teaming up with two top-tier evil gods. The ruler of the abyssal swamp does not appreciate his tone, but the Emperor shuts her down by demanding what was promised. That, unsurprisingly, sets her off. She can't tolerate being talked down to by someone she considers a lowly creature who only recently stumbled into godhood. The Emperor, however, stays annoyingly confident and points out that harming him would make killing our boy impossible, reminding them again that they are allies. The beast of greed and deception, clearly irritated but far more patient, calms the ruler of the abyssal swamp. He explains that breaking their alliance would only make eliminating my guy more troublesome. He even compliments the Emperor's audacity and finds it suits him with such an ambitious desire. Then he grants the Emperor a portion of his divine power, all while remarking that the Emperor should feel honored to receive such a gift despite being mortal. At that moment, my guy's Eye of the Blind God activates and drags him straight into the Emperor's past. In those memories, one day a dome suddenly appeared in Antria, calling itself a tutorial. Dozens of chosen people were pulled inside by a god, their bodies shrunk to the size of a thumb and labeled as seeds of godhood. The rules were brutally simple, only the last survivor could ascend, becoming either a good god or an evil god depending on their actions. Each participant was given abilities and forced to slaughter monstrous insects and each other, until only one remained. Eventually, only 3 survivors were left: a man, a woman, and a child. The man, once a firefighter, sacrificed the woman and child by throwing them to an insect, using that moment to unleash everything he had. He lost his right arm but managed to kill the creature, leaving only 2 survivors. Then he noticed an egg moving. Unfortunately for him, the egg counted as a living survivor. The tutorial announced that the remaining entity had awakened an authority called the Parasitic Young God, granted by a great evil god, along with a skill called Feeding, which allowed it to absorb the abilities of what it consumed. The man barely understood what was happening when it became clear that the child he thought dead had survived by becoming a parasite inside the egg, sustained by an absurd life force gifted by the great evil god. The child emerged, approached the firefighter, ignored his pleas, and burnt him alive using abilities gained through feeding. The tutorial ended there, leaving the child as the sole survivor. That child swore never to forget what was done to him and his mother, and vowed to someday devour even the god who created the tutorial. That child grew into the Emperor of Antria. He consumed the powers of native gods through parasitism and feeding, built his empire, and nearly completed his ascension until our hero appeared. Our boy stopped his conquest of the Gayami kingdom and prevented him from devouring Anti and Yahello, cutting off his path to becoming a complete god. My guy snaps back to the present just in time for the Emperor to address him directly, which means he knows he is being watched. The Emperor is practically vibrating with resentment, ranting about how unfair it is that our hero gained absurd power with what looks like minimal suffering, while he himself had to live as an actual insect to earn his strength. Just then the system announces that an intermediate evil god, the cruel lord of insects, has officially requested a festival of gods. Our boy can't even pretend to be surprised. The silently creeping nightmare already spoiled this plot twist, and he clearly remembers that the cruel lord of insects is weaker than him. Unfortunately, divine etiquette is a thing, and refusing a lower-ranked god is not on the menu, so he accepts, and just like that, the Festival of Gods is established, branding both of them with the mark of the War of Carnage and Madness. The Emperor then smugly tells my guy to wait patiently while he goes off to absorb the power of the greater evil gods. Only after that will he personally take our hero's head. Immediately after this cheerful announcement, my guy hears Iliko's voice urgently telling him to escape. He opens his eyes and realizes that he is still inside the dungeon. Standing right in front of him is the final boss, who admits that he was trying to kill our hero while he was stuck in the dream. Apparently our boy just woke up faster than expected, which really ruined the plan. My guy finally understands that a skill was used to force him to witness everything he just saw. Ilo, who is visibly injured, tells our hero to run, stressing that their opponent is far too powerful. The final boss responds by violently disagreeing and launching an attack instead. My guy charges forward as well, determined to end this himself, but he is struck mid-move and sent flying. The hit is far heavier than expected, even with the spirit armor doing its best. Ilo immediately steps in, declaring that he will hold the boss back and make sure our boy survives. The final boss acknowledges Ilho's strength, but he believes that most of their power should have been sealed by the god of destruction. My guy forces himself back onto his feet, as he refuses to let anyone kill his believer, even if it means he has to die first. Right on cue, the announcement rings out that our hero's unique authority, the little finger of God, has partially activated, and because of it, 95% of his sealed power comes rushing back, shattering the sealing barrier of the ruins of the god of harmony. Divine energy floods into him as the system detects transcendent resonance, confirms the connection, synchronizes his soul, and upgrades his spirit armor into the ultimate armor god. The final boss grits his teeth as he feels the overwhelming surge of power radiating off our boy, finally realizing that this fight has taken a sharp turn in the wrong direction. My guy, now completely calm and absolutely certain, knows the battle is already over. He summons the spirit armor cannon and unleashes the God Fist, firing the attack straight at the final boss. The final boss finally goes down, and Eliho just stands there in quiet disbelief, staring at the aftermath. The level of destruction our boy left behind is impressive, to put it politely. My guy, however, sincerely thanks Eliho, fully aware that without his help, this whole situation would have gone spectacularly sideways. Not long after, the tower declares that Eliho has successfully cleared the 45th floor, the Trial of Time and Space, also known as the Ruins of the God of Harmony. It informs him that the next challenge will begin soon. Elihu starts to fade away, already mentally gearing up to clear the next floor. Our hero watches him go and quietly wishes him a safe journey. With everything wrapped up, our boy returns home. In front of him, sitting neatly on the table, is the Scale of the God of Harmony, an artifact left behind by a fallen god and currently sealed tight. He stares at it for a moment and realizes he has absolutely no idea what it actually does. Rather than pretend otherwise, he decides to hand it over to Kang Wu for the time being. As if anyone might recognize its value, it would be a regressor who has already lived through the apocalypse once. Just then, the television switches to breaking news, announcing the long-awaited Hunter War roster. The representatives are listed one by one: Supervisor Jung-Gyeok, and hunters including Mina, Miri, Steven, the Sword Demon, and unsurprisingly, our boy himself. The broadcast explains that Jung-Gyeok, who is still recovering mentally after losing his spirit armor, will participate as a coach instead of a player. My guy notes his own name on the list and shrugs, after revealing abilities on par with top-tier hunters. This outcome was basically guaranteed. Still, his real concern lies elsewhere, namely, the upcoming Festival of Gods involving the Emperor. He briefly considers sending a clone to deal with the Hunter War instead. Pushing that thought aside, he turns his attention to the ever-present gods watching over him, and wonders when the Emperor will finally make his move. The endlessly granting abundance estimates that it will take 2 to 6 months for the Emperor to fully absorb the power of the two greater gods. The silently creeping nightmare urges my guy to stop wasting time and deal with the Emperor immediately. Our hero reassures her that the fight is inevitable regardless of timing. Whether he ends up as a good god or an evil one, he plans to act according to his own will, which in his mind settles the matter completely. Just then the doorbell rings. He opens the door to find Jo and Miri standing there. Once seated, Jo starts fidgeting and awkwardly explains that Steven has been on her tail, teleporting wherever she goes, constantly pressuring her to date him with that special blend of arrogance and cluelessness only he can pull off. Apparently confiding in Miri produced the ultimate verdict that our hero is now officially on call to deal with this walking disaster. Our boy obviously gets annoyed to hear that one of his own followers is harassing a student. Sure, he could give a stern warning, but Steven is not the type to learn from words unless those words come with a little physical punctuation. Before he can even formulate a plan, an emergency alert screams the arrival of 3 extremely dangerous S-class monsters. Miri gets up and hurries him so that they leave immediately. Our boy pauses, looks out the window and sees Steven already mid-battle, theatrically posing like some teenage action hero wannabe. The television cuts to live footage capturing Steven boasting to Jo to watch how cool he is. Bro really thinks he is auditioning for a romantic comedy rather than fighting for his life. That does it. Our boy, who has long since exhausted any patience for human-level stupidity, asks Miri for her helmet. Slipping it on, he tells the girls to stay put while he single-handedly decides to handle all 3 monsters and Steven's nonsense. Outside, Steven is just about to claim his imaginary victory when the monster he has been fighting gets punched straight in the face. Before he can blink, he also gets punched out of nowhere, which is when his charmingly overinflated ego begins to crack. He turns on his assailant, completely unaware that my guy is already way past the threshold of subtlety. Steven panics and teleports haphazardly onto the rooftop of a tall building. No time to check coordinates, of course. A moment later he realizes he is at K Tower, nearly 10 kilometers away, and briefly celebrates setting a distance record in the art of running away. That pride lasts precisely 1 second, as our boy appears right behind him. Shocked, Steven gasps and demands to know who this helmeted miracle worker is. My guy removes the helmet and lays out that he knows all about Steven's special interest in Jo, and that this was meant to be a calm, rational conversation before the monsters rudely interfered. Clearly the lesson has not sunk in yet. Our hero steps in for another strike, just to remind Steven how quickly patience can expire. Steven, in classic style, teleports again, pushing our boy's endurance to what might be record-breaking levels. From the association headquarters, President Jitai observes the monsters' locations. His secretary reports that Steven, unsurprisingly, reacted first thanks to teleportation, but the mystery helmeted savior is also involved. Together they are fighting the S-class monsters and heading toward the National Assembly building. Meanwhile, Steven continues fleeing in pure panic while our boy relentlessly chases him, fully committed to knocking some sense into him. Steven is in full-blown panic mode, sprinting like his life depends on it. The nearby ogre monster watches the absurd chase unfold. Finally, Steven collapses, begging for forgiveness and promising to stop. That terror escalates when he notices the monster about to crush him. With a frantic teleport, he narrowly escapes, dust filling the air, and wonders naively if my guy has finally been taken out. Of course, the dust clears, and there stands our hero, completely unharmed, sporting Ilio's ultra-steel body. With the immediate threats accounted for, he decides to prioritize the monster first, and then, finally deal with the human headache known as Steven. He launches himself straight at the monster. 1 punch to the face, and the thing is done for. Once done there, he returns home, where breaking news splashes across every TV about S-class monsters eliminated by him. Naturally, the Global Hunter Association immediately perks up. No sooner has he caught his breath than his phone rings. It's his manager calling about, of all things, the beef the company sent him. While confirming it arrived safely, the manager drops that they want to keep collaborating, and if my guy's novel hits first place, there is a bonus waiting. Our hero thanks him, internally noting the sudden shift in tone after his writing is being loved by people. He informs the manager that 5 chapters are already written, ready to be sent, now that his writing speed has reached an intermediate god level. Sungyeon, who is with him, notices his rising popularity and decides to broadcast it to her friends. He suggests they all meet at a rice cake shop so he can give them autographs. Just then, the system pops up with another reminder of how absurdly overpowered he is. 2 additional clones have joined the roster, thanks to 3,000 S-class sacrifices and his enhanced writing skills. His writing points soar to 850, and his sacrifice count officially hits 3,000 after taking out that pesky ogre earlier. Naturally, this unlocks the ability to summon both clones simultaneously, and of course he immediately decides to test it. With a casual flick of the god's proliferating thumb, 2 clones appear before him. He can't help but notice that both are perfect copies of his younger self. Sungyeon also stares in awe. One clone, with a prominent mole on his forehead, can only utter a single word to communicate, which, surprisingly, does not help at all. And before our boy can even start pondering the meaning of this nonsense, the mole-faced clone's stomach growls like a tiny judgmental volcano. Sungyeon, upon hearing that, insists they go eat hamburgers. So they go to a cafe, The mole-faced clone devours his burger, while my guy has already named these little disasters before things get weirder. Mole-faced becomes 3 Shin, the pen-wielding clone becomes 4 Shin, and the grown clone is already 2 Shin. Earlier, 4 Shin announced he is busy and returned to our hero's body after bidding farewell to Sungyeon. As soon as our boy named them, the Eye of the Blind God also worked as the system displayed their profiles, according to which both are seeds of the god of destruction. 3 Shin can only say a single word, destroy, while 4 Shin always carries a fountain pen. Before my guy can even ponder further, breaking news announces the sudden arrival of an A-class monster, and citizens freak out, speculating the apocalypse is there. At that exact moment, a monster literally crashes through the cafe ceiling. Sungyeon is unfazed because she has him with her, and 3 Shin remains glued to his burger, now the most terrifying little eater in history. Our hero tells her to stay put as he readies to intervene, but 3 Shin stands and blasts a massive destructive beam from his mouth, swallowing the intruding monster whole. Cue mass panic. Everyone inside is frozen, gawking at a child who just ate a monster like it was an appetizer. Naturally, they assume the kid himself is a monster. They also recognize our boy standing beside him, and their confusion skyrockets. 3 Shin, completely oblivious to the social implications of his snack, looks at the crowd and tilts his head. The crowd screams. My guy curses quietly and tries to explain that 3 Shin is a hunter and his student. Of course, 3 Shin repeats the same single word he knows, destroy, sending everyone fleeing again. Our hero takes a moment to reflect on the chaos he has caused. 3 Shin's beam was devastating, and the all-slashing heavenly blade, all while casually swinging his sword, offers the unsolicited opinion that dangerous brats like 3 Shin should be dealt with early. The silently creeping nightmare insists such an existential threat be exterminated immediately. The endlessly granting abundance counters with a gentle thought that maybe they can nurture him instead. Our boy agrees in theory, but in practice he also thinks it's probably safer to keep a fire extinguisher handy. Before he can act, 3 Shin begins fading away, patting Sungyeon lightly before vanishing. Sungyeon waves cheerfully, inviting him to play again, leaving my guy to quietly wonder how a one-word clone is capable of social interaction. Later, back at home, he contemplates 3 Shin's potential. He believes that if properly guided, this little terror could probably take down the Emperor during the Festival of Gods. The system notes that Sungyeon's kindness is neutralizing 3 Shin's evil tendencies and recommends feeding him 10 or more hamburgers daily to keep him manageable. Our hero thinks that maybe parenting divine clones is not so bad except for 4 Shin, who still suspiciously carries his fountain pen everywhere, likely plotting something inscrutable. Then naturally, a new quest drops. Our boy is now tasked with producing a blockbuster movie capable of thrilling the entire universe and attracting followers in droves. He blinks and rereads it. Before he can even react, he is teleported straight to the battleship of the Great Cosmic Empire. He tries to protest about the Emperor and the Festival of Gods, but the system, as usual, could not care less. A man, presumably the director, rushes over like my guy is a limited edition collectible, and explains that Esmeralda urgently summoned him because Ilho has already left for the Tower of Warriors. The director giddily adds that the movie is meant to showcase Ilho's heroics. Our hero naturally frowns at being treated like a substitute actor and suggests they try someone else, as he is busy saving the world in his spare time. Of course, the director clutches his hand and pleads desperately, promising to make him a universal star if he just helps this once. My guy warns him to let go immediately, because he is not in the habit of being swayed by theatrics. Then the system informs him that the news of his casting has already shaken the Great Cosmic Empire, and his potential followers have skyrocketed. Our hero asks the detector how many citizens exist in the empire, which, according to the director, is 50 trillion. He licks his lips, thinking about the possibilities. With mere rumors, hundreds of billions of potential followers are already within reach. A small smile creeps onto his face. Turning to the director, he promises to give his all in the role, while secretly calculating just how fast he can push his believers toward 1 trillion. As the filming goes on, our hero receives a call from his manager, and the first thing the guy asks is how his writing is coming along. Our boy explains that he is currently on a break for personal reasons. Even he finds it unbelievable that he is still getting deadline reminders while floating somewhere in outer space. The manager, utterly baffled, asks what kind of personal reason that means, but my guy simply instructs him to post a notice about him being on hiatus and ends the call, leaving the poor man confused. No time to dwell though, because the director informs him that filming for the next scene is about to begin. Our hero knows he is a writer, but the fate of Earth clearly takes priority over his manuscript at the moment. So he proceeds to film the scene where he swings the heavenly demon's divine sword. Once the director calls for a cut, he is told that the next scene will focus on Iloho's battle. He changes into Iloho's outfit, which the director has personally designed. At that moment, the system notifies him that Anti and the citizens of the Gayami Kingdom have created a golden divine statue in his image and asks if he will accept it. Our boy examines the statue and finds it incredibly awkward. Anti, however, cheerfully explains that it is made of pure gold and encourages him to accept it. My guy knows that ever since Auntie discovered Arachne's gold mine, she has been searching for ways to use it. Concluding that gold must indeed be valuable, he agrees to accept the statue, claiming it is out of sincerity and absolutely not because of money, especially since he cannot bring himself to refuse Auntie's sparkling eyes. The system then notifies him that the number of crafted golden divine statues of greed has risen to 9. He obviously does not like the new name. The system then suggests that if 300 of these awkward shiny mannequins are made, an incredible miracle will occur. Feeling a vague twinge of guilt toward his believers who are probably just trying to keep up with his chaotic life but still mostly curious, he asks Auntie to make the remaining statues. She promises to work tirelessly to present them as offerings. He thanks her, all while silently wondering what kind of incredible miracle possibly involves 300 glorified golden dolls of himself. Around 10 days later, filming wraps up. 10 days on Earth and 40 in space have passed. More precisely, my guy checks updates on his phone and discovers that the Hunter War has already kicked off. Round 16 in full swing. From his country, Tushin, Threeshin, Mina, and Miri have all advanced. He breathes a sigh of relief because his clones are apparently outperforming him. Earlier, he had explained his cloning ability to President Jite at the association. The president apparently did not care, as long as the clones were at least as competent as him. Feeling smug about his army of slightly more than average versions of himself, he now thinks that reaching 1 trillion believers is not just a pipe dream, it's practically guaranteed, especially with the movie poised to be an intergalactic smash hit. And then the system drops the next bombshell. Auntie has finished crafting all 300 golden statues. He is momentarily stunned because who even works that fast? The system explains that Antria's gold contains the essence of a nameless superior god, and that offering all 300 statues will trigger an extraordinary miracle. Our hero, obviously seeing no possible way to refuse a nameless god-approved miracle, agrees without hesitation. As soon as the offering is done, his greater good god quest updates. The number of S-class believers with a chance of transcendence jumps to 600. Each statue now counts as an S-class believer, and any new ones will just add to the tally. He has no idea who this mysterious nameless god is, but he thanks them anyway. Meanwhile, over in Antria, the Emperor is busy absorbing divine power from the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp and the Beast of Greed and Deception. They remind him to kill our boy as soon as possible. Back on Earth, filming is fully wrapped and my guy shows up at the movie's promotion event. Media outlets are practically vibrating with excitement about Space God, praising it not merely as a movie but as a legendary masterpiece chronicling Ilko and his guardian god. Our hero's acting is lauded for its emotional depth. As soon as the movie hit theaters, it rocketed straight to #1 at the box office. And our boy begins to suspect that acting might be another hidden talent. He greets the crowd and expresses his gratitude, which is met with thunderous cheers. He knows that not only the people present but countless others are watching the event through broadcasts. Seizing the perfect moment, he announces that Space God 2 is already in the works and that he will reprise his role. He promises it will be even more thrilling than the first movie. Then, in what he probably imagines as a clever moment, he invites the crowd to demonstrate their belief in the sequel, and more particularly in him. At first, the crowd goes completely silent. My guy assumes he has failed spectacularly. But then one brave little girl shouts that she believes in him. A man follows, and suddenly the entire crowd joins in, like some well-coordinated flash mob of devotion. The number of ordinary believers in the great cosmic empire skyrockets into the hundreds of billions, while S-class believers with a chance of transcendence exceed 2,000. Our hero expected impressive results, sure, but this blows his wildest expectations out of the galaxy. Sometime later, he heads toward another fan signing event. He is certain that just a few more believers will finally push him into becoming a greater good god, allowing him to return to Earth. As he walks, he thinks about Ilho, whom he has not seen since entering the 46th floor of the tower. He knows that floor is a bottomless pit of darkness, survivable only with extreme mental fortitude. He doubts he could endure it himself and wonders if there is anything he can do to help. At that precise moment, Ilho sends a request to share the Eye of the Blind God, and my guy agrees instantly. On the 46th floor, Ilho finally sees clearly thanks to the skill shared by our boy. Standing in front of him is a bizarre clown-like figure calmly playing chess. Among the pieces on the board, Ilho notices figures resembling our hero and the Emperor. Staring at the scene, he cannot tell if this strange being is an enemy or something far worse. Ilo suddenly feels a sharp pain tearing through his body, and of course he instantly knows that the so-called Joker has done something to him. From the Joker's perspective, the situation is completely baffling because someone as insignificant as Ilo should not even be able to stay conscious around it. That little contradiction makes the Joker pause just long enough to briefly wonder if this too is part of the twisted little game spun by the God of Destruction. Deciding that Ilo at least deserves to know who he is facing, the Joker lets its power surface. Instantly, the Eye of the Blind God activates, shoving knowledge straight into Ilo's brain. In the blink of an eye, Ilo is dragged through a long, horrifying history. He sees how it all began as nothing more than a fragment of flesh ripped from the God of Destruction by the white-clad knight. Over time, that tiny scrap grows, Think of it as a horrific monster hatching from an evil egg until it becomes a massive dragon crowned with something that looks suspiciously like a DIY thorn crown. That, of course, marks the glorious birth of the abyssal dragon. At first, the dragon is purely instinct-driven chaos incarnate, and no divine being even manages to trip it up. After swallowing countless gods and their followers over thousands of years, the dragon finally gets bored. With intelligence comes boredom, and with boredom comes the urge to toy with life itself. It selects certain beings it finds useful, turns them into obedient little servants, and brands the rest with the mark of the abyss, patiently waiting for them to mature so it can devour them later. Eventually, even that loses its charm. So the dragon creates an even bigger game for kicks, called Godmaker, conveniently set right on Earth. It declares itself the only true servant and offspring of the god of destruction, a god humans, in their blissful ignorance, call Abyss, the very deity they unknowingly feed with their despair and fear. Yahello naturally finds it unthinkable that the end of the world could be nothing more than entertainment for some oversized lizard with delusions of grandeur. The dragon brushes off his shock by comparing it to humans raising and slaughtering animals for just a luxury of their tongue. Time passes, and the dragon's favored offspring begin to mature. It's positively giddy at the thought of presenting them to its father, god of destruction. Once these heroes are fully ready, they and the earth are scheduled for consumption, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. Yahello admits that the abyssal dragon's power is terrifying, that destroying Earth would be a walk in the park for it, but he can't help thinking that this time things won't go as mainly because our hero is still inconveniently standing in the way. Our boy, observing everything through his own methods, already knows the abyssal dragon never truly dies. Yet the timing of its appearance is suspiciously deliberate, and he starts to suspect a grander scheme at play. He even wonders if the so-called Festival of Gods with the Emperor is part of the dragon's elaborate chess game. Everything aside, he is sure of one thing: if the abyssal dragon ever fully descends, Earth is done for. That grim realization lights a fire under him, forcing him to act faster, starting with eliminating the Emperor. Of course, his thoughts are interrupted by the director announcing that they are about to arrive at the venue for his next autograph event. My guy decides it's time to expand his following as much as possible, both among ordinary believers and S-Class ones. But first, he checks the ongoing Hunter War on his phone. He sees the number of believers steadily rising, thanks to his clones. His attention drifts to the semi-finals, where Royce and Sasaki are about to face off. While the other match features 2 Shin and 3 Shin, he immediately realizes that his own clones are destined for a showdown. As the fight between Royce and Sasaki kicks off, he senses something amiss. A rift opens nearby, activating the Eye of the Blind God once more. Through it, he witnesses the Emperor whining about the divine power granted by the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp and the beast of greed and deception being still insufficient. His arrogance enrages the Abyssal Swamp, while the beast of greed and deception seriously considers eating him for being so cheeky. The Abyssal Swamp stops the assassination attempt, reminding the beast that they still need the Emperor for revenge, but also admitting she plans to devour him afterward anyway. She even announces her intent to descend to Earth herself, no matter the cost to her power or fate, because the god of destruction will soon appear, and she wants the world wiped clean beforehand. Before anyone can make another snide comment, something starts crawling over the beast of greed and deception, beginning at his legs and creeping upward. It turns out the Emperor has already invaded his body from within. Moments later, the beast is obliterated from the inside out. The Abyssal Swamp is utterly shocked to process a greater god killed that easily. The Emperor then turns on her, and she lashes out in fury, accusing him of betrayal. He reminds her that among evil gods, the strong devour the weak, and weakness only leads to death. Refusing to die quietly, the Abyssal Swamp attacks with her tail, determined not to go down like helpless prey. The Emperor, unimpressed, slips behind her and strikes her down. Even then, she gathers every last ounce of her divine power for a final attack, unleashing a massive energy surge from her mouth, fully prepared to die if it means taking him with her. The Emperor naturally treats it like an inconvenient fly buzzing in his face. The truth finally dawns on her that even this is not enough. While the Emperor attacks her, the Emperor then consumes her entirely. As the sole survivor of the so-called tutorial, he finally reaches the rank known as a greater god, and clears the trial that's been holding him hostage for what feels like an eternity. He has waited forever for this moment. When the system pops up and asks if he wants to leave the tutorial as his reward, he accepts without a second thought. His goal is crystal clear, and that goal is none other than our boy. Far away, my guy senses what's happening and can't quite wrap his head around it to see the Emperor actually killed a greater evil god. His attention flickers to a weird distortion forming above the arena where the match is happening. Naturally, he instinctively knows this rift is probably the Emperor's shortcut back to Earth. That explains why the Eye of the Blind God activated earlier. None of the hunters around him can see it, which only adds that extra tension. He knows he has not hit greater god level yet, but he also knows that if he does not get moving immediately, countless lives are going to vanish. As expected, the Emperor makes his dramatic return to Earth. The first thing he notices is the Abyssal Dragon, casually perched like it's watching a reality show, observing the Hunter War semi-finals. The dragon greets him warmly and even looks impressed. Apparently, devouring a greater evil god is worthy of a round of applause. It admits, without a hint of modesty, that creating the tutorial drained a ridiculous amount of fate and divine power, but seeing the Emperor succeed makes it all worth it. In the dragon's eyes, the Emperor is not just competent, he is its magnum opus, its greatest creation. That revelation naturally infuriates the Emperor. He finally puts two and two together and realizes the abyssal dragon orchestrated the entire tutorial. The dragon, however, does not even flinch. It casually calls itself his creator, an apostle of the god of destruction, and even welcomes the Emperor back. The Emperor, having zero patience for dramatics, responds with violence for daring to ruin his life and kill his mother. Predictably, the attack exposes the truth. The thing in front of him is nothing but a puppet. Realizing the real abyssal dragon is still lurking somewhere on Earth, he swears he will hunt it down and kill it in the most painfully satisfying way possible, fully intending to honor his mother's last wish in the process. Meanwhile, the war god known as Carnage and Madness decides it's time to make an entrance, or more accurately, turn its gaze toward the Emperor. The Emperor apologizes for showing what he considers an undignified side. The war god reminds him of their little agreement, and demands the blood and soul of our hero as payment. The Emperor nods, fully remembering the blessing he received from the war god in exchange for sacrificing our boy. He does not even pause to question why this young god is so desirable. He just promises to deliver. With that, he vanishes. Back at the Hunter War arena, chaos has officially arrived. Royce, hailed as Earth's strongest fighter, has been defeated by the Japanese rookie Sasaki. Outraged, 3-Shin rushes to kill Sasaki, but 2-Shin stops him, pointing out that Sasaki is technically an apostle of an evil god, and therefore untouchable for now. It's obvious that Sasaki tapped into something extremely dangerous. Royce naturally figures this out too, and warns everyone that the power Sasaki is using is borrowed from an evil god, and is way beyond his control. Sasaki predictably hears this and treats it like unsolicited advice from someone who talks too much. He openly threatens to kill Royce. Royce, fueled by righteous indignation, charges at Sasaki with full-on murderous intent. Sasaki prepares to end everything right then and there, and just as things are about to get messy, the Emperor appears. With overwhelming force, he slams both fighters into the ground as if they are mere training dummies. As soon as people notice him, panic spreads like wildfire. The Emperor demands to know the whereabouts of my guy. An emergency blares through the arena, ordering all spectators to evacuate immediately. He is now classified as an SS-class threat, apparently on par with the abyssal dragon itself. Chaos erupts as everyone bolts. 2-Shin senses the Emperor and instantly realizes that this is not the same guy they faced before. Even so, he steps forward, ready to stall, hoping that our hero will show up in time. The Emperor repeats his question about our boy's location. Sasaki, naturally misunderstanding, thinks he is asking about 2-Shin, which is not entirely wrong, and cannot fathom why someone like the Emperor would be interested in him. Suddenly, his sword starts moving on its own, practically nudging him to strike. As it's the weapon given to Sasaki by the beast of greed and deception, he decides to follow its will, and swings it at the Emperor with everything he has got. But it does nothing. The blade shatters instantly, and the Emperor does not even flinch. Without a word, he releases a burst of flames, and in a single unceremonious instant, Sasaki is burnt away until nothing remains. 2-Shin knows it the instant he feels it, that this power is not just beyond a typical greater god. For a fleeting second, even 2-Shin, who is not exactly known for self-doubt, wonders if stopping the Emperor is actually possible, or if they are all about to get done for. The doubt does not linger long. He reminds himself there is no time for it, and whether this ends in victory or disaster, someone has to hold the line until our boy arrives. So 2-Shin does what he does best, steps forward and deliberately draws the Emperor's attention, and the response is immediate. The Emperor's gaze snaps to him, eyes sharp, clearly mistaking him for my guy, and then he charges without hesitation. 2-Shin reacts instantly and activates the condemning authority linked to the god's middle finger. The air erupts as a violent blast tears forward, loud and blinding. For a moment, smoke and debris swallow everything, but when it clears, the Emperor stands there, perfectly fine with no scorch marks, no blood, and not even a scratch. 2-Shin does not have time to dwell on how unfair that is, before the distance between them disappears. Close combat follows, fast and brutal. 2-Shin raises his sword and barely manages to block the Emperor's relentless strikes, each impact rattling through his arms and bones. 3-Shin supports him from the side, his attack precise and well-timed, but the Emperor slips past it effortlessly. Then the others arrive. Gangsan, Miri, Mina, and Yoyun rush in without hesitation. Gangsan takes one look at the Emperor and immediately understands that this thing stands on the same level as the abyssal dragons, maybe worse. Still, they spread out, surrounding him and attacking together with pressure tightening from every angle. But in the blink of an eye, the Emperor vanishes. Yoyun feels it before he sees it, a chill crawling down his spine, the unmistakable sensation that something has gone horribly wrong. The Emperor reappears in front of him and strikes. He does not stop there. One after another, he attacks them all, moving too fast, hitting too hard, Watching them injured, the Emperor laughs, genuinely amused, apparently entertained by the fact that he ever considered these people a threat. Tushin is also bleeding as a deep wound cuts across his chest. The moment the Emperor sees him, his expression sharpens. This is it, the real target. He charges, intent on offering Tushin as a sacrifice to the war god, but he does not make it. A sudden blow slams into the Emperor's face, from our boy who had just arrived, and it is hard enough to send him flying. The impact echoes and the arena freezes for half a second as everyone processes what just happened. It turns out that our hero has arrived, and with that the Festival of Gods officially begins. He is late, very late actually, but to be fair, he was traveling an absurd distance for an autograph event. The Emperor touches his cheek, genuinely confused, trying to understand who just hit him. Our boy stands there calmly, dressed in angel-like attire that looks suspiciously well coordinated for a battlefield, and introduces himself. He announces that he is a famous star known across the universe and, conveniently, the person the Emperor has been desperately searching for all this time. Without wasting another second, my guy then activates the healing authority through the god's ring finger, and restores everyone who had been struck down moments earlier. Tushin exhales in relief at the sight of our hero, though he immediately finds himself distracted by the outfit. He does not understand why our boy looks like that. Shin shares the same confusion, silently watching as my guy checks on everyone and confidently tells them he will protect them. Tushin mutters under his breath, wondering if our hero has lost his mind again. Shin does not argue. The Emperor, however, is already piecing things together. His gaze sharpens as he realizes that our boy has a clone summoning ability. That earlier opponent suddenly makes a lot more sense. Tushin finally shares his annoyance as he demands to know where my guy has been all this time and why he showed up so late. Our hero calmly whispers that he was busy directing something important to advance toward becoming a greater god. Right on cue, the earpiece in his ear crackles. The director's voice comes through, announcing that citizens across the great cosmos are watching. It turns out our boy is currently filming Space God 2, and the entire event is being broadcast live. The director proudly compliments his outfit, bragging that the special effects make him look like an actual deity. As all this unfolds, the system continues updating my guy's numbers. Ordinary believers skyrocket and S-class believers with the potential to transcend also increases. The numbers don't slow down, and he briefly wonders what kind of unhinged genius decided that live broadcasting a godly battle was a good idea, but the results speak for themselves. The Emperor finally realizes that the opponent he fought earlier was just a clone. Instead of anger, a grin spreads across his face as this is what he wanted. He releases his full power, and the atmosphere changes instantly. Crushing pressure spreads outward, invisible but overwhelming. Everyone clutches their heads in pain as the sheer force bears down on them. Gangsan feels it clearly now, the true terror of the Emperor. He knows that this strength is enough to overwhelm even S-class hunters, and it rivals the abyssal dragon itself. And yet, standing there battered but alive, Gangsan convinces himself that as long as our boy is here, there is still a chance. The Emperor has no interest in weak enemies. If his true opponent were fragile, then all his preparation would have been pointless. With the god of war watching from above, he declares the start of the Festival of Gods. My guy assures everyone to retreat, stating that he will handle the rest. The Emperor scoffs and warns him that now is not the time to worry about others, and charges forward again. Miri shouts a warning. The sword demon also echoes it. At that exact moment, Tushin moves. His strike is clean, precise, and devastating. The Emperor's hands are severed in a single motion. My guy compliments him on the timing, clearly impressed. Tushin grimaces and tells him to stop praising him, because somehow that's more uncomfortable than fighting an unstoppable god. The Emperor stares at his severed arms in disbelief, the reality of it not quite sinking in. Before he can even process what's happened, Shin follows up, unleashing his own attack. Shin opens his mouth and releases a massive surge of power straight at the Emperor. The Emperor, however, responds by doing the most disrespectful thing possible. He charges straight through it. Before the Emperor can properly retaliate, Tushin intercepts him and signals my guy to finish the Emperor off. Our hero activates the Heavenly Demon's Cosmic Aeon technique. The strike lands cleanly, and the resulting explosion is violent enough to make the arena shake. Light floods everything, and a shockwave rolls outward. For a brief moment, silence follows. As the dust begins to settle, our boy feels it. The strain hits him as he realizes he poured too much divine energy into maintaining his clones. He then checks their condition, and both are still standing, functional and fine. Satisfied, he then finally turns his attention back to the Emperor, who is lying motionless on the ground. For just a second he wonders if it's finally over. It's a nice thought. Short-lived, but nice. Then the Emperor starts laughing. He admits quite casually that my guy actually pushed him close to death, which sounds like a compliment only until you realize it's coming from someone who is very clearly not dead. He acknowledges the strength of our hero and his clones, and even sounds mildly impressed. Then he decides that this is the moment restraint officially ends. He declares that it's time to show the power granted to him by the god of war. Our boy realizes that up until then, the Emperor had not been serious. Since that's the case, he decides there is no longer any reason to hold back either. He and Tushin charge together, synchronized and focused, while the Emperor only smiles, clearly enjoying himself. 3 Shin attacks from the side, precise and fast, but the Emperor ignores everyone else and goes straight for him. There is no exchange, no extended clash, just a single strike lands, and 3 Shin vanishes from there. My guy and Tushin both feel their jaws tighten as they register what just happened. Enraged, Tushin charges forward, abandoning any remaining caution. At the same time, the scale of harmony activates, its balance tilting heavily to one side as if reacting to the sheer unfairness of the situation. The Emperor counters. Our hero immediately moves in to push him back, but it's already too late as Tushin begins to fade. Now the Emperor turns his full attention to our boy. He releases the annihilating flames of a god, power condensed into destruction so absolute it feels personal. Before the attack can fully land, ice suddenly crashes down around the Emperor, trapping him mid-action. My guy turns in surprise. Roy stands there with a confident grin across his face. Somehow, against all expectations, he never escaped. Our hero immediately warns him that this fight is not something even an SS-class fighter should interfere with, as one mistake there means death. Royce refuses to back down though. He tells our boy not to underestimate him and confidently declares that subduing the Emperor will be easy. That confidence lasts exactly long enough to be embarrassing. The Emperor breaks free from the ice as if it never mattered. Royce freezes, stunned, unable to understand how his attack failed so completely. The Emperor, meanwhile, is furious, not because Royce was effective, but because he dared to interrupt the Festival of Gods. The ground begins to tremble as the War of Carnage and Madness responds, and a curse is placed directly on Royce. Dark energy rises from the ground, wrapping around his body as he screams, pain tearing through him in waves. That single act sets off something far bigger. The silently creeping nightmare becomes enraged. She openly challenges the War of Carnage and Madness to a festival of gods, her intent unmistakable. The endlessly granting abundance turns pale, immediately trying to stop her, shouting that this is exactly what the War of God wants. Her concern goes entirely ignored. The War of Carnage and Madness grins and accepts without hesitation, officially beginning a clash between superior gods. The silently creeping nightmare does not care who survives. She does not care who wins. She only cares that my guy does not die. Since a god directly cursed a human, she decides to break causality itself. Even if it costs her life, she has no intention to allow our hero to fall. The all-slashing heavenly blade has opinions as well. He takes one look at her actions, clicks his metaphorical tongue and calls her reckless. He points out, not very helpfully, that forbidden devotion is a terrible idea, but then he admits that this is actually pretty entertaining, and decides to sit back and watch the whole thing unfold like it's some kind of cosmic drama series with popcorn. While that's happening, the scale of harmony reacts again. The system announces that the evil aura has grown far too strong. Balance, it declares, must be restored, strictly according to the original design laid down by the god of creation and the god of harmony. The seal on the scale begins to lift, and the rules become painfully clear. To defeat this great evil, fragments of both good and evil must unite. Of course, there is a snag. The power of the good fragments that our boy sent earlier has weakened. To make up for this, the fragment of the god of creation is infused with divine power straight from the primordial creator. The kind of power that does not get handed out lightly, and definitely comes with strings attached. Our hero starts connecting the dots. He suspects that this fragment is 4 Shin, and once that thought forms, the memories line up a little too neatly. 4 Shin had said he had something important to take care of. He had been very specific about not wanting to be summoned. At the time it sounded vague and mildly suspicious, but now it sounds like preparation. As it turns out, 4 Shin has a special skill tied to writing and wants our boy to endure just a little longer. Once the scale is fully balanced by the creator's power, he is confident they will finally have a real chance to win. The Emperor, meanwhile, is completely convinced that the outcome is already decided. From where he is standing, that belief probably makes perfect sense. The power, the momentum, the overwhelming force, it all points in his favor. If anyone were watching from the outside, they might agree with him, but my guy does not. Unlike the Emperor, he is not fighting just for himself. He has believers watching him, hoping he will stand back up, trusting that he won't give in. The system immediately informs our hero that the moment he appeared on screen, viewers across the universe began pouring their faith and support straight into him. His S-class believers with the probability to transcend climb past 9,000 in no time at all, while the number of ordinary believers continues to rise as well. As those numbers tick upward, he feels his completely exhausted body begin to recover bit by bit. He then takes a breath and steadies himself. He tells himself very firmly that he only needs to endure a little longer. As long as he stays connected to his believers, he can't fall. The Emperor notices the change immediately. He feels our boy growing stronger and understands right away that faith is being gathered somewhere, probably in ridiculous quantities. Still, he does not look impressed. If anything, he looks irritated. He charges forward without hesitation and hurls my guy away like he is tossing aside an inconvenience. Right on cue, the system announces that our hero's ordinary believers have increased yet again. The Emperor finds the entire concept annoying and pointless. In his mind, there is a very simple solution. Just kill our boy before that borrowed strength has time to grow into something troublesome. He attacks again, relentless as ever. My guy barely manages to block the strike with the cleaver, the impact sending shockwaves through his arms. The heavenly demon informs him that his current strength is nowhere near enough to fight the Emperor head-on. Our hero is thrown back once more, skidding across the ground. The heavenly demon urges him to escape instead, as survival should be his priority at the moment, and winning can wait. The Emperor, however, takes personal offense at the very idea that our boy might flee. The suggestion alone is enough to enrage him. He rushes in again, absolutely determined not to let him leave alive. Just then, the system announces that Yahello has slaughtered thousands of S-class monsters at an unimaginable speed, clearing the final challenge of the Tower of Warriors. As a result, my guy's greater evil god quest reaches its requirement, hitting 10,000 S-class believers with the chance of transcendence. The timing could not be better if it were scripted. The quest completes, and he ascends to the rank of greater evil god. As the system finishes its announcement, a huge burst of energy aura spills out from him, thick and unmistakable. Almost simultaneously, Yahello emerges after clearing the 50th floor of the tower, and arrives right beside my guy. Our hero glances at him and immediately praises his timing. He also notices with mild surprise that Yahello's height has somehow matched his again. Apparently this has been happening ever since the events on the 44th floor, and no one fully understands why. Yahello himself certainly does not, but he accepts it without complaint. There are bigger problems at the moment to take care of. The Emperor, meanwhile, explodes with rage at the sight of the two calmly talking in front of him as if they are catching up after a long day. He rushes in, intent on killing them both immediately. Our hero turns to Yahello and suggests that they take the Emperor down together. Yahello agrees without hesitation, and they move as one, attacking in perfect sync. While all this is happening, our boy's greater good god quest continues progressing in the background, quietly fueled by the rapidly rising number of ordinary believers who are apparently having the time of their lives watching this. Yahello strikes first. The Emperor blocks the blow, already convinced that there is no way he could possibly die at their hands. In that same instant, he senses my guy moving behind him. The heavenly demon wastes no time, and urges our hero to pour absolutely everything he has into this one strike. Our boy listens and unleashes the heavenly demon's cosmic Aeon technique, the blade slicing cleanly through the Emperor's body. The strike lands perfectly, splitting him apart in a single decisive motion. For a moment, the arena is silent. Then the system completely loses its mind. Notifications erupt non-stop as viewers and apostles alike go wild over our hero's performance. Faith surges and numbers explode. The conditions are met, and with 10 billion ordinary believers gathered, the greater good god quest completes as well. Our boy ascends and becomes a greater good god. He then looks down at the Emperor and calmly tells him to stop struggling and accept the end. Naturally, the Emperor refuses. He has no intention to let this end like this, not before he gets his revenge on the abyssal dragon. Turning toward the war god, he does something desperate. He begs, he asks for a quarter of an hour of the war god's time and power, offering his body and soul as payment. It works, and a rift tears open in response, and the war of carnage and madness answers. A terrifying surge of power pours out, flooding into the Emperor. His severed body repairs itself instantly, flesh and power restoring him completely, as though nothing had happened at all. Granted 15 minutes by the war god, the Emperor decides on a very efficient plan. Kill our boy and Yahello first, then hunt down the abyssal dragon afterward. Enraged, Yahello attacks him from behind, but the Emperor snaps Yahello's sword in half with frightening ease and counters immediately. Yahello barely manages to activate his ultra-steel body before the blow lands, yet the strike to his stomach still sends him reeling. My guy jumps in from behind to strike, forcing the Emperor to retreat a step. He immediately activates his healing authority through the ring finger of the god, restoring Yahello on the spot. Yahello thanks him quickly, already preparing to move again. The Emperor laughs, genuinely impressed by Yahello's defensive ability. Then, just to make things worse, he copies it for himself. Our hero explains that this is a devouring ability, allowing the Emperor to absorb the skills of others, and instructs Yahello to stay sharp. At this point, there is no room for denial, as the Emperor has reached the level of a superior god, and with that realization, the fight officially enters its most dangerous stage. My guy and the Emperor keep colliding head-on, their blows meeting again and again. Neither of them shows even the slightest intention of backing down. Watching this unfold, Yahello finally realizes that standing around and watching is no longer an option. Our hero is being pushed far too hard. The Emperor's attacks are not random anymore. They are precise, deliberate, and clearly aimed at tearing him apart piece by piece. As the exchange drags on, our boy himself comes to the same realization, though he would have preferred figuring it out under less lethal circumstances. The truth is unavoidable. The Emperor has risen to the level of a superior evil god. With that understanding, he makes a decision. He reaches for the card he has been saving for the god of destruction himself. He calls forth the Heavenly Blade's treasury, and through the authority of the heavenly sword, the flow of time freezes for exactly 1 minute. He then turns to the heavenly blade and urges him to hurry and hand over a blade capable of cutting down the Emperor. Unfortunately, the Emperor has other plans. Even frozen in time, he refuses to allow anyone, especially a superior god, to interfere with their battle. By forcing his way through the stopped moment, he shatters the time restriction entirely. The cost is enormous. Causality itself buckles under the strain. The frozen world fractures, the summoning collapses, and the heavenly blade's treasury fails to appear at all. Our hero stares in disbelief. The Emperor snarls, fury burning through his expression, and tells our boy that tricks like that won't work anymore. Then something unexpected happens. Forshin's hidden ability surges to life. His additional skill, writing prowess, skyrockets straight to 1 million, unlocking the god of creation's authority over all things and phenomena in the universe. Forshin immediately shares that authority with my guy. A fountain pen appears in our hero's hand, solid and unassuming. He looks at it, then quietly praises Forshin for his impeccable timing. The Emperor takes one look at the pen and bursts into laughter. He genuinely cannot understand what our hero thinks he is going to do with something like that. Amused rather than threatened, he charges forward, fully prepared to end this nonsense. Then suddenly a blinding light erupts and his vision distorts. When his sight clears, the Emperor finds himself somewhere else entirely. He remembers fighting our boy just moments ago, but now there is a small child standing in front of him. The child smiles brightly and introduces himself as my guy. Polite, calm, and entirely inappropriate given the situation. The child asks for the Emperor's name. The Emperor dismisses names as meaningless, an old reflex born from power and distance. But the moment the words leave his mouth, something feels wrong. He realizes he can't remember his own name. He remembers his mother calling him by one, but the memory is distant, blurred, slipping away the harder he tries to grasp it. The child finds it strange for someone to be called Emperor. That sounds more like a title than a name. The Emperor's irritation spikes. He assumes this must be another clone of my guy, another trick, and decides he should kill the child immediately. Before he can act, the child mentions that he wants to become a writer someday, and wants to create something amazing. The Emperor freezes, completely unable to make sense of what he is hearing. He demands to know what that even means. Instead of answering, the child asks him a question in return about what the Emperor wants. The Emperor grins and answers honestly that his only goal is to devour our hero's divine power and place all worlds beneath him. It's an answer he has repeated countless times, a truth polished smooth by repetition. The child shakes his head and claims to already know what the Emperor truly desires. After all, they could have ended up as each other. That comment hits harder than any blade. The Emperor snaps at the child, demanding he stop speaking as if he understands him. Then the child gently tells the Emperor to look ahead. The Emperor turns and freezes to see standing there as his mother. The sight breaks something inside him. Tears fill his eyes as the realization crashes down. This is what he has been longing for all along. He walks toward her slowly, memories resurfacing one by one. After the tutorial, he chased nothing but power and forgot what he truly wanted. Even after reaching the peak of existence, all he found was emptiness. For a moment, that's enough. Then the Emperor pulls himself back. The illusion dissolves, and reality snaps into place. He returns to the arena, standing before our hero once more. Our boy offers him a final choice: erase his own existence. A quiet thought lingers in his mind, that maybe this strange experience was the true power of the god of creation. According to the Emperor, he has no regrets left, but he has one final request. He asks my guy that the one responsible for his mother's fate, the abyssal dragon, be hunted down and killed. Our hero assures him it will be done, that abyss will fall by his hand. Placing his belief in our boy, the Emperor fades away, and the Festival of Gods declares my guy the victor. Elsewhere, at Kang Wu's house, the scale of harmony quietly vanishes. In another part of the city, a pregnant woman watches the Festival of Gods on television. Her husband comes home, and she invites him to eat the meal she has prepared. As they sit together, he notices she is reading that novel again, the one with the so-called loser as the main character. He asks why she keeps following a story that goes on break so often. She smiles faintly and claims she is curious about something. But if one looks closely, there is a strangely unsettling edge to her expression. After getting done there, my guy returns to his apartment, expecting peace, or at least the illusion of peace. But the apartment looks like a battlefield that lost all sense of direction. Tushin is sprinting across the room at full speed, all while clutching a cake. Behind him is Sungyeon, chasing him. And in the middle of all this, the sword demon is completely unbothered, not even mildly inconvenienced. He sits there calmly, focusing inward, trying to break through to the level of a sword god, as if this apartment-wide disaster is just background noise. Over on the other side of the room, Tushin and Ilho are throwing punches at each other. Not angrily. No, that would make too much sense. They are laughing and having fun. And our hero is right there in the center of it all, sitting down trying to write his novel with full sincerity. Apparently becoming a greater god gave him more clone uptime, but did not give him noise cancellation, emotional resilience, or immunity to stupidity. His clones can now stay active much longer, which sounded amazing on paper. In reality, it just means his home has become a permanent convention for chaos enthusiasts. Even he did not expect things to devolve this badly. Eventually, one miracle occurred. Earlier, Tushin looked around, assessed the situation, and decided he wants absolutely no part in this nonsense. He announced that he's leaving for his own space, and very pointedly tells our boy not to even think about summoning him again, until every last idiot has been removed from the apartment. My guy, who is already irritated beyond belief, is painfully aware that there is no universe in which he can focus like this. And that's when his phone rings. It's his manager. He answers, trying to sound professional while chaos actively unfolds around him. Between the shouting, the running footsteps, and something crashing in the background, he can barely hear a single word. And this is the exact moment Tushin decides to trip while fleeing from Sunyeon. The cake leaves his hands, time slows, the cake flies through the air in a perfect arc, as if guided by destiny itself, and lands squarely on top of our hero's head. Everything freezes, and the room goes silent. That's it. That's the moment our boy finally snaps and orders everyone to get out. After they all leave, finally my guy can hear his manager properly. And surprisingly, the news is actually good. His novel has climbed to first place on the popularity rankings, and because of that, a physical release has been approved, along with a fan signing event. They will need materials prepared soon, so the manager wants him to get ready, and promises to contact him again later. Our hero thanks him, ends the call, and just sits there for a moment, covered in cake, staring into space, processing the fact that his story, something he wrote while dodging gods, monsters, and clone disasters, is actually becoming a real book. Before he can fully absorb that, the air changes. A familiar scent fills the room. Flower petals drift gently around him, and his body suddenly feels heavy. When he opens his eyes again, the silently creeping nightmare is standing in front of him, completely unharmed. She notices his worry immediately, and suddenly he remembers that the endlessly granting abundance told him that she would surely win, and that all he needed was patience. Standing there now, he realizes she was right. He asks her to be released from thick roots binding him in place. She refuses. Instead, she gently touches his face and presses a kiss against him, offering it like a final gift. Her words don't make sense at first. Then they do, and that's worse. She tells him that from this moment on, he will forget about her existence, and the existence of the endlessly granting abundance as well. She does not want him to seek revenge against the war god, but wants him to live peacefully. The system informs him that the authority of the night-blooming rose disappears, and the authority of endlessly granting abundance disappears as well. He jolts awake back in his apartment with tears in his eyes and anger across his face. He refuses this ending, and to let their sacrifices fade into nothing. He activates Steven's teleportation skill, and vanishes. He does not fully understand what just happened, but he knows something terrible has occurred. He summons Tushin and 3shin, and tells them that both authorities have vanished. Tushin immediately asks why Yahello was not called too, clearly convinced he would be useful. My guy explains that Yahello is staying behind to guard Earth. The clones nod, disappear, and tell him to summon them the moment he needs them again. Then our hero borrows 4shin's ability, the power that governs all things and phenomena of existence. A fountain pen appears in his hand. He opens a door and steps forward, coming face to face with the war of carnage and madness. The war god looks far younger than he expected. The man laughs loudly, asking if the surprise counts as praise, and explains that this form exists thanks to their power. Our boy barely reacts, his attention shifts, and then he sees the endlessly granting abundance and the silently creeping nightmare bound in chains and badly wounded. He immediately grows furious upon seeing it. The war of carnage and madness reminds him what happens to those who lose. Then his gaze drops to the pen in my guy's hand. He recognizes it immediately, something capable of rewriting the fate of creation through sacrifice. He finds it amusing, but he is confident it won't work on him. Our hero does not argue. Rather, he suggests they move elsewhere, so the two bound gods won't be dragged into the fight. Abundance weakly begs him not to fight, warning that the war god has already gone beyond the level of a superior deity. Her words only enrage the war of carnage and madness, who channels his power through the chains to make her suffer. And that's the moment our boy snaps. His anger hardens into resolve as he begins writing in the air with the fountain pen. The war god lashes out furious, repeating that such tricks won't work on him. But my guy has already taken him far enough that nightmare and abundance are no longer nearby. With cold determination, our hero challenges the war of carnage and madness to a festival of gods. So the war of carnage and madness laughs. He is completely convinced that our hero has lost his mind, and he is enjoying every second of it. From his point of view, our boy has finally crossed that invisible line between annoying opponent and tragic idiot. I mean, think about it from the war god's perspective. My guy could have survived. That option was right there. All he had to do was reject the festival of gods. Instead, our boy does the exact opposite. He walks straight toward his own apparent death, head held high, and practically offers himself up like a ceremonial sacrifice. So naturally, the war god accepts my guy's challenge. Why wouldn't he? In his mind, this is already over. And just like that, the festival of gods between our hero and the war of carnage and madness officially begins. The war god is actually looking forward to it. He wants to see for himself whether our hero is truly any different from the endlessly granting abundance and the silently creeping nightmare. He wants to judge him and decide whether he deserves even a fraction of the respect those two once commanded. Our boy, however, is in a very different mood. In his eyes, forgiveness is not on the table, and what was done to abundance and nightmare is not something he is willing to gloss over or politely ignore. The war god swings his sword at him. The strike is brutal, fast and heavy with intent to kill. My guy meets it head on, and he can feel the sheer weight of the war god's strength traveling through the clash. The war god does not stop there. He follows up immediately, bringing his massive blade down with full force, clearly aiming to crush our hero outright. Our boy responds by borrowing the power of the mountain-crushing giant god and meets power with power. The collision shakes everything around them, and then comes the pause. The war god freezes, just for a fraction of a second, staring at what stopped his blade. A pen, not a divine relic shaped like a weapon, but just a pen. My guy, meanwhile, grins calmly and warns the war god that this is only the beginning, and that much more is coming. Our boy then escalates. He borrows Iliho's spirit armor cannon, Godfist, and fires it directly at the war god. The explosion is massive, lighting up the surroundings and tearing through everything in its path. My guy never expected it to end the fight, and it does not, but it leaves undeniable damage. The armor covering the war god's body shatters, and the sword itself breaks apart. The war god, though, laughs and tosses the broken blade aside and rips off what remains of his armor, deciding to fight directly without relying on equipment. Our hero knows this moment has arrived sooner than he would have liked, but there is no avoiding it now. He activates the proliferating authority through the thumb of God and summons his clones. 2-shin and 3-shin appear, immediately ready for combat. Our boy notices that 4-shin remains hidden and allows him to continue focusing on improving his writing skill, because even now, preparation matters. Already irritated, the war god mocks my guy for relying on what he calls cheap tricks. From his perspective, this is just a young, naive god hiding behind borrowed power and numbers. He declares that once he devours our hero, along with abundance and nightmare, he will gain enough power to destroy the god of destruction and stand alone above all others. Our boy, however, makes it clear that the one destined to defeat the god of destruction is himself, not the war god, and he tells him not to worry about a future that does not concern him. This does not go over well. The war god becomes furious, especially at the confidence coming from someone who is visibly still bleeding. The war god allows the mockery, convinced that once their heads start flying, there won't be time left for jokes. 2-shin and 3-shin prepare themselves. 2-shin rushes forward, swinging the sword of the goddess with everything he has. At the same time, 3-shin unleashes a powerful attack straight from his mouth, pouring all of his strength into it. Elsewhere, the silently creeping nightmare watches in silence. She can feel how dangerous the situation has become. From her perspective, there is no realistic path to victory there, so she begs my guy to run before it's too late. Back on the battlefield, the clash intensifies. 3-shin launches another attack, stronger this time, but it has no effect as the war god cuts it down effortlessly. 2-shin tries to strike from behind, aiming to finally land a meaningful blow. The war god turns and smashes him away with a single punch. 2-shin vanishes from the battlefield entirely. 3-shin calls out to him, but there is no response. Before anything else can happen, the war god steps forward and crushes 3-shin as well, erasing him completely. Before disappearing, 2-shin warns our hero that this enemy exists on a completely different level from anyone they have faced before, and urges him to stay alert. Our boy already knows this. He quietly thanks him for everything he has done. Then, turning his attention inward, he checks on 4-shin's progress, only to hear that the writing has reached a temporary standstill. The timing, frankly, could not be worse. The war god assumes the battle is decided. In his eyes, the clones are gone, the opposition is broken, and the outcome is obvious. That's when our boy suddenly moves and strikes. Several blows land directly onto the war god's body. Enraged, the war god accuses him of thinking he has won just because he managed to injure him. My guy calmly throws those words back, pointing out that defeating clones does not equal victory either. Holding the pen firmly in his hand, he reminds him that what he carries is far more dangerous than any fist. So the fight is already in full swing. Not the polite kind where people circle each other and exchange meaningful looks. The war god throws punches non-stop, one after another. Our boy somehow is keeping up. He attacks, defends, weaves through blows, and takes hits. And every now and then, he actually manages to land a few strikes of his own. Right there in the middle of the fight, he proudly announces that what the war god just felt is none other than the power of the fountain pen. The war god does not find this charming. He gets furious and snaps back that he is the god of war, and fighting endlessly without getting exhausted is literally his thing. To really prove the point, he rushes after my guy again, determined to show him exactly why he carries the title of war god. As they clash, our hero notices something that makes him pause, mentally at least. The wounds he inflicted earlier are healing. He briefly wonders if the war god is some kind of divine zombie. The war god, meanwhile, decides to be helpful. He warns our boy that if he is still hiding any tricks up his sleeve, he would better hurry up and use them. Otherwise, he is going to die right here. Then he rushes forward again and throws a punch that hits like the world briefly forgetting how gravity works. My guy barely manages to endure the aftermath. His body is sent flying, and when he hits the ground, he coughs up blood. The war god stands tall and proudly declares that this is his power, just in case anyone watching needs clarification. Our hero does not stay down. He straightens himself, rises into the sky, and seems almost annoyed that this is how things are going. He decides that this level of damage is not that big of a deal, or at least that's what he tells himself. He activates the condemning authority through the middle finger of the god and merges it with the proliferating authority through the thumb. Combining the two authorities, he decides to incinerate the war god and hurls the attack straight at him. The attack lands dead on. There is a massive blast, energy exploding outward, shaking everything around them. For a brief moment, my guy wonders if it's over, but it is not. The war god suddenly appears behind him, completely unharmed, and punches him again very hard. He then demands that he stop now and simply accept the difference between their powers. From his perspective, this is the logical conclusion. Our boy has absolutely no intention of doing that though. He believes he can still keep going, and that belief alone seems to irritate the war god more than any attack. The war god rushes after him again, loudly declaring that he has no chance of victory. Eventually, my guy ends up on the ground again. The war god grabs him by the hand and lifts him up with ease, announcing that it's over now. Still, he compliments our hero for holding out against him to some extent. Then he brags happily about how our boy's body will be an offering, and with it he will finally gain power comparable to the god of destruction. And then my guy's body starts disappearing. The war god freezes. Confusion flashes across his face, as this was not part of the plan. He can see our hero mumbling something as his form fades. Our boy confidently mentions the clone. The war god assumes that my guy and all of his power are now added to his own, and swallows the remaining essence left behind. A huge burst of energy erupts from him. He starts shouting in excitement, bragging that with this power he will be able to tear down the god of destruction and finish him off once and for all. He is, understandably, very pleased with himself. Then someone calls him a fool. The war god freezes mid-celebration. Slowly he realizes something is wrong. The ground beneath his feet has turned into lava. He wonders if everything he just experienced was his imagination. Our hero, sounding almost bored, calls him a fool for only noticing them. The war god refuses to believe it. He denies that something like this could have happened. His fury explodes as he realizes he has been deceived. He starts replaying everything in his mind. When did it start? When he thought he killed our boy? When did he destroy the clones? Or was it from the very beginning? That's when he notices my guy, calmly writing. The words describe how the war god became a fool, and how he failed to realize he had been deceived by a falsely created world. The war god can't believe it. He thinks this must be the work of the god of creation. Our boy casually continues writing, but then he wonders how to finish the ending properly. Tushin mentions how this is exactly why he takes so many breaks, as he always thinks too much. Shin agrees immediately. Shin, on the other hand, suggests writing a pleasant, refreshing, and satisfying ending. My guy smiles. He knows that's exactly the kind of ending the readers want. Then he turns to the war god and asks whether he has prepared himself. So our boy explains that the ending he has prepared for the war of carnage and madness is not any typical violent defeat. The war god finally notices something is wrong. Not metaphorically wrong, but physically wrong. He realizes his body won't move, and in that frozen instant it hits him that my guy has not just been borrowing power or bluffing his way through divine politics. He has genuinely obtained the authority of the god of creation. Our hero, on the other hand, keeps writing. The story takes shape naturally, like it was always waiting to be told. A war god blinded by pride, a being so convinced of his inevitable victory that he never once questioned his surroundings. He did not notice the cracks, did not question the ground beneath his feet, and did not even consider the possibility that the world itself might be lying to him. After all, why would it? He was winning, except that world was fabricated, and when that false reality finally collapses, the ending waiting for the war god is not destruction or annihilation. It's something far more insulting for a being who lives only to fight. Naturally, the war god refuses to accept this. He tries to reject fate outright, pushing back against the story itself. And for a moment, it almost looks like defiance might matter. Then the ground beneath him shatters. Flames surge upward, swallowing him whole, and whatever protests he had prepared never make it out. Right on cue, the system announces the results, and our hero is declared the victor of the Festival of Gods. The divine authorities of the silently creeping nightmare and endlessly granting abundance are restored as well. Then, as if that was not enough, the system congratulates him and informs him that after absorbing the remaining power of the war god, he has reached the rank of a superior god. Our boy processes this in silence, and for just a second he allows himself to think that maybe defeating the god of destruction is now within reach. Shin shuts that thought down immediately. In his eyes, it's still nowhere near enough the abyssal dragon who exists, and even superior gods prefer not to acknowledge its presence. He then warns my guy that the war god's domain is collapsing, and he needs to move immediately if he wants to save Abundance and Nightmare. Our hero borrows Steven's teleportation ability and lands inside the war god's castle. There, he finds the endlessly granting Abundance supporting the badly injured, silently creeping Nightmare. The moment Abundance sees him standing there, relief washes over her face. Our boy proudly reminds her that he never planned to abandon them. As Nightmare slowly regains consciousness and notices my guy nearby, something stirs inside him. The Eye of the Blind God activates and his vision is pulled into her past. He sees the time before order when chaos filled everything, and from the world of the Creator God, countless divine seeds were born. Among them were the Goddess of Beauty and the Goddess of Abundance. The Goddess of Beauty awakened full of joy, excited simply to exist, only to be immediately confronted by a woman who declared her a failure and attempted to erase her outright. That woman was the God of Destruction. She was stopped by a man who insisted that the child was not flawed, and she would one day make the world more beautiful. Our boy recognizes him instantly, even before the truth settles in. The vision continues. The primordial God split into two to preserve balance. The God of creation brought life out of chaos. The God of destruction erased what threatened that balance. For a time, everything worked, until one day the God of creation vanished. Left alone, the God of destruction slowly fell apart. Despair consumed her. Worlds were destroyed, and the Goddess of Beauty, once devoted to the Creator, was twisted by the chaos and became the Goddess of Nightmare. Not out of cruelty but desperation. She believed that only by gaining greater power could she find the God of creation again. She was convinced he must have been reborn somewhere, not erased. She wandered endlessly, and eventually she found our hero. Though he was different in appearance, he had the same divine essence. When the vision ends, the truth finally settles in that our boy is the reincarnation of the God of creation, and 3 and 4, who wield the powers of creation and destruction, are his true fragments. My guy recalls that when Yahello was summoned during the battle with the Emperor, it was a referral to the God of creation. The realization is too much, his vision blurs, and exhaustion crashes down on him all at once. Even knowing he should stay awake, his body gives up. He collapses against Nightmare's shoulder and falls asleep. Seeing his state, she decides he is not ready to fully awaken the Creator's power yet, and takes him home instead. When our hero wakes up, he is back in his apartment. Miri and Sungyeon are standing nearby, looking concerned. He learns he has been unconscious for 3 days. He immediately guesses Nightmare brought him back. Even as a superior god, shaping a false world with the power of creation nearly broke him. The endlessly granting Abundance reminds him that the enemies ahead are far stronger than the war god, and that this power should only ever be used as a last resort. He understands, as he is fully aware collapsing mid-battle would not just mean his death, but it would mean Earth's end as well. Then Mina arrives and announces she made food. He is instantly alarmed when she says she cooked it herself. She then gets flustered and makes up an excuse, saying she was hungry and had leftovers. When they sit down to eat, Sungyeon and Miri choke almost immediately, spilling food and complaining it tastes completely bland. Mina tries it herself and has the same reaction. Our boy quietly decides that stepping outside might be the safest option. He goes to the park across from his apartment with his laptop, enjoying the calm. The normalcy feels unreal after everything. His novel is #1, and there is a fan signing event coming, so he starts preparing documents for his manager. That's when the same pregnant woman from earlier approaches and asks if he is a writer. According to her, she has been reading his novel and is a big fan. My guy thanks her sincerely. She then requests an autograph. He agrees to give her one. She then shyly admits that she is a big fan of his work and asks whether she can clear up a few doubts she has about the story. He gives her permission and encourages her to ask. She begins by referring to the opening of the novel, where the protagonist repeatedly kills bugs and receives coins in return. Our hero confirms that this is accurate. At the time, he genuinely believed it was nothing more than a game mechanic, completely unaware that those creatures were actual living beings. She then brings up how many readers felt sympathy for the ants, finding the scenes cruel because the protagonist wiped them out without hesitation. She then jumps to the later part of the story, where the protagonist saves a bug called Saintus, and even begins helping the ants instead. Curious, she asks what causes that sudden change. Instead of answering her, our boy bursts into laughter at that question. The woman misunderstands his reaction and assumes he is laughing because he finds her question foolish. He openly admits that he does find it silly, and tells her to stop pretending. At that moment, he reveals his power, making it unmistakably clear that he has reached the rank of a superior god. It turns out he already knows exactly who she is, as he has seen her profile before and has already recognized her as the Abyssal Dragon, a being capable of transforming into a dragon and known for her unusual fondness for wearing a Joker mask. Without hesitation, he attacks her and sends her flying across the park. When the dust settles, she is still standing, her gaze sharp and dangerous. He expected this, knowing that a single strike is never enough to defeat her. She admits that he has grown much stronger than she anticipated. Still, in her eyes, this is not the end because she is confident that once her child is born, everything will be over. Until then, she promises to leave him and the ants alone. With that, she vanishes completely. My guy immediately spreads his awareness across the world, scanning forests, cities, frozen mountains, and distant lands. No matter where he looks, he cannot find her presence. Frustrated, he realizes that she has erased her trail entirely. With no way to pursue her, he decides to focus on protecting Earth from both the god of destruction and the abyss. By then, he understands the hierarchy clearly. Intermediate gods govern a single planet, while gods rule over multiple worlds. Then there are superior gods who stand above them all. Upon reaching that level, one gains a protective form capable of shielding their world. With this power, our hero is confident that the fragment of the god of destruction will no longer be able to threaten Earth so easily. At the same time, it serves as bait for the abyss. The endlessly granting abundance praises him for becoming a truly distinguished superior god. The silently creeping nightmare, however, warns him not to relax. She reminds him that the abyss needs to be eliminated before the child is born, since that child will have the ability to summon the fragments of the god of destruction to Earth. He already knows this, which is why he has activated his bearing ability, and plans to wait, certain that the abyss will make the first move. Meanwhile, the abyss returns home. Her husband comes back from work and loves the smell of food, then checks her baby bump, asking whether the child is doing well. She tells him to wash up first and mentions that she has something important to talk about during dinner. Once they sit down, she brings up how the child will be born soon, so she wants to stop pretending to live a normal life. The man does not understand what she means. Suddenly, her face changes, revealing draconic features before she fully transforms into a massive dragon. The poor man gets terrified and asks what has happened to his wife. The abyss coldly reassures him that he does not need to worry, as she plans to send him to her. In the next moment, she kills him by severing his head. She then starts thinking about how she used to wonder whether trying to create something of her own would help her understand our boy better. In the end, she realizes that she still does not understand him at all. She is certain, however, that he will never accept what she has created. With that thought, she decides to head to witness the end of the world. At the same time, my guy senses movement and feels that Abyss has made her move. She begins flying across the city, unleashing destruction wherever she goes. Emergency announcements ring out, warning of an SS rank dungeon appearance. The dungeon boss is identified as a disaster-level monster, the Abyssal Dragon. People flee in panic as the Abyss descends to the ground. Our hero appears before her and activates the crushing authority through the index finger of the god. The Abyss attacks at the same time, and their powers collide head-on. Our boy calmly acknowledges her presence and makes it clear that she will not be escaping this time. People witness my guy clashing head-on with the Abyss. Our hero, being the responsible god in the whole universe, urges everyone to flee. He makes it clear that he intends to handle the situation alone. The Abyss, meanwhile, hears this and dismisses the idea entirely, as Sent believes the world is going to end anyway. Our boy naturally refuses to accept that kind of ending. He counters her certainty by stating that nothing is decided yet. Then comes the part where things stop being merely catastrophic and start becoming strategically ridiculous. Drawing power through the proliferating thumb of the god, he activates the authority to summon his clones. 2 Shin and 3 Shin appear beside him, ready to fight. The Abyss takes one look at the growing number of my guys and decides the most efficient solution is to erase all of them at once. Honestly fair. Unfortunately for her, our hero reacts instantly and commands 4 Shin to restrain her movements. 4 Shin does exactly that, managing to bind the dragon in place. It works technically, but his entire body trembles as if he is holding back a natural disaster using sheer willpower. He warns our boy that the hold won't last long, as combat was never his role, and he urges my guy to hurry. Our hero wants him to endure just a little longer, and with that he moves alongside 2 Shin and 3 Shin, instructing them to attack from both sides. The plan is simple, and 3 Shin strikes first, releasing a concentrated blast of energy straight from his mouth. It slams into the dragon hard enough to make the surrounding space feel offended. The Abyss responds by spitting curses that sound less like threats and more like someone deeply annoyed that things are not going her way. Our boy and 2 Shin rush in immediately after, blades raised, clearly not planning to give her time to complain. Their swords land together, clean and precise, drawing a roar of pain from the dragon. For a brief glorious moment, it looks like progress. Then naturally, her wounds start closing almost immediately. 2 Shin swears under his breath, because there is really no polite response to watching your hard-earned damage politely undo itself. The Abyss laughs and mocks them for how meaningless their attacks are. She follows this by whipping her massive tail toward 3 Shin, choosing her target with calculated intent. My guy realizes instantly that she is deliberately going after 3 Shin first, knowing he is the long-range fighter and therefore the biggest inconvenience. He spots her next strike just in time and warns 2 Shin, who barely avoids the blow and curses again. At this point, 2 Shin's frustration is doing most of the talking. Our hero tells him to pause and recover, then channels healing power through the god's ring finger. Tushin is restored enough to continue and immediately thanks him, before asking the obvious question, how exactly are they supposed to kill something that heals like this? According to our hero, they have to keep cutting her down until regeneration is no longer possible. Tushin laughs at that and admits that this kind of straightforward brutality has always been my guy's style. The Abyss, now clearly irritated, refers to them as a swarm of loud insects and launches another attack. The strike is so fast that neither our hero nor Tushin even sees where it comes from. Our boy, however, keeps pressing forward, striking her massive body again and again. Eventually, he turns toward Forshin and tells him it's time, but somehow, against all reasonable expectations, it turns out Threeshin is still alive and fires off another attack at the dragon. My guy faces the Abyss directly and demands they end this. She scoffs, dismissing their efforts as worthless, clearly convinced she has already won. Then, without warning, everything explodes. Our hero reacts instantly, grabs Threeshin and escapes with him before the blast can consume them. Tushin barely manages to flee as well, emerging battered but alive. Our boy is genuinely stunned that the Abyss would resort to self-destruction. It's not something he expected from someone so proud of her power. He immediately checks on his clone's condition. That's when he hears Threeshin trying to say something. He turns around and sees the Abyss hovering high in the sky, completely unharmed and smiling proudly at her own new form. Before anyone can react and before a warning can even form, she moves. The speed is absurd, and she strikes Tushin cleanly and decisively, ending him right then and there. Abyss just starts, and the first poor soul to experience this is Tushin. Then there is Threeshin, who, bless him, tries to be the heroic underdog. He tightens his stance, braces himself, and summons what we can only assume is a lifetime's worth of courage, hope, and bad decisions into one desperate climactic strike. Unfortunately for him, the Abyss is not impressed. She barely flinches and erases him almost casually. According to her, attacks like that no longer affect her. As all of the side characters are gone, she turns her attention to our hero. Now this is where it gets interesting. As soon as she looks at him, she notices a change, and cannot help but accept that he is not just strong, he is a true superior god now. And here is the part that makes you question everything. Instead of being cautious, she is intrigued. She finds him interesting and tempting, and even starts musing completely seriously about what he might taste like. Our boy, of course, is not a total idiot. He knows better than to underestimate her. He is painfully aware that the divine weapon, all things and phenomena, and the universe come with severe consequences. Using it now could leave him completely defenseless later, especially if the god of destruction decides to drop by for a surprise visit. So he holds back. He needs another option. Something that does not risk obliterating himself and presumably half the universe along the way. Just then, the endlessly granting abundance helps him by letting him know that there is this hidden divine blade left behind by the war god, and that one is capable of cutting the abyss. My guys did not know about it. Even the all-slashing heavenly blade urges him to use it, as the war god was saving it for the god of destruction. So with options running out and Abyss still very much breathing, he decides to give it a shot. Through skill sharing, he borrows the war god's divine sword. And of course, the moment it materializes in his hands, it's not just any sword, it's this massive accumulation of divine power collected over countless ages. Abyss notices it too, raising an eyebrow or whatever the Abyss equivalent of an eyebrow is, and summons her twin blades, forged directly from her authority. And just when he starts to think he can get a breather, the Eye of the Blind God decides to activate. His vision is ripped into the past, straight into the god of destruction's memories. And what does he see? It's the god of creation, casually resting in her lap, soothing her, explaining that his end was inevitable. She cries, blaming herself, and he reassures her that the tragic outcome was the result of his own obsessive desire to make her eternal, to restore balance to a world consumed by chaos. Something greater than even the god of creation was needed. Enter eternity, an absolute existence meant to surpass all things and remain forever unchanged. The god of creation burned through all his divine strength trying to make it happen, hoping that his clone, the god of destruction, would finish what he started. But he failed. With eternity unattainable, he proposes a fallback plan, a flawed world where life and death endlessly repeat in balance. Not perfect, but functional. He entrusts her with its protection, then vanishes, leaving behind a literal stardust trail. And for aeons beyond counting, she watches over what he created, everything from supreme gods to the tiniest critters scuttling around like they even matter. But then she starts to find them repulsive, living shamelessly on the remnants of their creator's sacrifice. Eventually, she makes her choice and decides to erase all the worlds the god of creation made, end the endless cycle of birth and death, and presumably do a little cosmic redecorating while she is at it. Why? Because if these worlds are destroyed, she believes, absolutely without doubt, that the god of creation will return. Our hero, being the poor soul caught in the middle, finally realizes the scale of this, countless worlds wiped out simply because she wanted him back. Abyss admits, however, that she does not think it's cruel because it led to the birth of our boy. By her logic, he himself is just a consolation prize. He is just not the one she wanted. He is a failure, and for her vision of a perfect god of creation to come to life, he has to die. Then she lunges at him and he manages to block her strike with the divine sword. She immediately announces she is going to show him the difference between a failed existence and a true god. Naturally, she follows that with another series of attacks that would make anyone's head spin. He deflects each one, though her twin blades still leave wounds on him. When she swings both swords together, he jumps backward. She taunts him while doing it, asking if he understands the gap between them and telling him to stop resisting and accept death. Our hero, being stubborn in a way that probably frustrates deities everywhere, refuses. He knows the nature of the war god's power. The more intense the battle, the stronger it becomes. Every swing of the divine blade feeds him, and gradually he begins to notice a flaw in her, so he presses forward. She blocks, he presses harder, she blocks again, and somehow, amidst all of this chaos, she finds it entertaining. Probably because she has been at this for centuries, and watching someone finally challenge her gives her a little thrill, though she knows she can't drag this out forever. Finally, our boy rises high above in the sky, and unleashes a massive slash infused with heavenly demon cosmic aeon. Abyss decides wisely that this is a good moment to withdraw, promising that their next encounter will be even more brutal. She disappears with all the subtlety of a diva leaving a bad party. When the dust clears, he wonders for a fleeting moment if she has truly gone. He thinks he heard her voice, but then he realizes that she just ran off again. He mutters a curse under his breath, and this time he vows very seriously that next time she won't get away. Several days pass after that little casual near-apocalypse, and our boy finds himself back in his apartment. Finally, a moment to sit down, relax, and well, rest for once. As Abyss ran away from the fight, it pushed him to train harder than ever. He is not just preparing for the next minor inconvenience. He is preparing for the inevitable return of the Abyss and the God of Destruction. At the moment, he is sparring with the all-slashing heavenly blade, and this is far from a casual training session. The blade, sentient and a touch sarcastic, can immediately sense that my guy has grown immensely stronger. Our hero directs the question straight to the point, whether his current strength would be enough to defeat the Abyss and the God of Destruction. The heavenly blade suggests that he seek guidance from the silently creeping nightmare instead, noting that she seems to miss him quite a lot. Sure enough, a rift opens, and thick roots and vines burst forth, pulling him into her domain. Inside, he cuts through the stems without hesitation. Rather than stopping him, she encourages him to continue, clearly finding him even more tempting now that he has ascended further. When he repeats his question, she directs him toward endlessly granting abundance for answers. Upon consulting endlessly granting abundance, he learns the harsh truth. She explains that the most likely outcome is his death and the destruction of Earth, since the Abyss and the God of Destruction are beings even superior gods fear. Still, she admits there is a sliver of hope. The solution, she elaborates, lies in the creation of heaven and earth itself, and as the reincarnation of the God of creation, he should be capable of it. He knows that this false creation serves as a final weapon, but the problem is that it could almost completely drain his divine power with even a single use. Before he can contemplate this further, the Truth Seeker of Eternity suddenly appears, grabbing him by the leg. My guy had been wondering why the Truth Seeker had not shown up earlier, and now he finds out. The timing is simply perfect. Without warning, the Truth Seeker drags him into his domain and begins lecturing on the superiority of physical strength. Our boy receives the suggestion to start with 10,000 repetitions, and without objection plunges straight into training. The exercise involves lifting the massive muscle-packed god himself, a task both exhausting and enlightening. Through this intense regimen, he realizes that by strengthening his body and pushing Fortune's ability to its limit, he may one day land a solid punch on the God of Destruction. A bit later, on the rooftop of my guy's building, Tushin is sparring with Ilho. He lands a heavy blow, and Ilho immediately recognizes the improvement in Tushin's abilities, offering congratulations. At the same time, Tushin notes that Ilho has become considerably more resilient. Nearby, Thrishan showcases his power by effortlessly eliminating another monster. Ilho nods in approval, pleased that yet another S-class threat has been handled, while Tushan dismisses it as unimpressive, as in his eyes, a single S-class is no longer noteworthy. Our hero silently agrees. S-class and even SS-class monsters no longer feel like significant threats. Everyone has grown far stronger, and Forshan's writing capability has already exceeded 10 million. With that level of growth, he believes that he could now use the power governing all things and phenomena without collapsing, though repeated use would still strain him. With progress advancing in this way, he realizes it may finally be time to decide the ending of the novel he began writing at the age of 10, titled Dream-Eating Hunter Yu Ilshin. A few more days pass, and our boy finds himself at a book signing event celebrating the release of that very novel. The turnout surprises him, far exceeding expectations. Among the crowd, he notices Miri and Mina and wonders if they truly needed to attend. They insist, loudly, that missing this event would be a significant loss, with some attendees even discussing preserving his autograph as a family treasure. A young woman then approaches and congratulates him on his publication and claims to be a devoted fan. He acknowledges her politely, already discerning her true identity as the Abyssal Dragon. She smiles, amused by his perceptiveness, and shares that she was the creator of Godmaker, a game designed specifically for the reincarnation of the god of creation. The system had been intentionally constructed so that the individual with the greatest potential to become a god would ascend through it. She admits that she had never expected someone like our hero to be chosen. Our boy notes that she has much to say, especially for someone who had fled previously. She clarifies that her full power can only be utilized for a limited period, as her child has not yet been born. At that moment, the system notifies him that her soul has been split. He reflects on this with amusement and makes fun of her by saying that even as the creator of Godmaker, she has been maneuvering within his grasp all along. She notices his lack of fear and issues a warning that she is currently capable of fighting seriously. A bodyguard intervenes, urging her to move along since others are still waiting for autographs. With a simple snap of her fingers, she kills him instantly. Panic spreads through the crowd as people flee in fear. Our boy reacts and strikes her directly in the face and shatters her disguise. She dismisses his punch as meaningless, but he challenges her assertion, demonstrating clearly that she cannot escape him this time. He then throws her straight outside. She lands gracefully because of course nothing about her presence is clumsy, and finds the whole thing absolutely hilarious. To her, all she had done was kill a single bug, yet he reacts as if the entire world had just ended. He stares at her, trying and failing to make sense of the nonsense flowing from her mouth. Then she decides to make things even more confusing. She begins questioning him about the difference between a life he considers valuable and one he does not, revealing her true form while doing so. There is a real curiosity in her eyes, as if she is genuinely wondering whether this time he can answer correctly. My guy, as usual, has no idea what point she is trying to make. She continues, explaining that she just tried killing the man she had loved, simply as an experiment to test herself. If you can imagine that level of casual cruelty, but, unsurprisingly, she felt absolutely nothing. With that confession delivered with the subtlety of a punch to the gut, she suddenly charges at our hero, grabs him by the neck and slams him into the ground. Our boy immediately realizes that she is operating on a completely different level than before. Just as the tension peaks, Miri appears in a flash of lightning. She unleashes a bolt at the Abyss, shouting for her to release my guy. The thunder crashes down on Abyss, but instead of retreating, she becomes enraged. To her, Miri is nothing more than a bug she created herself, and she is determined to squash it. Before she can act further, Ilho shows up, landing a powerful punch that sends Abyss flying. Our hero uses the opportunity to get back on his feet, striking her from behind with Heavenly Demon Cosmic Aeon. Watching from the rooftop, 2 Shin and 3 Shin are unimpressed. The fight seems dull to them. Clearly they believe it's already over. According to our boy, he expected her to appear, which is why Elio and his clones were already in position. He believes this is the end of her. She responds with a simple grin. Then, as if things were not already chaotic enough, a massive tear rips open in the sky. Everyone looks up, and Mira yells for them to run, because something enormous is emerging. From the rift descends a creature of unimaginable size, and Abyss commands it to annihilate everything. It turns out, this terrifying monster is her child. As it crashes down, Mina urgently shouts for everyone to escape, but it's too late. The creature lands and immediately strikes Mina. Miri calls her out, alarmed, while Illo mutters in disgust that if this is just another monster, he has already killed enough during his climb of the tower to last a lifetime. Illo and Miri rush in to attack, but the creature tosses Miri aside effortlessly. Enraged at the treatment of our boy's disciple, Illo attacks again, only for the Titan to slam a massive foot down on him, pinning him. My guy shouts, calling out to Miri, Mina and Illo, but the situation is spinning rapidly out of control. It quickly becomes clear what they are facing. The Titan of the Apocalypse, born just a day ago, created by Abyss for the end of the world, and the resurrection of the god of creation. The Titan is nothing short of catastrophic. Abyss watches with satisfaction, certain that the mere existence of her child will erase Earth entirely, leaving nothing behind. Ilho clings desperately to the Titan's leg, his body trembling under the pressure, but his resolve is firm. He refuses to die while our hero is in danger. Abyss cannot help but see that there are still other gods on Earth who could be of use. Tushin then turns to our boy and tells him to focus on her while he and 3 Shin handle the Titan and assist Ilho. He then charges, unleashing Mount Hua Scent Slash with 3 Shin following up with a complementary strike. 2 Shin hopes it will be enough, but the Titan remains unharmed, utterly indifferent to the display. The giant then lashes out, lunging at 2 Shin and 3 Shin. Both vanish instantly, disappearing before anyone can process what just happened. Ilho stands in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom how they were defeated so effortlessly. Before he can react further, the Titan begins crushing him underfoot. Abyss laughs, a sound that chills even the hardened warriors, declaring that only my guy remains. The Titan turns its focus toward him. As the massive hand descends, poised to crush him, our hero reacts with calm precision. He uses the authority of the index finger of God, and snaps the Titan's hand apart. Abyss freezes, shock overtaking her usual amusement. This time our hero laughs, the sound carrying both confidence and inevitability. He explains that she has been far more foolish than he expected. Every moment of this chaos, every monster, every titan, exists within the universe of his novel, the very all-encompassing construct of all things and phenomena. In the end, he is not just surviving, but he controls the rules, and she, along with her titan, is destined to die within the framework he has built. Abyss finally panics. Our boy, calm as a cucumber, points out that everything surrounding them is part of a false version of heaven and earth. He then asks her to think back and remember when it might have started, dropping the reminder that he had expected her to appear that very day. Then, because he is charming in a slightly infuriating way, he even jokes that he should reward her with an autograph for showing up so punctually. Abyss, though, finds his attitude more amusing than threatening. She tilts her head, intrigued, and asks if he actually believes this artificial world could restrain her. My guy, without a flicker of hesitation, corrects her. Restraining her was never the plan, but his real intention is far simpler and far more final: to erase her completely. Then he rushes forward and attacks her using the fountain pen. The resulting surge of energy is enormous, practically a miniature cosmic explosion. Abyss blocks the assault without so much as blinking and retaliates with her twin blades. Our hero retreats a few steps, noticing some cuts on his face. Abyss realizes that the ability our boy gained after reaching the level of a superior god is not just strength, speed, or durability, but it is creation itself. He gives her the credit for noticing. Even reluctantly, Abyss admits that everything has been crafted so intricately that she initially failed to notice anything unusual. But in classic villain fashion, she declares that this is as far as my guy can go, labeling him a flawed creation, utterly incomparable to the true god of creation. Of course, she then summons her child once more and mounts the Titan, while he notices with mild panic that the Titan's arm has already healed completely. Abyss begins gathering energy on a scale that makes mountains quake and the sky stretch unnaturally high, far beyond the limits of the planet. Our boy struggles to keep his footing as she commands the Titan to kill him and prove how worthless he truly is. The Titan charges, throwing a punch that could probably demolish continents, but my guy casually writes on the ground, dismissing the attack as just a punch, nothing special. A violent explosion follows, forcing him back, and for a brief moment he wonders if the false heaven and earth he created is starting to falter. Fortune snaps him back to reality, delivering the reminder that calling an attack weak or ordinary is absurd. Our hero then steadies himself and refocuses. Abyss watches in bewilderment as the ruined cityscape around them begins to restore itself piece by piece. She assumes he is pretending to be the god of creation and orders the Titan of the Apocalypse to finish him off. But as the Titan raises its fist, our boy stops it effortlessly with a single finger. He has already written into existence that while the Titan may appear powerful, it cannot touch him. After all, he is not just the incarnation of the god of creation. He is also a superior god, with the universe quite literally bending to his will. He then mocks Abyss and reminds her that logic matters more than raw power, and asks her rating of his abilities. But then suddenly a command comes, and a cold oppressive sensation washes over him. His body freezes, completely immobile, not a single finger willing to obey. He wonders for a fleeting second if it's Mina's mental ability, but then he realizes this force is far beyond anything she could manage. Abyss notices his shock, her usual smugness twisting into satisfaction. She explains that she was the one who granted powers to those chosen as her sacrifices. She asks him how it feels to experience the true form of her authority, as if that question alone might break him. He admits it is impressive, internally bracing himself while stalling for time. He needs a way to move the pen again, and Abyss of course sees right through his calm act. She assumes these are merely the last words of a dying man, and summons thunder from the sky with a flick of her hand. My guy's eyes widen as he realizes she is even using Miri's lightning ability. A violent blast follows, forcing him backward, while Abyss declares that the game has been entertaining enough and that the world no longer needs to exist. But then our hero interrupts her. He is still alive, still standing. What Abyss fails to notice is that just before the lightning struck, he had already written his own destruction and reconstruction into existence. He broke his body down into its smallest components and reassembled it in perfect order. The audacity of calm in the face of oblivion is almost laughable. Abyss is shaken to her core, unable to comprehend what she is witnessing. Our boy confidently claims that what seems impossible to her is entirely possible for him. And just like that, the tables have turned again. Abyss admits that even after facing countless gods throughout her existence, she has never, not once, encountered an ability like our hero's. And of course, she has no clue what it actually is. Honestly, who could? Even he is not 100% sure, though he starts to piece it together that this world exists because of his writing. And really, when you think about it, an author inside their own story is not all that different from a being with omnipotence, plot armor, and a very casual disregard for anyone else's survival. He is essentially a god, the only one who can add witty footnotes in real time. Of course, Fortune quickly jumps in to rein him in. He warns our boy not to get carried away. If events become too improbable, the whole structure of this world could collapse. Probability, it seems, works a lot like divine causality. A tiny imbalance and the narrative falls apart. My guy nods internally, He gets it that he can't just snap his fingers and erase everyone. Meanwhile, Abyss is doing her usual multitasking. She is using the healing authority linked to the god's ring finger on her child, the Titan of the Apocalypse. Our hero can't even strip her of that ability without risking a catastrophic imbalance in probability. And of course she accepts that his power is impressive, but it won't change the outcome. According to her calculations, with our boy's current divine reserves, he might be able to keep her trapped there for maybe a year at best. In human terms, that's a really long vacation for my guy. A little patience, a little planning, and he can make that year count. He recalls the very beginning, the foundation of his little universe. Together with the godly gamer author, he created this world through a novel he wrote when he was just 10 years old. The story was titled Dream-Eating Hunter Yahello, and within it he left plenty of room to manipulate a future where this being, Abyss, and her terrifying spawn could be erased. Who knew a childhood novel would one day serve as ultimate cosmic leverage? Feeling mischievous, he summons a god of death and writes a scene. Hunter Ilshin discovers a black scythe inside a temple, a weapon once wielded by a deity of death. Naturally, he throws it straight at the Titan, and just like that, the scythe pierces the Titan's chest. The creature lets out a loud scream and struggles to pull the weapon free. Our hero reminds it that brute strength alone won't be enough. He had written the rules. The death god's scythe cannot be dodged, and once it pierces a target, it cannot be removed unless the target dies. Abyss, predictably furious, accuses him of relying on dirty tricks. He barely blinks. In his mind, this is only the opening act. She tries to heal the Titan again using the same authority, but he tells her that her efforts are already meaningless. Not content with one display, he summons another artifact, the taunting sandglass. In his writing, Hunter Ilshin had grown stronger after defeating a two-headed monster and received this mysterious magical item. A bright light erupts and a glowing sandglass materializes. Abyss, unsurprisingly, stares in complete confusion. She has never seen or heard of anything like it before. Our boy, on the other hand, is quietly smug, knowing exactly what it is. He is now shaping probability itself, using the story he wrote as a child as both blueprint and weapon. Sand begins to fall over Abyss and the Titan. At first, she has no clue what's happening. Then it hits her when she feels herself aging at a terrifying pace. Panic sets in. The Titan cries out in agony. My guy calmly explains that the sandglass accelerates the flow of time itself and tells her to accept defeat. For context, Dream-Eating Hunter Yahello was written when he was locked inside his home after losing his parents to a gate-related disaster. That story had already contained beings similar to Abyss and the God of Destruction because naturally the gates opened as a result of them. So he wants to take this as his chance to repay everything. With interest, he raises his hand and activates the crushing authority through the god's index finger. But then a strange sensation courses through him like something immensely powerful is approaching. And wouldn't you know it, the timing is perfect. Fragments of the God of Destruction appear across the sky and the planet. He blinks, genuinely unimpressed at the speed of their arrival. Abyss, in contrast, breathes a sigh of relief to see the God of Destruction has tracked the Titan of the Apocalypse. My guy immediately understands the situation. The Titan was designed to disrupt causality itself. By attacking it, he connected that causality directly to the God of Destruction. Abyss, predictably, is convinced the game is over and Earth is doomed. Our hero wants her to stop talking nonsense. He declares that he is ready to defend his world. He activates the authority of all things and phenomena in the universe, and launches a divine attack at the fragments of the God of Destruction. Then, as if this were not enough for one day, he notices a massive, all-seeing eye looming deep in space, directing its gaze and its attack toward Earth. Our boy, though, does not flinch. He uses the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword and unleashes the Heavenly Demon's Great Burning Hell, meeting the incoming strike head-on. Our boy somehow manages to stop the strike that was very clearly meant to erase the entire world from existence. The Heavenly Sword had severed it at the last possible moment, trimming off the edge of absolute destruction. For my guy, that alone counts as success. He is not standing tall or looking heroic. He is just still there, which at this point is an achievement worth acknowledging. Abyss watches him in disbelief. She had watched attacks tied directly to the God of Destruction erase gods far greater than her without leaving so much as an echo behind. And now this one, this inconvenient persistent existence is still standing. Before she can dwell on it, the atmosphere shifts again. The presence that has been looming behind everything finally reveals itself fully. The God of Destruction descends, and the world seems to stiffen under the weight of her attention. This is not a dramatic entrance with noise and chaos, but it's worse. She turns her gaze toward our hero, and there is something like mild interest there. She notes that the attack he launched earlier was not entirely worthless. Coming from her, that's about as generous as it gets. Our boy looks up and immediately recognizes her. He has seen her before, though only through the fractured vision granted by the blind god. Back then she was distant, distorted, almost abstract. Now she stands before him in full form, her presence anchored to the earth itself. This is the God of Destruction, no longer a memory or a warning, but a reality standing directly in front of him. To her, my guy is nothing more than a failed echo of the god of creation. Not even a proper successor, but just a flawed reincarnation that never quite reached the expected standard. She does not hate him, nor does she fear him. She just simply categorizes him as a sacrifice waiting to happen. The system reacts instantly, and warnings flood our hero's awareness that she is far beyond what he can handle with his current divine authority. He tries to analyze her anyway, but nothing shows up. He then considers whether bringing the story of dream-eating hunter Yahello to its final chapter might give him a narrow chance of victory, so he charges forward and strikes her with his fist. The result is underwhelming. She calmly observes that he is not even a shadow of what the god of creation once was. There is no mockery in her tone, no anger, but just a flat statement of reality. Somehow that makes it hit harder. She begins releasing her power, and it spreads outward without resistance. It does non-stop at the limits of the earth. Space distorts, causality bends, and the world endures because it has no choice. She remarks that our boy has talent when it comes to deception and performance, but from her perspective, he chose the worst possible target to fool. She reminds him who she is, and every ability the god of creation ever possessed is already known to her. Shin realizes the situation far too late. He urges my guy to retreat, knowing full well that this has crossed into the realm of hopelessness. But the god of destruction ends that discussion immediately. She declares that it is already too late, and this act ends here. She closes her hand around his neck and lifts him effortlessly. In that moment, our hero realizes something far worse than the physical pain. She has forcibly dragged his true body into this fabricated version of heaven and earth. Seeing his real form fully present, she throws him aside without hesitation. He crashes against the wall and lies still, appearing lifeless for a moment. But she senses that he is pretending, as even a failure would not fall that easily. He admits to himself that she exists on a completely different level from anything he has ever faced before. And that settles it. He decides not to hold back anymore. As he rises again, Abyss clenches her teeth. She finally understands that he has not been fighting with his full strength until then, and that realization does not sit well with her. Our boy activates skill sharing and borrows Elit's Ultra Steel body. He then launches himself forward and lands a solid punch on the god of destruction. It draws blood. He continues striking her, again and again, forcing her to acknowledge that she may still need to reach the peak of her restored power. She then grants permission to Abyss and the Titan of the Apocalypse to lend her their strength, instructing them to complete their final task. As energy starts to pour into her, Abyss realizes too late that she has been betrayed, but according to the god of destruction, they were created solely to restore her original power, and they just need to fulfill their purpose. Once the absorption is complete, her strength surges beyond what it was before. The system warns my guy immediately that she has fully reclaimed her original power. She declares that from this point onwards, she will show him just how vast the difference between them truly is. Our hero considers invoking all phenomena of the universe again, but she interrupts his thoughts. She has already seen that trick, and it did not work. She then attacks without hesitation, slamming him into the ground and leaving him badly injured. She questions whether this is truly all he has left. He insists there is still more, and reminds her that he is not fighting alone. Just then, figures descend from above. The attack fails instantly, and she dismisses it as pathetic. But they are still there. Yahello, 2 Shin, and 3 Shin understand the plan as our boy prepares to burn everything for one last stand. The god of destruction watches them gather together, and it does not take her more than a second to understand what they are thinking. From her point of view, they have apparently decided that the solution to overwhelming absolute power is simply to bring more people. To her, it looks like a pointless struggle. She has seen this logic fail countless times already, and numbers have never once impressed her. My guy, however, does not see it that way, or rather, he refuses to. He knows very well how bad the odds are, but he also knows that there is no such thing as a meaningless fight. Humans, inconveniently for gods like her, have a long-standing habit of finding opportunity in the smallest cracks, especially when those cracks are formed by desperation. They don't win because they are stronger, but they win because they refuse to accept that they are done. Deep down, he already knows that this is the point of no return, and that every last card he has been hiding has to come out now. With that resolve settling firmly in place, he turns toward the director and asks him to start filming another movie. The title comes easily, Dream-Eating Hunter Yahello. Meanwhile, the god of destruction's gaze shifts, locking onto the sword in 2 Shin's hands. She remembers that blade. Long ago, that same sword had been wielded by the white-clad knight, and it had managed to wound her. 2 Shin, clearly encouraged by this historical footnote, tells her that this time, things won't end with a simple cut. He charges forward, all while committing fully to the idea that belief and momentum will carry him through. The god of destruction, however, deflects the attack effortlessly. She then actually applauds him for believing the sword could work on her again. In that same instant, our hero appears behind her and tries to strike, hoping to capitalize on the brief distraction. She reacts instantly, turns and lands a counterattack instead. The force of it is overwhelming, tearing straight into our boy's chest and forcing blood from his mouth. It's a blunt reminder that clever timing does not mean much when the power gap is this wide. 3shin moves next, attempting to join the fight, but she notices him immediately. There is no chaos there from her perspective. Everything is perfectly clear. Before she can follow up, Yahello rushes in, shouting for her to stay away from my guy. A violent blast erupts, shaking the area and filling the air with debris. When the dust finally settles, Yahello immediately checks on our hero, asking if he can still stand. Our boy assures him that he can. After watching her consume Abyss and the Titan of the Apocalypse, my guy understands that there is no scenario left where a direct clash ends in their favor. That path is gone, and the only remaining option is the conclusion of Dream-Eating Hunter Yuilshin. Not a fight, neither a gamble, but an ending. With that realization, he entrusts everything to 4shin, knowing full well that this is the last move he has. He then orders everyone to stall for as long as possible, until the right probability forms. They all understand what this means. The god of destruction, on the other hand, finds their determination pitiful, yet she also notices that our boy is not like the others. She then suddenly appears in front of 3shin and speaks to him about a fragment of herself that was scattered long ago. She draws him in slowly and carefully, tempting him with the idea of reuniting with her. She promises that they can wipe out everything feeding on the remains of the god of destruction and exist together for her revival. The offer is dangerous precisely because it sounds reasonable. 3shin starts to slip, just a little at first. 2shin sees it happening and desperately tries to snap him out of it. Realizing that words are not enough, he charges forward and unleashes the heavenly demon great sword form. The attack is clean, powerful, and committed. But she calmly informs him that the blade won't even scratch her. Then she punches him. The impact is brutal and absolute. She declares that he will serve as a sacrifice for the true rebirth of the god of creation. In the next instant, 2shin vanishes. Upon seeing it, Yahello erupts in anger. Seeing her harm my guy's clones pushes him past restraint, and he rushes toward her without thinking twice. She answers with a barrage of attacks so overwhelming that there is no room to adapt. Yahello disappears as well, leaving only 3shin and our hero standing. Memories flood 3shin's mind. Time spent with 2shin, Yahello, our boy, and obviously Sungyeon. Those memories anchor him. With that resolve, he opens his mouth and releases an immense surge of power, far beyond what he usually wields, directing everything he has at the god of destruction. She considers it briefly that even if he is one of her fragments, there is no reason to spare him. She ends him without hesitation, sending him back to where she believes he truly belongs. At last, she turns her full attention to my guy, and tells him that it is finally his turn to become a willing sacrifice. From her perspective, this is the natural conclusion. Our boy, however, has no intention of letting her decide his fate. While she was occupied fighting Yahello and the others, the ending of Dream-Eating Hunter Yuilshin was quietly completed. And according to my guy himself, it turns out to be a rather entertaining ending. The god of destruction finally decides she has done entertaining delays and launches an attack meant to end our hero, and instead of panicking like any sensible being would, our boy just smiles. Naturally, this annoys her. In the very next moment, her fingers begin to twist unnaturally. She assumes that he is relying on some underhanded trick. My guy, however, assures her that the story's conclusion has already been written. According to that ending, his clones and Yahello were never truly erased. Instead, they are now inside her body, clinging to her existence like parasites that absolutely refuse to let go. This delightful development was made possible through the Emperor's parasitic scale, which our boy had shared earlier. He makes it very clear that this is not some cheap illusion or last-second hallucination. This is real, and she is currently hosting unwanted guests. For the first time in a while, the god of destruction actually understands what he has done. The realization settles properly, and yet she insists it changes nothing. She tells him that his plan will never unfold the way he hopes it will. Then she does what she does best. She releases an overwhelming surge of power, far greater than anything she has shown so far. My guy can only think with a mix of frustration and disbelief that she still had this much strength sitting comfortably in reserve. She declares that no matter what he does, he will fail to protect anything. Massive wings spread from her back, and she announces her intent to erase everything he holds dear. At that moment, he realizes he is no longer dealing with the version of the god of destruction he had been facing earlier. 4shin urgently informs him that her power is actively breaking down all things and phenomena across the universe. According to him, reality itself is unraveling, piece by piece, and more time is needed again to rearrange probabilities. So our hero makes a simple decision to stall for however long it takes. While he struggles to buy time, the god of destruction casually pulls out the remaining essences of Yahello, 2shin, and 3shin, and crushes them mercilessly in her hands. Our boy calls out to them in rage, but she only turns back to him and asks whether he still cannot understand the gap between their levels. Unfortunately for her, that question ignites something fierce inside my guy. Whatever hesitation he had left disappears. He summons the Heavenly Blade Treasury, and time itself freezes for a full minute. The scene shifts, and standing before him is the Heavenly Demon, who has apparently been waiting there all along. This is not something my guy expected. The Heavenly Demon explains that once the god of destruction disappears, he too will lose his reason to exist. Using all of his remaining fate and divine power, he has taken this form just to meet him one last time. Our hero realizes this is their final encounter, and it hits harder than any attack. The heavenly demon, however, reminds him that everything has a beginning and an end, and urges him to hurry, as there truly is no time left. He then hands him a sword forged from the laws of causality over countless years, created by sacrificing his own body. Its purpose is brutally simple: erase the god of destruction entirely. The blade is called the all-slashing heavenly blade. He warns that it can only be used once. Still, he is confident that my guy will save the world. Then he disappears, leaving behind silence and responsibility. Our hero returns holding the blade, and for the first time, even the god of destruction is visibly shaken. The weapon looks worn, almost fragile, like something that should not matter at all, but he can feel the immense divine force flowing through it. He knows that if he combines it with everything he has left, this might finally be enough. He charges toward her at incredible speed and swings a pen instead. The heavenly blade reacts with immediate outrage at being ignored. Vibrating with divine indignation, my guy assures him that the moment is not right yet. This explanation does not satisfy the sword. The god of destruction, understandably furious, unleashes another devastating attack and slams our hero into the ground. As he struggles to rise, he wonders how much longer this whole process will take. And then, as if on cue, a camera appears. The director informs him that preparations took longer than expected, and apparently, as he ordered, the real-time live screening of dream-eating hunter Shine finally begins. Across the cosmic empire, countless beings cheer, and our boy's believers surge past 2 trillion. With calm confidence, he declares that the moment has arrived. The heavenly blade reacts eagerly as my guy's followers continue to multiply. Our hero waits just a little longer, patient to the very end. The god of destruction watches in confusion as his divine power skyrockets at an absurd rate. When his believers reach 10 trillion, our boy, now wielding the combined strength of the heavenly demon and the heavenly blade, finally moves. He charges straight at the god of destruction and unleashes the heavenly demon divine sword, Hell of Great Burning. He lands after that final world-shaking exchange, and the sword starts to disappear. The system announces that the all-slashing heavenly blade has been unsummoned and returned to the heavenly blade treasury. For half a heartbeat, he lets himself wonder if it's really over, and immediately, his instincts slap that thought out of his head. He remembers Yahello and the clones, and he knows if there is even the faintest trace of them left, he needs to find it immediately. Just then, space folds in on itself, and he finds himself somewhere else entirely, standing in a place that feels wrong in that familiar, deeply irritating way. His first thought, naturally, is that Mina is involved, because of course it would be Mina, if illusion space enters the chat. Then he sees the god of destruction is standing there, very much present, very much alive, and looking oddly calm. She admits outright that she did not expect he could push her so far. My guy can tell at a glance that she survived the strike of the heavenly blade. He reaches for his fountain pen. She notices and actually compliments him on the attack, calling it impressive, but in her eyes it still is not enough. And a creator like her does not disappear so easily, because even if she dies, resurrection will follow. And when she returns, she will destroy this world again, patiently waiting for the god of creation to resurrect. Then she hesitates, and admits there is one thing that troubles her. She wonders what the god of creation will feel when he comes back, whether he will resent her for destroying the worlds he created. She has existed for ages, doing everything she has done solely for his resurrection, but the idea that he might look at her with hatred instead of recognition terrifies her. So she asks our hero what he thinks. Our boy tells her plainly that if he were in that position, he would never want that, because obviously watching every creation he sacrificed himself to crumble into nothing would bring a pain so deep it couldn't be properly described. She then realizes his words are honest and starts crying because she finally understands that he would indeed resent her, and yet even with that knowledge, she clings to hope. Even if he would resent her, she has no intention to stop. Then the atmosphere shifts again, and she speaks of the god of creation's words from long ago, about how her failure to become a god of eternity meant perfection was never possible, how the symbol of life was destroyed at creation, strengthening her authority over death and destruction, and how if she disappears, the god of creation will regain his power and resurrect. My guy listens and compliments her insanity. She admits she wanted to witness his eternity with her own eyes, but now there is no other choice. With the last of her divine power, she plans to imprison our hero and bring an end to Earth. That destruction to her will complete the world meant for her god of creation. She ascends into space and starts attacking Earth directly. People look up, panic instantly, and chaos spreads like wildfire. Meanwhile, Miri and Mina are sitting in a cafe, calmly drinking coffee. They chat about how long our boy's trip is going to take, agreeing that he will probably be back any minute. Back in space, the god of destruction realizes something is wrong, as the Earth she destroyed feels empty and hollow. She stares at it, horrified, wondering if my guy created a false heaven and Earth inside another false creation. She tries to deny it, because that's something only the god of creation should be able to do. And then our hero appears in front of her. He tells her simply that he really is the god of creation, and that's why he can do it. She lets out wild laughter as the truth finally settles in. She is aware that the only being capable of this is the god of creation. She then accepts that her role is fulfilled and bids farewell to the god of creation. And that is the ending of dream-eating hunter Yuil Shin. The god of destruction required an equal existence to stop her, and that existence could only ever be the god of creation. Our boy used all things and phenomena of the universe within the false heaven and earth, pushing them beyond their limits until he attained that status himself. Afterward, he returns to Earth and immediately asks Shin whether Ilho and the remaining clones can be saved. Shin assures him that with his current writing prowess, it should be possible. Our hero then leaves the writing to Shin, and this time, it's the epilogue. Some time passes after the universe finally decides to behave itself. Our boy is on his way somewhere. The street is quiet, the sky is clear, and for once no ominous pressure is hanging in the air. Walking beside him are the Sword Demon and Ming, flanking him like bodyguards who clearly never agreed on how bodyguards are supposed to behave. The calm atmosphere almost feels fake, like a painted backdrop. My guy notices it too, and instead of enjoying it properly, his thoughts drift to Iliko, and he misses him. Ming notices right away, and she reassures him that she will always stay by his side. It's meant to be comforting, supportive, and normal, but then again, it's coming from a fanatic like Ming. Unfortunately, the Sword Demon hears it and loses his mind. He snaps instantly, reminding Ming that he already warned her not to say things like that again. He even escalates straight to threatening her life. Ming dares him to go ahead and try. Our hero steps in before this turns into a public incident involving swords, blood, and awkward explanations to local authorities. He tells them both to quiet down and warns that if they keep this up, he will replace them as his escorts. That does the trick. Both of them straighten up instantly and apologize. As they continue walking, our boy reflects on the reason Elo is not there. It turns out Elo has become a father. My guy has zero intention of interrupting that. Far away from Earth, inside some spaceship belonging to the Great Cosmic Alliance, Elo is exactly where he wants to be. He is busy playing with his child, completely absorbed, smiling in a way that no battlefield ever brought out of him. After the fall of the god of destruction, our hero finished the epilogue of dream-eating hunter Yuilshin and restored Elo, Tushin, and Threeshin. Elo returned to the Alliance, settled down, and built a warm, peaceful family. Auntie continued leading Antria with the same quiet competence as always. Knowing that everyone found their own peace gives our boy a rare, genuine sense of relief. Back on Earth, he appears at a fan signing event for dream-eating hunter Yuilshin. The crowd is large, energetic, and very enthusiastic about the fact that their favorite author is alive, well, and not currently rewriting reality. Tushin immediately voices his displeasure at the idea of my guy having guards at all. From his perspective, the highest-ranking god in existence needing protection is ridiculous. Miri strongly disagrees, insisting that our hero is far too precious to be left unguarded, especially around people who might do something stupid for an autograph. Our boy, on the other hand, loudly declares that since he is practically the universe itself, things turned out pretty well. Mina arrives a bit late due to traffic. Her mood drops instantly when she sees Ming standing close to my guy. Miri quickly explains that Ming is acting as his bodyguard and is extremely capable. That explanation calms Mina slightly, but internally Mina quietly decides that Ming needs to be eliminated at some point. Our hero notices Mina approaching with unusually fast steps. His instincts immediately warn him that this situation is about to become complicated. Mina demands that Ming follow her to the rooftop. He knows exactly where this is going and intercepts Mina, grabs her hand and asks her to talk to him first. Once they are alone, Mina suddenly shouts about marriage, with zero build-up or warning. He responds by explaining that he is trying to set Ming up with the Sword Demon, which is why he assigned them together. He asks Mina not to take it too seriously. Mina immediately understands and blushes so hard it looks physically painful. Our boy, blissfully unaware of the emotional bomb he is standing on, casually asks if she is free that evening, and invites her to dinner. Mina turns bright red. He clarifies that it's nothing serious, just something he wants to talk about. Mina, of course, interprets it as a proposal anyway, and rushes off to the restroom to hide her embarrassment. My guy watches her go, confused, and concludes she is acting stranger than usual. Right then, someone approaches our hero and asks to speak with him. It's the president of the publishing company he works with. They sit down in the president's office, where the man recalls meeting our boy 10 years ago. When he first read his novel, he was convinced a genius had appeared. Unfortunately, the unfinished ending caused the work to fade into obscurity. Seeing it finally completed now fills him with relief and pride. My guy thanks him sincerely. Back then, he tried to publish a physical book impulsively, and every web novel he wrote as an adult failed. During that period, the president, then just a manager, was the only one who never gave up on him. The president then mentions a woman from that time in her early 20s and strikingly beautiful, who came looking for our hero after hearing about a genius teenage writer. My guy immediately thinks of Abyss. The president explains that she bought books worth $100 million and asked to be notified when the work was completed. Our boy asks about her contact details, but the president informs him that someone else answered the call later. He then wonders if this mysterious presence could possibly be the endlessly granting abundance, but of course she quickly denies it, citing the minor issue that doing so would require swallowing more causality than even he could dream of handling. So naturally, his thoughts wander to the next obvious suspect, the silently creeping nightmare, and it turns out he is right. She admits it awkwardly. She wanted to confirm whether he truly was the reborn god of creation. She also bluntly admits that his later writing was terrible, and that she regretted wasting both causality and 100 million on him. Our hero accepts the criticism because it's painfully accurate. She adds that things are different now, and she is willing to buy over 10 million copies. He perks up immediately. The president notices and asks if he is okay, and he plays it off. Someone knocks, announcing it's time for a commemorative photo. As they walk, the manager reminds our boy to prepare well for his next project and not let personal issues cause delays again. My guy agrees. Outside, everyone is waiting. The manager hopes they can continue working together for a long time. Our hero decides to think about it, and just in case adds that he really likes beef. Then the camera flashes and the photo is taken. And just like that, Yuelshin's story finally comes to a close.